This cut is our main. Because this month I've been living on air and bones, I went on livestream asking for donations. I'd do anything as long as there was money. Who knew I'd accidentally poke the wrong god? That god immediately donated $5 million to me and transported me through time and space. I was sent to a world overrun by demons. My mission now was to save the world. After 10 years of exhausting battles, I could finally return to Earth. But ironically, Earth had also been invaded by otherworldly creatures. There that god appeared again and gave me a task. Recruit 10,000 followers. In return, I'd keep the otherworldly invincible power. Without hesitation, I agreed and became the leader of a fanatical cult. Well, no more preamble, let's begin. Welcome to Meet 2's live stream. Siwoo wondered what kind of touching is this? Someone else said, I'm just talking. I've been so stressed lately. You too. Siwoo replied, yeah, life is tough, though my siblings probably see me as a role model. I really don't know how to manage, especially with unemployment right now. As the eldest, I have to be responsible for the family and take care of my siblings. My parents are gone, I live with my grandmother, there are 2 little siblings, rent is due tomorrow and I'm too embarrassed to ask my grandmother for money. You told me to use this time to work instead of touching myself. I was discharged 2 months ago and am job hunting. I desperately need money, but that's the reality. If you don't want to listen, just leave. I only do this because I'm bored. Hearing Siwoo, the woman fell silent. At that moment, Jen transferred 5 million guns to Siwoo. Siwoo was stunned, couldn't believe his eyes, and blurted, what? Jen, 5 million guns, are you crazy? Or did you mistype the amount? No way, this must be some stunt to get views for a bigger channel. Like giving a no-name streamer a pile of money and filming the reaction. Wait a minute, I don't have any money, I can't return this money. I still have to buy school supplies for my sibling and pay next month's rent. Seeing this, everyone in the stream went crazy. Oh my god, are you rich? Give me $20. Siwoo still couldn't believe it, sweating continuously, his face growing tense. After thinking for a moment, he said, then make your demand, just don't touch my family. I'll do whatever you want. Jen answered, so you'll save Eden for me. Siwoo asked, Eden, is this a game ad? Sure, I'll do it, no problem. She smiled and a light emanated from her hand. Then we have a pact. Kim Si-hoo was puzzled, he had just agreed to save Eden. When the scene shifted and a bloodstained hand appeared, Kim Si-hoo had become a different person, colder. No longer as innocent as before. He struck down the demon Lucifer and ripped out its heart. Goodbye, Lucifer. Lucifer was defeated, his eyes dazed, and he fell. Kim Si-woo wiped the blood off his face, thinking, damn it. My life was completely upended just because of one mistaken donation. It turned out that huge donation was Jen's scam. And I, summoned to Eden, had to fight for my life with only an umbrella in hand. Jen suddenly said she would give me power. All I had to do was defeat the enemy in front of me. Jen touched his shoulder from behind and said, the system will help you grow, Siwoo. He thought to himself, all this crazy stuff. Hey, do you think you picked the wrong person? You should have chosen someone suitable for this job, right? Jen calmly answered, you're the only one, the only person who can save Eden. If you save Eden, I'll send you back to Earth. Siwoo replayed that phrase in his head and threw himself into the mission. Damn, that's it. Make sure my family lives well, find a job for myself when I return. If she keeps her word, I'll save Eden without hesitation. So I made a pact with the goddess from another world named Jen. She said they're the enemies, so what else can I do? A promise must be kept, that way she would keep her word too. Then I was summoned into an organization serving Jen, becoming the pontiff in the other world. But things didn't stop there. Eden was flooded with demons and enemies. I had to destroy each of the 7 great demon lords. That's the only way to save Eden. 10 years passed, such a long time. I wonder how my siblings have been living. When I return, will I be able to live a normal life? Jen suddenly spoke up, Siwoo, are you okay? Siwoo replied, yeah, what's up? It's nothing. Jen appeared beside him and said, I'm sorry, thank you. This is the end of the pact between us. Siwoo smiled, Jen, you said I'd have a job when I returned, so I'll trust you and move on. I'm exhausted. This damned world isn't worth living in. Jen said, Siwoo, this is the world you saved. Siwoo looked around for a moment and replied, yeah, I guess I'll miss it a little. Then Jen vanished and Siwoo stood quietly waiting to go home. Hey Jen, next time you trick someone, have the nerve to do it instead of apologizing all the time. Goodbye. Jen replied, thanks, I'm truly sorry. Siwoo, I'm really returning to peaceful Earth. A green lush Earth, I miss Korea. Peaceful SEO. In the sky as Siwoo returned was a scene of chaos. Avon touched. Captain, reinforcements are almost here. Just hold on a little longer. Are they asking us to hold positions inside those damned Avon stomachs? Tell the reinforcements to hurry up. Damn it. Siwoo looked at the scene in confusion, thinking how much he missed hearing Korean and that the first thing he heard was swearing. I've returned after 10 years. Is this my peaceful Earth? Earth is finished. Maybe I'm still dreaming in Eden, or I miss Korea so much that the Nightmare Queen is playing a trick on me. But it can't be, because I personally cut off her head, my proud pontiff. You looked really attractive doing that. Siwoo turned to her, Jen. Jen asked, you don't seem happy with sending you back pointless. Siwoo asked, didn't our pact end when I returned to Earth? She said sadly, I'm still the goddess you worshipped. You could at least show me some affection, some respect. Without me, wouldn't you have returned to Earth safely and intact? Siwoo replied, if you hadn't dragged me to that damned world, I wouldn't be struggling like this. Hearing that, Jin fell silent. After a moment she said, however, if you stay on Earth, you'll almost certainly die. Siwoo panicked, how do you know that? Jen raised her hand, emitting light, and answered, Siwoo, however you view me, I am still a goddess. A system appeared, warning, a god from another spatial dimension is interfering with the principles of Earth's spatial dimension. A powerful principle is being forced to comply. Due to a temporal paradox error, your time will stop for 5 minutes. Siwoo watched the surroundings begin to vanish, utterly bewildered. Jen, what are you doing? She replied, these 5 minutes are likely because this is the spatial dimension where the main event occurs. It seems to be a limit of causality, even if I intervene as a spatial goddess. I'll be blunt, Siwoo. Do you want to make another pact with me? Siwoo angrily, are you talking about another exploitative slave contract? Jen calmly explained, no, this time if you don't agree, I won't force you. You must truly want this pact. If you make the pact, you'll be able to use divine power like in the other world. But I have no followers here, so there will be some conditions. Siwoo interrupted, wait, can't I continue using that holy power as is? Jen smiled, gently touched his nose and said, no, moving between dimensions isn't that simple. It interferes with causality, so losing power is inevitable. Siwoo frowned, thinking, she really makes me crazy. Siwoo thought to himself, I knew it. Asking for another pact is excessive. I've endured too much in Eden. Seeing Jen lost in thought, Siwoo asked, what are you doing? Jen replied blankly, huh. Siwoo urged her, sign the pact quickly. Deep down, he couldn't accept her idea. You want me to start over with divine power on this ruined Earth? Jen still couldn't believe it. Reality was far from what she imagined. Huh, Siwoo was defiant, thinking he didn't want to be an out-of-date protagonist. The system appeared, announcing, San Kassizer, pact complete. The goddess Jen of Eden's spatial dimension will support the human Kim Siwoo, as this is a pact for intervention by another spatial dimension. Earth's spatial dimension and the principle of causality will investigate the legitimate reasons for this. Awaiting investigation results, no issues detected. In 1 minute the timeline will resume. Jen spoke, Siwoo. Unfortunately, I have no infrastructure in this world, so I cannot stay with you long. I'm sure you have many questions, but first there's one thing you must do. Divine power is built on faith in another entity. Without faith, that power will dissipate. So to maintain the power, you must convert people on Earth to believe in me. Simple, right? You were the pontiff of the J-Men faith, weren't you? Siwoo wiped anxious sweat. The J-Men faith. Jen continued, exactly, we'll meet again soon. Don't cry because you miss me, my pontiff. Siwoo worried, not ready, wait, Jen. But Jen said nothing further. She vanished immediately. The timeline resumed. A new mission was issued. Establish a church, main type. Description, there are currently no followers of the deity you serve in this world. To maintain your power, you must found and expand a church. There are no limits on methods. The system will link to the main event of the spatial dimension to automatically tally followers. Time limit, 90 days. If you fail to complete the mission within the allotted time, everything you own will be reset. The J-Men faith in Korea. You mean you want me to become the leader of some kind of cult? At that moment, suddenly a large set of jaws appeared, rushing toward them and startling Siwoo. A dragon was flying in as fast as lightning. He glanced at it coldly, and his expression changed instantly. He fixed his stare on it. Lightning crackled across his hand. He touched it just as the dragon swooped in to attack Siwoo. The dragon screamed and fled from him. Outside, the soldiers were utterly shocked. Did he tear apart one? After dispatching that dragon, Siwoo turned back with a cold gaze and blood on his face. He stood silently watching, saying nothing, only letting out a hum. That left the onlookers puzzled. Siwoo, Thon Thi letter 1EC7 and smiled and asked, do you want to hear about the goddess Jen? Were they stunned? Siwoo still stood there with a mechanical smile. When the system reported follower count progress as 110000, I'm done for. Oh my god, I asked to complete 1 out of 10,000 followers. I'm truly doomed. Siwoo grabbed Convene's wing and tore it apart. He acted decisively with an icy, razor-sharp gaze, without a hint of hesitation. Siwoo fixed his steely eyes on Convene. Instantly, it was struck by lightning from all sides, immobilized and utterly defeated. Dongzich and his team were stunned by the sight and began to buzz with talk. Did you see that, boss? That Convene is terrified. It's falling from the sky, frozen in fear. Another soldier checked the readout on the device and blurted out, we detected no magical energy on the scanner. How can a returnee at normal rank be that strong? Normally, a returnee's rank is determined by the amount of magical energy the detector senses from them. But Dongzich frowned and said in bewilderment, no way could a returnee capable of taking down Avon be only normal rank. He looked toward Shu fighting the W Horde and continued, that alone is enough to consider him as strong as a catastrophe rank. His face went pale as he grabbed the radio and announced, according to the emergency response guidelines of the Special Investigation Bureau, I request immediate mobilization of all personnel. On the other end of the radio, someone replied, is the situation at the gate that bad? He shouted back, "It's not just the gate. We've confirmed the presence of an extremely powerful returnee undetected by the magic scanner." Seeing Siwoo fighting with tremendous power, unmatched by anyone, Dongzich added, "He is certainly an abnormal phenomenon beyond all our standards." Dongzich quickly advanced, not forgetting to give one last radio message. "I'll speak with him first. Send support immediately. Pleasure to work with you." The person on the other end of the radio was startled and exclaimed, "Hey Dongzich, what are you doing?" Siwoo stood in place, lost in thought. "Is that all? This flyswatter is nothing special," he wondered, turning his head to look back as he thought. But where did those people from earlier go? Just as he turned, he caught sight of Dongzich approaching him. He spoke up. Seeing Dongzich's extremely serious expression, Siwoo worried he wasn't supposed to grab that Avon. Meanwhile, Dongzich was baffled, thinking this guy might be the boss in plain sight. This looks troublesome. Suddenly, Dongzich's expression changed instantly. He smiled gently, clasped his hands, and greeted Siwoo. "Nice to meet you." He was very enthusiastic and continued, "Let me help you get familiar with the situation." But for Siwoo, the scene was extremely awkward. Siwoo's gaze was so stunned that he could only utter one word. "Ha." Cut to the apartment complex in Daong Province, Wanong City. Siwoo stood motionless before a door, dazed. He silently recalled what had just been discussed with Dongzich. He had asked, "What about my family?" Sitting in the room, Dongzich replied to him, "We investigated. Both your younger brothers are safe. They're living in Daong Province, and your grandmother is traveling in the US. We, the Ability Management Bureau, will support you, Kim Siwoo, in every way to help you settle at CEO. Trust us. Also, we have rehabilitation programs for returnees, although I doubt how effective they are for your abilities. If you have any other questions, contact me anytime during the day." Siwoo forced a bitter smile. He was secretly relieved. "Great, they seem to welcome me. Everything seems fine. I guess my brother can manage. No matter how the world changed, my grandmother was always a bit eccentric." He looked at his hands and did the math. "It's been 10 years. Stupid me must be 27 now." Dongzich, very excited, continued, "You may be surprised, but only 5 years have passed here. You said you lived 10 years in Eden, right? Then fine, the age shown here isn't 32, but 27. Siwoo thought, puzzled. This guy's weird. "I don't know how Earth changed over the years, but it seems people treat returnees well." Siwoo put on a relieved face, thinking it's great that they're all okay. Did Jen have a hand in this? He recalled images of his family and the longing he felt even in Eden. He truly wanted to see them again since he didn't even have a single photo of them. Standing at his door, he couldn't help but be nervous, wondering why he felt so tense. This was the most nervous he'd been since returning. Siwoo calmly reached out and gently rang his doorbell. In response, an unusual silence greeted him. After a while, nothing changed following his ringing. Growing irritated, Siwoo pressed the bell repeatedly until it rang loudly. Finally, someone inside answered. "Who is it?" Siwoo, embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, "Long time no see. It's me, your stupid brother." Immediately, joy showed clearly on his face. Siwoo continued, "How have you been?" The reply came in a very annoyed voice from his brother. Those words shattered Siwoo's current feelings. He froze, his face rigid. His stupid brother shouted from inside, "We don't follow any religion. Why go door to door like a missionary in the 21st century? Siwoo tried to explain, "Wait, I'm not here too." Before he could finish, his brother cut in and said, "You should change your clothes before you deny it. If you don't leave, I'll call the police, got it?" He sighed in annoyance and continued, "I was sleeping peacefully when this hit me like a thunderbolt." Siwoo widened his eyes in surprise, a bit of anger on his face. Then Siwoo's anger reached its peak. He shouted loudly across the building as he opened the door, "You bastard." His stupid brother grabbed a baseball bat and rushed out, flung the door open, shouting, "You fanatic lunatic." He froze, eyes wide and mouth agape when he saw the person standing before him. Siwoo looked at him gently and said, "What, you planning to hit me with that?" His stupid brother was still stunned, frozen in place, stammering, "You." It wasn't exactly an emotional reunion. Siwoo kept speaking, "Make 3 more bowls, you idiot, but don't make them too watery. You know how I like them, right?" His stupid brother kept fussing over cooking for him. He sighed, "Come on." Siwoo ate the noodles along with the kimchi his brother had made, savoring it. But the food actually moved him. Looking at the full table, ramen, kimchi, radish, he said, "My first bowl of noodles in 10 years, Korean food. Kimchi, I missed this addictive taste so much." His stupid brother couldn't believe it. He ruffled his hair in confusion and said, "Unbelievable." Siwoo calmly replied, "What?" His stupid brother said helplessly, "The person I thought was dead comes back after years and just eats packet after packet of instant noodles while dressing like some preacher." Siwoo stayed silent, chewing away, glancing at his still flustered younger brother. He watched his stupid brother sit down beside him and said, "Don't call your brother that. You're jealous because I ate without inviting you, right? Come eat with me, okay?" His brother responded, "I'm not like that." He handed his brother a glass of water and asked, "So you were in somewhere called Eden for 10 years? Siwoo replied that as long as he returned safely, that was enough. Why are you so curious? His stupid brother watched him in silence. Then he said everything. He remembered Siwoo's room and computer setup and asked, "What did you do in that other world all this time, and how did you manage to come back? That's the most important thing. Why won't you tell me about it?" Siwoo smiled and answered, "Eden, brother." He trailed off, reminded of the fierce, bloody battles he had fought before. He fell silent, eyes clouding, unable to say another word. Siwoo took a sip of water, regained his composure, then waved it off. "Forget it, that makes you idiot very uncomfortable." He said there are two things people hate most. One is when someone won't finish a story, and the second is. Siwoo cut in on his stupid brother's sentence, saying that it wasn't a pleasant topic. Images of defeating giant demons and holding their hearts in his hands flashed through his mind. Most stories like that are not pleasant. The world overrun by demons was truly horrific. The amount of blood he had to spill to save that world was monstrous. Siwoo rested his chin on his hand, face full of weariness. He thought, damn, I gave up everything to fight for Eden and now I've finally returned to Earth. A quest board suddenly appeared beside him, requiring completion. Followers 11000. Siwoo glanced at his stupid brother, still lost in thought. "So I'll lose all my power if I don't complete this quest? Are you kidding me? Do you know what I went through to develop my holy power?" His stupid brother chimed in, "Aren't you going to say anything? I'm going to work anyway, I'm already awake." He moved over to his workstation and sat down. Siwoo asked curiously, "What is it, you idiot?" He replied, "Oh, I do editing work for Met. Since you disappeared, I've been earning money this way. I'm really busy. I'm editing for a fairly famous MUBer." Siwoo was quite surprised to hear this. He thought it was impressive. That kid liked editing videos since he was young and now he succeeded at it. He remarked, "The video looks really vivid." Looking at the game character images he was designing, his stupid brother said, "You probably haven't seen this. These people are popular content now. They're called players." Siwoo asked, "They handle gates, monsters, and even dungeons?" He put his hand to his chin, marveling, and continued, "Yeah, they use system windows and skills." His stupid brother replied, "Ah, and since you used to read web novels, you'll probably pick it up quickly, right?" Siwoo stood motionless as his stupid brother's voice echoed, "The subscriber count keeps rising. I think I'll always have work." His eyes stared fixedly at the Met screen. Realizing something great, Siwoo slammed his hand onto his brother's chair and shouted, "Right." His brother jumped and snapped, "You scared me." A bold idea formed in Siwoo's head. If he made content on Meetup, he could promote the Gen Church and attract followers. At that moment, a notification popped up activating the Gen Church trait. This surprised him greatly, and he turned around quickly. Reading the notification, he wondered what this was. The message displayed Gen Zeit Church. First Goddess Gen Origin, Eden trait, no association, no completion requirements. Your goal is to attract as many followers as possible. You will gain holy points as you grow the church and complete hidden missions. Holy points can be used in the shop. Shop items diversify as you attract more followers. Currently available charity. All church members receive bonus experience from the charity Goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player character. Cost 10,000 holy points. Special role unlocks do not apply at 10,000 followers. This appeared because I just thought about creating a MeetOB channel for the church later. Everything is locked and useless. Suddenly he glanced at a line in the system notification. All church members receive an additional 19% experience thanks to the charity Goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player character. He suddenly realized, wait, this trait could be useful. His stupid brother called from behind, "You planning to open a MeetOB channel too? But there are some things to sort out first." As Siwoo heard his brother's words, he gave a strange smile. His brother here was extremely confident. He patted his chest proudly and said, "All right then, of course. Since you just returned and don't know anything, let me support you. I'm earning pretty well." Siwoo cut him off. "Hey, thanks for your generosity, but don't talk nonsense." His words made his brother blink, looking a bit bewildered. He continued, "I still don't know how you managed to find everyone after 5 years missing." Hours earlier at Siwoo's apartment, Dongzich had said, "We visited your family's residence. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation last night." Siwoo replied, "No problem, anyway I had nowhere to sleep, thanks for bringing me here." Dongzich smiled and asked, "So what do you plan to do here?" Siwoo answered calmly, "I intend to expand my church." Dongzich asked curiously about his church. Korea is a free country and religious freedom is obvious. This faith doesn't go against common rules, does it? Siwoo replied, "J-Man is a benevolent deity if people just listen when I speak." Dongzich cut him off before he finished. "Wait, you're a pope?" Eden widened his eyes, pride on his face. "A pope, that's amazing." Siwoo helplessly thought to himself, just smile it off. Dongzich continued, "Just know this, you're now a VIP of the ability management. If you need anything, contact us first. Team 2 of the Bureau is always ready to assist." Looking up at the clear sky, he said, "Welcome back to Earth." Korea's first anormal, Kim Siwoo. Back in the present, his stupid brother was utterly panicked. He shouted, "You're an anormal." Siwoo stayed silent, smiling confidently. His stupid brother screamed in shock, "The guy who devoured 10 packs of noodles. It's you, my brother who returned from the dead." Siwoo snapped back, I'll kill you. His brother ran his hands through his hair, asking, why didn't you say so earlier? Because you're an anormal. Siwoo folded his arms and smiled. I didn't think I could tell you I'd lose my powers if I couldn't gather 10,000 followers. His stupid brother calmed somewhat and asked, so you're the Pope and you need more followers. You plan to open a YouTube channel to gain followers, right? He kept talking, leaving C stunned. Wearing clothes like that won't be easy, and nobody on Earth knows about Jen. He slowly spoke, listen to me. Thinking of his image and innate power, he said, what if I had an ability that could awaken ordinary people? Siwoo continued, an ability that turns them into players. If I had that power, strong nations would compete to recruit me. His brother immediately replied, what are you talking about? There couldn't possibly be such an ability. You'd make a fortune. If there was a chance, I'd sign up first. A halo of light and the gentle presence of a pope radiated from Siwoo. He said Jen is the goddess of mercy and charity. A system panel appeared before him. Available item, charity. All church members gain 10% bonus experience from the charity goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player character. Cost 1,000 points. Special roles do not apply to unlocks at 10,000 followers. This left his brother utterly stunned. He stammered, players, could I become a player just by believing? Siwoo smiled affectionately and said, not right now, but if I gain more followers, I think I can buy this trait. Then becoming a player won't be random. It will be something anyone can achieve. Looking at the system panel showing followers completed 110000, he added, why don't we promote based on this? What do you think? After a moment, the system panel changed to followers completed 21000. Siwoo said, no one can refuse that. His brother clasped his hands together, face full of excitement and conviction. I'm ready, he said. His eyes shone as he continued. I'm fired up and ready to spread the good word. Siwoo was quite surprised by his brother's sudden change. He blurted, huh? His brother's voice rang loudly through the building. Goddess Jen, I believe in you. His brother beamed with delight, eyes glittering as he looked at him and said, lead me. Siwoo was a bit puzzled. I thought you said you were an atheist before. He thought to himself that his brother made the ideal disciple. He propped his chin on his hand thinking and said, for now my plan is to create an online service using Medu. I haven't worked out the specifics yet. His brother cut in, face full of confidence. He said, Siwoo, I have a plan, don't worry. Siwoo replied. Suddenly a sound started beeping repeatedly from somewhere. The beeping surprised Siwoo. He turned his head and looked back in confusion. His brother slapped his brother's shoulder and said, the time has finally come, you know, you're responsible, Siwoo. Siwoo still didn't understand and asked, what is it? Siwoo called after his brother as he ran off. Hey, wait. At that moment, a little girl was standing outside the door waiting. He glanced at the girl, astonished. He stammered, thank you. Seon widened her eyes in surprise. She too stammered. He felt deeply anxious. He stepped forward and said softly, Seon, you've become so beautiful. You remember me, don't you? He was extremely worried as he heard each trembling word from her. She thought he was dead. He dropped to his knees, put his hand on his sister's shoulder and gently comforted her. Seon, I was wrong. I'm sorry I left without saying anything, but today is a good day because we met again, right? Immediately after, the girl broke into loud sobs, causing him to panic. Seon, that's enough. Seon's cries grew louder, echoing through the building. Siwoo called out to Mr. Kim, his brother, to go outside and help him. His brother shrugged him off, this is your karma. The next day at a certain school, Seon waved at Siwoo. She said, Siwoo, let's eat fish cake together. Today, okay? He replied, okay, I promise. The girl turned and ran, but didn't forget to look back at her brother, wave goodbye, and excitedly say, great, I know a really good place so you have to eat there with me. I'll be right back. Siwoo was happy too. He smiled and waved farewell to his sister. After a day as exhausting as a war, neighbors kept interrogating his family. Why did Seon cry? After apologizing to the neighbors room by room, peace finally returned. The scene was truly peaceful now. At a government building, Siwoo spoke up, I've talked with my brother, but for a woken person to operate properly on Mew, they need state authorization. She sat talking in the office. A man answered Siwoo, I understand. If so, we'll support you as much as necessary. He put his hand on his chest and continued, sorry for coming late to see you. The returnee Kim Siwoo, he is Minister du Nho of the Ability Management. Siwoo raised the steaming cup to his lips and pondered. An important figure, mediator for the Woken groups, though he wasn't a Woken himself, he never expected to meet du Nho. Well, that's the power of protocol. I guess so, since the Gen sect was the first religious order in Eden, leaders of all races had gathered. Nho asked, is missionary activity the reason you'll be operating? Siwoo stammered, yes. Nho replied, ah, right, missionary work is very good. He continued, you can reveal that you're a returnee on Metop, but please also disclose that you're an anomalous person at a press conference held by the Ability Management. Siwoo replied, of course. A video of Siwoo fighting was played. Nho asked, have you seen this video? Siwoo watched the footage and said, so this video was released. Nho replied, we imposed a ban but couldn't block it. Siwoo followed the clip, thinking his brother must be good at Medu. I've seen it. Conho added, you may be upset by this, but we'll assign some agents around you for a while. I promise, in my name, no one will harm you. He continued, because an anomalous person like you hasn't appeared in Korea before, our management still has gaps, please understand. After hearing that, Siwoo thought it made sense in retrospect. He smiled inwardly, thinking it was fine, no problem. Back home, Siwoo was talking to his grandmother on the phone. On the other end, she scolded, Dan, you came back without calling grandma. Siwoo hurriedly said, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes. On the other end, his grandmother continued, it's okay, as long as you're back safe, I'll end my trip. Take care of Seon and Inwook. Siwoo replied, yes, grandma, you come back safely too. After that conversation, she hung up first. Siwoo was silent for a moment. Then he spoke to his brother. Grandma said, as if she clearly knew he would return. His brother turned and answered him. She said she sometimes dreamed of him. According to his brother, in her dream, she sometimes walked steadily across an endless horizon and at other times fought winged monsters. Is that why she was certain he'd return alive? Siwoo sat silently staring at his phone screen and murmured that it was indeed interesting. His brother focused on his computer screen at work and called back, I thought you were dead. It's unbelievable that you're back and an anomalous person too. Hearing that, Siwoo fell silent and brooded for a while. He recalled some old memories. The three of them had a good relationship, especially in their final year. After their parents died in a car accident, if their grandmother hadn't raised them so cheerfully, the three of them would have faced great hardship. Sitting with his arms crossed, he brooded again. His brother had waited a long time and finally gave up, thinking he was dead. Suddenly his brother spoke up, ah, right, bro. He looked very pleased and said, we held your funeral as a burial in the forest. There's a tree with your name on it. We were going to hold a 5 or 10 year mourning, but in the end we decided not to. C made it look beautiful. Siwoo, helpless, replied, we should get our money back right away. He rolled his eyes at his brother, thinking the kid was definitely not serious. His brother remained focused on the computer screen at work. Siwoo spoke up anyway, tell me what you propose. His brother turned, took a breath and said, okay, I have a plan. Look at this first. On the computer screen was a Player K account with 5,000 subscribers. The channel makes beginner lessons for strategy dungeon running. In the video, Mino, the owner of Player K, says, monsters appear. Monsters appear most often in dungeons and wave gates. Today I'll talk about O's weaknesses. His brother explained, a set of armor and a sword, that's why he has so many subscribers. Siwoo stepped closer to the screen, rubbed his chin and said, because he's handsome. His brother replied, you think so too, right? And he has a good personality, never any controversies, really great. He even pays me regularly. His brother switched to another channel and continued, right now we only have one channel set up. Creating an account usually takes over 2 weeks, very impressive. The computer displayed channel info, we believe in Gen. Do you believe Gen, the official channel of the Gen Church on Metapi? The official channel of the Gen Church on Metop. We believe in the goddess Gen. He turned to his brother and added, as you know, the easiest way for new channels to attract attention is with help from big corporations. His brother continued, and there are segments you can join right now in the program he's running, the Newcomer Military Academy. Playlist Newcomer Military Academy. That channel has many different videos. Rookie, why did your owl open like that? Rookie Military Academy buys a fast growth for rookies. Rookie versus Rookie T. How to identify Megabitty. Rookie Military Academy buys a fast growth for rookies. A veteran who likes to save and a young rich rookie. Rookie Military Academy Season 1 Fast Growth for Rookies consumes an OA psychologist's perspective. Rookie Military Academy Season 1 Fast Growth for Rookies. Delicious food and the rookie also enjoys it. Rookie Military Academy buys a fast growth for rookies. They draw attention very well. The appearance of Rookie NFP, Rookie Military Academy Season 1 Fast Growth for Rookies. His brother said personal streams don't change much, so they're easier to understand. Miss O makes content teaching newcomers. Siwoo pondered, lots of views. Staring at the video on the computer, his brother said there's an opportunity because one of them was injured while hunting monsters. When I mentioned you, he said to have you go for an interview. Siwoo put his hands on his hips, smiled at his brother and said, do you think I'm a newcomer? I think he's the newcomer. A thought flashed through his head and his brother exclaimed, that's it Siwoo, the protagonist is hiding his power. This newcomer subtitle is actually a powerful anomalous. Plan, Kim my brother as director, Kim my brother scriptwriter. His brother was so excited he lunged forward and said. His brother leaned forward eagerly and said, we can go with this concept, the protagonist hiding his power, what do you think? Siwoo, my perfect channel plan. We can go with this concept. He finished speaking, sat down and began furiously tapping the keyboard and babbling nonstop. I haven't told Mino the details yet, but if I do this, I think he'll take it positively. Let's just do the interview. Mino likes concepts like this. Siwoo froze, standing silent and watching his brother, observing the enthusiasm clearly on his face. Siwoo thought to himself, have I awakened a capitalist monster? Cutscene, the two brothers moved to a prearranged location. His brother said the filming location is far, but we're almost there. We'll arrive in 30 minutes. Mount Megam. Wind gusts swept past the two brothers amid the silent mountain forest. Siwoo glanced around and said, this is the perfect atmosphere for smoking. Why, are you sure this is the place? Wai was on the phone with someone and answered, yes, this is it, but the vibe is a bit strange. Wai's phone screen showed he was calling Mino but couldn't reach him. He anxiously looked at his phone and said his phone is still off. Siwoo thought, poor signal, are there places like this in Korea? He narrowed his eyes cautiously. Staring into the gloomy space around him, he felt something was wrong. He called out to Wai, let's go back, pause, the protagonist hiding his power project for now. Wai jumped and turned back, what, wait. Wai tried to explain he must have been filming for a long time so he can't pick up. Let's go up and find him first. Siwoo closed his eyes to sense it, inwardly thanking him. From the endless battles in Eden and the highly developed senses bestowed by Jen's blessing. This was a monstrous energy, only monsters and demons could emit. He spoke up, is this Mino really a good person? Are there bad rumors about him, like sacrificing people or breathing a demon? Wai immediately denied it, saying, no way, impossible, that's ridiculous. He's a famous mute. Siwoo cut him off. He said seriously, if he were a normal returnee, we'd have been dead long ago, you understand. Wai's face turned pale with worry. He stammered, no, that's not possible, Minso is a good person. Siwoo pointed straight at his brother and exclaimed, good person, don't talk nonsense. You're too trusting, if you keep that up you'll get stabbed in the back sooner or later, got it? Wai replied, why are you so angry? He sounded like a victim of a contract scam. Siwoo was struck to the core. He thought of Jen's image and said, no way, that kind of thing never happened. Wai continued, 3 years ago when grandma was in the hospital, Minso came and paid all the medical bills without a word. I had no money then because I just paid rent. Hearing that, Siwoo replied, then he really is a very good person. Why didn't you say that sooner? He pondered, doubting that someone willing to help in financial hardship is not easily found. If it was 3 years ago, it was probably when I wasn't here. Maybe he truly is a good person. Siwoo stepped forward and told his brother, okay, first you need to get home by taxi right now. This place is too dangerous. Wai asked in panic, what about you? He shrugged his shoulders and replied, since your plan didn't work, I need to try something else. Immediately, the Pope-like outfit appeared and equipped itself on Siwoo. He turned to Wai in all his dignity and said, since online broadcasting failed, I have to try an offline method. Seeing this, Wai was astonished, mouth agape, and blurted, are you some kind of female mage? Siwoo replied, I'm enlisted already, do I look like a girl? After his brother shoved him into the taxi, Wai still complained, next time please film my transformation scene. Siwoo helplessly said, it's dangerous here, go home now. Wai wouldn't give up and said, I need it for our MeTube channel intro, promise me. Watching the waiting car take his brother away, Siwoo thought to himself that Wai hadn't been like this before. What happened? The kid must have suffered too much since childhood, it's all my fault. He slowly took step after step into the gloomy forest. A system notification appeared, you have entered an abyssal area. A related quest has been created, Salvation. Subtype, Abyssal Cave. Description, you have inadvertently stepped into a land filled with energy familiar to demons. With the sacred duty entrusted to you, you must purify this land of its defilement and reclaim it from evil forces. Reward, 50 divine points. Note, this is an optional quest, you may skip it if you wish. A heavy aura of demonic energy hung over the area. Standing before it, Siwoo thought at a glance that this looked like an ordinary mountain, but with this miasma, there was definitely an abyssal dungeon inside. He calmly took step after step deeper into the gloomy forest, thinking how quiet it was. The oppressive demonic aura thickened by the moment, enveloping the mountain and the woods around him. Suddenly Siwoo realized something. He glanced over and said, the weather's nice too. He suddenly saw a group of people standing there. Siwoo asked, what are you doing here? The group came forward toward him. One of them said, sorry, we didn't mean to startle you. We're just filming a video for our MeTube channel. Saemi-ung spoke up, but why are you here? Being near such a dangerous dungeon isn't a good idea. Siwoo replied, I'm here to meet Guman. He folded his arms and continued, my brother should have contacted you. You didn't get anything? Se-ung replied, oh, you're a returnee. I heard about you from Minso. If you'd called us first, we would have met you at the gate. Siwoo responded, my phone doesn't work. Saemi-ung looked at his own phone and said, again, I can't believe there are places in Korea with no signal. In the gloomy mountain air, she added, anyway, it's lucky we ran into you. We'll take you to see Minso. A while later, as they moved together, Saemi-ung turned to Shu and said, we've planned a big event. Gino's MeTube channel gets a lot of views, so I'm helping out a bit with why. He looked at Siwoo's outfit and asked, is your priest costume part of your style? Siwoo replied helplessly, no. He kept babbling that it was unique and memorable, a clever tactic. Siwoo seemed slightly annoyed. This guy talked too much, yet Zi-ung enthusiastically said, this is my first time meeting a returnee. It's fascinating. Suddenly Siwoo turned to the people behind them and said, but those three in the back have been quiet. he asked. Those three standing at the back have been silent, right? The guy nonchalantly replied, huh, oh, those guys. Zimi-ung's gaze looked vacant as he continued, I don't get what you mean, they've been talking this whole time. Siwoo sensed something amiss and frowned, suspicious. Siwoo gently took his hand and asked, by the way, what's your name? The youth replied, me, I'm Su X Mi-ung. Hearing that, he said, all right, Zimi-ung, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. A pair of black gloves appeared on Siwoo's hands. He spoke to Zimi-ung, saying he was a very lucky person. Some people possess a natural resistance to miasma even before awakening. He stepped forward and patted Zimi-ung on the shoulder, saying, remember to thank your parents for that. The boy, puzzled, asked, huh? Siwoo's index finger sparked with electricity. He continued speaking to Zimi-ung, though the boy's face was full of confusion. If you make it back alive today, give your parents a hug, okay? Zimi-ung still asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Before he could finish, the electric bolt from Siwoo's hand shot toward the back and sliced across the necks of the three men behind them. Zimi-ung's eyes filled with terror as he glanced back. Those three men had been decapitated, releasing an eerie black mist. He screamed in horror at the gruesome sight behind him. The bodies slowly collapsed to the ground. Zimi-ung stepped back to dodge and blurted, what the hell? Siwoo remained calm and said, you ran into trouble as soon as you arrived. He stepped forward and stomped on the hands of the corpses as black vapors surged out repeatedly. He said, the rest are probably deeper inside, so this spot should be safe. Rest here. Zimi-ung, holding the camera, trembled and looked utterly stunned. Who are you and why are you here? I don't understand what's happening. Siwoo smiled faintly and said, me. He placed a hand over his chest, wore an expression of utmost sincerity, and radiated a brilliant aura. I only came to spread the word of our goddess. Witnessing the recent events and hearing Siwoo's words froze Zimi-ung in place. He stared in astonishment, unable to speak. A dungeon gate opened right in the middle of the forest. A system notification appeared. You have entered a dungeon. Inside the dungeon is a long corridor. The system notifies that the current dungeon, the Dark Mage's laboratory, is undergoing abyssal transformation. Notifications continued appearing before Siwoo. The dungeon's name had been changed to Pride's Bridgehead. If you fail to defeat the dungeon's visible boss, the entire area within a 5 km radius will be consumed by the abyss. Time remaining, 2:07. He glanced around, thinking abyssal transformation. The miasma here had grown stronger. Siwoo pictured a maze in his mind and felt he could sense the spiritual energy of other players. Surely some were still trying to resist the miasma here. Siwoo stepped forward, thinking it must be nearby. By chance, he saw a few people slumped over, which made him stop. Looking at those seated there, he thought they still seemed alive, but they had no faces. This clarified the identity of the creatures he had killed before entering the dungeon. They were mimic, strange monsters that render victims unconscious, then transform and impersonate them. Mimic knock their victims unconscious rather than killing them, because they cannot impersonate the dead. As low-level monsters, mimic lack vocal cords and cannot speak, so they cannot exist independently. That meant the doppelganger of the dungeon was certainly an impersonator of a proud warrior. The system displayed, you have identified the keyword impersonator. The dungeon's twin had been revealed as an impersonator. Siwoo read the notification and said as expected. Monsters like mimic that can become others are a nightmare to deal with. Even knowing it, if they turn into one of your teammates, it would be literal hell on earth. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from somewhere, startling Siwoo. He turned toward the sound, thinking perhaps a survivor or a twin. Whatever it was didn't matter. With that thought, Siwoo dashed straight toward the source of the shout. A flash of light flared ahead. Siwoo thought there was light ahead, were monsters gathering around a plaza. He quickly sped forward, as spotlights around him shone into his face. Behind a distant camera, someone shouted, cut. The director stepped out, pointed at Siwoo, and scolded him. You can't just jump out like that. People around erupted, what the hell, we were filming just fine. Siwoo looked a bit bewildered and said, he'd thought there might be a survivor, but it turned out to be this crowded. Everyone around panicked. Damn it, it's ruined, we have to start over. The director marched up to Siwoo and asked, did your people put you in here? We rented this dungeon to film, we can't have you just wandering in. Siwoo sighed, put his hands on his hips, and replied, I heard a scream and reacted instinctively. I'm sorry. He tilted his head gently and added, they let me in when I said I was here to see Jinso. I'm here to meet him. He looked at the director and continued, yes, I planned this. I wanted to speak with him directly. The director seemed a bit surprised. He said, that returnee, you're the returnee, right? I was wondering why your clothes are so strange. Siwoo suppressed his anger. His voice trembled as he said, yes, that's me. The director brightened and replied, you should have said so earlier. Then he turned to his assistant and asked, hey, is the walkie-talkie broken? He pulled his assistant aside and said, take him to Minso. He's that kid's older brother. The assistant cheerfully replied, oh really? Nice to meet you. Do you mind if I speak casually this way, please? Siwoo responded, thank you. As they walked, he glanced around at the chatter. So that's it. He thought to himself that it was lucky a few people hadn't been overtaken by the miasma. Looking to the side, he saw two people talking. Yeah, right, do you want to go home right now? Siwoo thought again. But his gaze darkened as he heard a murmured voice. Even I want to go home. An image formed of a sinewy hand with razor-sharp nails pulling strings from its fingers, controlling the people below, a collective hallucination created by the impersonator. It seemed the play with the impersonator as the lead was unfolding. Even players who hadn't been invaded by the miasma were being affected. If the impersonator was using a collective illusion, that meant it had grown significantly stronger. That might explain why the miasma was leaking out of the dungeon. The assistant guiding him suddenly spoke up, startling him. Don't worry. We're inside the dungeon. This place is completely under our control. Siwoo asked, under your control? The assistant replied, we've captured the dungeon's visible boss. Siwoo was stunned and asked again, you captured the dungeon's visible boss? What the hell? The assistant laughed cheerfully and said, we usually film inside dungeons like this. Recalling the image of many people surrounding the monster and stunning it, he continued, the dungeon would disappear if we killed the visible boss, but we can't let it roam free because it's too dangerous. So we weaken the visible boss and then stun it. At that point, the other monsters in the dungeon also weaken, making it easy to film. Siwoo was very surprised and said, so you push the visible boss to the brink of death but keep it alive. The assistant replied, yes, effective, right? Siwoo thought to himself that perhaps even Satan should learn human methods. So this is how they film inside dungeons? This time they were just unlucky enough to encounter an impersonator. Maybe it's karma, that idiot. This Gino guy doesn't understand what safety means. This is going to go badly. The assistant led him to a gate and told Siwoo, we're here. This is the room holding the visible boss. Mies is in there too. See you later, hope we can film together. Siwoo replied, yeah, I see you. Thanks for bringing me here. He watched silently as the assistant walked away. Inside the room people were meeting. Minso said, should we edit this part a bit differently? At that moment, Siwoo knocked lightly on the door and softly said, excuse me. Minso was still focused on his work. Yeah, you should have been there from the start, good. Suddenly he realized something and turned his head back. Seeing Siwoo, he said, I didn't recognize you. What are you doing here? Siwoo replied, why in gu jil etter 1ed1c told me about this place. I'm the boy's older brother. Kim Siwoo Inso, a player from Muber. He smiled brightly and cheerfully said, Siwoo, I've heard about you. I wondered when you'd come. You're more handsome than he described. Seeing Mino's glittering aura, Siwoo hesitated slightly. He wondered if it was NFP aura, handsome and with a pleasant voice. Miso guided him with a hand and said, you must have had a hard trip getting here. Please sit here. Siwoo replied, thank you. Miso turned to his crew and said, hey everyone, can you edit this part like I asked? I'll talk with him for a bit. Thanks, they replied. Siwoo watched him and thought he must be a Muber. They chatted together. Miss chuckled and said, my goodness, I should have something better to offer you after such a long trip, but I only have instant coffee. Siwoo replied, I like instant coffee. Mino added, that's good then. Was the trip here okay? Siwoo answered, a staff member guided me. There seemed to be quite a lot of people. The crew's voices carried from outside. Cut. Mino glanced toward the sound and said, authenticity is important for this project, so we invited any editors who could help. Siwoo continued, so those people are players. Miss winked and smiled, yes, they're the awakened but not skilled enough to be hunters. Not all players are the same, but I pay them well. Siwoo raised the cup and drank, thinking to himself that Wai and Gu Gok also wanted to become a player. He wondered if that was true. Minso asked, by the way, I heard Wai and Gu Gok would come too. Is he outside the dungeon? Siwoo gave a faint smile and replied, he's not well today, so I came alone. Hearing that, Mino said, is he always that weak? I'll send him something nourishing. He used to get sick when editing videos for me. Those words made Siwoo smile with relief. The most effective way to start a conversation with someone you don't know is to talk about what you both know. It was clear this guy was skilled at communication. Mino smiled sincerely and said, I'm not saying this just because you're Wai and Gu Gok's brother, but he really is a good person. Siwoo wondered whether he had always been like that or had changed after becoming influential. He gave a light laugh and said, he's truly an interesting boy. Mino flinched at that remark and immediately said, sorry. Siwoo smiled and explained, I was talking about Wai and Gu Gok. The boy is always frail. Mins enthusiastically responded, I think so too. Because you're very handsome and a player, may I ask you something? Siwoo calmly replied, sure, ask. I'm a cautious person, is it really safe to film here? The question delighted Minso. He led Siwoo to a large curtain, pointed inside and said, I get it, this is your first time entering a dungeon, right? Why don't you take a look at this? Siwoo answered, all right. The two pulled the curtain aside and stepped in. Siwoo's gaze stopped and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. In front of them was the dungeon's visible boss, the impersonator, restrained and blinded with chains. Minso said, as you can see, I always prioritize safety first. With a serious look he continued, there are many dangers at meetups, but we always ensure safety before filming anything. They stood by the bar door and crouched down on the floor in the room. Siwoo asked, I heard someone had to leave the project for some reason. Mino replied, they weren't injured during filming, they had pre-existing conditions and their health simply worsened. His eyes were full of tenderness as he added, if you're worried about safety, you can just observe a bit before deciding to join. You just returned recently, so I completely understand. Siwoo rolled his eyes at him with a hint of skepticism. Then he took a big sip from his cup and said, all right then. Mino waved his hand and said, I have no intention of forcing you to participate. Siwoo reached out to Mino, smiling, okay, let's do this. Let's shake hands since we're colleagues now, right? Miso stepped forward to shake his hand and smiled, all right, welcome to the team, Siwoo. When the two hands touched, a sudden, powerful electric surge appeared. Seeing that strange sight, Minzo exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Like a lightning strike, it immediately struck the impersonator Mino. It howled in agony. Siwoo wore an expression of pure satisfaction and smiled. The system displayed a notification that the passive skill, Sacred Flame, had been synchronized, and Siwoo's face brimmed with contentment. He taunted the impersonator, displeased. If you guys are just deceiving us, a performance should at least have some dramatic flair. Siwoo's grip was so strong that the impersonator's hand became deformed, and the force caused it to scream in maddening pain. Siwoo said excitedly, don't you think so? He released his hold and the impersonator collapsed to the ground. He stepped close to the impersonator and whispered softly in its ear, why? Siwoo used his strength to push the impersonator down. He continued, how do you rate my acting skills? When he realized the dungeon's visible boss was an impersonator, Mino's eyes filled with tears. He thought this would be the final resting place for the entire team. Mins felt a huge hand from the impersonator clamp around his throat, causing him excruciating pain. The impersonator had taken Miso's form. Deep down, he thought that once that monster incapacitated him and took his shape, everything had been decided. It swapped itself with Minso and imprisoned him in the impersonator's form. Immediately after, Mino's film crew captured him in the impersonator's form. They happily cheered, we've caught the visible boss. Mino's consciousness tried to cry out, I'm not the impersonator, please, but no one heard. Powerless, he watched the fake Mino outside as his own mind kept screaming, oh my god, I can't do anything. The fake Minzo outside looked at the real Minzo trapped in the impersonator's form and said, well done, everyone, you've done an excellent job. It stepped out of Minzo's containment area with a smug expression. It had taken Mino's shape and then proceeded to take on the forms of everyone in the crew. The impersonator used its consciousness to speak to the imprisoned Minzo. It said, how does it feel when those you trusted look at you like a monster? Watching each member of his crew be taken over one by one, Mino's consciousness kept screaming, why don't you kill me? End this suffering, sir, don't do that. Minso, trapped in the impersonator's form, kept crying and pleading in despair. Don't let them die, please, I'm sorry. He knelt helplessly and said, someone please help me, please save them. Meanwhile, the fake Minso was being dealt with painfully by Siwoo. Siwoo's figure stood magnificently before the real Minso. He looked forward through the eyes of the impersonator, crying out for help. Immediately after that plea, Siwoo turned his head to look at him. Mies looked at the impersonator thrashing and screaming on the threshold and thought to himself, is this a dream? Seeing Siwoo approach, Mo thought inwardly, this flame is so warm, this dream feels like a mother's embrace. Siwoo stepped forward, a halo seeming to glow around him. He spoke, who Minso? Minso answered, you can see me. Siwoo said yes. Minso asked in puzzlement, what? Even my team doesn't recognize me. Siwoo looked at him with gentle eyes. He said, I have very good eyes. He stood opposite Minso and continued, I haven't introduced myself, I'm Wyangu Gok's older brother. The consciousness of Mino inside the impersonator replied, Wyangu Gok, I care for him deeply. Siwoo listened silently as he spoke, he's really hardworking, so young yet doing everything to support his sister and grandmother. I heard his older brother went missing 5 years ago. Siwoo rolled his eyes with some worry and fell silent for a moment. Then he glanced at the impersonator gasping on the ground and said, I'll give you a choice. Who Mino, you have suffered the most in this dungeon. Siwoo grabbed the fake Minso by the collar and dragged him up. He said there were two options for him. The true consciousness of Mino within the impersonator replied solemnly, yes, I realized it the moment that monster stole my identity. Please, kill me. Hearing that, Siwoo was utterly astonished. Min, who continued in anguish, I'd rather die at human hands than like this. Siwoo immediately protested, no, no, no. He looked at Minso and continued, you're imagining things, you have to hear me out first. He put on an incredibly handsome, confident expression and said, now, option 1 is to smash his head, or option 2 is to burn him with this sacred flame. I recommend the second, it's much more painful. Minso, in the impersonator's form, fell silent and thought for a long while. After thinking it through, he mustered the courage and cried out, make him suffer, make him endure until his last breath. Siwoo winked in agreement and said, of course, nothing beats burning these demons, I'll roast him thoroughly. The sacred flame flared up and consumed the impersonator in disguise. It screamed wildly in agony. The chains around the real Minso's body began to vanish. He looked at them and whispered, "The chains have disappeared." Minso, staring at the chains, said, "The bindings that held me for so long are gone." The system displayed notifications. "You have been redeemed by the sacred flame. You have been redeemed by the sacred flame. You have completed the hidden objective, redemption." A deity from another world answered your prayer. Jen immediately appeared powerfully before Minso. She looked at Minso with gentle, tender eyes. She gently placed her hand on his face and said, "Don't blame yourself. This is not your fault." This surprised Minso quite a bit. Minso's expression gradually relaxed. He thought to himself that he had never believed in miracles. He closed his eyes to feel everything around him and wondered what else he could call this if not a miracle. System messages appeared one after another. "You have cleared the abyssal dungeon. This dungeon will self-destruct in 1 hour. You have gained 50 divine points for clearing this dungeon. You have completed the redemption quest. You have received 100 divine points." Siwoo folded his arms and looked at the notifications. He thought to himself that he didn't feel happy about this. Would things have been different if he'd arrived earlier? He turned his head to look back, thinking things could have been worse. It didn't seem anyone was severely injured, and they'd wake soon. Miss lay below, whispering to the goddess. Siwoo glanced toward the light and said, "That's it." He looked at Jen, resplendent, and said, "When we parted last time you seemed panicked, so I thought I wouldn't see you for years, maybe longer. I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Jen clasped her hands and replied gently, "That's because you've been working hard. I told you we'd meet again soon." Siwoo replied, "I didn't expect soon to be 3 days." Siwoo sighed and said, "All right, how long will you be staying this time?" Jen replied, "About 5 days. That's all I can manage because this place is strange. There's a spatial gap here and I sensed your presence across it, so I came immediately." Siwoo sat down pensively and asked, "This place's spatial distortion is odd. Is it all related to this being an abyssal dungeon? I need to investigate further." Jen's eyes sparkled as she looked at him and said, "You act like you don't like seeing me, but you actually do, right? You're always like that. Siwoo, Siwoo." He immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't like healing people directly. How could you heal Minso when you hardly ever show yourself to everyone? He fainted because he was directly affected by your divine power." Jen rolled her eyes toward Minso and said, "I think he's a good person." She moved to sit beside Minso and continued, "Someone who blames themselves for their teammates getting hurt can't be a bad person. Besides, he'll help you settle into the new world, right? I've seen you work hard to find supporters for me in a strange land, so I have to help those who have supported you." She continued, "Siwoo, how do you feel about your homeland after all this time?" Siwoo replied, "Everything about that place is strange." Jen wrapped her arm around him, rested against his arm, and said, "I didn't have time to tell you something important, but do you remember when?" She recalled the moment. "When C first came to Earth, she said, we made a pact on Earth, didn't we?" At that moment, a system alert appeared. It warned that a god from another world had interfered with Earth's causality. Jen spoke up, "The causality that governs all dimensions also applies to all gods." The system continued to inform, "A powerful force compels everything to obey the natural flow of the world." Jen continued, "Because of causality, someone from another world, cannot affect anything on Earth." Siwoo, hearing that, sprang up and asked, "You can't affect anything on Earth?" He looked at Jen and asked further, "Then what about me using powers on Earth? Also, you just healed Minso with your power." Jen replied, "Yes, that's why you have to be careful." Siwoo. An image of a large scale appeared. Jen continued, "Causality is like a balance. Earth allowed an agreement between you and me, which means there must certainly be something heavy on the other side of the scale." Siwoo was still bewildered. He said the heavy thing on the other side was Jen, who smiled at him but did not respond. He added that she couldn't speak. This left Siwoo silent as well. He couldn't say anything further. There was something he didn't know that transcended the rules of causality. Siwoo scratched his head, sighed, and continued, "I can't even rest a bit. I guess it's strange that monsters are starting to appear on Earth. All right then." Jen looked sad and asked, "Aren't you angry?" Siwoo turned to her and said, "Why would I be angry with you?" Seeing Jen's puzzled expression, he explained, "It's not your fault that Earth has become like this. I have no reason to be angry. I'm not that kind of person." Hearing Siwoo, Jen smiled happily out loud. Siwoo was startled and shyly said, "What are you laughing at?" Jen turned away and said it was nothing. Siwoo then asked, "Are you leaving?" He fell silent in thought. Perhaps he had grown close to her over the past 10 years and didn't want her to go. Siwoo looked at Jen's retreating figure and said, "Next time let's take a photo. Maybe just seeing her picture will make followers come to us on their own." Jen looked back and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks, Siwoo. I want to meet you in a brighter place next time. You know what to do, right?" Siwoo was surprised and exclaimed, "Wait, what do I have to do?" Jen intertwined her fingers and prepared to leave. She didn't forget to say her final words to Siwoo. "You need to build a shrine for me so I can manifest more easily and to attract more followers." See you. Siwoo. After a while, Minso suddenly woke up. Siwoo looked at him and said, "You're awake, how do you feel?" Minso turned to Siwoo and blurted, "What about the goddess?" Siwoo replied, "She's just left." Hearing that she had just departed, Minso blushed slightly and silently looked at his hands. He asked Siwoo, "Do you think I can meet her again?" Siwoo smiled and replied, "About that, don't you want to know more and hear good things from our goddess?" On a fine morning, traffic bustled along the streets. A system notification suddenly appeared for Siwoo. The system reported that a task requirement had been met. Followers 410000. Siwoo pondered for a moment and then thought to himself that the incident with the impersonator at the Gam Mountain dungeon in Gudu 2 days earlier had ended without casualties, with only 12 people injured. None of them were physically injured, but they all suffered psychological damage from the imposters and the imitators because they had been brainwashed. Gyumino, who was healed by Jen after falling victim to an imitator, was hospitalized in the Gazu area. C is currently on his way to visit him with the naive kid. Then suddenly the naive kid spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. He said, "Fortunately Minso wasn't seriously hurt. He'll be discharged in a few days." I wonder what would have happened if the imitator had succeeded. Hearing the naive kid ask that, Siwoo replied, "Well, if I'd been a day late, it wouldn't have been just a few people getting hurt." On receiving Siwoo's answer, he panicked. What? Then Siwoo continued, "They would all have disappeared or died. It seems demonic gates aren't widespread here yet." The naive kid asked back, "Demonic gates?" Siwoo answered that it's a type of dungeon that summons demons ranked above abyssal gates. There's a reason the imitators are called the Proud Vanguard. When he was in Eden, an imitator sacrificed an entire village to summon a colossal demonic gate. The Proud Legion invaded Eden through that gate. The imitator who appeared in Korea probably intended to use those in the dungeon as sacrifices to summon a high-ranking demon. Fortunately, we stopped it before that could happen. Siwoo thought to himself, but one thing bothered him. Why did a demonic gate appear in front of me? Was it just a coincidence, or related to the causality Jen mentioned? It's hard to believe something like this would suddenly happen. I need to quickly gather enough followers. The plan to hide the powers of the protagonist and the naive kid was also ruined by the imitator incident. Besides, I need a debut with strong impact. Then the naive kid said, "By the way, how did you convince Minso and the others?" Before he could react, Siwoo asked back, "Huh, how do you mean?" He replied, "Mino is completely atheist, you know that, but look at this." Then the naive kid showed Siwoo something. It read, "Minso, naive kid, the Pope is proof that the goddess loves this world. Let's all try to serve her well, okay?" He continued, "Did you blindside Minso and brainwash or psychologically manipulate him? You did that because he's an influencer with 5.4 million followers, right? That's a crime." Seeing the naive kid suspect him like that, Siwoo was extremely alarmed. He retorted, "What do you take me for?" Then the naive kid replied to him with a strange look. He answered, "A cult leader." Hearing that, Siwoo was furious. No, he also didn't think Minso would put his faith in him in such a short time. Hearing that, the naive kid asked mockingly, "My God, he actually believed you." Then Siwoo gave him a sharp knock on the head. He yelped. He angrily replied, "Naive kid, Jen may be the goddess of mercy, but I'm not good at that stuff, and as for you, shut up in pain." Siwoo looked at him with a calm expression and thought to himself, "Even so, I understand Minso's expression when he first woke. Anyone meeting Jen for the first time would be shocked like that. I was the same. She's so beautiful that just seeing her is overwhelming, and she radiates a sacred energy that makes it clear she is a goddess. Not to mention Mino was directly healed by Jen. That made him experience her power firsthand. How many people could deny her existence after witnessing such a divine miracle?" Not long after, the naive kid happily exclaimed, "Minso is easily persuaded, and thinking the goddess is both beautiful and merciful is great. It'd be awesome if she appeared on our MewB channel." Hearing that, Siwoo asked back, "Supposing you think she's beautiful, but how are you sure she's merciful? I told you Jen kidnapped you." He smiled and then answered Siwoo that she remained responsible for him to the end. "I also want to meet her someday." While they were talking, a notification suddenly popped up on his computer. The naive kid said, Min just uploaded a new video. What's it about?" Reading the lines on the screen, I'm sorry, player Ka, 150,000 views at this moment. The naive kid was shocked and wondered, what is this?" In the video, Minso is shown wearing hospital clothes and saying, "Hello, I'm player Ka. I'm here to talk about what happened 2 days ago. I want to thank the person who saved me and the film crew, those who almost lost their lives before we started filming." Hearing what he said, the naive kid and Siwoo both gaped in astonishment. Cut to the university hospital. The naive kid, in a great hurry, flung open Minso's hospital room door with tremendous force. He called out to Minso and rushed toward him. Minso smiled brightly and asked after the naive kid, "How's your body?" He replied, "Minso, I'm fine." While the two of them chatted cheerfully inside the room, Siwoo stood outside, silently taking in the scene and thinking that despite being injured, he still cared for others, a truly admirable character. and even in hospital clothes he looked handsome. Then suddenly Minso spoke up, startling him for a moment. I don't know what to do with you coming here in person, Your Holiness. Siwoo asked awkwardly, where did you learn that term? He answered, I looked it up online. As for the naive kid, he understood and said, I'll be going now. Then Si suggested, feel free to call me Siwoo. If that's uncomfortable, you can call me Brother Siwoo. Hearing that, Minso protested, Pope, how could I? Please don't stop me from at least calling you Pope. In the end, he helplessly said, it's up to you. Not long after, the two sat down and talked. Siwoo asked, but why did you suddenly post that video? He replied, that video. Siwoo confirmed that the video titled I'm Sorry had exceeded 1 million views. Siwoo recalled that the 2-minute video consisted entirely of stories about me and JN. Although he didn't mention my name, he called me his savior and said that the goddess I serve personally healed him. Those unconditional praises filled the video. That was great, but not quite satisfying. I want a more dramatic production to introduce Jen's church to the public. Suddenly, Min interrupted his train of thought and asked, do you want to see people's reactions to that video? On the screen were comments like, I can't believe Minho posted an apology vid for clout, how disappointing. Is this the new content he's doing, something called the Beamyang Church? Min thought that this cult-like content was inappropriate, so all that the Mubert guy said was nonsense. Hey, I'm fine with any idea you have, so post another video quickly. Stop this nonsense and upload something new. Don't forget Mubi cares about health. Something big is about to happen. What is he staging? After reading those comments, Siwoo was rather surprised. He thought to himself, is this the life of a 1M influencer? They all assume it's staged even though he's completely sincere. Seeing that, he asked Minso, was that video just scripted? Min immediately denied it. No way, I was completely sincere in that video. I just want the whole world to know about Jen's church, and I can't stand seeing weird cults running rampant. All glory belongs to the goddess. I'm ready to devote everything I have at any time. I can donate my entire fortune if it helps spread Jen's name. Hearing that, Siwoo was completely at a loss at his words. He looked at the young man Minso before him and wondered whether he was always this crazy or if Jen and I had made him this way. A notification popped up again, stating that the third follower of Jen's church, Gyu Minso, had expressed special faith, fanatic follower achievement unlocked. You received 20 divine points, and as a reward for this achievement, unlocking this achievement added the special profession investigator to the DLC shop. After reading it, Siwoo immediately frowned. He thought to himself, an investigator in modern-day Korea? Isn't that profession a bit outdated? The system continued with a notification. Investigator type, profession DLC, profession conditions, special achievement, fanatic follower, ability, representative judgment. When facing enemies of the church or demon keepers, all stats increase by up to 10%. The increase rate depends on the special faith stat and does not activate for regular players or civilians not belonging to any church. Cost 500 divine points. Note, you can transfer this profession to church followers after purchase. Siwoo sighed. He couldn't even buy it now because he was flat broke. Seeing that, Minso excitedly said, don't worry too much, I have some experience as an influencer. I think this will just be a reaction. It's fine. Those who witnessed your miracle won't doubt you. Do you remember the guy Su Chi Myung? I prepared a video with him. Seeing him like that, Siwoo wondered why there were 4 followers. Then he seemed to realize something new. Siwoo slowly stood up and said, Minso, instead of doing that, try this. He replied, Then Siwoo continued, come closer so I can tell you. Hearing what Siwoo said, Minso skeptically wondered if he deserved such an important role. He smiled and affirmed, of course, Jen would be very pleased. At some cult, countless hooded figures sat in a circle as if performing a ritual. They spoke of accepting the will of the Great One. The leader stepped forward, placed his hand on another's head, and said, I appoint you as a warrior. You will give all your mind and soul to participate in my grand plan. For my exalted will. Save us. Wait. Cut to a theme park on a beautiful afternoon. Siwoo asked the little sister, having fun? The polite girl replied, yes, I like the boat ride best. He asked, this reminds me of the old days, when we used to go together. Do you remember those times? Siwoo answered, of course. Suddenly his phone rang. Siwoo thought, getting called on the weekend again. The girl asked, what's wrong? He picked up and said, sorry, hello. The voice on the other end said, Siwoo, this is Kim Dang-So Hai, head of the capability management team. I have urgent matters to discuss and am on my way to your neighborhood. Are you home? At a high-rise in the city, a voice said, we've confirmed Si has returned home safely. It turned out Siwoo and Captain Dong Zich were sitting and talking. Dong Zich opened, sorry for dropping by. Siwoo politely replied, no problem, thanks to the free pass you gave me, Captain Kim, I could spend time with Si. Captain Kim answered, we want to thank you for what you did in the Abyssal Dungeon. Too many incidents have occurred at the Capability Management Office, putting us on red alert. Hearing that, Siwoo asked, is that why you need to talk to me? He confirmed, yes, since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. This is a video that's been spreading on Meta. In the video Dong Zich played were a few people dressed in white sitting in a circle. They They said very strange things. Accept the will of our great leader. You have been chosen to become a warrior. For our great faith, for our noble mission. Save us. Seeing him watch thoughtfully, Dongzich asked Siwoo, what do you think about this? Siwoo fell silent and pondered. Then he answered. Hearing that, Dongzich asked, well, this is clearly an example of a cult. I knew it. You think so too, right? Siwoo replied, I guess they're colleagues in the field. Dongzich chuckled and said, I like your frankness, Siwoo. But then Siwoo said, I'm only kidding. He then asked, and what's the purpose of showing me this? To stop me from becoming a crazy cult leader like that? That's the aim, right? Dongzich denied it. No, that's not what I mean. Of course not, our government and country don't suppress religion. But that changes when we talk about the White Glory Church. Hearing this, Siwoo asked, the White Glory Church? Captain Kim replied that the organization in the video called itself the White Glory Church. They are the primary culprits behind all the incidents the Capability Management Office has had to handle. Then he handed Siwoo a map and continued, look at this map. The red areas indicate where outbreak gates appeared suddenly. I'm sure you already know what the purple areas are. Those are abyssal dungeons like the one you experienced. Outbreak gates and dungeon outbreaks don't appear very often in Korea. In fact, they're quite rare, but this phenomenon has happened 4 times in the past 2 days. In most cases, local guilds would support by activating reserve forces we can cooperate with when needed. But the White Glory Church handled them before we could do anything. That happened at all the gates except the one you handled. Hearing that, Siwoo wondered how that could be possible. Dongzich said the White Glory Church had only been formed in the past 6 months. They claim they can resolve gates thanks to powers granted by their god. Due to extreme secrecy, the Capability Management Office couldn't investigate them further, but they have grown large enough that we can't ignore them. This video is their first step exposing themselves to the public. Siwoo wondered a cult could grow this big in just 6 months, then he said something's off. Siwoo continued, I understand why you approached me. You want me to deal with the White Glory Church, right? Seems like you guessed correctly. Dongzich awkwardly answered, no, not to deal with them. We want your cooperation, Siwoo. They appear to have influence over both politics and the economy, making investigations difficult for the Capability Management Office. Getting help from someone like you, Siwoo, is extremely important to us. Hearing him, Siwoo thought to himself that seeing the White Glory Church using new media made it likely they'd try to encroach on their territory. However, with the government on his side, he'd make sure that Church would regret coming above ground. He said all right, he'd cooperate with them in investigating the White Glory Church since abyssal dungeons and they might be connected. He would look into it himself. Master Siwoo agreed and Dongzich burst into joy. Really? If you can help us with the White Glory Church and the sudden outbreaks, we'll fully support you. Although we haven't fully understood your abilities, your presence in Korea gives us renewed hope. Thank you. Siwoo flusteredly replied, no need to thank me. Seeing Dongzich act like that, Siwoo wondered, is this something to be excited about? I can hardly sympathize what happened in Korea over the past year while I was away. Cut to where Shu lives, he was probably reading something on his phone that said a nameless player used a passive skill to tear apart the convene, not a specific skill. Then someone replied, I agree, there's no sign of magic or skill delay. I believe the flame in his hand is sacred fire. Even ordinary monsters near the immortals seem to suffer tremendous damage from it. Now I'm sure everyone is curious who this person is. That's why we'll invite the mysterious person from the video in the next episode. We'll announce the broadcast date on our channel. Once everything is set, we hope you'll patiently wait. Siwoo's phone kept filling up with messages, just nonsense. Because the player is losing popularity, the Capability Management Office can't find their identity. How can you play anonymously? They'll just invite a co-player and fake it. Aren't all MERS like that? He wouldn't do that. Then suddenly the system sent a notification. Thanks to the efforts of Guminso's followers, many people have started to pay attention to you. You have thus earned 10 divine points. Seeing that, Siwoo wondered, really? It seems a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers is talking about this and has actually stirred up the community. He thought his plan was simple. After attracting attention to the anonymous player through Mino, I'd have the Capability Management Office hold a press conference about an unusually unmeasurable awakened being and push Jen's church into the public spotlight. By leveraging the traffic a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers generates, I'd start expanding and attracting new believers. At some point, that idiot appeared behind Siwoo. He said, isn't that easier than the plan where the protagonist hides his powers? Siwoo just smiled wickedly. Seeing that, the idiot tried hard to stop him. Bro, do you really think this stupid plan will work? It's not perfect or clever at all. Then both their phones suddenly sent an alert at the same time. It was an emergency notification. It read, an outbreak gate at Guzo. Emergency notification. Capability Management Office, October 17, 9:32 p.m. A medium-scale outbreak gate with a 1.5 km radius has appeared near Guzo University Hospital, Korea. All residents in the area below please follow the instructions of nearby evacuation staff and move to the nearest shelter. The Capability Management Office is summoning players urgently. This notice has been sent to those who meet the necessary conditions. Only hunters of rank C or above can accept emergency summons. The monsters in the outbreak gate have been confirmed as immortals. After reading the notice, the idiot hurriedly ran off. Wake X up, we need to evacuate. We have a message from the Si-Ung-Hoa apartment management. Hearing that, Siwoo asked Gyuzo Hospital, wait, isn't that where Minso is? Then his phone continued to notify him of reports about a chaotic gate appearing nearby. All residents should evacuate to designated shelters. Siwoo's face drained of color. He thought, damn, isn't this coincidence just way too coincidental again? Not long after, the idiot came out with Seon. He reassured his sister, Seon, are you surprised? It's okay, our brothers are here, the girl replied to her eldest and youngest brothers. The idiot urged, hurry up, go to the shelter with Seon. But Siwoo refused, saying he never said he was going anywhere. The idiot continued, you helped a neighboring country deal with major outbreak gates. Shut up, even if I try to stop you, you'll go anyway. At that moment, suddenly forces from the Capability Management Office appeared outside. They said, Kim Siwoo, we are from the Capability Management Office. We will take your family to the nearest safe house of the Capability Management Office, Kim Siwoo. Please meet Captain Kim when you are ready. Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. Looking around, the capability management personnel said, the monsters are mainly immortals. The gate core has not yet been found, and we have restricted movement into the area to hunters of at least rank C. It's been 3 years since the Busan tragedy when the last outbreak gate appeared in the city. Not long after they arrived at the destination, they said, we've arrived, Siwoo. Siwoo observed for a while and saw scenes of misery everywhere, a mother holding her child and crying. Sob, sob, mom, yes, doin', mom's here now, everything will be okay, we need treatment here. Then thousands of apologies echoed, sorry, sorry. Then came the loudspeaker announcement. Warriors participating in the gate suppression plan, please follow the others. Thank you for cooperating with the evacuation. Players were now assigned to rescue teams and planned to enter soon. As soon as that was said, everyone became chaotic. Professor, help me with my father, where is my father? Seeing this, Siwoo thought to himself that this was the embodiment of chaos. Then the system sent another notification warning that dark energy had been detected near the gate. He then moved forward, his destination being a place where several groups of people were gathering. Here it seemed no longer chaotic like before. They saw each other and smiled cheerfully. One person said, you're here? Long time no see, I had to cancel my plans because of this outbreak gate. The other replied, oh, I hope this trip will be worth it. Seeing that, Siwoo thought to himself that this place was completely different from outside. People cried as soon as they stepped out of this area when suddenly a familiar voice rang out, apparently players affiliated with guilds. By reflex, Siwoo turned around and it turned out to be Dongzich. He said, Captain Kim. Dongzich explained that you may not be used to this, but that's how things operate here. We won't start the operation until area assignments are complete, especially in an emergency. Area assignments? Siwoo asked. Dongzich answered, for ordinary people, a chaotic gate is a disaster, but for players, it's their job. Right now, guild representatives should divide the suppression zone into subsectors. Siwoo replied, this world gets more interesting by the day. Hearing that, he denied it. No, actually this makes me nauseous. Then Siwoo asked, remember our conversation yesterday about you supporting my decision if I helped with the White Glory Church? He replied, yes, I remember. Then Siwoo continued, I'll handle this gate by myself. Hearing this decision, Dongzich was extremely surprised and blurted out, what? Siwoo added, let everyone else focus on rescuing victims. I'll handle all the combat-related matters. But Siwoo didn't give Dongzich a chance to stop him and immediately began to act. He placed a hand on his shoulder, and then his clothes suddenly transformed into a neat black outfit. His whole body radiated a halo that made those around exclaim, what the hell is that? A beam of light rose from around Siwoo up to the sky. Everyone who looked at that beam gasped, look, the sky is beautiful. Mom, look, what the heck is that? Then the system continued to announce that the active skill, Sanctification, had altered terrestrial conditions. When activated, the effects of Sanctification would apply to the surrounding area. Monsters and immortals would be weakened. Weaker immortals would be erased immediately. Manager of the title space, fate is watching you. Then Siwoo knelt down and began to pray. O Jen, please godly punish those who try to disturb the peace of this land. For the duty of defeating those who stand against us, I will offer this body. Terrifying roars echoed throughout the building. The immortal creatures charged in majestically, angrily howling to intimidate. Everyone in the building was terrified and fled in a hurry. One person saw Minso still in a daze and shouted a warning, Minso, go now. Minso turned and swung hard at an immortal to block their advance. He turned and urgently asked, you still don't know where the dungeon boss is? The other replied, the youngest went to look for it, but he hasn't returned. Hearing that, Min understood and hurried after the other. We can't just sit here waiting, we have to find the boss ourselves. He couldn't help but feel tense, thinking that it's already hard enough. If the gate's difficulty increases, we won't be able to do anything. The other ran ahead alongside Mino, crying out anxiously, damn, is there no end? How much longer must we endure this? I bet the guilds are arguing over territory while the Capability Management Office lacks the competence to handle this. Isn't anyone going to save us from these immortals? Mino ran on, panting and exhausted, comforting him, just a little longer, we have to wait a bit more. I'm sure they'll come to rescue us. That person knew something useful, but who? Minso confirmed, I know someone, and the two ran fast toward the nearest escape hatch. Minho quickly opened the door into the neighboring room to take shelter. Before the two could catch their breath, someone hurried over and shouted, players, get onto the roof now, quickly. Minho obeyed him and hurried up to the rooftop. A horrifying scene unfolded before them, leaving them stunned for a moment. On the rooftop, a large number of immortals were waiting to attack them. Minso stood dazed for a long time at the sight. A nightmare was approaching. Liklakia, a disciple of pride, had appeared. You have found the core of the chaotic gates. Lik stared at the newcomers with keen interest. Minso helplessly looked at that powerful immortal, thinking that it was the highest grade immortal. Its very existence was a source of disaster. An A-rank hunter couldn't do anything to it. Those with him lamented as they faced the unimaginable enemy. It was over. Minso couldn't resist either and had nothing left to do but await his fate. However, if a miracle were to happen, he bowed his head, hands clasped in prayer. Strange goddess, please have mercy on those here. As if hearing his prayer, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky. White smoke gradually dispersed, and a lone figure slowly stepped forward. Good, Minso. Let me handle this. Siwoo's appearance surprised the crowd. They were overjoyed that he had come to rescue them. Siwoo glanced at Minso approvingly. You saved them. Then he frowned and faced the highest grade immortal there. Perfect. As Minso had prayed, he had reached the roof instantly. The Earth's dimensional system was conducting a destiny synchronization test. The chaotic gate, formed for unknown reasons, was disrupting the unity of destiny. The system requires you to balance the destiny of Earth's dimension. 3, 2, 1. The result of the destiny synchronization test showed no issues. The system's announcements made Siwoo involuntarily exclaim. Lik also showed some hesitation when facing Siwoo. You possess a troublesome power. I don't know where you borrowed this power from, but with this alone you cannot defeat me. This land will soon become a sacrifice to the great proud one. No one can illuminate his darkness. Siwoo felt extremely skeptical at these words. What are you saying? Information about the Holy Untouchable has been synchronized across Earth and Eden. Holy Untouchable, an active skill category described as annihilating all demonic energy within a designated range. A blinding beam of light shot forth, causing the immortals to cry out in agonizing wails. Even Lik briefly panicked at the intense light. Who are you? How do you have this kind of power? What power can so easily wipe out my entire army? What? A servant of a god dares to insult me like this. He screamed in fury. I will not let anyone here survive. Narrabalizer is dangerous. This area has been infiltrated by Lik's curse. Cries of pain from the weak echoed everywhere. The area's destiny cohesion had been destroyed. Witnessing the tragic scene, Siwoo couldn't help but frown tensely. A high-level dark spell covered everything around with a curse, creating a space reserved for death. A curse within Siwoo's heart. A dark, gloomy aura surrounded Lik. It snarled fiercely, useless ones like Gu whom you serve cannot save you or anyone from death. This city will soon become a city of corpses. Those words enraged Siwoo. He waved his hand and summoned his powerful light. Useless, do you want to die? I kept you alive only because I was curious to hear what you'd say, but now I find that's unnecessary. Siwoo lunged to attack Lik. It merely sneered mockingly at him. You, a useless slave of a Gu. Siwoo lunged to attack Lik. It merely sneered mockingly at him. You, a useless slave of a Gu. After a while, white smoke gradually dissipated following the shockwave. Lik struggled in pain, unable to rise. It cried out in resentful fury, what? This is not my fate. Siwoo gritted his teeth and retorted, fate is for the living, not for corpses like you. Lik suddenly realized something and exclaimed in astonishment, I understand now, it was you. You are the one who killed the imitator and me, Mitch. How dare you sabotage the plan of the Most High? Impatient with the nonsense, Siwoo delivered a powerful kick to it. You've talked enough. The powerful kick caused Lik to shatter outright. But a dark white silhouette slowly coalesced, echoing Lik's enraged words. Yes, even if you kill me, my curse will continue to corrode this land. This place will soon become a city of death and spread despair among you humans. As it finished speaking, Siwoo punched the white shape, causing it to vanish in agony. You have defeated the Lik of the Chaotic Gate. You have met all conditions to resolve the Chaotic Gate. Siwoo reflected on what Lik had said. It was true, and that realization made him angry. A land polluted by Narrabalizer would become a dead city where nothing could grow or be created. In that state, the area would become a hell on Earth, continuously spawning immortals. There's a skill I can use in this situation, but it's the one skill I never want to use. It's too flashy and honestly quite tacky. The White Glory Church, right? With that thought, Siwoo declared resolutely, indeed, I warned you, wait and watch the show I'll put on. Information about the active skill, Purifying Wings synchronized. Amid the night sky, a blazing red aura appeared by the system's command. The destiny cohesion of the dimension falls silent before your power. purify the area tainted by Narabalizer. The wings on Siwoo's back enlarged and enveloped the entire city sunk in gloom. People felt the light and reached out to catch the feathers slowly falling down. Minso's group stood momentarily stunned at his radiant wings. Siwoo squeezed his eyes shut as the halo enveloped him. The sight made them gape in amazement, staring at him like a supreme god. Number of followers 13, number of followers 167, number of followers 674, number of followers 1807. Siwoo's wings spread wide, radiating the aura of the supreme god. People below looked up at him. Not long after, at a press conference attended by a crowd of reporters and spectators at Roman 20:11:00 p.m., the emergency briefing will begin. Standing confidently amid the crowd, he announced, "Good evening, I am the head of the Capacity Management Department for the second term. I will now begin the report." The gate containment was carried out as follows. A gate was reported to have appeared at Gyuzo University Hospital at 9:32 p.m., and indeed it did appear. At 9:47 p.m., a team from the Capacity Management Department arrived at the scene. The surrounding area was secured and civilians were evacuated. At 10:15 p.m., the awakened Kim Siwoo was on site and eliminated the lick host of the chaotic gate. The emergency disaster situation has now been fully resolved. The following is the official statement from the Republic of Korea government. Mr. Kim SH recently returned to Earth through the Han VBC-4Z gate. He is the figure appearing in the videos of the hidden player that have been trending on social media. Because Mr. Kim Siwoo's abilities have not been measured with magical measurement instruments, we cannot fully determine the extent of his power. However, I believe that through the incident at the Hangi VB hospital gate, military personnel awakens and civilians directly witnessed his abilities. After investigation, the Republic of Korea government has concluded that Mr. Kim Siwoo is a returnee with a rank of at least disaster. His statement caused the hall to buzz with speculation. If he is a returnee with a disaster rank, does that make him a monumental? A monumental has appeared in Korea. Contact the director immediately. Is he an abnormal whose abilities cannot be measured? Director Dong Sik continued, directing everyone's attention to Siwoo. From now on, the Republic of Korea declares that it possesses an abnormal returnee. Siwoo greeted the reporters, "Good evening. I am the leader of the Gen Church, Kim Siwoo." People were briefly surprised by his introduction. A church, he is religious. Siwoo proceeded to explain his church in detail. First, I will explain what the Gen Church organization is, starting with what happened when I arrived in Eden and how I returned to Earth. I spent 10 years pouring everything I could, my being and soul, into the Gen Church as its pope. Any questions? The reporters immediately clamored to ask questions. From S Daily New Dong to ZBC broadcasters, how do you feel about being Korea's first abnormal? Do you plan to continue running the organization on Earth? Siwoo responded slowly and briefly, yes. A reporter raised a hand and voiced suspicions loudly. Should we understand that Korea's sole abnormal is forcing people to join a church? Was the attack on the gate just a performance for your missionary work? What is the difference between an otherworldly religion and a church? Do the Korean government and the Capacity Management Department plan to officially support the Gen Church? Hearing the question, Siwoo exhaled, thinking to himself that he wondered why no one had asked these before. He may have lived in Eden 10 years, but as a Korean citizen, he also dislikes cults. With that in mind, he replied loudly, "Of course, I understand your skepticism. However, I will prove the strength of our faith through action. Whether you respect and believe in our doctrine is a personal decision. No one will be forced to join our church." Siwoo smiled brightly, thinking himself a noteworthy believer. But the brief silence and the skeptical gaze of director Dong Sik made him freeze for a moment. Shortly after, reporters began raising their hands to ask questions one after another. Lia Rang of the new S group for Bu On of H letter 1EA5P, Run Dai B letter 1EDD, Rao Ka S letter 1EDD, Tin DHG of the Genter T letter 1EA7N, M letter 1EBN. Siwoo noticed a man in the crowd and thought he could recognize him as a potential follower at a glance. Thinking this, he pointed to the man in the second row wearing a brown jacket. "What is your question?" The man, pleased to be singled out, hurriedly spoke up. "Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. I am Steve Ho from Gel and God Daily News. I am very interested in the Gen Church. May I ask what the church's future activities will involve?" Siwoo quickly answered his question. To maximize reach and attract the public, the Gen Church will begin posting on Metop. We don't have a channel name yet, but I think it would be good if everyone suggested names for us. T Ho, satisfied with the answer, replied enthusiastically, "Thanks for the response, I'll definitely join." Siwoo wiped a bead of sweat, inwardly grateful. "Thank you, future follower." Immediately after, Siwoo loudly ended the press conference. "Then we will conclude this emergency briefing here." But questions kept coming. As Korea's first abnormal, how do you feel? You have attracted over 10,000 followers to the Gen Church. You have completed the main mission of founding a church. A new item is now available in the shop. New features, baptism, special roles, the missionary, new main missions, and church expansion have been added. Gen Church, primordial deity Gen Chiu, original Eden space attributes received from charity level 1. Affiliated organizations do not apply. Current divine points DP, 2,500. Your organization is rapidly gaining popularity, but you have not yet converted that popularity into religious worship. To foster continuous devotion from followers and effective missionary activities, you need to spread the gospel. The next morning dawned sunny, with cheerful birdsong heralding a new day. At a luxury apartment complex, Siwoo was leisurely stretched out on the sofa scrolling through the news. 20 comments are definitely fake. They're scamming, selling a disaster and an S-rank returnee hunter to Japan. And now they've brought in some dumb church name here. But if he closed the immortal gate, he should at least be S-rank, right? Clearly government agents secretly aided him. You can't judge from just one incident, but he doesn't seem like a cult leader. Reading the unkind comments, Siwoo pouted and asked loudly, "You dummy, do I look that evil?" The dummy, brushing his teeth, reluctantly answered, "You just look devout." Siwoo kept prodding, "But don't you think you look like a villain?" The dummy stepped forward and stared at him, assessing. "You seem to lack distance, like you're missing the sanctity of a true believer. Honestly, aside from the wings that grew, I don't see you as holy. On the contrary, you kind of resemble a heretical leader." Siwoo pondered the boy's words. "Look at this kid. He still won't admit I don't look like a villain." The dummy suddenly got excited and spread his arms in a teasing pose. "Yes, if you flap your wings a few more times, won't you attract a ton more followers?" Siwoo snapped angrily, "Shut up," but the dummy kept twirling and even performed a magical girl-style transformation. Siwoo gradually understood his point and reluctantly replied, "It would actually be quite effective, but it's hard to do that regularly." His remark surprised the dummy, who exclaimed loudly, "Why is it hard?" Siwoo hesitated before explaining he was about to use his skill. Causality compatibility test. Something called a causality compatibility test appeared. Causality compatibility is like a scale. If I try to produce holy effects beyond a certain limit, I'll have to undergo a test. And if I fail that test, I'll be punished by the system. That means I might not be able to use my abilities as I want. At best, I should postpone using large-scale holy skills. The dummy suddenly cut into his thoughts. "By the way, are you okay with the hateful comments? You seem calmer than I expected. Aren't you upset people don't believe you?" Siwoo waved it off, pretending not to care. "I was in a hurry, which is why I spoke about the church so soon. I also wouldn't want people to believe in a cult-like organization. Through ordinary activities, my credibility will increase. One day the image of the Gen Church will improve until people see it as just a normal religious organization. Slowly but surely, Korea's prejudice against religions from other worlds will disappear." Siwoo gave a satisfied thumbs up. If that's all, it's not a bad start, actually better than he expected. The dummy wiped sweat and marveled. Since returning from the other world, he's become much more proactive. The shop was updated with new items. Siwoo glanced at the system panel and exclaimed. The dummy, looking at his expression, quickly realized a status window might have appeared. Missionary DLC role condition. Own at least read Bible level 10. Main trait sermon permanently increases followers' faith status points. Followers listen to sermons proportionally to the missionary's faith status points. Cost 1,500 divine points, due to translation. This information shocked Siwoo, who exclaimed loudly, "The missionary." He happily clicked into the system to explore. Finally, the special role he'd been waiting for. The missionary role is far more important than the inspector updated last time, but what is this? Siwoo carefully checked the details. The requirement is to own at least read Bible level 10. Seeing that distant requirement, Siwoo seemed stunned and collapsed back onto the sofa. The dummy looked at him, puzzled by his sudden oddness, and asked curiously, "Does anyone in Korea besides you know the doctrine of the Gen Church?" Siwoo, discouraged, replied slowly, "I'm really down right now, don't talk to me." Doctrine is the identity of a religion. A missionary who spreads that doctrine plays the most important role in expanding the sect. They are the people I need most right now. The dummy suddenly excitedly spread his arms. "You have wings, flap them a few more times." Hearing that, Siwoo grew even more irritated and snapped loudly, "Shut up, go outside." While he was feeling dejected, another notification window popped up. Because the number of Gen Church followers has increased, the range of causality affected by your deity's holy power will expand. Your god is pleased and grants you a prophecy. A bright object appeared along with a voice echoing from nowhere. "Ahem, can you hear me, Siwoo?" Siwoo quickly recognized the voice and cried out in alarm, but Jin paid no mind to his tone and replied calmly, "Oh, Siwoo, so you can hear me now." The dummy also saw the shining messenger and, astonished, greeted Jen. "Is that a deity? Hello, thank you for looking after someone like my brother." Hearing that, Siwoo angrily demanded, "What are you saying?" Jen smiled and asked, "Is that your younger brother, Siwoo?" Elsewhere, she laughed loudly, delighted by their sibling closeness. "You really fit with your family, don't you?" Siwoo sighed in reply. She only said that because she didn't see how wide his eyes got when she teased him. "Anyway, what happened?" Jen explained, "The follower count increased and I can contact you. You've worked very hard. Now I can help you run the church on Earth too." "My Siwoo, you're such a busy pope that you don't even know my doctrine. That remark made Siwoo uneasy. He stared at the messenger in a panic. He hesitantly asked, "How did you know I was in trouble?" Jen replied softly, "I told you when you first came to Eden that I would always help you. I've come up with a way to help you this time as well." Receiving her concern made Siwoo feel pleased. He blurted praise, "You're still so cute." "Then tell me what your deity has prepared for me." Jen detailed her plan. "I've just made arrangements with the system and space. I passed the causality test, so the status window will soon appear before you. After purchasing the special missionary role, you can spend an additional 1,000 points to bring a missionary from Eden." The system announcement left Siwoo astonished. "I can bring a missionary from Eden?" he exclaimed, sweating helplessly. "Do you want me to bring them to Korea like you kidnapped me to Eden?" Jen frowned in rebuttal. "You called it a kidnapping in your case, which is true, but this time it's not like that." Siwoo angrily accused her. "Do you have a habit of kidnapping people?" Jen hurriedly explained in detail. "That's unfair. I chose them from a group of volunteers." Hearing that, Siwoo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh. So the missionary coming to Earth has already been decided?" Jen replied, "Of course, they'll come through the chaotic gate tomorrow." Siwoo clicked the purchase button in the system and sighed in wonder. How did same-day delivery work so fast? To bring a missionary through space so quickly? Good deal, I guess. I'll buy it now. You have spent 2,500 points to purchase the special role. The missionary, the first missionary, has received the Pope's call and will traverse space. Please confirm the coordinates of the designated chaotic gate. Siwoo exhaled. I didn't think the missionary issue would be resolved so quickly. Thank you, Jen. You've really helped me a lot. Jen replied, "You're welcome." Siwoo, curious, asked, "So who will be coming? Someone I know, right?" Jen grinned slyly. "It's a secret. Isn't surprise the most delightful gift?" Siwoo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Now that I think about it, who will come? Who will come to Earth? Well, whoever it is. It's truly worrying." At that moment in the large central building of the city, Dang So-hitch announced sternly, "Siwoo, a C-51 gate has appeared in Injiang." Siwoo responded understandingly, "Understood." Dang So-hitch continued awkwardly, "It's been assigned already. I don't think we can intervene. The Ability Management Bureau may face backlash from awakened alliances nationwide." Siwoo was deeply troubled, thinking that when Jen sent a missionary things would go smoothly. He wiped sweat and forced a smile, asking, "There's nothing you can do?" Dang So-hitch coughed and hesitated. "I could have negotiated if it were assigned to a smaller guild, but the C-51 gate has been taken by the Goblin Guild," he said. "They're the fourth largest power in Korea's rankings. Since they're sponsored by Soy, it will be hard to persuade them with gate items or money. And because C-51 is only a grade C gate, it seems the guild decided to use it as a training site." He asked curiously, "May I ask why it had to be C-51? Siwoo turned away in annoyance, biting his nails in frustration, thinking, "Damn, this is too complicated." Siwoo hesitated, trying to explain to Dang So-hitch. "To carry out our missionary work, the goddess will send a missionary from Eden." "Haha, they're planning to come through that gate." Dang So-hitch was stunned, standing up and shouting, "One person, not a returnee, but someone from the other side." Dang So-hitch frowned worriedly. "Ah, this is complicated. Siwoo, there will be problems if an outsider encounters the guild." His words made Siwoo suspicious. "What do you mean?" Dang So-hitch pondered the monsters that had appeared in detail. So far, all humanoid monsters that appeared in Korea have been extremely strong and clearly hostile to humans, yielding huge rewards and experience. His ominous words left Siwoo more confused. "What are you saying?" Dang So-hitch hesitated. "I mean, what if that outsider isn't a monster?" Siwoo slowly realized what he was implying and repeated helplessly, "You're saying if my colleagues encounter the Goblin Guild, there could be a war?" Dang So-hitch wiped sweat and admitted yes. Understanding his point, Siwoo continued to discuss solutions. "Ah, it seems we have no other choice. Captain Kim, can you notify my intention to visit the Goblin Guild?" Dang So-hitch replied, "I think I'll have to handle this myself." A high school in Injiang City, Gate C-51. A gloomy atmosphere hung everywhere amid the chaotic scenes of the people around. When Siwoo arrived, he heard the commander's urgent announcement. There wasn't much time left. Prepare to move, ensure armor is worn properly, and keep medicine within reach. He lounged in a corner, probing the situation. The sky was purple, the sign of a chaotic gate. It gave off an apocalyptic atmosphere. Suddenly, someone approached and greeted him. "Thanks for waiting. I have to run after giving a few orders to our newcomers." The man smiled broadly, reaching out as he introduced himself. "I'm Choi Sin, leader of the Goblin Guild." Siwoo cautiously sized him up. Astonishingly, he could feel the man's enormous mana. After considering, he reached out to shake Selen's hand and greeted, "Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Siwoo." Siwoo couldn't help but marvel at that incredible power. He was the strongest player he'd seen so far. "Is this the level of S-rank hunters?" He smiled politely and continued, "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting on short notice." Sin laughed and replied, "It's an honor to meet an abnormal like you. Very pleased to meet you, Black Priest." Siwoo burst into a delighted laugh. He was truly pleased. Suddenly, a window appeared before him. "The opponent's mana is pressing on you, but thanks to your high resistance, it has no effect. Siwoo blurted, I think this greeting is a bit over the top for me. Choi Sin stepped closer to probe, I'm quite interested in the Gen Church. Are you accepting new followers? I'm hoping to find someone to put my faith in. Siwoo maintained a proper smile and replied, we always welcome new followers, especially a famous new convert like you, Choi. Failing to get what he wanted, Sin relaxed his grip. He forced a smile and said, ha, you're pretty straightforward. I heard the story on the way here, it seems you're interested in this gate. Alright, fine, I'll do whatever it takes to meet a commoner's request. After all, it's only a grade C gate. However, this gate must have something truly special if someone like you came here yourself. That's why I'm a bit annoyed to hear about this. Our guild may not look like much, but we are a third-tier guild. Do you really think we'd give it up just because you asked? Are you looking down on us? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're an abnormal? Siwoo broke into a sweat, thinking to himself at his angry words, oh, so that's what he meant. He then recalled Dong Hitch's earlier warning. By the way, Choi Sin the leader is rather hot-headed. Be careful of sudden mood swings. I'll reveal a trick to deal with Choi Sin. You're the only one I'm telling. I've survived 5 years with him using this tactic. His eyes lit with pride, and Siwoo helplessly thought this was the trick of a seasoned official. After remembering, Siwoo suddenly clapped his hands in a friendly way. His voice softened considerably. He moved closer to Sin to curry favor. His demeanor made Sin flinch back in alarm. Not at all. I've heard all the stories about the Goblin Guild and their superb combat skills. I've never experienced Earthlings' fighting styles. Please allow me to witness your great guild's combat so I can learn. Please, I didn't expect this from a member of the church. At that spot not long before, a strange gate had appeared surrounded by dark, gloomy currents. 10 minutes before the chaotic gate appeared, Darkness Man had begun to blanket the area. After being lavishly flattered, Choi Sin happily slapped Siwoo on the shoulder in a friendly way. If I had the choice, I'd fight you right now. I like your attitude and you have talent. You seem ready to fight anyone you want. Siwoo forced a smile, inwardly thinking this guy really likes being praised. Thanks, Captain Kim. I don't care as long as I can get into the gates. After looting, things don't always go according to plan anyway. They prepared thoroughly for a grade C gate. This really means I can take advantage of the opportunity to understand how Earthlings handle gates. Excellent, however, I can tell who has experience and who doesn't. Choi Sin was ecstatic, proud of his subordinates. My kids have proven their skills. I'm sure they'll get used to everything soon. Suddenly, Siwoo frowned and asked tentatively, Choi Sin, don't you have any players assigned to heal others? Sin didn't hide it and answered bluntly, it seems you don't know, healers aren't common. Most heal-capable hunters are ranked A, and even rogue medics are exorbitantly expensive. Hearing that, Siwoo pondered, it seems healers are scarce on Earth. Maybe this is a good opportunity for the Gen Church to find a foothold. At that moment, the strange gate in midair gradually expanded, putting everyone on alert. It was opening everyone to their positions. The chaotic gate appeared and a mission began. Welcome type, sub-description. According to the agreement between Earth and Eden, a missionary from Eden has been sent to the Gen Church. Meet the missionary safely and escort them out of the chaotic gate. Completion condition, the missionary's survival. Reward unknown, Gen's sacred relic token. Everyone tensed and stared at the gate where the ferocious monsters were emerging. There they come, Chos. Siwoo quickly recognized them and murmured in admiration, they are Chos. Everyone hurriedly took battle positions, focusing on the heads of the Cho. Hey, focus on fighting. What are you thinking in the middle of a fight? Are you the top student from the academy? Did the academy only teach you to stare at enemies during battle? Siwoo glanced at Sejin and asked curiously, don't you think you should observe and assist them? Sejin remained unperturbed. He had immense confidence in their abilities. I'm sure my elites will overcome everything. Are you worried about the newcomers? They joined because they trust us. We won't let them die by accident. Siwoo smiled inwardly at the man beside him. He seemed very loyal. He would be a perfect mercenary if born in Eden. I thought he was just a wealthy guild leader, but it seems I judged him by his appearance. On this side, tensions rose. The gate was widening, the chaotic gate expanding, and all forces shifted to Formation B, ready for combat. But as the Chos slowly emerged, they were shocked to see strange, dark red fluids smeared over their bodies. Blood. Those nearby quickly sensed something off and shouted a warning. The Tro looked like something was chasing them. Something's wrong, they seem in a hurry. The Tro rushed forward in pain, panicking as if trying to flee something. Someone noticing the oddity approached and reported to Selen, Sir, there's something wrong with the Cho. I think they're being chased by something. Siwoo, sensing something, looked toward the gate with suspicion. Oh, don't tell me Sejin is furious now. He shouted, Kim Siwoo, is that what you've been looking for? Siwoo hesitated and admitted, I think so. Seojin felt the brutal power approaching and excited unleashed all his mana. Such terrifying strength. It's been a long time. Unbelievable that last time you intended to face this alone. I apologize for this, these are my matters. Siwoo hurriedly stepped aside, wanting to explain fully but unable to speak. Wait, they're not the enemy, but it seemed he wasn't going to listen. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and froze for a moment. At that moment, a pathetic tro was dispatched by someone. Then the others met the same fate. Sejin suddenly shouted, "Newcomers, fall back." A strange person stepped out of that gate, Leo Dumen. He was the leader of the Gen Church's doctrinal research group and had become archbishop at 29. He was blunt to the extreme, but his most representative title was the church's mad dog. He imposed the rules he set. The church's mad dog, Leo recognized Siwoo and politely bowed to greet him. Siwoo froze as soon as he recognized him. Why him of all people? Seojin, thrilled at the powerful opponent, leapt forward like lightning to confront him. "You're perfect, you're mine, I won't let anyone else have you. Excite me." Now Leo and Seojin faced off directly in midair. Leo slightly frowned as he was suddenly attacked. Leo's arms and Seojin's punching fist trembled briefly before the opponent's overwhelming strength. Suddenly Sejin sensed something unusual and paused momentarily. Leo threw him aside with full force. Sejin was unexpectedly countered and hurled onto the hard stone ground. Siwoo forced a smile facing the coming storm and murmured, "This is bad." On the other hand, the attack unintentionally terrified those present, who looked at him warily. After a moment, the crowd murmured again. He knocked Sane, an S-rank hunter, to the ground. This must be a dungeon boss. They also thought to themselves, no way, I swear. Leo heard someone shout orders. Group 2, go confirm the boss's condition, block that boss, or everything nearby will be ruined. Stay alert. He ignored them and walked up to Siwoo, feigning embarrassment as he said, "Brothers, stop this pointless fight." "I don't want to fight you," Jen would be saddened. He put a hand to his forehead in an awkward gesture. "Oh my, Leo, you really are shameless." He felled a renowned warrior just by appearing. "I feel bad toward Captain Kim, how can I face him?" After saying that, Siwoo watched Leo's manner. He tacitly understood his meaning. Leo lightly placed his hand on his left chest and bowed apologetically. "Your Holiness, I, a devoted follower of Jen and head of doctrinal research, Leo, second bishop of the church. I respectfully greet the Pope, the first apostle and sole representative of Jen." Siwoo was completely surprised. Since when did he learn Korean? Leo deftly replied, "This is a favor granted to me by the great Jen men. He told me to use this wonderful language to spread the good teachings." At that moment, he recalled what Jen had told him earlier. Siwoo later to himself, "Figure it out on your own." He chuckled inwardly. She is pointlessly detailed. Immediately after, Jane suddenly scolded Leo. "What are you doing as soon as you arrive? Don't you see what you've done? This is a ridiculous accident. He's far too dangerous. Sir, you should consider my situation living here. How can I face Captain Kim? Do you realize the danger ahead?" As Jiang spoke suddenly in panic, Siwoo turned to look back. He saw Sane had sat up and thrown a very hard punch. Archbishops of the church must be loyal to doctrine, possess noble character, and sacrifice for others, a lofty station earned through this process and venerated by people. However, Leo was an exception among the two armed orders representing the church, the battle priests and the holy knights. Leo led the battle priests and was a hero who had secured victories in countless battles against demons. Knowing Sane might endanger Leo, Siwoo stepped in front of him to protect Leo. Yet he said, "Your Holiness, step aside, no need to waste energy on such a thing." "I will." Before Leo finished speaking, Siwoo interrupted. "Leo, shut up, Sane. I'm truly sorry for not warning you about this." Sane refused to let Leo go. "Siwoo, get out of the way. Everything's about to get interesting, don't stop me." With that, he ignored everyone and lunged at them. Siwoo shouted in panic, "Hold on, this is Leo, a bishop of our church. I think there's been a misunderstanding." But he wouldn't listen to Siwoo's explanation. "Siwoo, I know that bastard-like monster isn't an enemy. However, a man's dream is fulfilled by facing the strong." Hearing that, Siwoo replied in astonishment, "What?" Sane spoke up, "Sometimes dreams are more precious than life itself." Siwoo thought anxiously to himself, is he crazy? Just then Leo spoke, "Dreams, what a wonderful word. Seeing warriors like you excites me about this world called Earth. If your holiness permits, let me show an Earth warrior the power of the great Jen." Seeing a fight about to erupt before him, he loudly tried to stop Leo. "Sir, you're crazy too." Leo just replied, "We're not children anymore. Why ask permission to fight?" At that point, Siwoo stopped trying to restrain them. Instead, he felt excited. This was interesting. So Siwoo stood outside and watched them fight. Unable to stand it any longer, he grabbed Seojin by the collar, then suddenly seized Leo's shirt as well. While the two still didn't understand what was happening, Siwoo didn't hesitate. He twisted their arms and slammed both to the ground. He stood up straight, dusting off his clothes while mocking them. "So how does your dream taste?" A second later, the system notification board appeared. It announced, "The chaotic gate has been completely destroyed, the greeting quest is complete, and you have received a reward from Leo." At that moment, Dong-sich came to find Siwoo. "Weren't you going to talk to Sane?" Siwoo answered calmly, "I tried," but Dong-sich quickly recovered his composure and said, "It's fine. Anyway, let's pretend what happened today never happened and everything from this gate will belong to the Goppin Guild. Do we have an agreement?" Upon hearing this, Sane laughed loudly and replied, "Two men fighting a few times, what's the big deal? Meanwhile, you act tense, saying you could tear down an A-rank gate with just 2 blows. Not stopping there, he made a proposal. "I, Sane, have something to propose to Kim Siwoo." He suggested an alliance between the Goppin Guild and the Jen Church. Surprised, Siwoo asked saying, an alliance, we're not a guild but a church. He quickly explained, you are a church with two awakened. Together you could overwhelm an S rank. Don't forget many eyes are watching you, Siwoo, and some of them have already begun to act. I haven't felt such a passionate fire for a long time because of you two. Take as long as you need to consider the alliance. I say and take my leave. Dongsich also spoke his mind to Siwoo. We'll start registering Leo as an awakened and verify his identity. Siwoo, you can go home now. However, he seemed uneasy. I always cause you trouble. He didn't dodge and replied, thanks for noticing. In Dong Sich's mind, he thought about buying Captain Kim some nutritious food once he earned money. That night at Siwoo's home, Siwoo and Leo ate together with Yi Nugok, and Si thanked them for the meal. Sticky, glossy rice with country-style soybean soup full of minced bean paste, beef, winter melon, and tofu. Dishes lightly fried by the woman in a pan. Soy sauce with thinly sliced chilies alongside crisp, refreshing white kimchi. Leo couldn't help but exclaim, impressive, thanks for the meal. You replied excitedly, yes, yes. Enjoy it. Then you leaned over and whispered to your brother, if we'd known this missionary would come straight to our house, we might have ordered chicken instead of foreign soup for the first meeting, and also the traditional Korean soybean soup. But Siwoo ate calmly and said it was a wonderful feast, and this time it was white kimchi. Leo hurriedly added, yes, it smells great. I've heard a lot about you from His Holiness. Even that you're a good cook. Suddenly praised by a stranger like him, Yi Nugok was flustered and replied, ah, thank you. Sion spoke kindly to him, Leo, eat. Yi Nugok cooks very well. I've heard a lot about you even though you've never met him. He was also quite open when talking with her. Of course I've heard a lot about you. He often says he has a very cute little sister. Sion also complimented Leo. Leo, you're tall and look very cool. Hearing this, he politely thanked her for the compliment. I look forward to meeting you from now on. Sion, Siwoo's sister, and his brother were close to Leo, and she murmured inwardly, his physique exceeded expectations. Then he slowly brought a spoonful to his mouth to taste it. The moment he tasted its deliciousness, Leo's face showed surprise and he urgently said, oh man, this has flavor. Seeing his reaction, Yi Nugok panicked and replied, what? The food doesn't suit your taste. Let's order chicken. However, Leo explained, sorry, it's just too delicious. Yi Nugok, your food is number one. Can I learn to cook from you someday? You were completely surprised by his offer. Really? Luckily, eat a lot. I'll teach you everything. I'm very good at Korean cooking. What do you like? Meat, fish, vegetables. I can teach you to season vegetables and make all kinds of soups. Leo smiled and said that sounded great. And so they had a meal filled with laughter and conversation. My family from Eden and Korea meeting felt surreal. Because housing is hard to find in Korea, Leo decided to stay in the woman's spare room. I contacted her for permission and she said she made friends in the US and will be there a while longer. I also want to introduce Leo to her. The next morning, the relic of Jen, a necklace with a memorable seed-colored stone. This is one of the notable blessings personally bestowed by Jen. Siwoo muttered with some puzzlement. This is the relic Leo brought to Earth. Jen's intention in giving it to me through Leo became clear. The system then provided Siwoo with additional information about the main quest, expand the church. Expand the church, temple, main type, description. You have acquired a new relic imbued with the goddess's power through the missionary of the Pope. Please construct a temple for those who have become followers of the church. A temple is where the precious faith of believers is built together. Requirement, complete temple construction. Reward, 500D, baptism trait level 1. Though slightly hesitant, he was very excited. Build a temple, the time has finally come. To consolidate a society's position, the temple is crucial. It's where people pray to the deity, where believers gather to connect and deepen their understanding of the gospel. That this is a main quest shows the Jen Church is on the right path to taking root on Earth. While Siwoo held Jen's relic in contemplative thought, Leo was vacuuming. He said, Your Holiness Pope, could you lift your leg, please? Startled, he raised his leg and replied awkwardly, oh, okay, thank you. As he passed by, Siwoo suddenly had a thought and inwardly said, wait, something's not right. A second later, he asked Leo, how do you know how to use a vacuum? He quickly handed over a notebook and answered, she taught me before she left. She even gave me this notebook. Also, seeing the pile of clean laundry, Siwoo was startled and asked Leo, you even fold laundry? Yes. He answered very casually, Yi Nugok took the time to teach me. He also taught me how to use those machines called the washing machine and dryer. Because I serve His Holiness the Pope, this is the least I can do. Please don't worry. Although he could kill a bear and fight down an S-rank hunter, he was surprisingly serious about housework. That is the perfect butler. Thinking that, Siwoo quietly called Leo. Then he remembered something and thought to himself, although I intended Leo to live independently, Min thinks it's best to keep him nearby. After seeing the benefits of keeping Leo in his home, Siwoo clapped his shoulder and gently asked, you used to be my right hand in Eden, remember? Because he suddenly acted familiar, Leo felt a bit confused. I will carry out the role of assisting you, Your Holiness. He then happily ordered Leo, all right, finish cleaning and get ready to go. Yi Nugok should be back within 30 minutes with some clothes for you. He asked curiously, may I ask why we're going out? Siwoo replied, to counsel new believers. At an office building in Hunmapo, As soon as Shu arrived, Miso hurried out to meet him. I should have come to see you. I apologize for this. Not only did he not scold him, he replied cheerfully, I had no choice because I was busy. The one with more time should move, brother. However, Minei still politely bowed to Siwoo and spoke respectfully. Even so, I think bringing the Pope all the way here was improper. He, as always, did not blame the other. It's okay, really. I'm glad to visit the areas of the church. Later, while touring the building, Siwoo murmured to himself with interest. But a 5-story building near Hongdae. I'd forgotten he's an YouTuber with 5 million subscribers. He praised him. Still, it must be said this building is impressive because we're recognized as a guild-backed company, so we get some financial support. Although it's our main source of income, we also take on dungeon conquest requests and gate subjugations. We actually make more money from guild consulting than from meetups. After that, Minso brewed a cup of coffee for him and Leo. Siwoo then turned to ask his impression of the coffee. So, how do you find the coffee? Leo replied calmly, it broadens my palate. I want to learn more about Earth cuisine. He felt satisfied inwardly that Leo liked Earth food. It seemed Leo was born to be here. Even a host like Minso smiled with pride because the guests enjoyed his drink. I'm glad you like it. Tell me if you want more. Leo quickly thanked Minso. Thank you. A moment later, Siwoo introduced him to Minso. This is the person I mentioned earlier, the missionary from Eden sent to spread the word of the goddess, Archbishop Leo. Hearing that, Minso was so excited he jumped up from his seat and shouted, oh, this person. He bowed and greeted him. To meet a brother on earth, praise be to the goddess Jen. Very pleased to meet you, brother Minho. I am Leo. The other introduced himself. I'm Minso. In an instant, he responded with a single word to show his agreement. It seems you've met Jen. I can see the mark around your heart. At that point, he could only go along with Leo. Yes, though I haven't met the goddess Jen directly, she healed my illness and blessed me with warm light. Siwoo also noticed an aura about Minso, but he only thought to himself that the man was on the verge of developing divine power. It seemed Minso's faith was more serious than he'd expected. But then Siwoo cut their conversation short. Alright Minso, now that everyone's met, why don't we get to the main point? As he said this, he reached inside his shirt to take something out. Quickly, Siwoo produced Jen's relic for him to see. According to the information, Jen's relic, an artifact of the Jen Church originating from Eden, is described as a necklace bearing Jen's power capable of creating a sanctuary, usable only on land the church legally owns on Earth. Its effect declares the surrounding land a sanctuary, and the church's temple must be built within that sanctuary. A warning per the law of causality, seizing land by force will not be permitted. Since this was the first time he'd seen it, Minso was extremely fascinated. Minso, we plan to build a temple for the Jen Church. The proposal was so sudden that he couldn't believe it at first and shouted out. But Minso quickly recovered and began planning. Then I'll start fundraising from the management support team, all for the first temple in the name of our Lord Jen. Hearing this, he declined. I have matters more important than money, although financial concerns were urgent. We still don't have a site. I have no idea how to make the first Jen Church temple easily accessible to the public. That's why I came here. Minso asked the other, do you have any suitable locations? Siwoo answered honestly no. Immediately he fell into thought to find a solution. Then Minso said, Your Holiness Leo, can you wait for me 10 minutes? Being business-minded, he was very sharp. Moreover, he projected it onto a wide network for them to see, the Jen Church Temple construction project. To the astonishment of the two, Minso said, allow me to start a short presentation on the temple project. Since Siwoo had many questions, he asked, Brother Minso, did you prepare this in just 10 minutes? He honestly admitted, actually, this is something I had prepared beforehand. After you saved me in that dungeon, the day the goddess Jen redeemed me, I began to see it as my responsibility to build a temple in the name of the goddess Jen. In disbelief, he began to tell himself that he had planned it all simply because we happened to heal him. However, Leo overreacted, crying as he said, this is truly a wonderful act. Surely the goddess Jen will be pleased. I can't help but cry at my brother's faith. Minso, in turn, went overboard as well. He rushed forward to hug Leo and said, I'm just doing what I should. I will always pray for you, my brother. Finally, helpless, he said, can we continue the presentation? Before the presentation, Minso cleared his throat. Please take a look at what our church will build. Community voting. Please vote for the first temple of the goddess Jen. Community voting is something users frequently use. It allows viewers to stay connected to our content. Moreover, anyone can vote from anywhere. It's incredible what we can do. Having the public decide the temple's location means we'll be ahead of other churches, and it will be easier to build the image of a religion that works with the public. He began asking for his opinion. Do you have any locations in mind? Minso clicked the controller and smiled with narrowed eyes as he replied, I agree that the first temple for our goddess should be in a special place. Please see the next slide. It is the hot zone, Gwanghwamun. Seeing the blue wall, Siwoo asked in surprise, what's that blue wall? Quickly he explained that since Siwoo had returned after many years, that wall must look very unfamiliar. This is what most people call the hot zone. 5 years ago, this place became the site of a spatial gate appearance, a phenomenon where a dimension opened and monsters began emerging from within. Photography inside was strictly prohibited, and these photos are from the past. Although we were able to defeat them, it came at countless sacrifices. In the process, those at the center of the gate could not escape the corruption of magic it caused. After that, many gates began to open rapidly. And although we requested help from allied foreign countries, the current government still couldn't solve the problem and left the area to fend for itself. He didn't expect this could happen here, so a look of astonishment appeared on his face. How could such a thing occur on the star? It didn't stop there. Minso revealed more unbelievable news. The wall has 5 layers in total, including a layer of Dieru Shrine Eyelid that can absorb magic. Only A-rank hunters or higher can withstand the contamination and enter the area inside the wall. The intense accumulation of magic, contrary to the principles of this world, causes contamination to destroy the status quo, and the inevitable result is destruction. Land polluted by magic can no longer sustain life, like a ravaged city. He also mentioned 2 other lands and 2 more centers in Daejeon and Busan. However, because this area is considered Korea's first center, it remains a painful chapter in history. Everyone surely remembers the day it happened. You're smart. Upon hearing this, Siwoo quickly confirmed his meaning. We should build a shrine here, right? Not keeping him waiting, Miso replied, yes, if we can build a shrine in the center, the Gen Church will gain many benefits, such as salvation, hope, consolation, and symbols like that. However, Siwoo still had a concern and bluntly asked whether it was possible to build a shrine on polluted land. I thought they said we couldn't. Then Min excitedly proposed a solution. We will need to purify it first. Like the way you purified Lick's curse in Google. Please pray to the goddess Jen for help and I'll prove to you that this is possible. At this, Leo excitedly responded, oh yes, I trust you, brother. Siwoo felt annoyed that he was being upstaged. Hey, why don't you just be the Pope? Realizing he was wrong, Leo quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. He also agreed with this plan. However, he still had many reservations. Honestly, although I can do that, purification and magical contamination are completely different, and I agree that we have many more important matters. Jen's symbol has far more significant considerations. Suppose we begin building a shrine at the center, but you just said we'd vote on potential location. And yet we won't even vote for the center. Isn't that meaningless? Since Minso had anticipated this, he cheerfully said, no need to worry. I have a way to handle everything. Then murmurs echoed through the building. Hey everyone, do you remember that issue about the onion grain chocolate? According to the original plan, Mino posted it online to poll public opinion. Vote. The Player Ka channel is asking followers' opinions about the new site for the JMN Church Shrine. Share your thoughts. 1. Is it really better to enjoy everything and then leave? Ga Gang Nam or Ga Hongdi 3.6%. 2. This time I can't do anything but the center 96.4%. Very quickly, comments from netizens appeared under the post. How much longer will this go on? It seems the other world has changed their perception. Ga Gang Nam, no way, it must be the center. Guys, I predict they'll change the result within a week. Not even America can do anything about their center. What will we do? Seriously, I'll donate all my savings if they build a shrine at the center. By the way, I'm the owner of a 29-story building, just kidding. Minso, are you really joining a cult? I'm so disappointed I'm going to unsubscribe. Why can't I believe he's a real anomaly? High-rank people could beat Lick too. I heard the Powers Department is making up these stories. After reading these comments, Siwoo was startled. I really can't believe this country. The system then issued a mission to him. The clear condition for the main task to expand the shrine was changed, requiring the use of the Gen emblem Holy Relic and the development of a sanctuary at the center in Seoul. Warning, if the sanctuary is declared anywhere other than the designated area, you will be punished and lose credibility. Siwoo said sadly, revoke half the divine points. It didn't stop there. A series of sad events left him lost in thought as he looked toward his parents and quietly thought that it seemed the main mission had also been updated. Our mother passed away, but my siblings want to go looking for them. I hope the lockdown will be lifted soon. We can't even retrieve the bodies from that area for burial, and whenever I think they might still be there. Finally, with a worried expression, Siwoo simply said, I hope they'll soon find peace. A symbol of hope and salvation, this could be an issue. Then Siwoo went to see Dong Sik but was met with his objection. I don't want you going into the center, Siwoo. He didn't answer immediately, but stood there observing Dong Sik's attitude for a moment. A few seconds later, Siwoo cheerfully asked, were you planning to object strongly from the start? Besides, I feel like this is the first time I've seen team leader Kim like this. He replied nonchalantly, no, I wouldn't call it an objection. I'm not objecting because your plan has flaws. Siwoo, surprised, asked Dong Sik then why. He bowed his head sadly and said, oh, you know, inside the center, Siwoo has a high-grade magic stone mine. Hearing that, he was startled and thought to himself, magic stone. Magic stones, they are formed from crystallized magical energy minerals containing concentrated magical energy. They can be obtained from monsters, but high-grade magic stones are mainly found in magic stone mines. Siwoo didn't want to interrupt Dong Sik, so he let him finish. Magic stone mines were created along with high-density magical energy when the first spatial dimension opened at Siwoo's center. As a result, the surrounding area became contaminated. Siwoo knew this, but rather than tell him, he muttered inwardly. That's right, even in Eden, high-grade magic stones are found where high concentrations of magical energy accumulate. It didn't stop there. Dong-sik also told Siwoo what had happened before. A year ago, after a magic stone mine was discovered in the center, major guilds formed professional teams to mine magic stones. Very few people knew this truth. Of course, player Ka didn't know either. Recently, we realized that the large guilds have been fighting over the magic stone mine inside the center. Of course, we determined they were at least rank hunters. Siwoo showed interest and urgently said, shouldn't the government have taken control of the situation from the start? He also candidly described the current state of affairs. Most people capable of resisting magical contamination are affiliated with major guilds. All we can do is record logs. Hearing this, Siwoo worried inwardly, so it's not that they won't act, it's that they can't. So when he learned Siwoo wanted to go inside, Dong-sik immediately forbade it, saying, we are powerless. Once you enter the center, we won't be able to support you. You could get caught up in conflicts between major conglomerates and large guilds and be ostracized by awakened members of those guilds. Siwoo inwardly laughed at his foolishness. How stupid. Maybe he only opposed the plan out of concern for him. Well, the man is a government official after all. However, I can't give up the center just because big guilds are vying for power. The community poll results on Muber player Ka's channel, where new followers join the cult with 5 million subscribers, where Gagang Nam or Gahong 3.6% and the center 96.4%. I've already attracted so much attention that I can't withdraw from the vote. Seeing Dong-sik's good intentions, he made a proposal. Then let me handle this troublesome situation for you. Surprised, Dong-sik turned and asked, how? Siwoo calmly sat on the steps and replied, isn't the government struggling because the center is lawless? Dong-sik didn't hide it and spoke the truth to him, that's right. Then he cheerfully said, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In a lawless area, I just need to become more lawless. After Dong-sik brought Leo and Siwoo to the place, he showed him Seo Enho's letter. With at least 2 S-rank hunters, refusing entry on safety grounds was unreasonable. The Minister of Ability Management, Seo Nho. Reading those lines, Dong-sik's face tensed. Seeing that, he cheerfully said, you don't seem very pleased, Team Leader Kim. He sighed and said, yes, he'll have to accept it. After all, this wall is truly tall. This wall is called the Ark Box, like a Noah's Ark. It is the final stronghold of civilization. But are you really only going in with 2 people? What if a fight breaks out? Siwoo quickly explained to him, we would never start a fight, I swear. In the name of Jen, Dong-sik clasped his hands reverently and said, thank you very much. Outwardly, Siwoo said that, but inwardly he was thinking and smiling. However, there's no way I can just walk away if another player provokes me, right? Dong-sik reminded them, we've arrived, this is the door. He hurriedly took out a card to open this door. In an instant, cracks slowly appeared in the wall. Finally, after a soul said, please be careful, Dong-sik's warning, and then the wall collapsed right before their eyes. Before going in, Siwoo reassured him, don't worry, Leo, let's go in. Dong-sik replied, yes, your holiness, esteemed Pope. Inside, poisonous mana rose thickly in the air, but Siwoo strode in undaunted. He was stepping forward 1 step at a time into a place full of danger. Leo looked around and said, your holiness, he hasn't finished, soul, Siwoo interjected. I know. He murmured to himself that he could sense the toxic mana here. Also, the system issued a warning, mana detected. Siwoo quickly shifted his gaze in one direction, following the system's alert. Outside, Dong-sik still stood there waiting for the 2 of them. At that moment, someone approached from behind and loudly said, well done, Team Leader Kim, startled him, didn't you? The newcomer was Minister Nho of the Ability Management Department. Dong-sik responded respectfully, Minister, you're here. He praised him, you've worked hard for the hunters. I heard you couldn't return on time. Receiving Nho's praise, Dong-sik beamed with delight and said, not at all. Since joining Ability Management, there's been nothing more satisfying than this. Knowing he was flattering him, Nho smiled and said, flattery gets you nowhere. I heard you opposed my decision. Hearing that, he accepted fault. Sorry, sir. Not stopping there, he asked Dong-sik for his reasons. Team Leader Kim, can you tell me why you objected? He honestly explained everything. Has Siwoo told you? Then Nho spoke bluntly. Immediately after, Dong-sik stated his reasons. 5 major guilds are fighting over the center. There are too many unpredictable risk factors. I believe we'd encounter unnecessary trouble if we sent Korea's first anomaly into such a place. We've been eagerly awaiting the appearance of an anomaly. If Siwoo or his family were to be harmed, he understood Dong-sik's concerns and said cheerfully, Team Leader Kim Lian. Min, the national hunter where these major guilds are the central figures, requested verification of Sanhu's anomaly rank. The battle has already begun. This came so suddenly it's hard to believe. But the Yi Island Gate and Gyuzo District Gate were enough already. Seo Nho quickly explained everything in detail. They claim possible forgery because both those places are under government control due to our lack of authority. The only way to counter illegal actions funded by major guilds is through regulation and lawmaking. But they've long begun cooperating with political groups. Recently, Parliament started discussing dissolving the Ability Management Department. Dong-sik panicked and shouted, "What? Don't let him speculate wildly. Did NHO tell Dong-sik a secret? I met the chairman of the alliance on the way here. He said because I deceived the nation with fabricated claims, I should be determined to turn myself in." Mentioning that man made him feel uneasy, that bald old man, and he added that they concluded it was all our fabrication. Dong-sik, displeased with Seo En-ho's words, objected. But that's not so. He also agreed with Dong-sik's view. That's why I told that old man that Siwoo would enter the center today. Hearing this, he urgently said, but there's a chance Siwoo will be attacked inside the center. NHO predicted this as well and replied that it wasn't just a possibility but a certainty. However, there's no way an anomaly would become the victim of such a plot. Aren't you curious how this will end? This old heart of mine feels like it might burst with excitement. Dong-sik worried he might be misunderstood and said, that's true, but will the Sanhu worker feel exploited once they learn of this? He quickly dismissed the concern and cheerfully replied, we've already agreed. Dong-sik asked in surprise, what? Finally NHO added, no matter how it looks, I'm a man of conscience in trade. Cut to Siwoo recalling the unexpected encounter with Seo NHO while he was jogging in the park. Upon seeing him, Siwoo stopped and asked in surprise, what is someone in your position doing here? They sat together on a nearby bench and Seo NHO explained everything to him. There's a magic stone mine inside the center and major guilds are fighting over it. I heard that from team leader Kim. I realized the government has less authority than I thought. It seems hunters will follow whoever pays the most. Siwoo also guessed why Seo NHO had come to see him. So what's your proposal for me, minister? He watched Seo NHO's demeanor with his eyes, and Seo NHO was looking at Siwoo. So their gazes accidentally met. Without hesitation, they spoke seriously. For everything you obtain in the center, the ability management will vouch for you. In return, could you lend us some of your power? Quickly Siwoo asked him. Then allow me to be blunt, I will purify the center for you. The proposal was made and Siwoo agreed so quickly that Seo NHO was very surprised. But Siwoo had a counter-condition. I want ownership of a parcel of land within the center. Please allow a temple for the Gen Church to be built there. Of course, I'll ensure people can come and go freely. Many people have fond memories of that place. Besides, the Gen Church will strengthen its position as a timely supporter of the ability management. And unlike before, the ability management will be able to accept anomalies with the power to counter the major guilds. At that point, he sincerely told him that area is already beyond our control. You could call it lawless. Whatever happens there, the government can't do anything. If you can purify that desperate land known as the center, no one can contest the legality of claiming a piece of land there. Agreed, and so the two sides shook hands. Agreed, and so the two sides shook hands. A second later, the system issued a notification detecting clear hostility aimed at you. Siwoo also sensed the danger and thought to himself that about 30 people really made him feel shortchanged. Immediately, he loudly asked Leo, I wasn't warned that my life would be blatantly targeted like this. What do you think we should do? Leo suggested, I think it's best to try to resolve it through dialogue. Siwoo found this puzzling and said it was strange he would say that. However, Leo himself changed his tone. Violence must always be the last resort. He asked in confusion, okay then, so shall we try talking to them like you said? Friends, let's talk a bit, but nobody answered him. So Siwoo cheerfully lifted one leg high. He then stomped down hard on the ground, creating a huge explosion immediately after. In the end, the smoke made it hard to breathe, so everyone crawled back outside. Seeing this, Siwoo excitedly said, wouldn't it have been better if you came out while I was still speaking nicely? That would have been beneficial for both sides, right? Maybe you were shy, you're all wearing masks. We only came here to survey the land to build a temple. The goddess Gen cherishes peace, so I would be very pleased if you could make way, my dear brothers. Amid the thick rising dust and smoke, the masked men suddenly heard cries of everyone move back from behind, which startled and unnerved them. Siwoo laughed loudly and said, have my calls for peace worked? Leo, standing beside him, chimed in. Are you serious, your holiness? Finally irritated, one of the masked men, named Z-Bill, removed his mask arrogantly and said, I expected more when I was ordered to take down a sect leader. Turns out it's just a kid. Hearing the taunt, Siwoo didn't get angry. He squinted and smiled. Just a kid? Well, you must be proud to be older. Brother, he thought to himself, he's underestimating me. Besides, is this guild's so-called top-tier fame and this guy, are S-ranks really that common? Immediately, the man threatened Siwoo, I hope you can still talk like that when your limbs are chopped off. We were ordered to do this. At that he turned serious, adjusted his glasses and said, your holiness, I think. At those words, in an instant Leo left his position, and of course Siwoo did not stop him. He moved with such speed that they panicked and shouted, Ah, what? A moment later, Leo had gently hoisted one of them onto his shoulder. He then twisted the man's body, making the opponent scream in pain. After punishing him, Leo casually tossed him down. Seeing this, Siwoo joked, Leo, will you give him a chance to repent? People die when folded in half, you know? He replied nonchalantly, I leave their mouths intact so they can beg for mercy. Then Zibil angrily cursed at Leo, calling him crazy. That was followed by the others' screams, hit him with everything you've got, attack all at once. At that moment, the butcher assassin Zibu wondered to himself where this guy had come from. While his men charged at Leo shouting, die you monster, he observed and mumbled inwardly. They said this crew's credentials were fake. Did they trick me? There's nothing about that big guy in the report. That monster is at least S rank, a high tier. Was he secretly trained by the government? That monster just bowed to Siwoo, didn't he? If I capture that unaware guy as a hostage, I can surely figure something out. With that thought, he immediately sprang into action and flew toward him. His speed was not inferior to Leo's. Very quickly, Siwoo saw the opponent flying in his direction. And as he neared, Zibil smiled smugly, thinking, here we go. However, moments later, both his eyes and mouth began bleeding. Zibil suffered this because Siwoo used a special skill, the will to destroy evil, which detected his wicked intent. While he continuously coughed blood and groaned in pain, the system also displayed information listing Zibil's evil acts. Murder, kidnapping, robbery, killing minors, and many other crimes, 582 offenses. Based on that information, Siwoo stepped forward to question him. How many people did you kill to become an S rank? You're worse than I thought. At that, Zibil collapsed at his feet. Finally, he cried out begging, I beg you, spare me. Siwoo, angry, asked Zibil, do you want a quick death? No, that's not fair, he said. One of my skills is the will to destroy evil, which exposes all the crimes of those who enter the domain of my sacred presence. It activates when the entrant is truly a villain. Siwoo stepped forward, stomped on Zibil's hand, making him scream, and then the man confessed everything to him. I'll say the guild tricked them into paying me to do it. Still, Siwoo angrily scolded him. Clearly they sent you here to test me first. You must have realized that. If they were truly certain I'm a fraud, they'd have sent a real S-rank hunter, not trash like you. Not stopping there, Siwoo grabbed Zibu's hair, pulled him back, and asked, does it hurt? At that, he hurriedly begged, I'm sorry, please. A second later, Zibu looked at Siwoo with a pitiful expression, but Siwoo only returned his gaze with anger. Unable to contain his rage, Siwoo grabbed Zibil's hair again, making him moan. After a while, he threw Zibil aside and said, forgiving you is not my job. Putting you on the scales of justice before God is my duty. The system issued a notification, first synchronization from the Eden dimension completed. Using the user info command to check your stats. The Earth dimension has assigned your attribute as chaotic, therefore the Earth dimension has lifted the causality limit on you. The second update is beginning. Zihu belongs to the first goddess gen. Attributes: chaotic, professions, public works, dark pontiff, and 32 others. Player stats: strength level, agility level, endurance level, faith level 7, magic level 0. Special stats level, evil resistance level. Skills include passive ability beast enemy level, blessing of J level, holy fire level, interpret doctrine level, active skills level, and 42 other skills, wings of purification level. Sanctification level, a Y victory over evil level, and 92 other skills. This means current stats exceed system limits, synchronization. The second sync will include the system. After scanning it over, Siwoo said puzzled, what is this? Nothing's changed. It just added a panel listing my traits. Perhaps lifting the causality restriction is a good thing. Saying this, he pointed to the words sanctification, victory over evil level, and 92 other skills. This means the current stats exceed system limits. The second synchronization will include them. Siwoo fell into thought. He was baffled by this second update. Seeing reinforcements approaching, Leo told him the weak have arrived. Siwoo teased him, you're so mean, you know, they don't look like they want to fight. And when asked, were you sent by the government? Why are you here? Siwoo turned around appearing surprised. He raised an eyebrow. The mineral mine is in this direction, so I don't have to search anymore. With magic this strong, there's probably about 7 tons buried down there. Leo added to Siwoo's thought. A magic tower uses about 700 kg of magic stone per year. 7 tons of high-quality magic stone would be a tremendous resource. He spoke his impression. I can sense both magic and Makai from it. Magic stone is the crystallization of the purest mana. Magic stone is like pure water, so if combined with divine power, it will become Godstone. Similarly, if combined with Makai, it will become Demon Stone. He looked toward it and calculated silently. I sense Makai like that of a lick from this mineral mine. This energy belongs to an arrogant demon king. Its decay won't be long. The 3 auras I sensed in the center are like this. Has anyone entered this mine recently? A few people answered, don't know. I'm not sure about that, but some elders urged us not to answer him. He quickly spotted Jun, who had stopped people from answering, and cheerfully said, you must be busy with power struggles, but that person is very dangerous. Noticed by the opponent, Dai grew anxious. Then he told Jun he should have ignored this during their infighting. Right, I've heard this area has no law. If I beat you guys, I could take this mine, right? Siwoo thought that the man must be among this group. Could they be white marked? Frightened, Jun bowed his head in silence. He then took Jen's token and grinned challengingly. I'm not here to fight, this lawless land just intrigues me. I'm curious to see if I can actually do anything here. At that moment, Jen's token suddenly began to glow. Siwoo also noticed the unusual sign and grew concerned. Jen's sign was reacting to the Makai. Finally, he decided to use his spiritual power. A light flashed from Jen's token resting on his chest, causing them to panic and ask him what he was going to do. A second later, the system announced, "You may proclaim a sanctuary using the Gen signet item." Do you want to proclaim a sanctuary? He raised it high and shouted, I proclaim a sanctuary. The system confirmed it. This area is now a sanctuary. Then a radiant halo suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by streaks of white light falling downward. People below reached up and caught them. Meanwhile, Leo concentrated on praying. The entire area where they stood became bathed in multicolored magical lights. Siwoo felt pleased with what he'd accomplished. Finally, he cheerfully told Leo, I've decided to dedicate this land to Jen. Jen wants this land. As a servant of hers, I cannot remain idle. The system provided information. A sanctuary has been declared using Jen's relic token. The Earth Dimension system accepted the relic from the Eden Dimension as a miracle. With the proclamation, this area has been cleansed of polluted Makai. Knowing this, Siwoo let out a relieved breath. As he walked, he thought, breathing is much easier now that the Makai has been cleared. A few seconds later, Jen reappeared and whispered to him, this is such a sad place. I never thought a place like this could exist on Earth. He gently called her name Jen. Siwoo agreed with what Jen had just said. Yes, it is truly sad. He also watched Leo's calm face carefully, and thinking him so composed, Siwoo murmured inwardly that it seemed only he could see Jen. Then worried, she said sadly, I can vaguely see the dreams that were buried in this land. Sagan, thank you for taking good care of the gift I sent via that brat BS. She was subtly referring to Leo to Siwoo, and he understood Jen's meaning. However, Siwoo teased him. She was the only one who called that mad dog a child. But she cheerfully replied to me, he's still a child. Did you know how cute Leo was when he was little? Siwoo wasn't very interested and replied indifferently, I'd rather set him free than keep him. The next moment, Jen took his hand and said sincerely, still, I prefer you. Unfortunately, instead of being moved, he suspected she had another motive. Oh, come on, stop acting. Why did you appear without warning? Quickly, Jen replied, I wanted to personally give you a gift because you did very well. There are things I can do only when I'm here. Hearing those words, Siwoo hesitated at the idea of a gift. As soon as she finished speaking, Jen immediately cast a spell right in front of them. She gathered some stones from the nearby pool and brought them together. Seeing this, Siwoo was very puzzled, not knowing what she intended to do. After creating a gravestone, Jen gently said, feels warmer now, doesn't it, Siwoo? He agreed with a single sound. Meanwhile, he thought this place couldn't be regarded as an ordinary gift. He could feel Jen's love and sincerity. Siwoo stared at the gravestone before him. Not stopping there, she said, I only hope the remaining dreams here will have a warmer place to rest. Those who remember this place will surely see this event as a miracle. In his heart, he quietly compared it to Eden. Jen gave Siwoo another surprise that left him completely baffled. With a wondrous spell, she created a small temple within the sanctuary. While he felt incredulous and amazed, Jen beamed and asked Siwoo, how is it? This is my real gift. So what do you think? He praised it at once. It's wonderful, everyone will surely like it. I can imagine Leo crying, Goddess Jen. After thinking things through, he said to her, I have something to say, Jen, but she was perceptive enough from his expression to guess what he meant. It seems you already know. Siwoo, listen carefully to what I'm going to say. The last demon king you defeated, Lucifer, transferred the soul fragments of the demon kings to the nearest dimension. The nearest dimension to Ian is Earth. The reason the Earth system accepted a pact with an outsider like you may be related to Lucifer. Hearing this, Siwoo fell into thoughtful silence. She was talking about causality. Meanwhile, Jen showed a worried expression and said, because Earth is not under my jurisdiction, I can't do much. You'll have to investigate the details yourself. Siwoo, I'm sorry for these difficult requests, please take care of this world. Siwoo knew that after saying this she would leave, so he asked, are you going to go now? Without another word, Jen left, and he could only tell himself, well, I suppose I should get used to that. Siwoo turned back to look at the temple and murmured that it was surprising, yet it seemed he'd completed all urgent objectives. The temple looked so beautiful and splendid to him. Another thing made Siwoo very pleased. Leo was here to translate the scriptures for them. Now there was a shrine for the faithful to pray at. After he completed the quest, the system confirmed it. You have completed the main quest, expand the church, rewards granted. The baptism attribute has leveled up and you received 500 DP. Congratulations. By creating the first temple for the church, you have taken a step toward establishing it as a major religion. From now on, you can manage the shrine using the shrine management command. Siwoo felt proud as if he had truly accomplished something. At the same time, the system issued another message. Through the interdimensional pact, you can purchase various facilities with divine points. A DLC facilities shop has been added. To make the temple more widely known to the public, they decided to put on a small program for it. Thus, Minso organized a livestream with the participation of Leo and Siwoo. On the live broadcast, he cheerfully said, "We're at the core zone for a special episode. It's an honor to be the first to introduce the new core area to everyone. You probably know who I'm with today. Mr. Siwoo, Korea's first unusual and the head of the Gen Church." Quickly, he placed his right hand over his left chest, bowed to greet everyone, then smiled broadly and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Siwoo of the Gen Church. It's an honor to introduce our church's first temple to everyone." Within seconds, several netizens left comments. "I thought they were filming at the core zone. Looks like they're in a studio. Streamer, if you need money, at least try to scam more cleverly. Damn, I knew it. The streamer is too handsome. I thought he wouldn't scam anyone. Seems the church rumors are affecting him. I'm unfollowing. Good luck." Seeing this, Siwoo happily murmured to himself, "This is exactly the nature of chat." Then there was another surprise. Mr. Guai donated 1,000 gun. His comment read, "Who's behind him? Don't tell me he hired mercenaries. Streamer, if a cult kidnaps you and films it, wave a carrot." Because he's not from Earth, Leo doesn't understand internet slang. So he whispered into Siwoo's ear, "Holy One, why are they telling Minso to wave a carrot?" Soul's question left him unsure how to answer. He only thought to himself that it was because of him. After a while, Minso thanked everyone before ending the broadcast. "Thanks to your active participation, we've built the first temple in the core zone. Thank you, everyone." However, negative comments started appearing. He should admit he's lying. Unbelievable. What studio is this? So beautiful. I'm an expert. The core zone is a Makai polluted area where life can't thrive, yet this place is full of flowers and grass. I'd bet the rest of my hair this isn't the core zone. Seeing that comment, Siwoo prayed, "Goddess, do you see that? Please take that man's hair away." Then he held up his phone and guided people. From now on, anyone can use the CEO City app or register through their local community center to enter the core zone at CEO. You can find details on the Competency Administration website or on our Mito channel soon. They also deployed a flight cam to film from above. The fly cam circled to capture the best shots. Netizens suddenly commented, "Why does the streamer still look handsome even from above? Huh, it's flying up. Are you crazy? Aren't those the walls around the core zone? What is this, folks? Isn't this from KBC?" Announcement. Minister Seonho of the Competency Administration reports that the Awakened Siwoo has succeeded in purifying part of the CEO core zone. Link to article. This is real. Wait, is this really the core zone? Really? I'm coming here on a pilgrimage. If we want to go on a pilgrimage, do we really just need to register? Please grant me this. Please give me a girlfriend. Please let Daokai pass the Hunter Academy exam. 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 Please help me get through this interview. Go to class, stop touching pants. After a while, someone approached Siwoo carrying a bouquet of flowers, and that person was Minister Seonho. Seeing him, Siwoo said, "Minister, everyone has left. Is there anything else you need here?" Seonho answered sincerely, "I've always wanted to return here. I never thought I'd be able to come back. Even if I agreed with the idea, I still can't believe it." "What is that small gravestone for?" Siwoo bowed his head and said, "It's to comfort those who rest here." He respectfully knelt, gently placed the bouquet on the gravestone, and asked, "Who did such a precious thing?" Siwoo replied, "It's the person responsible for everything here. I think it's a memorial to help dispel sorrow while not forgetting the past." The gravestone bore the inscription, "Where dreams rest." Seonho sincerely said, "I think you fulfilled this old man's wish. Thank you." Even after being kidnapped to Eden, the main reason I couldn't hate her was. Thinking this, Siwoo suddenly glanced at him kneeling before the gravestone because of the compassion and hope she brought to those around her. Right now in the comments section of the Religious Exhibition fan page, there is a post reading, "I am a sinner," with 18,345 views, 345 shares, 1,572 comments, and 10 reactions. "I'm sorry for being a foolish person who spread false rumors about the holy ones. I'm sorry for doubting you, sorry for cursing you. I will do my best to spread Jen's reputation." Below are all the comments. Do you think it's him? Yes, it's the guy who always calls it a fake cult. It seems he deleted all his posts. Don't worry, I screenshotted everything and emailed it to the J-Man Church. Jen is watching. Please use polite language if possible. I created a new Jen exhibition room. Everyone come in and chat with the brothers and sisters. Has anyone seen the goddess? Is she pretty? I heard she looks like T-High. Oh, I heard a player has seen her. How dare you speak about the goddess like that? All of you Siwoo and the government are just playing you. Seriously, this is just the government using power to distract you. And you believe it. Fake one, stop looking at fake news. It's hilarious. Even other countries are reporting this, so stop the conspiracy theories. This is so funny. Stop typing before I delete all the filters on you, dying of laughter. I think this page perfectly reflects our current situation. Seems some people still think I'm a scammer. Minso suddenly shouted, unbelieving, "How much more do we have to prove? They still doubt us after such beauty," which made Siwoo startle and silently exclaim, "Oh my." Minso said sincerely, "Even though I never doubted your sanctity, I didn't expect this place to be so beautiful. Goddess Jemin is indeed a miracle. This place is proof of that." He didn't respond but inwardly acknowledged his point. Right, this is what this land was meant to become, just as Jen wrote on the monument, where dreams rest. To carry out the goddess's wish, I plan to open this space to the public so grieving families can visit their relatives. Later, while walking, Minso told Siwoo, I'm sure everyone sincerely thanks you and the goddess Jen. I agree, I just hope we can comfort them and that's enough. At that moment, Siwoo seemed to think of something and fell silent for a few seconds. After a while, Siwoo called to him, Minso, I heard there are craft guilds. Do you know any? He replied cheerfully, I know a few, some acquaintances run them, I should talk to them. A mineral vein looks like he has a plan. Siwoo didn't hide anything from him. When the malefic aura from nearby magical energy sources and mineral veins was removed, some magic stones at the focal point absorbed Gemin's holy power and turned into sacred stones. That means there's a sacred stone deposit inside this sanctuary. Siwoo decided to mine it. Then he turned to the other and asked Minso, have you ever produced goods before? He responded in surprise, goods. Meanwhile, the system also informed you can buy sanctification houses in the shop. DLC type facility description uses sacred stones. You can craft sanctification relic bars that grant blessings. The higher the relic level, the more blessings granted. Price, 5,000 divine points. Seeing those lines, Siwoo was very pleased and thought, perfect. With those sacred stones, NZDNH could give the Jen Church a steady income source. At that moment, Leo arrived. Your Holiness, we have uninvited guests. 3 others followed him. Then the visitor introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Siwoo, I'm Bai-on Ong-soo, CEO of the National Awakening Alliance. I'm here to speak with Siwoo. It's an honor to meet you. Surprised, Siwoo looked at him and fell silent. He instructed him, Leo, take them to the reception room and don't cause trouble. Yes, Your Holiness. He asked Siwoo about Leo. Is that him? The one rumored to fold people like paper. I'd love to witness that if I get the chance. But then he shifted topics. I still clearly remember when the National Awakening Alliance sent an assassin to kill me. Why don't I send them a gift to thank them? However, Bai-on-zu, no need, I'm really not interested in handicrafts. Afterwards, I want to pray to the goddess for helping purify this area. The land we once protected, this phrase made him uncomfortable. Once protected, proceed, he didn't like his choice of words. Thinking that, Siwoo bluntly said, you deny sending assassins, yet you dare come here to cause a disturbance. You're really thick-skinned. So those things you claimed weren't core zones but magic stone deposits. I'm sure they're far more beautiful. However, did you know they're no longer magic stones? They're sacred stones now. At first I didn't realize until I happened to see the magic stones in the shrine. He seemed surprised by this, but Byung-soo calmly replied, thanks for pointing that out. This makes things easier. I'm sure you have information about magic stones from the Competency Administration. Therefore, we concluded you entered the core zone intending to take those magic stones. I'm sure you know that the growth of guilds in our country is evidence of the nation's development. For alliance guilds like ours, magic stone deposits are an important resource for development. It's regrettable that you seized them from us. Siwoo began to challenge him. Are you trying to make this sound like I'm hindering the country's development? I work with the Competency Administration. Aren't they a government agency? Aren't you the ones obstructing the agency's work? You claim these deposits belong to everyone while you are the ones profiting. We can't believe that. I was going to have a serious talk if you started with a sincere apology, but you brought all this sabotage to the core zone. Hearing assassins, is that all you have to say? As things grew tense, Byung-soo took out a folder of documents and hesitated. Put everything aside for now. We're here to negotiate. We will guarantee the Jen Church half of the extracted yield from the deposits and allow you access to our entire extraction infrastructure. Additionally, we'll donate a large sum to the church. I'm sure you'll be more than satisfied. However, he crumpled the paper and angrily said, do you really think a peace negotiation can be done with a single piece of paper? First you tried to kill me and now you're acting all noble. Want to be friends? Do you really think this will work? Unbelievable. Immediately, Siwoo used magic to summon a bolt of lightning that struck them, leaving them terrified. At the same time, his hand moved toward Byung-soo's group. Very quickly, Siwoo grabbed his throat, squeezing until the man struggled for breath and shouted, let me go. He glared at Byung-soo with a look of righteous fury and tightened his grip. Then the man coughed up blood and trembling said, we gave you a chance. We have the power to oppose you. Siwoo, if we could cooperate. Maybe then he tossed Byung-soo aside and mockingly said, I'm so scared. Tell those bastards they'd better come here and apologize or I'll come get an apology myself. Meanwhile, the system announced that follower numbers had surged, updating the main quest. Estimated time, 7:32. That night, as usual, SHU was watching TV and happened upon breaking news. The Public-Private Joint Investigation Team had been formed and officially requested verification of the core zone site. Hearing this, Wang-gu Gok suddenly asked, what's the issue? How do you know? They need to calm down. The announcer added that the Jen Church had drawn global attention after their leader, the Awakened Siwoo, purified the core zone site. However, the White Radiance Church continued. Then, seeing his panda-like eyes, he asked in surprise, why Ngu Gok, you look like a zombie. tomorrow is the Gen Church channel launch. Are you working overtime? At the same time, C was present and asked, why in Gu Gok is Leo at that beautiful place? Isn't he coming here anymore? You bowed your head sadly and asked, yeah, that's Leo's workplace now. Go visit him. She smiled and praised, it looks so beautiful. Tonight I'll sleep early and visit him with my brother. I wonder if he'll have time. On the other hand, Siwoo spoke up first. Sion, ask me if you want to know anything. She obediently replied, yes, I also know a few things. You're the pontiff leading the Gen Church. You purified the core zone. Siwoo was surprised that Sion knew so much. She knows everything? Gu Gok marveled. Kids are better with phones than you. You've been there 10 years, right? You're old. Before you even finish Seoul, you'll get hit on the head by me. With that, his head swelled into a big bump. Meanwhile, CO quickly left and said, I'll sleep early tonight. See you this weekend. Siwoo replied cheerfully, yeah, good night. Then the two older brothers waved goodbye to her. At that point, he finally understood everything. So C was teasing him and Gu Gok was praising her. C is a good child and very clever. She had no choice but to grow up early. Next, Siwoo comfortably admitted his mistake. Maybe it was his fault. Seeing his attitude was a bit odd, he watched the other silently. After a while, Gu Gok suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Grandma called us. She said they're preparing a private jet to pick her up here in 2 weeks. Siwoo startled, huh? A private jet? Why? You quickly explained to him. She said something about being a family member of an anomalous person. Because she can't travel freely because of you, she said to brace yourself for a beating. Siwoo knew his grandmother's temper well, so he was extremely worried. She's coming soon, I'm so worried. He asked confusedly, why are you worried? We're just launching an official channel. Siwoo replied awkwardly, you don't know how much I've prepared for this. He also praised Gu Gok, you did great, don't worry. Finally, you finished designing the channel. The official Gen channel has 43K subscribers, one video in sections like subscriptions, playlists, short videos, and community. Muttering as he watched, the subscribers after 1 hour of the Mube channel launch were 43,000. Seconds later, he scrolled down and saw headlines, shorts, playlists, community, recommended core zone hoax 200K 1 hour ago. Along with that were 24,325 comments sorted by most recent. Please let me pass the exam. Pray I pass the test. The player looks handsome, but the pontiff is a bit, and the big guy standing behind too. Which is stronger, Gen Church or the White Radiance Church? Oh my, people still believe in these cults. They'll start asking for money and it'll be too late. Finally, I'm here on a pilgrimage. Right now, Siwoo was watching it in his study. Gu Gok explained to him there are so many comments, lots of people making wish prayers, right? He gently replied, wish prayers are fine. Jen likes comments like that, doesn't she? Leo cheerfully answered, that's right. Jen will take care of those who yearn for their dreams. Siwoo agreed with Leo's thought. I think that's reasonable. Since we've resolved many recent incidents, I'm sure more people will believe in Jen once they understand. Gu Gok was surprised to see him so enthusiastic. This was the first time he looked like a church member. After a few seconds, the system gave Siwoo a new quest. A quest has appeared, expand the congregation, prepare the main DLC type description by creating a temple. You have previously created a home for faith. The temple will serve as a pivotal hub for the church's development. Thus, the system determined your church has completed the necessary preparations. Your Holiness, Earth currently faces many dangers. To prepare for upcoming threats, you must grow your church. Requirements: achieve 150,000 official followers. Official followers are those who have applied to join. 2. Players of the Sino system choosing Gen as their faith must achieve a total of 15 levels across church traits and facilities. Reward: 10,000 divine points. Optional achievement: you must satisfy all 3 conditions to complete the quest. Sunlight streamed through the leaves. Not only he, others also received this information, including Minso. The system confirmed. The following announcement was sent to all players on the Earth dimension. Special conditions have been met, and restrictions on divine power have been lifted from the Earth dimension. The Earth dimension system is preparing to update for the class era. Players on Earth prepare for the following changes. The system confirmed that with Siwoo's choice, he accepted the quest to expand the church, preparing the main DLC type quest. Description: by constructing a temple, you have created a place of worship for believers. From now on, the temple will be the center of your religion. The system has confirmed that you have laid the necessary foundations for the religion, Your Holiness. Earth now faces many dangers. You need to grow your number of followers to prepare for the coming threats. Requirements: achieve 150,000 official followers. Official followers are those who have formally applied to join via the application form. 2. 500 players of the Sacred Alignment must choose Gen as their deity. 3. A total of 15 levels from church buildings and traits. Reward: 10,000 DP. The selectable achievement for the quest is only completed when all 3 requirements are met. Reading these lines, Siwoo muttered about those 500 sacred players needing to choose Gen as their deity. Hey, besides me, are there any other players using divine power? But Gu Gok didn't know this either. I haven't heard of anyone. Are you planning to get 500 more followers for Gen like Leo did? Siwoo rubbed his nose and bowed his head to ask. So what are these sacred players? Just then the system returned. The announcement was broadcast to all players in the Earth dimension, surprising anyone who saw it. Even Mino knew. Alongside it came system information. Because some conditions were met, restrictions on energy and divinity will be lifted from the dimension. Earth will prepare for the era of order. Players on Earth prepare for the era of order. Following that, fast updating news appeared on TV. The broadcast reported breaking news this morning. A major upheaval announced on Earth. 24-hour news covering religions and Buddhism. Many people have awakened divine power. To prepare for a changing world, we invited Professor S8 Nofather from CEA University. There are many players in religion. We awaken thanks to the blessings of the deity. With divine power now available, I'm sure you can see how important religion will become. If our country accepts the JN Church during this chaotic time, it would be reasonable for the government to recognize our religion as an official faith. A second later, Trang directly dialogued with the Bishop of the White Shade. How does the White Shade's awakening work? The Bishop of the White Shade quickly replied, our method is nothing special. Just faith in the deity will save humans from weakness. After watching, Siwoo sighed and thought inwardly, those divine-aligned players from the White Shade, so they don't use magical energy. I guess the Gyuzo Gate and the Abyss Gate in Rio Duan posted videos of them fighting demons and never declared themselves allied with them. And did I detect any demonic energy from the believers at Gyuo? No. So there may be organizations other than the White Shade that are linked to demonic energy. When the issue hit a dead end, they appealed to Jen. Then she appeared. It's been a long time since I've seen you this worried. You honestly told her everything. Is manifestation in the shrine any easier? Sorry for calling you suddenly. However, Jen wasn't angry with Siwoo. It's okay. You had many followers yesterday. You worked very hard, Siwoo. Next, Siwoo told Jay about the current situation. The whole country is in chaos and now there are players of the sacred alignment, although I don't know if that's true. What is divinity? It is a power not only Jen's followers can use, but the ability to create miracles by anyone with faith. The stronger the faith, the stronger the deity, and in turn the deity can grant believers greater powers. Based on these foundations, after a while Jemen began to explain very thoroughly to him. It's like a player's will is directly linked to their spellcasting ability. Divinity is closely tied to the strength of faith among believers. Those who awaken in turn use power to create miracles. A god's value depends on the level of faith they can awaken in followers. A god without followers will vanish. He still had parts he didn't fully understand. So the era of order is all about gods. Why was there no divinity on Earth before? She answered honestly. Just as the reason Earth wasn't granted mana, the system had placed limits on the potential of Earth's humans. Hearing this, Siwoo felt some regret. They should have removed all restrictions with mana last year. Jen could only smile and say awkwardly, I want to tell you everything, Siwoo. But just as she hadn't finished speaking, he cut her off. Karma won't allow it, right? Jen said nothing, only gazing at Shu with a fond look. Then she began to bless Siwoo. The system quickly confirmed it to him. The goddess has blessed you. All attributes have been increased by 1 level for 90 days. After completing the ritual, Jemen gently said, at least I can do this. However, he smiled brightly and cheered about it. Before leaving, Jen made one request, make me stronger. Siwoo, what will my little pontiff do for me now? He asked firmly. What do you think? I have to preach to gain more followers. Can Jen call more people from Eden here? The major guilds are trying to monopolize sacred players. She hesitated a bit, then replied, I don't think so, let me reconsider. Siwoo smiled with a dangerous expression and thought, then I have no choice but to work harder. Meanwhile, Jen looked worried at his face. Siwoo, why are you smiling like that? Siwoo ignored her worry and muttered to himself, it's okay, even if he's dead he'd still be asleep. Jen continued to advise him, calm down, Siwoo. Because Leo couldn't see Jen, he found Siwoo's expression puzzling. After she returned to Eden, he stared out the window, lost in thoughts about the church's era. If that message is broadcast to all players, the Earth dimension will likely undergo major changes. What I can do right now is maintain the temple well and continue preaching, but I don't know where to go next. Just then his phone vibrated, making Siwoo a bit anxious. He then read the urgent message sent to the power department. Day 0, May 28, Ore tribes near Pyongyang began moving south. Alert level 2 in the old area. The power department detected a giant spacetime gate near Busan, projected at level A or higher. The Mana Flow Analysis Unit detected abnormal streams near Gwang City. Reading it, Siwoo recalled past events. Last year when I disappeared, North Korea essentially ceased to exist as a nation due to the emergence of spatial provinces. The northern part of the peninsula is now an unconquerable monster land, according to Y and Guga. After that he went to find Sane and joined a meeting with many others. Are those damned pigs all crazy? It's ridiculous, they're all converging. Right, Pontiff Kim. Meanwhile, Siwoo grew anxious, thinking this guy is standing too close. While everyone remained silent, Sane laughed out loud as if it were natural. Siwoo whispered to him, see Jane, the Goblin Guild is quite large. Wouldn't it suit you better to sit next to the National Awakening Alliance? Dealing with thugs isn't my style. We're not part of the National Awakening Alliance, I've already said that. Immediately, Seozin made the pastry disappear right before Siwoo's eyes, leaving him open-mouthed and mentally shouting that the snack was gone. He laughed and said, hey Pontiff Kim, want to grab coffee after this meeting? I have many souls asking about divine power. That's what you used to subdue me before, right? I think you're the best at using it. The more Sane spoke, the more anxious Siwoo felt, but unable to show it, he could only scream inwardly. Wait, why did he call me Pontiff Kim? Can't stand it any longer. Then Bai Ung-soo pointed at him and shouted, hey Choi, there's more than just 2 people in this room. Lower your voice. Sane, unafraid, put his arm around Siwoo's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I'm just talking to my friend, what's the problem? You're the one thinking about him. Bai Ong-soo continued to bother everyone here. Even after being struck, Bai Ong-soo wouldn't stop and loudly scolded him. That's your problem, Choi, you don't care about social norms. That's why your guild keeps having trouble with others. Sane turned to provoke him. Is that it? So what are you going to do? Immediately Bai Ong-soo clenched his teeth and stood up, and Siwoo tensed up, thinking to himself, it's freezing. After a moment, he stared straight into the man's eyes and called out his surname. The man responded angrily, Choi. However, as the tension rose, Sane teased him. Going on a date, those glasses look cool. It made Siwoo so startled he spat water from his mouth. Seeing no response, he taunted further. Trying to look young, looks good, I'll have the boss wrap this meeting up quickly. You have a friend waiting at the local market, right? Finally, Bai Ung-soo had to shout, it seems you guys are having fun, huh? At that moment, the Minister of Power Management, Z En-hao, opened the door and stepped in. Has this old man disturbed you? Sane grinned widely and replied, sir, not at all. You look more lively. The minister, excited, replied, I've been drinking more soda lately. Want me to introduce you to some types? Hello. You are all busy people, so I'll get straight to the point. As soon as Co-Nho appeared, Bai Ung-soo finally sat down and fell silent. Co-Nho spoke loudly, we have gathered here today to discuss plans to deal with the approaching O army, or nocturnal creatures that live in tribes. O are also hostile to one another if they belong to different tribes. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual in O's history on Earth. While he spoke, Siwoo thought to himself that he guessed it didn't originate on Earth. He had seen this several times in Eden. A being born with dominative power over all, a monster existing to lead O's unrestrained fury with a single goal. Next, he blurted out, an overlord Senho. I suppose it's called an overlord. According to reports, this overlord has gathered over 100,000 O under it, so the alert level has been raised to 1. Hearing this, the entire meeting room shouted, what, 100,000? Conho revealed more, they tattoo their arms with tribal markings. Our intelligence agents discovered 7 different O tattoo types or flags. After hearing it, Siwoo said, the Great Overlord has overwhelmingly higher stats than other OR. I've fought one like that before. Once they appear, they break all tribal hierarchies. That's why O with different tribal tattoos are gathering together. As soon as the Great Lord appears, O's instincts make them swear allegiance to it. However, Bu opposed his view. Even as a returnee, he seemed rather smug about his knowledge of Earth's monsters. Leave this to the experts and stay quiet is the correct choice, Your Holiness Siwoo. Being dismissed, Siwoo could not stand it and retorted. So you're only saying that now? So I guess you must be such experts that you can illegally occupy state-controlled core zones, right? Saying that, he clenched his fists. Seeing this, Seo Zin whispered into Siwoo's ear, look, Pontiff Kim, they're pretty bullying, huh? Hearing this, Bai Ung-soo angrily said, Sejin, I can hear you. And you Kim Siwoo, they are a real threat. They destroy everything in their path, praying and flapping your hands won't make them disappear. The more he spoke, the angrier Siwoo became. Does that impress you so much? The only reason I haven't pummeled you yet is because the minister is here. On the other hand, not only did he not stop me, he egged me on. Oh, are you planning to fight? Lucky me, I showed up. Seeing everyone tense, Conho cleared his throat and said, this is a serious situation. Please remain calm. Siwoo, in that case, do you have any solution? He spoke in a tone as if asking, what's for lunch today? Simple, we just need to kill that great warlord. Facing 100,000 would cost us too many sacrifices. Civilian losses would be too high, it's best if we can eliminate that warlord. The moment it dies, the others will go berserk and start fighting. Their tribes are natural enemies. However, Bai objected, what nonsense are you talking? That unique entity is surrounded by 100,000 A. Even if your reasoning is correct, to reach an army of 100,000 we'd have to break through them. Do you have no limits to your arrogance? That's true if from the ground, but do we really have to approach from the ground? He quickly explained, we have helicopters and fighter jets, so why worry? If we launch an airstrike with helicopters over that area, can't we just drop bombs on them? Then the representative of the Great Tiger Guild, a top Korean guild, loudly defended him. There's no guarantee that killing that unique entity will stop the monster assault. Are you asking us to deploy hunters without such guarantees? Sounds like you're asking us to sacrifice ourselves for you, Pope Siwoo. Siwoo looked at him and smiled. He immediately offered a rebuttal. If you have no countermeasures and only want to posture to avoid losses, then don't open your mouths. When did I ask you to deploy hunters? I will be the only one to carry out this operation. I've heard the media has deliberately exaggerated or fabricated my power. Either way, I'll take this opportunity to prove it clearly. If anyone has complaints, speak now, just prepare a helicopter for me. Siwoo conveyed his determination with his eyes, while mentally devising his first and strongest strike. After the meeting, he prepared a helicopter to move out. Before leaving, someone asked Siwoo, "Are you really okay going alone?" "Don't worry, I'll handle the situation in a flash," he replied. He felt pretty good breathing fresh air for the first time in a long while. It had been ages since I'd ridden GFON. Hearing that, Bitch Hun exclaimed in surprise, "Gone." Meanwhile, Dedung cried out in admiration. Siwoo told them that although the riding experience wasn't great, helicopters were much better. Bitch Hun honestly replied, "Actually, I'm more worried that you refused large anti-air guns. Do you have anything else?" Siwoo answered him, "Yes, I have a few skills. Let me touch this helicopter a bit." A second after he used the magic, the system announced that the active skill sanctification had been activated. A powerful blessing was applied to the designated object for a set duration. Siwoo's action made both of them gasp in amazement. Once he'd enhanced the helicopter, he gave a thumbs up and excitedly said, "The effect should be pretty good. No monster wants to charge into certain death." The two of them cheered in admiration. Next, Shu turned to Siam Mi-ung, the cameraman for Jen's fourth follower revival. "Are you ready?" He replied nervously, "Yes, yes, Your Holiness. I'll make sure to capture all your great deeds, Your Holiness. We can't film in the core zone because of magical energy contamination, but we can film well in the Lost Lands north of the ceasefire line, as long as we're careful with the monsters. Pulling in views via livestream as competition heats up is important, and I have no reason to refuse that. Also, I might fight 100,000 O alone or ride a helicopter into the Lost Lands. I can't resist that soul view content." At that moment, Siwoo noticed the other man trembling from tension and asked, "Siam Mi-ung, why are you shaking?" "Don't worry, this will be over soon." The man honestly replied, "I know the safest place is beside you, Your Holiness. It's truly an honor to be given this mission. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm ready to give my life for Jen." Afterwards, Siwoo silently judged him. "Siam Mi-ung, is he okay in the state? I'm wondering about Minso's comment, why are there so many fanatic followers?" A few seconds later, the helicopter took off. After flying for a while, Siwoo exclaimed in panic, "No way could this really be happening. We've avoided all of them." Additionally, Siam Mi-ung contacted CONHO to report the situation. They'll reach the designated location in 5 minutes. Just as he said, the awakened Siwoo noted that the flying monsters weren't approaching us at all. He replied while watching the screen, "I'm watching." Imagine that you're live streaming an aerial attack on Meet 2. I may have to file an apology for this. Knowing he was embarrassed, Siam Mi-ung said, "Minister, if you're worried, I can end the stream right now." After he cut the stream, CONHO turned to Dongzich. "I wonder." He stopped halfway through his sentence and looked up at the plan displayed on the screen. Plan A, an aerial attack will be carried out under the order of the awakened Siwoo. The unique entity, the Great Warlord, will be annihilated and the monster assault dispersed. Plan B, if Plan A fails, the Great Tiger Guild will establish defensive lines at the ceasefire border to prepare. They will cooperate with the reorganized 30th Mechanized Infantry Division to repel the monster assault. Watching with concern, CONHO said Siwoo insisted on live streaming to prove himself. And because of his special status as an anomaly, he can make unreasonable demands with confidence. However, he didn't do that. Last time he even led us to the criminals the power management was chasing, calling it a gift. Dongzich shared his feelings, so he said frankly, "Minister, if the awakened Siwoo fails in this solo operation, we'll bear the consequences of broadcasting a failed mission. This will make the power management look worse." On this matter, he was rather optimistic and simply replied, "If he can't stop them, we can't do anything about the monster assault. Who cares about our usefulness? We're useless whether we broadcast or not. If awakened Kim Siwoo fails, the end result will be the same. In that case, isn't escalation preferable? It's been a long time since the awakened forces of large private guilds surpassed the state's awakened forces. The state lacks the power to control the awakened alliance and absolutely lacks the ability to defend itself from being controlled. Many large guilds allied with NC have been involved in illegal territories." After hearing this, Dongzich raised another issue. The awakened SH isn't affiliated with the power management, but he said he's not affiliated with N either. "Do you know why each country separately classifies returnees, especially the disaster class ones, even though they could be categorized like we categorize S-rank hunters?" He honestly said, "No, I don't know." CONHO began to explain in detail to Dongzich. Disaster class returnees are those who left a notable legacy in their world before returning to Earth. Whether good or bad, they are beings capable of affecting the order of an entire world. If these people return to their homeland Earth, what do you think the probability is that they'll submit to the current government? Of course, there will be individual differences, conflict is inevitable. That's why they're called disasters. Among disaster class returnees, the power of those we can measure is at that level. So what do you think will happen to the higher tier, the abnormal class? Conflict is unavoidable. Our mission is to navigate that conflict in a way that aligns as much as possible with our interests. Dongzich gradually understood a bit and said, "You mean using the awakened Sihu to control?" And he disagreed with that phrasing. Using him, didn't the awakened Siwu say he would help us, not end? We're weak, all we can do is our best. Do you think we have the option to refuse? Since Nho was right about everything, Dongzich fell silent. Then they also read the online comments. Is this really live? Is this the monster assault? What if they head straight for the ceasefire line like that? I heard the Pazu area prepared for the worst and started evacuating. They're not the type to make things up. It's okay. En's heroes will handle it. Don't worry. Have faith. The goddess Diamond will grant us salvation. Don't be fooled by these fanatics. We still love you all. We're done for. We're done for. We're done for. After reading it, feeling a bit unsettled, he asked team leader Kim, "Did you see that? They're saying we're done for." As a sole official pressed him, Dongzich answered uncertainly, "Minister, we've already rolled the dice. So all we can do is humbly accept the outcome." In any case, at the same time, upon arrival, Siwu resumed broadcasting. We had reached the helicopter operation zone. The unique entity called the Great Warlord was now in view. Can everyone hear me? That huge one is the Great Warlord. He's very dangerous and different from ordinary. Oh, I'll descend now. As C said this, he stood at the helicopter door facing downward. Meanwhile, as he jumped down, Siam calmly filmed and said, "This channel is the official YouTube of the Taimen Church. Please like, comment, subscribe, and hit the bell. Thank you very much. Goodbye." At the same time, Siam Myung shouted, "Guide Pope Siwus is flying high in the sky like a shining star." Very quickly, the Owers detected a strange object in the sky and felt perplexed. Immediately after, he used his magic to produce a huge explosion. Siwu cast his spell to create a massive blast, sending smoke and dust high into the air. Then he stepped out from that billowing smoke. After a few steps, Siwu groaned in pain. "My knee hurts, maybe I'm pretending I'm young." Immediately after, he heard the Sirs roar. A second later, Siwu met this overlord heir. "Is this our first encounter? You're bigger than I thought. You also look strangely familiar." Hearing that, it replied angrily, "I don't understand. There was never any mention of a human warrior like you in our future. I sense a disgusting energy from you, an energy opposed to us." Siwu replied firmly, "I've heard this before. It seems overlots like you don't appear naturally but are created through someone else's demonic chi. There was one before, along with Dapper Gainer and Lick. Now I get it, all your demonic chi comes from Lucifer, previously the arrogant demon king, now the wrathful demon king. Why are the demon kings trying to come to Earth?" When pressed, the overloader shouted, "I don't have to answer your soul questions. What must happen is fate chosen. I will kill you here." As soon as it finished speaking, it swung the hammer in its hand towards Siwu's head. At that moment, he fixed his gaze on the opponent, and Siwu leapt high to evade the overlorder's attack. While leaping, he thought to himself that the destructive power of demonic chi converted into physical force wasn't something he could easily withstand. However, use bolts of lightning to strike back at it. Next, Siwu attacked with his fists while the overlord used its hammer to block. A second later, he stepped back and said cheerfully, "You're pretty good at defense, huh? Better than I thought. Looks like we'd need at least 6 S-rank hunters. He'll be considered one of the stronger ochre overlords in Eden." On the other hand, it quickly commanded, "Our work has begun. We draw our bows to start the battle. Human warriors cannot resist our fate. Warriors bravely follow me." Siwu mentally considered countermeasures, recalling that demonic chi is closely linked to the desperation to survive. This could work to his advantage. "I can deal with them before they become more dangerous." Wouldn't this be perfect for the net, like getting 10 million views on the spot? Thinking that, he took out his phone and told it to pose for a shot. But then the overlord heir angrily roared, "Come here, anonymous human warrior. I respect your courage for standing in my way. I am the overlord of the OR. I will deal with you myself." In this glorious fight, Siwu showed no fear and looked it in the face. "Actually, I'm busy filming. I like long, spectacular action scenes, but that's not today. All of you are neither cool nor attractive. And above all, I don't mind being a coward because I'm not a warrior." The overlorder grew even angrier and shouted, "What?" He ignored it and raised his magic orb high. The system also confirmed to Siwu that the following skill exceeded karmic limits. He felt pleased and thought, "Told you so." It didn't stop there, the system further notified him. "Therefore, the following skill was adjusted by karma permission for you. The active Holy Spear class summoning skill has been deployed." Thus, an immense source of power from the heavens was transmitted to his location. Immediately after, an explosion equivalent to the blast of an atomic bomb occurred. Now the Holy Temple had also recognized this source of power at Siwu's position. That power struck directly at the overlord heir. Someone at the sanctuary was watching it via the live stream on a laptop. The viewer was Wang Gugok. He was astonished and muttered, "Unbelievable." At the same time, netizens left comments on the live stream. "What's happening? Is that magic? Insane. Is this real? Is this fake? How could this be fake? No hunter in Korea can do that. WTF, is this an anomaly? Isn't this hacking? People would understand that everyone is equal before overwhelming power. Wang Gok remembered what Siwoo once said, "Hey, have soybean paste soup today," but he replied, "We have no potatoes." Immediately after, he threw money at Wang Gok and said, "Here, buy it." That made him annoyed and run off. Now Wang Gok worried for Siwoo and mumbled to himself, "This morning he wanted soybean paste soup and threw money at me to buy ingredients. I forgot that he's an anomaly." I've never denied that he's an anomaly. My brother isn't the type to lie about such things. Still, even if you brought the strongest heroes in Korea, could they match him? A miracle. Why did that suddenly pop into my head? A few seconds later, he checked the netizens' comments again. Anyone who still thinks he's a fraud needs to get their head checked. Our country really has an anomaly now. What does an anomaly even mean? If we don't know the limits of their power, I'll join the Gen Church. Am I the only one who's scared? At that moment, everyone watching saw Overlord's arm move. Since people had assumed it was dead, the viewers immediately commented, "Huh, did it just move? That O-flag thing is still alive. It survived that hit." Wang Gok screamed in astonishment, "Huh?" Not only them, Siwoo was also surprised that Overlord Ochre was still moving. However, as it was getting up, he struck it on the head with a spell. Siwoo focused his mind and waited for the result. In the end, when Overlord finally collapsed and he stood there looking displeased, Wang Gok thought to himself, "He's annoyed because it didn't die in one hit. I knew it. That's the brother I know." Back at the sanctuary, Siwoo angrily shouted, "Damn it. Who would have thought it could survive that blow? The ending is a bit disappointing. It's not cool at all. Not at all." However, Minso and Seung said in unison, "No, Holy One, you showed an amazing scene. You even showed your human face. I don't think it could have been more perfect." Wang Gok, feeling annoyed, called their names, Seung, Min. Siwoo couldn't stop being angry, so he yelled at them, "Hey, wouldn't it have been better if the fanatics struck first?" Seeing him like that, Wang Gok had a thought. He seems too concerned with looking cool. Minso took out his phone, watched, and said, after Overlord was defeated, the remaining O started fighting each other. "The monster assault has fallen apart. Thanks to you, everything seems fine." The power organization was thanking him, and N said nothing. At this, Wang Gok again took out his phone, handed it to Siwoo, and said, "Hey, quickly read the news about yourself. News, headlines, politics, economy, society, lifestyle, world. The giant chaos gate in Busan has been upgraded from B to A+, mobilizing everyone in the Daeongnam area. Players of the giant guild in Pazu City, Musan, have begun to move. Korea's first anomaly Shu, why did he do nothing in this situation?" A few seconds later, he said in astonishment, "Did you know you're even in the papers? Unbelievable. Also, the headline reads, 'Korea in danger, where is the leadership?'" Siwoo held his head and stared at the paper, thinking to himself, "It's not that I didn't want to help. I wanted to go too." However, as he thought that, the system issued an alert. A dangerous warning. The alert read, "Due to reaching your karmic limit, the use of holy power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours." From the sky, a sudden surge of intense magic poured down, striking the ground and causing it to explode. Seeing the strange sight before them, everyone in the control room was so terrified they were speechless. Even Dong-suk stammered, unable to form a full sentence. "What is that?" Meanwhile, Conho stayed fairly calm and said, "So this is what they meant by the power of an anomalous, like a nuclear weapon." He still didn't believe it and asked again, "Is this really the power of an anomalous?" After seeing Siwoo outside, Conho suddenly thought, "Our idea of an anomalous's power was vague, but this video makes it clear." Siwoo aimed for exactly this. Everyone watching the livestream must have felt it. Then when the screen displayed the line, "Subscribe, comment, like, and turn on notifications to really help the goddess," he suddenly gave a thumbs up and cheerfully said, "Minister, about the livestream, I don't think we need an apology statement anymore." But the minister replied, "I won the bet, but the level of destruction was much greater than expected. Maybe my luck will be better in the coming years." On the drive home, Dong-suk called Siwoo. "That's right, team leader Siwoo, did you watch the live stream?" Dong-suk said earnestly, "Siwoo, I was stunned. I watched every second from start to finish. We played it on the main screen and all 250 staff at headquarters watched together." A while later, Siwoo made a request, "Since I've handled this, can I hand the rest over to you? I have some matters to attend to." Dong-suk happily agreed, "Of course. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the monster attack. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm on my way to China to negotiate the northward movement of O. I'll get back to you after we handle the situation as best we can." Hearing that, Siwoo thought, he's really busy. He quickly replied, "Yes, great work, I'll take care of the rest." As soon as he hung up, Siwoo murmured to himself, "He really is busy." Meanwhile, he checked online news, local updates, breaking news. A leaderless O group revealed that the awakened Siwoo was moving north, passing Old Pyongyang with an ultimate destination in China. The danger level of the level B chaotic gate had been notified to all players in the Gyeongnam region. Major player groups in Pazumunnan began urgent movement. Korea's first anomalous is Siwoo. Why isn't he moving in such a dangerous situation? Reading that, Siwoo suddenly stopped, staring at the line and musing. The first anomalous leaves right after promoting his religion without resolving the situation, only ending once the proselytizing is done. Pope Siwoo's YouTube channel is just a show. The meeting of the Buddhist monk and the god was Allah. Just then, Idiot Yu suddenly walked up. Seeing him, Siwoo exclaimed, "Damn, you're falling for those clickbait headlines." Startled by the sudden appearance, Siwoo retorted, "How could I not read it?" Though he said that, his hands were honest as Siwoo scrolled down to the comments. He read the newest, oldest, and most liked comments. 1 hour ago, what a relief the O group isn't coming our way. 1 hour ago, where's Kim Siwoo hiding? 15 minutes would have been more than enough, he intended to. 7 minutes ago, I heard those in guys are being mobilized. 5 minutes ago, who's trash-talking the guy who did the most? 5 minutes ago, why don't you try it yourselves? 1 minute ago, is that him? Pope turned university president, I'm leaving right after I build the shrine. I already handled the biggest problem. Bastard. And once again, Idiot Yu startled Siwoo. While Siwoo was intently reading the comments, Yu pulled out money and said, "You're just a regular guy now, right? Go buy potatoes." Immediately, Siwoo warned him, extending a fist as he said, "Idiot Yu, watch your language. It's just some limited divine power, I can still hit you." He added, "I bought potatoes yesterday, let's make potato pancakes today." At that, Yu reluctantly agreed. While cooking, Idiot Yu brought up those matters again. "You were torn apart in those articles I read earlier. You're going to live a long life." But Siwoo replied cheerfully, "Those political players need to sort things out their own way. They have to save face, so they'll try to do your job for you." Out of curiosity, he kept talking. "Oh, I heard the Great Tiger Clan auctioned off also had a monster attack. They're probably busy dealing with that." However, Siwoo was very indifferent. As he fed Si a potato pancake, he replied, "It's not that they did anything, at least they were able to contain it." Just then, Siwoo suddenly realized a positive point and thought to himself, "Actually, this is good. I should start preparing the shrine." The system also gave him a quest. Hidden quest, Monster Attack Wave. Complete the Monster Attack Wave, hidden type. Description: You defended allied forces against hundreds of thousands of OR troops on Earth. Facing a threatened update, you will receive the hidden quest reward. Reward, 5,000 DP. Although there was a lot to do and everything was busy, the good news was the hidden quest had been completed. A day had passed since the penalty, but there was still time. At the same moment, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Siwoo grew worried and mentally calculated. I should check the church status window. Fortunately, I earned DP before the restructuring. Has anything changed? The system answered his question. The Gen Church worships the primal goddess Gen from the Eden dimension. Current official adherents and own traits are Charity Level 2, Baptism Level 2, no affiliated organization, current God points, 12,700. Reading this, Kim Siwoo became urgent, thinking, we're still far from the main quest goal of 50,000 followers, but with the 255 skip, many followers joined while I was absent. Suddenly, Idiot Yu shouted, "Siwoo, look." Siwoo followed the prompt and looked ahead. He saw Leo talking with a group of people. Quickly, Siwoo called out Leo. He immediately turned and replied, "Your Holiness, welcome. Many people have asked to become official adherents because of the monster attack. I'm very proud that we have more brothers and sisters on Earth." Siwoo candidly told Leo, "I came because of that." Seconds later, he stepped in front of everyone. Minnie whispered, "Oh, that's the Pope. Pope, I watched the live stream yesterday. You were incredible. I'm a relative of someone helped in the epicenter disaster. I owe Jen my thanks." Seeing the crowd's goodwill, Siwoo pressed his hands to his chest and excitedly said, "Thank you for choosing us. From now on, I entrust you all. Jen will be very happy." He turned to Leo with satisfaction, thinking, "Yes, Leo, this is the moment I bring you to Earth. I'm not good at teaching others, but we have someone who will be a perfect missionary." Then Siwoo introduced Leo to everyone. "As you know, this is Leo, the Archbishop of the Gen sect. From now on, he will teach doctrine to our brothers and sisters. If you have any questions, ask him. I have great faith in Archbishop Leo." The unexpected proposal made Leo a bit flustered. Siwoo leaned in and whispered to him, "You know how to teach them the doctrine, right?" Leo replied, "Yes, Your Holiness, but there are so many people." Siwoo abruptly asked, "So many? You'll have to teach that number 200 more times." The remark left Leo both puzzled and astonished. He tried to explain to Siwoo, "Your Holiness, under South Korean labor law, the usual is 8 hours a day, 5 days a week." Before Leo finished, Siwoo cut in with a promise. Jen said they'd send more people from Eden to help train new adherents, so just hold on a bit longer. At that, Leo reluctantly agreed, Yes, I hope they arrive soon." Siwoo reassured Leo, "I told you I'd make sure aid would come. Do you trust me?" Leo could only answer, "It would be great if they really come." Meanwhile, Idiot Yu thought to himself, "I think my brother is truly a schemer." After only the two of them remained, Idiot Yu asked honestly, "Siwoo, aren't we short on money? More and more people are joining. And with living expenses and running the sect, we'll need a lot of money. Medub won't be enough." However, Siwoo replied, "I don't intend to make a profit from Medub." Idiot Yu asked in surprise, "So are you planning to fund this through donations like other religions?" Siwoo answered honestly, "I'll accept offerings at first. That's already been decided." Hearing that, Idiot Yu fell silent and pondered. After a moment, he said with concern, Siwu, I don't want to say this, but do you know how expensive C's tutoring fees are? Siwu looked at Idiot Yu's face, then leaned in and whispered in his ear. This Idiot Yu, this is an absolute secret, but I'll tell you specially. Curious, he leaned in to listen closely to what Siwu was about to say. Upon hearing it, Idiot Yu panicked and shouted, Are you allowed to do that? Man, is that okay? That's not proselytizing, that's just business. No, it's like a cult. Immediately, Siwu stopped him. Hey, don't blaspheme. I'll snap you in half if Leo finds out. Shut up. At that moment, the two of them were standing in a very beautiful garden. Then the system displayed information. You can purchase a sanctified house in the shop. Sanctified house level 1, facility type PLC. Description, using holy stones you can craft relics. The sanctified house item will bless those relics. The higher the sanctified house level, the more blessings it can grant. Cost 5,000 DP. So construction of the sanctified house began and the system confirmed. Building sanctified house, you have spent 5,000 DP. Level 1, sanctified house, you have entered the level 1 sanctified house belonging to your shrine, displaying the list of relics that can currently be crafted in your sanctified house. Seeing it, Idiot Yu exclaimed in amazement, this is where they're made. He even thought with satisfaction, the church's health bracelet. Meanwhile, Siwu gathered the holy stones and brought them to CEO Kang XX. At first glance, the CEO was very excited. Holy stones, I've never seen them before. Because they're a new mineral, we're very curious about them, the guild production leader said. And he deftly replied, I met a great person thanks to Mins, and holy stones don't detonate mana like magic stones, so they're very safe. CEO King grew even more enthusiastic. Excellent. So you want me to craft what you requested from these stones, right? Yes, make this round design and set the stone here. Also, you can be confident in your craftsmanship. With that skill, it will be as easy as turning your hand. And we can produce 100-200 a day. It's an honor to be the first production guild to partner with the famous Gen Church. I'll show you great results because you trusted us. Very quickly, the Holy Stone production contract between Siwu and CEO Kang was successfully signed. Everything proceeded so smoothly that he laughed and said, things are going very well. However, Idiot Yu suspected he was running a scam and irritably asked, hey, are you seriously planning to become a swindler? After some time, the Holy Stone bracelets were brought to market. A bracelet with a holy stone set into grooves. Depending on the rank of the holy stone used in production, each bracelet has different effects and is very helpful for the wearer's natural recovery. The number of relics that can be produced increases through purchases in the OLC shop or by upgrading the sanctified house. When the product sold well, Kim Siwoo said excitedly, the Gen Church's best-selling product is the Holy Stone Bracelet. We won't have to worry about running the sect anymore, Idiot Yu. See, made as a bracelet beneficial to the wearer's health and affordably priced, this relic became beloved by many. Have you heard of the mysterious Holy Stone Health Bracelet? A filial gift for parents, a love gift for lovers, extremely popular across Ian. Feel the power of the Holy Stone yourself. Buy 2, get 1 free. The Holy Stone's effects help reduce fatigue, improve circulation, relieve pain, treat hair loss, and ease menstrual pain. Buy 2, get 1 free. Moreover, Siwoo explained to Idiot Yu, although it resembles the pseudo-scientific anion bracelets that were once trendy in Korea, this is a bestseller in Eden. Hearing that, Idiot Yu silently judged his brother. Siwoo has no marketing talent. He bluntly voiced his thought, a new religion and a health bracelet. Doesn't anyone find that odd? But Siwoo stubbornly replied, anion bracelets are unscientific, but ours are real. They carry blessings that reduce fatigue and more, although priests need to bless them. Siwoo still sent Sion to any tutoring academy she wanted. Unable to persuade him, Idiot Yu muttered in disappointment. The whole world is falling into chaos, and our Gen Church is turning into a cult. Not stopping there, he wondered aloud, but who will bless these items? Immediately, Siwoo fell into thought since he couldn't use divine power right now. Leo was the person he thought of, but Idiot Yu remained uneasy. His disappointment clear on his face. Goddess Jen, please do something about this trash. What can we do when Leo is our only priest? At that moment, the system issued a notification. Your principal deity has sent an oracle. Soon after, Jen appeared looking for Siwoo. Siwoo replied joyfully, hardly believing it. Meanwhile, Idiot Yu was confused. Is this goddess trying to kill Leo? But Jen answered nonchalantly, oh my, looks like I arrived just in time, huh, Siwoo? What I prepared has been arranged. As I said, I'll send someone from the Holy Knights with the same method as Leo. Siwoo was surprised, someone like Leo. Jen quickly explained, yes, the method is that you buy through the system and I'll send them through a gate. You'll see them appear before your eyes. Immediately, a new item appeared along with system information. A new item is available for purchase in the shop. You can buy a Holy Knight Commander. Additionally, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Time remaining, 1 hour 45 minutes 24 seconds. The store's inventory was updated. You can buy the special position, Holy Knight Commander. At that, Siwoo realized something was off, thinking, the Holy Knight Commander costs as much as a new facility. Luckily, I got points from the hidden quest. I can't let Leo burn out. I have no choice. I'll buy it. The system responded immediately. You have spent 5,000 DP to purchase the special position, Holy Knight Commander. Because you bought at a causality-appropriate price, Jen's intervention from the Eden dimension will be bypassed. To verify, Siwoo asked Jen, will it work? She answered confidently, yes. Siwoo added another request, will you tell me the date, time, and location of the gate like last time? Last time was a mess. Although it led me to Captain Choi, that was just luck. We need to prepare in advance. Jen was silent. After a moment she hesitated. I've already sent them. He panicked. What? Jen quickly apologized. I felt guilty for taking so long to send aid before, so this time I sent them right away since there was already a connection. Siwoo began to think and found her explanation reasonable. The world is in chaos because of strange gates and dungeons. Meanwhile, Idiot Yu urged him, wanting to know what they had said. Hey, what did the goddess say? Please tell me this has nothing to do with us. Next, Jen used the tablet screen to show Siwoo a hint clip. On the screen, a group of his people were surrounding Luna. Ajia said to Daeun, they look like members of the Jen church. I think we're doomed. Then the footage showed Luna stepping on the corpse of a monster, then turning to glare at them with a hostile look. Immediately, Dahai Anun asked her, are you an enemy? Show yourself. Ajia quickly intervened. Isn't that a bit too blunt? However, they didn't wait for Luna to answer. After a loud shout, they began to attack her. Luna coldly scanned them all over, then immediately plunged into the fray. During the fight, the wind whipped Luna's long hair through the air. Next, Luna leapt high with quick feet. The people below stood frozen in place. Before counterattacking, she even smiled and said, you attacked first, right? Then it's my turn. Those words turned the group below pale with fear. Then Luna launched an earth-shattering counterattack, dust and smoke filling the air everywhere. At that moment, comment lines popped up on the screen. She's so pretty. Who is she? What's going on? I didn't think she belonged to the Deho Guild. Why did the attackers run away? Hey, where's the explainer guy? I don't know either. I think she just winked at me. Meanwhile, Siwoo cried out in shock. Wait, forget the wink. Why? Is she chasing off all our guild members while winking at them? No sooner had he finished than Siwoo angrily demanded, Jen, what is this? Jen hurriedly replied, my mission is complete. I'm off. Too much to do. Goodbye. A second later, the system announced, the prophecy has ended, which left him so irritated he was speechless. Worried, Siwoo muttered, how are we supposed to handle this? Let's get out of here. Immediately after, the screen showed Luna introducing herself. I am the third Holy Knight Commander of the Jen Church, leader of the Fan M Knight Corps, Luna. Dears, if you don't want to surrender, I suggest you. Hearing that, both Siwoo and Idiot Yu were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed, thinking only in despair we're done for. Luna is the leader of the third Holy Knight Unit, the Fan M Knight Corps, and one of the church's strongest representatives. Just as Leo is nicknamed the Mad Dog, Luna has a similar title. The Blood-Soaked Saintess because she carries enemies' blood across the battlefield. It's an entirely fitting title whenever she swings her beloved umbrella. Although Luna is proficient with all kinds of weapons, she especially loves her umbrella, hence Siwoo's earlier curiosity. Quickly, he went to find her. Luna cheerfully said, there's a certain joy in smashing skulls. Why don't you try it to understand the feeling? Are you free tonight? If so, maybe we could grab a drink or two. Hearing that, Siwoo reluctantly replied, got it. Beyond her combat ability, she wields tremendous influence within the church. Not only a saintess and holy knight, Luna's striking looks make people do a double take, and her cool attitude makes many envious. Siwoo hurried to find Leo. Riding in the car and hearing this, Leo said casually, in this world's terms, she's basically an idol. In an era dominated by medubs, someone like Luna showing up is great for us. Siwoo shouted. But why would she pick a fight with another guild? At this, Leo didn't know how to answer and could only say, yeah. Also, Siwoo reproached Leo, you did the same. What the hell is that? Leo quickly explained, but they attacked first. Siwoo understood him but still scolded, I know, but even so, couldn't you have dodged their attack gracefully? Why did you have to fight back? He replied firmly, both Lifton and I are just following the rules we were taught. Siwoo intentionally asked Leo, which idiot taught the church members that, who did it? Leo didn't answer, he only smiled at the other person. Annoyed, Siwoo asked, why are you looking at me like that? Leo quickly looked away and said, it's nothing. At that moment, a holy stone at the O'Leodin gate was glowing, and it showed signs of growing larger. At that moment, a holy stone at the O'Leodin gate was glowing, and it showed signs of growing larger. Guards were keeping people back. Limit the press. An operation is underway in the area. Only authorized personnel may enter the scene. Meanwhile, many curious citizens asked, are you really fighting the Jen Church? Did Jen handle this gate and the monster wave from the old North Korea? Look, there's a Jen Church follower among the reporters. The public needs to know the truth. Amid the chaos, Leo told Siwoo, it looks like they're arguing because this is a matter of honor. Deho is one of Korea's representative guilds. Not only were they embarrassed on live broadcast, but the person who caused the scene made sure everyone knew she was a Jen Church member. Siwoo thought to himself, what would happen if I showed up now? Top 10 scandalous moments of Jen Church leaders. the shocking confession of a Gen Church follower, the truth behind that bastard shoe. Every conspiracy site online would tear me apart. It'll destroy all the good first impressions. I'll disappoint Captain Kim and Minister Seo Nho. He told Leo, now go into the barrier Deho's guild created to block Luna and we'll quietly take Luna out. That's my plan. However, he warned Siwoo, there's no way Lifton will leave quietly. How do you plan to get past the barrier? Siwoo replied cheerfully, what other choice do we have? We'll just go straight in. Just then the system gave him a reminder. Passive skill Sacred Protection maxer level nullified all magic. The following magical skirmish accumulated heavy damage and the integrity of the barrier has been significantly reduced. Accompanying this, Leo said sadly, Your Holiness, I've heard there's such a thing as double standards. Siwoo, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Leo replied, nothing, I was just saying. Cut to Luna's location. She has currently defeated all those who provoked her. After entering the barrier and seeing this, Siwoo murmured to himself, everything about Luna should have been perfect. If not for the scene she caused, unbelievable. Just then, someone else suddenly rushed in to ambush Luna. Although taken slightly by surprise, she was still safe after that attack. Luna immediately counterattacked, and the opponent stepped back to dodge. Seeing this, Siwoo was surprised and thought, it seems there's still an S-rank hunter standing firm. Maybe that's the remaining pride of Deho Guild. Meanwhile, Leo observed that it looked like Liv Vuitton was testing her opponent. But Siwoo retorted, Leo, most people would say she's toying with him. He can't even land a single hit. He still didn't believe it and replied, is that so? Maybe she's bored. Immediately after, Luna grew excited and readied her next move. At the same time, Junhoo was also sprinting toward the opponent. As the two were about to collide, Siwoo arrived in time and pushed them apart. He said, we can stop here. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Junhoo was extremely surprised to see Siwoo, while Luna excitedly shouted, Your Holiness. Quickly she straightened her clothes and smiling said, Your Holiness, it's been too long, I've missed you. Siwoo, flustered, replied, it's not been that long, only 2 months since I came to Earth. She quickly introduced herself, I'm Luna. I answered the call of Goddess Jen and came to Earth to help you, Your Holiness. Immediately, Siwoo felt guilty and hurriedly explained, Luna, I know it's my fault for making you arrive late, but how am I supposed to handle this situation? Why did you make such a big deal out of it? He said that because there were people lying everywhere before them. However, Luna just laughed loudly and confidently. It's all thanks to your teachings. What do you think? Hearing that, Siwoo could only panic. What this? Life doesn't always go according to plan, but sometimes surprises bring good things. At that moment, Siwoo saw Sungmin angrily scolding Junhoo. Team leader Junhoo, what did you just say? He replied immediately, I'm saying we need to take some responsibility for this situation. However, Sungmin countered, we were only following the special law on abilities. All we did was attack a strange entity that appeared from the gate. Why should we apologize? Still, Junhoo maintained his argument. We were the attackers first, despite receiving many warnings. That's why we must apologize to the Gen Church. The entity from the gate clearly said it didn't want to fight, even speaking Korean. Even with an opportunity for dialogue, we ordered an attack. Hearing that, Siwoo grew more determined and thought, this is the excuse I'll use. Then Siwoo asked Luna, Luna, did you hypnotize that person or something? She honestly replied in surprise, I don't have that ability. But Siwoo still didn't believe it. Really? Then why did he side with us? Luna joked, if I had hypnotic powers, I'd have used them on you already. This made Siwoo snap angrily. What did you just say? She calmly replied, I just think what you think. Just then, Leo stepped forward to stop her. Miss Liv Von Tun, you shouldn't do that. At the sight of Leo, Luna excitedly covered her face and cried out, Leo, oh, I'm your sister, don't call me miss anymore. See, how are you? Do you miss your sister? Oh my god, what happened? You've lost so much weight. As Luna spoke, she reached out anxiously to touch Leo, but he brushed her hand off. Please don't touch me anymore. Standing beside them, Siwoo, visibly annoyed, said, you two aren't even blood siblings. Luna nonchalantly replied, the saint and the saintess both serve under Goddess Jen, aren't we basically siblings? Faced with that, Siwoo relented, do whatever you want. Not stopping there, Luna draped an arm over Leo's shoulder, making him scream in panic. Ah, please stop, Miss Liv Von, Your Holiness. At the same time, Sungmin was still scolding Junhoo. What's wrong with you? Team leader, even though you're the president's right-hand man, this is absurd. He bowed his head and accepted fault. I'm not saying I'm right. I'll accept any punishment if I was wrong. But Luna interjected, then why? Luna's words suddenly brought Junhoo to his senses. He calmly said, your name is Luna, right? Unfazed, Luna stepped forward, propped a hand on her hip and answered, that's right, why? He replied softly, thank you, I feel like I've learned a lot. Could we meet again to talk more? Luna, delighted, laughed, you're better than I expected. If you fix a few bad sword habits, you'll improve a lot. He, embarrassed and blushing, asked, really? Shy eyes fixed on Luna, his voice trembling. Seeing this, Siwoo got an idea and leaned close to Junhoo's ear. If you're interested, drop by our temple. I'm sure Miss Liv Vuitton would be happy to teach you. Thinking Siwoo was serious, Junhoo asked, really? He continued to sow hope. Of course, I think you'll have a great time. Immediately, Junhoo promised, I'll definitely visit the temple. Siwoo was pleased with the promise, thinking, perfect, if we play this right, we might even gain an S-rank follower. Luna agreed with Siwoo, you haven't changed at all, Your Holiness. Meanwhile, Leo grumbled, Your Holiness, you're worrying me. But Siwoo made up an excuse, this all reminds me of the past. Alright then, let's go home. Afterward, a wave of news about them appeared online. Conflict between the Gen Church and the Diho Guild. A battle occurred at Gate C57 in Inchin. Experts suggest Luna is an entity from another dimension. The Ministry of Abilities demands the Gen Church explain and apologize to the DH Guild. How much will the compensation be? S-rank Hunter Junhu, who was attacked, announces he will visit the Gen Church. We are prepared for the arrival of friendly entities from other dimensions. According to the Special Abilities Management Agency's official report, Korea will lead the new generation. Although the Diho Guild's video was taken down, it still spread widely in a short time. The official MP channel flooded with comments asking when Luna will debut. Even the comment sections on news articles exploded with all kinds of viewer reactions. Soon after, more news about Luna appeared with the headline, New Member of the Gen Church, Luna. Accompanying it were scores of netizen comments. Why is she so pretty? If she hit me, how far would I fly? Is she an entity from another dimension? If she stepped out of a gate, would she be like those A people? Her undeniable beauty and ability to take on the strongest DH members made Luna once an idol in Eden. Even without much official contact on Earth, she's certain to grow even more famous. Kim Siwoo glanced subtly, thinking that Diho's livestream actually became an advantage for the Gen Church since Meetup is their main advertising platform. Someone as appealing as Luna is a big plus, though there's one drawback he had to consider. With that in mind, he walked to the living room and happened to see Luna scrolling her phone, smiling broadly. She cheerfully said, Earth is fun, if I'd known I would have come earlier. Siwoo quietly considered Luna's flaw, her carefree, pleasure-seeking nature. Would that affect the church? While he was still thinking, Luna suddenly said, Maybe I should review my debut. I probably need to learn some new poses for next time. Luna's comment made Siwoo wonder, since when did she learn to say things like that? Did Jen teach her? Not stopping there, Luna continued, Every time I'm rejected, I think people on Earth must have different beauty standards. But judging by everyone's reactions, that's not the case. Sister Jen, this is too funny. Siwoo showed his displeasure seeing Luna just playing on her phone, feeling like she was wasting time. He asked, Since when did you learn to use a phone? Luna jumped up from the sofa and said honestly, It's all thanks to Jen's blessing of use. Siwoo was startled in surprise. That works. Just then, the system announced, Mobile skill blessing of use is exclusive to Luna. The blessed can use anything, tools, weapons, even mechanical devices with nearly limitless capability. Luna excitedly told Siwoo, I guess so. He inwardly felt annoyed. I knew this skill was overpowered back in Eden. I didn't expect it would work on phones on Earth too. Damn, she's just too lucky. Suddenly, Luna asked Siwoo, Are you serious, Your Holiness? Are you happy I came? He panicked and replied, Huh. She misunderstood and asked again, You don't want to see me? Siwoo didn't say it aloud, but thought to himself that actually meeting her wasn't so bad. But if he kept avoiding her, she'd waste his time again. With that in mind, he cheerfully suggested, Of course, why don't we go to the military base when we get the chance? I'd like to see if your blessing works on helicopters or fighter jets. Luna smiled and answered, Don't be shy, you're as charming as ever. Seeing her so excited, Siwoo quickly looked for a way to escape. Just then, Leo entered and asked, Miss Livon, is there any problem at the sanctuary? Luna thought for a moment and replied, We ran into some issues. Siwoo grew worried and asked, What kind of issues? Without beating around the bush, Luna quickly explained, Since Your Holiness returned to Earth, monsters hiding in the northern continent have begun reappearing. We've even heard the Demon King is somewhere in the southern isles. Because of that, we've been very busy. Hearing this, Siwoo began to think seriously. I thought we had wiped out the monsters, but apparently there's still a reason Jen's been so occupied lately. He suggested to Luna, In that case, shouldn't you stay in Eden? Luna then stated her primary mission for coming to Earth. Your Holiness, our mission is to help you. You are the one who saved Eden, so don't feel guilty. Siwoo thought carefully and smiled in thanks to everyone. However, being playful, Luna quickly looked for entertainment. Come on, why don't we have a drink? I'm curious what alcohol on Earth tastes like. Concerned, Siwoo tried to stop her. Luna, is it okay for you to drink? You're a saintess. But Luna was unfazed. Only those who truly understand alcohol can guide those who drink it. Siwoo then tried to stop Leo from leaving. I know, Leo is the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. That comment hurt Leo. He started crying and asked, Your Holiness, what do you mean? At the same time, Sion, Siwoo's sister, was also amazed to see Luna, such a beautiful older sister. Luna cheerfully greeted Sion, Little sister, I'm so happy to meet you. Wyangyugi, Siwoo's younger brother, even scolded him. Brother, why didn't you tell me sister Luna was coming? He scratched his head and replied awkwardly, I didn't know you wouldn't be home. Luna looked delighted to see him. Oh, this cute guy is Your Holiness's younger brother. I've heard so much about you. Siwoo didn't like Luna praising his sibling and said, The cute one is Sion, don't call Wyangyugi cute. Luna not only wasn't angry but smiled brightly. Oh, it's so cute to see you jealous like that. But I don't want to cause conflict between siblings. After saying that, she stepped over to C, making Siwoo irritably shout, "That childish teasing is ridiculous." Wang Yugi then found it funny that Luna had provoked him. "Sister Luna, teasing you is hilarious." Luna joined in. "It's a pleasure to meet such lovely siblings. I'm Luna, call me sister if you like. I'd love to get to know all of you better." Wang Yugi was surprised by Luna's friendliness and asked again, "Are you sure? No hesitation?" Luna replied decisively, "Of course, Wang Yugi. You can call on me anytime you need. I've heard a lot about you and Eden, how good you are at video editing." Wang Yugi was even more astonished hearing about Eden, thinking to himself, they have video editors in Eden too? Then Luna asked her, "Can I stay here a bit?" X-Own politely asked, "Can I just call you sis from now on?" Luna answered excitedly, "Of course, see, call me sis whenever you want." Right then Leo spoke up, "But if there's a 20-year age gap, shouldn't it be aunt?" That remark angered Luna, who snapped, "Shut up, Leo." He still wasn't satisfied, wondering why he was being called uncle. Seeing everyone at home getting along, Siwoo felt content, watching them play while murmuring to himself, "I never expected the day my family on Earth would meet Leo and Luna to come. This is a wonderful moment. I wish this peace could last a little longer." At the same time, in a dark place, a monster appeared, roaring, "Accept me, obey me, submit to me." Immediately, its tentacles struck at everyone, causing people to panic and shout, "It's here, run." Seeing someone being grabbed, a heart-wrenching scream rang out, "Jock, damn you, this monster." At that moment, Sealzin appeared. Charging forward to drive the monster away, he frowned and shouted, "We have to retreat. I don't think any attack works on that thing. If this continues, our guild will be wiped out. I'll hold it off for a while. Go, get out of here." Once safe, Sealzin instructed his teammates, "Request help from Pope Siwoo of the Gen Church." His teammates disagreed, saying he couldn't fight the monster alone. However, Sane barked, "Move. Bringing Pope Siwoo here is the best help you can give me." A main script update has just appeared. Who would have thought divine power would be so terrifying? You think so too, Pope Kim. Currently, the main script on Earth has updated to the class era, based on the amount of mana people on Earth possess. Many believe the arrival of divine power is too late. However, major religions like Christianity and Buddhism and lesser-known faiths like the White Light Church are beginning to report players who can use divine power. Whether they actually use it or not, within the Gen Church we focused on recruiting players of divine temperament, those who have chosen Gen as their true god. At that moment, Leo led a group of people to Siwoo and said, "Your Holiness, these are the players who have chosen the Gen Church. With Difton's joining, I think one of our worries is eased." He cheerfully turned to the group. "It seems we're beginning to form a social hierarchy." "Well done," Luna told the newcomers. "Though we haven't been on Earth long, I'm very grateful you've chosen to follow the Gen Church. I suppose I'll take responsibility for combat training." Siwoo reluctantly agreed. "Of course, but how can you both heal and support with just a staff?" A moment later, he suddenly looked toward the crowd and recognized someone familiar, a child. Leo stepped forward to explain. "His name is Seung-hoo. He just joined the church with his father. He expressed his gratitude to you for caring about the gate. Also, as you probably know, it seems he was born with a destiny to become a prophet." Siwoo did not respond, thinking, although the Gen Church's history on Earth is short, I never expected someone with such pure faith could exist in our church. He doesn't look much older than C. This made me reconsider my priorities. Leo quickly added, "Pope, could you say a few words? The faithful are begging to meet you." Seung-hoo, hearing the mention of the Pope, turned to Siwoo with eager eyes. He gently walked over to Seung-hoo and cheerfully said as he approached, "In the past, a man once said, instead of giving a hungry person a fish, teach them how to fish. We won't make empty promises like other churches, such as a fast track to riches." Pausing for a moment, Siwoo reached out, casting a spell as he continued, "We will teach people the proper methods to use and develop divine power. I'm not here to perform miracles for everyone, but I'm here to create miracles myself. Gen is not a goddess who will let people down. Keep your faith and trust in yourselves." Seeing Siwoo's serious expression now, Luna was surprised, thinking to herself, "I can't believe he can look this serious." At that moment, someone ran up in a panic and shouted, "Wait, you can't come in like this." The person bowed and continued, "I'm sorry, Your Holiness, it's Jock who's arrived." Hearing the commotion, Siwoo turned and recognized the Goblin Guild insignia. Jock, his arm injured, knelt at Siwoo's feet and pleaded, "Your Holiness, please help us this time. Guild leader Shin is currently in danger at the Mana node in Busan. He may already be dead. Please help us." There are 3 Mana nodes in Korea, the birthplace of our temple which has been purified, the D node, and finally Busan. In the end, Siwoo decided to fly there to rescue them. On the plane, Jock recounted the whole story. 3 years ago, everyone probably knew about the outbreak gate that appeared in Busan. The Mana node in Busan is a remnant of that gate's aftermath. Although the mana contamination there is less severe than at Node C, it's dangerous because it's located in a major city. At the main outbreak gate, the Goblin Guild contributed the most after discovering the node connected to dungeons from another dimension. A few other gates appeared in Busan as a bonus, and the Goblin Guild had the right to choose which gate to explore first. The outbreak gate incident brought us many benefits. Siwoo recalled the sudden appearance of Captain So-hik. To reassure himself, he thought, resolving those gates will require a massive sum. But then Siwoo remembered the main script. After the main script announcement, hadn't everyone realized gates were appearing all over the world? Likewise, another gate had just appeared in Busan. Being used to this, people didn't pay it much mind. Still, he frowned in thought. After arriving at the Busan node, problems began to arise for the Goblin Guild only about 2 days later. We received a message from Guildmaster Tel Zin sent from inside the dungeon of that gate, reporting issues that even S-rank hunters struggle to handle. Meanwhile, Luna was now fully dressed in Earth-style clothes. As soon as she got off the plane, she excitedly said, "Do Earthlings really ride those strange carriages? It's not like using magic. I want to try driving one." Seeing Luna dressed like that, Siwoo asked in surprise, "Are you copying Earth fashion? You actually used your first allowance to buy clothes? Luna, are you sure you're a saintess? Why is everyone in the church so weird?" Luna retorted, "You're the strangest of us all, my pope." Siwoo sighed and reluctantly said, "Well, I think the outfit suits you. How did you manage to find clothes that fit like that?" Luna beamed in response, "I welcome more compliments from you with all my heart." Then Siwoo turned to Jock and asked, "Where is the gate you mentioned?" He quickly replied, "Let me lead you. Here's the dungeon entrance." The moment they arrived, both Siwoo and Luna were astonished. A familiar yet new sensation swelled in Siwoo's chest. Now he understood why Representative Choi had requested his help. Lost in thought, Luna suddenly spoke up, "Your Holiness, I believe this is..." Before she could finish, Siwoo cut in, "Yes, you're right." Immediately after, Luna cut him off and said, "This is a heretic sanctuary." Siwoo shared his impression. "I can feel a very unpleasant divine power coming from here." At that moment, the system gave Siwoo a hint. "You have discovered a chaotic dungeon, the Sanctuary of Fallen Faith. Time remaining before the dungeon goes berserk, 11 minutes 52 seconds. He was intrigued by this information and thought, "Looks like we have a long night ahead. Let's go." Before entering, the system issued a quest to Siwoo. "Chaotic dungeon, Sanctuary of Fallen Faith, and unfamiliar divine power is sensed from this dungeon. Eradicate the dungeon and prevent it from going berserk. Completion condition, destroy the dungeon core. Reward 3,000 D. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, he accepted the quest immediately. After all, he was going to do this anyway. Getting reward points couldn't hurt. System notice, you have accepted the side quest. You have entered the dungeon. Thus, the group smoothly proceeded inside into a space utterly void of light. Luna quietly followed close behind Siwoo. Along the way, she kept observing and thinking to herself that the environment here was nothing like she had imagined, neither Earth nor Eden. She told Siwoo, "This place feels like a completely different world. It's fascinating." Siwoo agreed, "Yes, it's as if we've stepped into an entirely different dimension." Inwardly, he had another thought. "I wonder what this world would be like if everyone only ever thought of destruction." Jock explained further, "This is typical of dungeons owned by open guilds. Because it's a private space, the area here is much larger than you'd imagine. If you can detect divine power, can you sense where the people who need rescuing might be?" Siwoo explained, "The only divine power I can wield is the power born from faith in the supreme deity, Goddess Jen." Feeling quietly worried, Siwoo thought, "If the divine power here is based on Goddess Jen, it won't be hard to find those we seek. But since this used to be the sanctuary of another sect, we'll have to search for ourselves." Luna watched for a moment and then remarked, "This place is like the sects in Eden. Your Holiness, any ideas? Could this be a god from Earth?" Siwoo honestly shook his head. "I don't think so. No major religion on Earth would have a temple like this. Moreover, it's been less than a month since divine power appeared on Earth. That's not enough time for a god to be worshipped and then forgotten like this. I think it's possible this was once the sanctuary of a god from another dimension, a deity that has since lost its name." He added, "Divine power is a force born from the sincere faith that beings have towards someone or something. Divine power cannot exist without the faith of those beings. But why can divine power still be sensed here? There is some being here that still believes in the god from another dimension." No sooner had he finished than the group was startled by a loud noise. Turning to look, they found a crack nearby, and suddenly a monster appeared, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. "Your Holiness, why are there monsters here?" Immediately, Luna shifted into her warrior attire, laughing cheerfully as she said, "I told you so." Siwoo was shocked to see Luna change clothes and shouted, "What?" They both looked toward the tower ahead where many monsters had gathered. Luna half-jokingly told Siwoo, "You always create the worst worries for us. It's been 3 years since I set foot in Eden. Endless battles and homesickness began to weigh on me. That was when I hit rock bottom." At that time, when everything was hopeless for him, Siwoo once loudly asked whether an entity like a god could die. Right then, a sudden bolt of lightning appeared and struck down the flying dragon right before him. And the one who produced that lightning was Jen. After hearing Siwoo's words, Jen stared at him for quite a while in surprise. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder from behind and said, "You wanted to kill me, Siwoo." The question left him so flustered, he couldn't find the words. "It seems you still resent me. Gods like us exist because people believe in us and we disappear when we're forgotten. Siwoo asked Jen bluntly, what happens when you're forgotten? She replied calmly, that's when we truly become hidden. One day you'll understand what I mean. Now, recalling Jen's words, Siwoo thought, 7 years have passed since then, yet I still can't fully grasp the meaning of a god's completion. However, as Jen said, I can tell these entities failed to achieve their completion. At that moment, all the monsters detected the illegal intrusion and began preparing to attack. Immediately, Luna donned her warrior garb and said, Your Holiness, in the name of Goddess Jen, I've never seen such suspicious entities on Eden. It's infuriating that they look grotesque yet possess divine power. Siwoo quickly corrected her thinking, judging a book by its cover is a bad habit. Luna retorted with his earlier words, but you once said the ore looked ugly. He was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Luna also asked Siwoo, don't you think Jen would shake her head if she saw them? He answered honestly, I don't think so. Jen might be angry, but in the end she'd feel pity for these entities. This temple has stood long enough to become ruins, but souls that should have passed on are still trapped here, imprisoned by the strands of divine power woven by their god. He still had one question, how dare they torment the people who believed in them? They can no longer be called divine. Can we even call the energy they possess divine power? Luna sprang forward and shouted, disgusting. Clearly, if these things showed up on Earth, it would be far worse. After a loud shout, they saw Luna standing atop the pile of monsters, with a resolute, fearless look in her eyes as she raised her staff high. Before striking, Luna let out a battle cry to rally herself. Immediately after, the OR souls began to drift and hover in the air. Luna turned to Siwoo and asked, all right, Your Holiness, do you permit me to purify the departed souls as I see fit? At first he hesitated, but then nodded in agreement. It seems you're already doing what you want. Fine, I'll leave this to you. I'll go look for Captain Choi. The others echoed in unison, we'll support you in battle. But Siwoo objected, you come with me. Luna disliked having someone interfere in her fight. Jock barked angrily, what? Just then he heard a loud explosion behind them and immediately changed his tone. Ah, got it. Siwoo couldn't help laughing. Then he said, let's start searching for Captain Selen. I think we have a chance if we head to the dungeon's center. They went to another crumbling tower, but found no ore there. Jock asked Siwoo, Your Holiness, do you sense something wrong? Siwoo asked back, what's the matter? Jock said bluntly, there's no sign of Captain Choi beyond this pit, but I can sense Captain Choi's mana from this pit. Hearing that, Siwoo pondered, the battle here must have been fierce enough to leave such a large pit, yet the trail stops here. He sat down to examine the pit, then used spiritual power to scan everything. After detecting something unusual, he announced loudly, I'll go alone from here. Jock asked in surprise, why do you want to fight alone when we're searching for the captain? We'll help you. But Siwoo shook his head, I appreciate it, but I think it's better if you stay here. Hunters often get brainwashed if they enter this area. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used magic on the mouth of the pit, pouring all his effort into locating Choi's inn. Immediately after, the system announced that the passive skill maxer had nullified the sacred seal. Those present noticed the change and said, there is a spatial barrier inside the gate. Siwoo immediately jumped in, not forgetting to reassure everyone, don't worry, I'll handle this and bring Captain Choi back. Even so, they still called out anxiously, Holy Pope. As he neared the bottom of the pit, he received the notification, you have entered the sacred seal. The space was both dim and filled with a gloomy haze. Your divine power is resisting distortion. At the same time, he discovered Jane, who was still alive there. Siwoo decided to jump into the center of the sacred seal. At the sight of him, Sane smiled and said, you're late, Pope Kim. I was worried you'd never show up. A hero's dramatic entrance. I knew you had a bit of romance in you. Really, there's reason for me to acknowledge you. Seeing Sane keep his optimism in such a situation, Siwoo couldn't help but praise, you're good at that, how can you smile in a situation like this? You could have died if I'd been a little later. Besides, it seems you haven't trained your members well. Those fools look like they wanted to kill you. Sane replied casually, for some members this is their first time in a dungeon. How could I hurt them and make them heretics follow some god I do know? Unless I'm dead. If you want to get hurt like me, I suggest you treat Luna and Leo well. Siwoo smiled and said, I always try to keep them under control. But inwardly he couldn't help worrying. He has an amazingly strong will. Everyone here is brainwashed, but he's completely normal. If he were alone, he would have easily escaped this dungeon. Thinking that, Siwoo asked, do you know who we're facing? Sane quickly answered, I heard his voice. He said things like accept me, obey me, follow my orders. I ignored it because it was annoying, but others apparently couldn't. Siwoo also honestly stated his condition. So you want me to help you save them, but it will come at a high price. Sane didn't hesitate, answering firmly, I will give my entire life. Siwoo thought to himself, that's a steep price. Then Sane stepped closer and said, if you need a hunting hound, I'll be your hound. Siwoo put his hand up to stop him, hesitating, but I prefer cats. Still, Sane bowed 90 degrees and pleaded, please save my teammates. Hearing that, Siwoo sighed, thinking, personally, I don't dislike people like Captain Sane. With that, he set off to destroy O and said, Captain Choi, we can discuss compensation later. Hiding within this warped space and using it as a shield, you have lost your true name as a god and embraced evil instead of holiness. Then after a loud scream, Siwoo grabbed the monster's tentacles. And very quickly the system announced, the dungeon boss has been summoned by you. He shouted, master of this warped shrine. The monster immediately roared, obey me. Siwoo tightened his grip on its tentacles and struck straight into its mouth. Immediately after, the monster opened its huge maw and said, obey me. I am the one true god, the one you should pray to, the one who will save you. Obey me. It released a massive surge of dark energy. Seeing that, Siwoo angrily said, what the hell are you rambling about, damn heretic? The monster kept repeating, I am the true god, I am the one worthy of your prayers. Obey me. By now Siwoo was even more annoyed, shouting, what the hell are you babbling? This fanatic, how dare you brainwash people into believing you? All you want is to turn them into heretics to sustain your so-called divinity. He thought to himself, even a god on the verge of being forgotten is still a god. To people from Earth who have never experienced divine power, they wouldn't be able to resist. At that moment, Sane spoke, Pope Kim, wait, don't kill that squid yet. If we kill it, will my teammates return to normal? I have to bring them back. Hearing this, Siwoo bowed his head, smiled, and muttered, Captain Choi really is on another level. He explained, Captain Choi, stopping people's faith in the leaders of a cult and their god isn't that hard. With that, Siwoo threw his full strength into fighting the monster before him. After a while, the monster was subdued by him, screaming in pain. At that point, Siwoo said to Sane, you just need to use overwhelming divine power to erase their existence. And true to his word, he quickly followed through. By then, the monster screamed in agony, get out, disappear, be gone. Nevertheless, he did not stop and continued fighting with divine power. Now the monster could only groan in torment. At the same time, Sane used divine power to protect his people and turned back to ask, Pope Kim, are you okay? Siwoo quickly replied, I'm fine. He also encouraged himself inwardly, just a little more, the godstone isn't far now. When he grabbed it, he exclaimed excitedly, found it. The symbol of divinity, the sacred relic. As soon as he got it, Siwoo raised it high. The monster roared in fury. The system immediately provided information about the item. Saw origin stone, a sacred relic originating from another dimension, a stone containing the origin of a god, though once a profound hope for humanity that no longer exists. The sacred relic from another dimension, the origin stone, has been reinitialized by the system. You have found the dungeon's core, the sanctum where faith has decayed. With the Saw origin stone in hand, Siwoo stared at it for a moment. Finally, he crushed it without hesitation. Seconds later, the system announced, by destroying the core, the dungeon, the sanctum of the decayed faith has been eradicated. Dungeon quest complete, you received quest rewards. Pope relic content has been updated. Details, the Pope can now use relic points. Relics have been updated. You will earn points each time you collect relics from other dimensions and can summon Gen Church relics using these points. However, at that moment Siwoo noticed a change. I've never seen this status window before. Does that mean I can trade relics from other dimensions for Gen Church relics? Next, Sejin reunited with his teammates who were being controlled. He shouted anxiously, wake up. Even Siwoo watched him to see if Sejin's power was strong enough to do this. Finally, the darkness here began to lift and light started to appear. Cut to a scene where a little girl in tattered clothes stands before a pile of stones. After a moment, the girl placed a stone on top with her own hands and prayed, may everyone be happy. The girl stood there watching the stones for a moment, then turned and ran off. But strangely, the stone she had just placed suddenly began to glow. At the same time, back where Siwoo was, the system announced, you have identified the legend hidden within the origin stone. After absorbing the legend from this relic, you have gained 1 relic point. Using 1 relic point, you can summon a Gen Church relic. You need 5 points to unlock the next Gen Church relic. At that moment, he also realized the girl's prayer, which was likely the moment her god was born. Meanwhile, Sejin's people, upon waking, were terribly startled. One even pointed a sword at him, prompting Sane to cry out in shock, guys. His man, confused, said, why am I pointing my sword at everyone? Are you okay? What did we do? A second later, Sejin, looking pitiable, said, my god, I feel like I'm about to die. Seeing this, people kept asking, Captain, are you okay? Sejin ordered them, everyone hurry, check for injuries. A member replied in fear, Captain. Then he ordered again, help me up, I'm dying, move it. Meanwhile, Siwoo suddenly heard Luna's voice behind him. She was rushing over to hug him, but because Luna jumped up too quickly, Siwoo couldn't react in time and they both fell. She anxiously asked, are you okay? Do you remember me? Still lying on the ground, he said painfully, Luna, I think you hurt me more than fighting that god. I'm just a bit excited after the battle. Have you dealt with that fallen god yet? Siwoo sat up and replied, of course. However, the system issued a danger alert. Warning, the dungeon will disappear in 1 hour. Evacuate quickly. Siwoo felt uneasy at the news. I'm not thrilled about how a god from another dimension was born. Saying that, he looked at the remaining fragments of the origin stone in his hand. Siwoo felt awkward. The truth that this place had once been a sanctuary full of human hopes and dreams now ending so cruelly. That night, Siwoo went drinking with Sane, Luna, and his group. He was in high spirits and laughed. Pope Kim, want a drink? Nothing tastes better than a drink after fighting for your life. Luna drank for him with Sane. Cheerfully she said, you really know how to enjoy a drink. Captain Choi, this wine is perfect. Earth wine is pretty good too. Hearing that, Sane got even more excited. Drink up, Luna. Hey, you guys, go to my car and bring the VCA crate here. Sejin's men answered, yes. Meanwhile, Siwoo thought it was funny. Drinking in the park after a battle were model citizens. A while later, Sane thanked him. Thanks to you, all members of my guild got out of the gate without anyone being killed. Of course, we must celebrate. Siwoo replied nonchalantly, I'm just doing my job, freeing people from that fanatic god's clutches, but you were the only one who nearly died. Hearing those words, Sane asked confused, nearly died? Who? Siwoo replied decisively, you, Captain Choi. The truth is you can still drink after all that. Most others would have been dead if they drank while injured like you. Still, Sane explained, alcohol is perfect for disinfecting battlefield wounds. Do you know how much it hurt me to see my guys in that state? Consider this medicine to heal my mental wounds. Finally, he grabbed his head in annoyance and shouted, for heaven's sake, Luna teased, disinfecting emotional wounds, huh? I agree with him, many people drink when they're emotionally exhausted. You're not wrong. Siwoo snapped at her angrily. Why are you siding with him? They ignored him, clinked glasses, and cheerfully said to each other, first, Luna, you should have a drink too. Sane added excitedly, you should drink as well. Luna was quick to comply while Siwoo calmed down, watching the two cheerfully and thinking. Both Leo and Luna seemed to have everyone from Eden getting along with Captain Choi. Honestly, I can't believe them. This isn't the time to be drinking. At the same time, the system announced, a main quest has appeared, the Age of Order has come. Main quest type, the Age of Order has come, countless gods will appear on Earth, while some will favor humanity, not all will. The mythic powers they possess will play a key role in strengthening your cult. Absorb those powers and expand your influence. Completion condition, absorb 3 relics from other dimensions. Rewards special skill myth detection, 10,000 DP. An evil god can be summed up as a deity that harms humans. The main difference between them and demon lords is that even evil gods possess holy power. Holy power and demonic power cannot be combined. I was already shocked to hear a demon lord had appeared on Earth, but I couldn't believe other gods would soon follow. I'm genuinely worried about what could happen to this planet. At that moment, a figure rushed in, shouting, Sir. It was a member of the Goblin Guild, he reported in a panic. I think you should see this. The White Light Church's people have arrived. At the same time, a group outside the base was arguing. The Goblin Guild demanded first, explain why you invaded another guild's dungeon area without prior notice. The White Light Church quickly replied, we'll explain when we meet your leader. Please let us speak with leader Choi Sane. Although we don't know how you cleared the dungeon, if you try to attack us, we'll be forced to retaliate. Hearing the threat, a Goblin member shouted angrily, how dare you? At the tense moment, Sane approached from a distance. Why have you come to this area at this time? The leader of the White Light Church immediately stepped forward to greet him. Pleasure to meet you, leader Choi Sane. He took off his hood and introduced himself. I'm Sim Jingle, a deputy of the White Light Church from the Busan Parish. Sorry for the disturbance, but we've come to prevent a disaster. Please reduce your hostility. Hearing him, Sane looked displeased, cracked his knuckles, and replied, first, you trespassed into our operating area, and now you ask us to tone down our hostility. I don't think that's reasonable. Then he glanced at Siwoo and asked, what do you think, Pope Kim? Sim Jingle was momentarily startled to realize there was someone else. He hadn't sensed his presence. He immediately put his hand to his chest and said, I understand, it seems the Gen Church's leader has assisted you. Good to see that. As soon as he finished, someone interjected, don't come any closer, this man isn't an ordinary leader, he's the Pope. Luna, her face full of killing intent, warned, mind your words, heretic, he's not someone you can speak to like that. Siwoo calmly signaled to hold her back. Luna stepped back. He looked at the White Light Church delegation and thought to himself that he could feel holy power from them, and not a small amount. Each one of them possessed a large reserve of holy power. Given that holy power was only recently dispersed into the world, it's clear they all have deep faith in their sect. So which god stands behind them? While he was pondering, Jingle bowed and saluted. One of our prophets sensed that a god of unclear origin tried to attack Earth. That's why our diocese ordered us to come here. As always, he spoke while sensing the oppressive atmosphere around him, this overwhelming holy power. Just then, Seo Zin beside him spoke up. He predicted where the gate would appear, and he saw that strange god. It seems the prophets of the White Light Church really are impressive. Taunted, he stood up irritably and countered, that's not luck, it's holy power. Leader Choi Sane, our god does not want innocent humanity to suffer. That's why he granted us the ability to foresee. Although he received an answer, Sane still wouldn't accept it. Even so, I don't think it's proper to bring so many of your sect members here. Why do you keep meddling with us and then vanish? Jingle refused to back down, smiling slightly. Looking at you now, I can predict you'd have suffered an unimaginable fate if the Gen Church's Pope hadn't arrived in time. All we've done is organize forces to prepare for the next outbreaks. Siwoo quietly observed them, thinking, they act like they came out of concern, but I wonder if they really needed to bring so many skilled holy power users here. Without Luna and me, Leader Choi and the Goblin Guild might have been lost in the dungeon. If that had happened, what would they have done with the god from that dimension? At this, Siwoo Zin was furious, anger flaring as he growled, maybe you don't know, but only guests invited by our guild may enter our operating area. And you are not official guests. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are all intruders. He erupted like a continuously spewing volcano and continued. Do you really think I can't see the plot to seize our dungeon after we were defeated? Since you confirmed that the secret dungeon has been cleared, return quickly. Hearing that, Jingle had no choice but to compromise and accept leaving. It seems this isn't the right time to talk. We'll leave right now. Saying that, he pulled his hood back on and glanced off in another direction. Jingle then turned to approach Siwoo. Our diocese is very interested in you, Your Holiness. Do you intend to arrange a meeting between me and your diocese? Jingle, not understanding, asked again, pardon. He immediately spun around, making his meaning clear. I don't want unwanted attention. Heretic. He hurriedly retorted, we are worshippers of the same god, shouldn't we have common ground? Our diocese wishes to meet you as soon as possible. Time passed, and on a fine morning in a lavish palace, someone urgently called out, Your Holiness, have you seen this article? This is news about the two groups we hate. In particular, the National Awakened Alliance just signed a contract with the newly formed White Light Church organization. Reporter Du Hammond. With the arrival of the Age of Order, the number of Awakened continues to rise, so the importance of those who can foresee grows, especially as the White Light Church expands. This is the White Light Church organization. Those fools published this article and claim all they want is attention. The National Awakened Alliance also announced that players who choose the White Light Church as their fate will receive many benefits, including points and items. Reported by Du Hammond of the news portal. Kim Siwoo's face showed disbelief and annoyance as he read the lines. I was wondering what the National Awakened Alliance would do about the growing holy power demand, but I didn't expect them to side with the White Light Church. I don't like their cooperation at all. While Siwoo was thinking, someone suggested, we should definitely cooperate since we're in the same boat. He looked at the scene helplessly and muttered, damn, they're so noisy. Beside the desk, Luna was advising Sane to rest after those injuries, but he confidently assured her, I'll be fine after a good meal and a peaceful sleep. After answering Luna, Sane announced his plan. Since I've decided to be a loyal dog guarding this temple, I think it would be a good idea to learn more about this palace. Kim Siwoo didn't hesitate to refuse, no need, and besides, I prefer cats. But Siwoo Zin wouldn't give up, smiling brightly. Dogs are loyal animals, they never betray their masters, and aren't they just cool? Seeing him so stubborn, Siwoo felt helpless, thinking, this old man is really annoying. Honestly, I never intended to form an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Last night, on the way home after everything, Leader Choi drove very fast and chatted. Tomorrow I'll go to the Gen Church Temple. Siwoo asked in surprise, why? Sane immediately replied, what do you mean why? We need to discuss how to optimize the alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Gen Church. Hearing that, Siwoo panicked and shouted, wait, what? Sane folded his arms with determination. I already said I'll be a loyal dog protecting the temple. Siwoo felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts amused, exclaiming, why are you obsessed with dogs? Ending the recollection, Siwoo turned to the person in front of him. Actually, I was pretty surprised when you proposed an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Mies chuckled a few times and replied, oh, I think you could more easily access additional holy stones with the Goblin Guild's help, Your Holiness. Before he finished speaking, Sane jumped into the conversation. Allow me to properly introduce us. His action made Siwoo shout while Sane grinned with satisfaction. After the teasing, Seo Jin also got to the main point. Pope Kim, do you know the SYN conglomerate? Hearing him ask, Siwoo immediately answered. Of course, they're the country's largest conglomerate, famous for their electronics. Right, SYN is famous for electronics. Although my grandfather still runs the electronics division, thanks to my brother's business talent, he's now the logistics director of SYN. So if you have any products to sell, as long as they're legal, we can look into them. Siwoo, slow to grasp it, nodded slightly, then suddenly gasped and shouted, oh, so your brother is an executive at SYN, that's a considerable background. Wait, Yan conglomerate, you said Yan. If I'm not mistaken, the Yan conglomerate is one of the 5 largest in the country. Impossible. So this muscular dog is a member of that conglomerate family? While stunned, someone spoke up. Leader Choi Sane, leader of the Goblin Lin Guild and the 4th generation of the Yan family. That's why the Goblin Lin Guild could grow strong without shouting. Luna, dead serious, commented, he's very likely a member of that conglomerate family and may have been involved in a murder. Hearing that, Siwoo froze, wondering why he was chosen for that. Immediately, Sane declared passionately, I'm not saying my family didn't help, but the Goblin Lin Guild is something my brothers and I built from the start. Please, I hope you don't make that mistake. Moved by those words, Siwoo didn't think twice and agreed, I won't. Let's cooperate, whether as a guardian dog or as a friend. Let's maintain a good relationship. No one can resist the temptation of money, and of course Siwoo is no exception. The rich are amazing, I'll stay close to him. CEO Dean looked at the fickle person before him and couldn't help but smile wryly. I know I've said this before, but this really isn't very holy. A while later, Leo pushed the door open and entered. Do you need me? Pope Siwu nodded slightly. Yeah, it looks like everyone's present, now that we're all gathered. Why don't we officially start the meeting? Saying that, he set his expression seriously and announced, I, as Pope of the Gen Church, intend to declare the White Light Church an enemy. The others were shocked and exclaimed in unison, an enemy. A heresy, true to the word's meaning, refers to those whose faith runs counter to ours. Because Eden has many gods, the Gen Church has allied with several other churches, because they all share a common enemy, the Demon Lord. At that moment, Siwu recalled his conversation with Gen. She once said that faith does not come from oppression or fear, that is merely submission. I do not want my people to endure that. Therefore, our church has decided that coexisting with other churches, except for certain aggressive heresies, will benefit everyone. However, heretical groups that harm civilians have been suppressed by the Holy See's legates. Even so, there is a reason I bring this up again. Back in the small meeting, Luna demanded angrily, why didn't you tell me their cult's headquarters is here? Leo and I could wipe them out ourselves. Leo calmly intervened, Luna Lifton, those words go against our doctrine. Gen teaches that if we want respect, we must first respect others. So in the name of Gen, he hadn't finished before Luna cut him off. You can still say that after those bastards from the White Light Church tried to kill the Pope and leader Choi. Her words made Leo angry as well. Those devils, your holiness, please declare a holy war. I, Archbishop Leo Duman, vow to devote my all to wiping out the heretics on the battlefield. Kim Siwu quickly rejected their proposal. Enough, don't embarrass me in front of leader Choi. But he didn't expect Sane to be even more excited, cheering, fantastic, can you let me join this holy war? This is our chance to wipe out those fools. Feeling a bit exasperated, Minso reminded him, the Gen Church is also a religious organization. Prompted by Minso, Sane realized his slip. Right, but the Gen Church is a glorious exception. His correction satisfied Minso more, thank you. I look forward to working with the Goblin Guild, the Gen Church, and Player K. In the end, the scene before Kim Siwu turned chaotic, one side pushing for war, the other eager to help. Fine, a holy war, huh? All right, let me arrange the timing. At this point, as the meeting's chair, Kim Siwu only let out a few faint chuckles. Right after, he sprang to his feet and slammed the table, silencing everyone. With an icy gaze radiating a frightening might, he declared, as the leader of the Gen Church, I hereby declare the White Light Church an enemy of our organization. Does anyone object? Cut to a few minutes later. Once everyone had calmed down, Minso asked curiously, do you think you're moving too fast? We might be misunderstanding the White Light Church. Siwu answered immediately, I understand your concerns. The White Light Church's actions are simple but highly suspicious. We don't have clear proof of their crimes. However, if Luna and I hadn't been at the Busan Gate incident, what do you think would have happened? Do you think the White Light Church would have just left like that? I believe that to achieve their goal, they would have been willing to wipe out every member of the Goblin Guild. I don't know the White Light Church's true nature, but once I learned they knew about gods from other dimensions, my suspicions only deepened. What if the god the White Light Church worships is connected to a hostile god from another realm? Luna spoke up, following Siwu's lead. Even if we lack hard evidence, if the Pope deems them a threat, we will follow his word. The Pope is the first believer of Lord Gen and his sole representative. Hearing that, Minso felt guilty and stammered, I'm sorry, I thought staying neutral would be better for creating content later. I'm ashamed of what I did. Seeing his expression, Luna gently comforted him. There's no need to be embarrassed, your caution will sooner or later be a great help to us, brother Minso. And since you're handsome, we can forgive everything. It's fine if you don't know all the doctrine, we can teach you from now on. So what's there to worry about? Taking in the scene, Kim Siwu thought to himself, Minso is never going to attend lessons with this bunch again. He tried to compose himself and returned to the meeting solemnly. The White Light Church is our enemy. All contact, including trade, will be cut off completely. Any organization that sides with the White Light Church will suffer the same fate. That's it, remember this well. The four, Luna, Leo, Minso, and Sejin, stood at attention after his declaration and answered in unison, clearly. After saying that, Siwu began calculating inwardly. The Gen Church needs to expand its followers aggressively to keep up with the White Light Church. This is the right time to talk with leader Choi about the batch of bracelets, since this expansion will also improve the church's finances. He thought as he spoke, assigning a task. Leo, from the last sanctification, how many bracelets do we have left? He replied quickly, 500. Hearing that, Siwu exclaimed with satisfaction, perfect. On the second topic, a box with a glittering bracelet was immediately presented as the question was asked. Your Holiness, is this what you want to sell? Leo, Luna, and Minso waited outside. Siwu nodded slightly and answered, yes, this is a bracelet crafted from the temple's superior holy stone. Outwardly, he was presenting it, but inwardly he whispered praise. The finished product was much more beautiful than he'd expected. This item can help cure chronic illnesses. Siwu smiled broadly and revealed a surprising use. It seems it also helps prevent hair loss, and for those suffering from baldness, faith may even surpass science. Hearing this bait, Sane asked with interest, "Oh, Pope Kim, would you mind if I tried one?" Siwoo agreed at once, "Go ahead." Sane pulled out a small knife and tried to slash his arm. Then he watched the wound he had just made. When it seemed like nothing would happen, suddenly the wound on his arm miraculously closed by itself. Sane was astonished and shouted with excitement. Compared to the low-quality remedies from those fake mage Kims, this bracelet was truly on another level. Amazing. Sane couldn't hide his excitement. Kim Siwoo quickly explained, "It only amplifies the user's natural regenerative ability. This credit goes to you, Leader Choi. Once the divine energy is depleted, it will revert to a normal bracelet." Even so, Sane still praised it enthusiastically. In any case, it's an incredible item. But then his expression turned serious. "Pope Kim, I'm afraid it will be difficult to help you distribute these bracelets." Siwoo panicked. "Really?" Before he could say more, Sane proposed, "If you don't have specific buyers, we'll buy the entire batch." This surprised Siwoo even more. "What?" Sane smiled brightly, studying the bracelet and analyzing. "This is an item that can help players survive longer. Such healing ability is extremely rare, especially since players with holy attributes have only appeared for a week. Raising player survival rates is a major concern for many guilds. Even if there are promising players, if they die on the battlefield, it's pointless. Moreover, it's not only rare but hard to produce in quantities enough for many to use." Hearing that analysis, Siwoo was still astonished. "I never thought it would be so important. Most people in Eden can self-heal." Thinking that, he turned to Seo Zin and asked, "How many do you want?" Seo Zin answered immediately, "I can't take them for free." At that, Siwoo came back to his senses, stroking his chin in thought. "Free? Now that I think about it, I never set a price. What if I sell each for 1 million gold? 500 would be 500 million gold. That should cover expenses for a year, right? Still, I don't intend to sell them that high." After a moment of calculation, he was about to offer a price. "How about 1 million? But before he could finish, Sane cut in. "What about 100 million gun per piece? I'll pay 100 million for each bracelet and buy your entire batch. However, you must promise that if more are produced, you'll continue to sell them to us." It took a moment for Siwoo to process what he just heard. "But we only have 500. Seo Zin wasn't bothered. "That's fine. Once the contract is signed, I'll transfer the money directly into your church's account." Siwoo hesitated. "You're not offering such a high price just because I rescued you in the dungeon, are you?" Sane raised the box. "As guild leader, I can attest to this. These bracelets are worth far more than you realize. I'm certain countless people would pay 100 million gun if it increases their chance of survival." At that claim, Kim Siwoo fell silent, his mind racing with calculations. "So that's 50 billion gold. I've never seen that number in practice. Why didn't I think of selling to businesses sooner? Treasure was right in front of me and I kept looking elsewhere." Thinking that, he looked at Leader Choi with shining eyes and said, "Leader Choi, thank you again for cooperating with the Gen Church. All right, let me get my calculator. No, I mean let's strengthen our friendship." And just like that, a business partnership formed. Sane laughed excitedly. "Perfect, I'll go gather the money." The morning passed quickly, and dusk began to fall over the shrine. Minso reported at Siwoo's table. "It seems Leader Choi has left." Siwoo replied immediately. "He said he'll need some time to arrange 50 billion gun." Luna looked at the bracelet on her hand and exclaimed, "It seems we've unexpectedly solved our financial problem. But if this keeps up, making these bracelets will take up all our time." At that, Leo offered a suggestion. "Your Holiness, we should have kept some high-grade holy stone. As long as gods from other dimensions exist, I believe stockpiling some quality holy stone is a wise choice." Siwoo looked at the two of them and, a bit exasperated, scolded. All right, why didn't you two stay this calm from the start? Anyway, I think it's time to find someone more financially savvy than us. The White Light Church has far outpaced us in expanding influence. With the Alliance and N, they are our biggest threat. However, at the moment we still hold the advantage. We have the edge, they do not." Saying that, he turned to ask, "Brother Minso, how's the Gen Church's Meet Tup channel doing?" Minso reported immediately. "It's truly astonishing. Since Luna's appearance and her confrontation with the Great Tiger Guild, online traffic has surged. Many people are searching for information about Luna." Hearing this, Siwoo was elated inwardly. Luna's debut was spectacular. She completely dominated Guild DH. With Luna Lifton and Player K, we have brains, power, and looks. Thinking that, his face grew more determined as he declared, "We'll not only be more famous than the White Light Church, we'll crush them online." Minso agreed. The only thing left is to turn this attention into recruiting new members. Then Siwoo returned to his usual demeanor and outlined a plan. "I intend to hold a live stream on the Gen Church's official channel and use the opportunity to introduce Leo and Luna. We can also post training videos showcasing our divine power and combat skills. That could attract even more interest. Minso nodded in agreement. Good idea, I'll call team leader Kim right away. Siwoo urged excitedly. Jen, we have to keep going while the momentum's still there. While the three of them were still discussing in Dongsan Cow District, the second building of the Ability Bureau, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Seeing this, all three, Siwoo, Luna, and Leo, were stunned, mouths agape, speechless. Luna immediately asked cautiously, that looked like magic. Do you think that was an attack? One of the two boys with them replied, are they really setting off a massive bonfire in the middle of the city? Of course it's an attack. Luna ran after Kim Siwoo as she spoke, smiling and praising, I never get bored being with you. Though meant as a compliment, Siwoo didn't feel pleased and replied, I can't believe my luck. This is clearly a terrorist attack. Below the blast site, people were shouting in chaos. There are people inside. Someone save them. The scene cut to the rooftop of a building where someone had just run up to report to a man standing there. You called for me? The mysterious man smiled faintly and replied, yes. It seems the situation in Busan has been dealt with. They must have realized the existence of divine creatures from another dimension. On the 38th floor of the Ability Bureau's second building, there's someone who might become the incarnation of a demon king. He must be brought to me. Saying that, the mysterious man turned to the person standing behind him. I will grant you power greater than what you currently possess. You will reach a realm you've never before touched. If the White Light Church has approached Kim Siwoo, shouldn't we act as well? The scene returned to the explosion in Dongsan Cow District at the Ability Bureau's second building. At this time on forums, people were buzzing. I just logged on, what's happening? Is this a show? Isn't that the Ability Bureau's second building in Bongsan? I'm in Dongsan, I just got a government alert. An unidentified terrorist organization attacked the area. All citizens evacuate to designated shelters immediately. Is this for real? Damn, looks like it. Check the news, they're live streaming the scene. It's only been 5 minutes since the stream started. Did they know this would happen? Kim Siwoo looked up at the building, forcing a smile and scolding himself inwardly. Damn, I seem to have accidentally live streamed a terrorist attack even before the broadcast started. If this isn't a coincidence, is it some cruel joke by fate? He turned and asked Minso. Does this happen often? Has the Ability Bureau ever been attacked? Minso, who was visibly shocked, replied with his mouth open, of course not, nothing like this has ever happened. Seeing Minso's expression, Siwoo silently confirmed that even Minso was shocked by this situation. He pulled out his phone, which was ringing non-stop, and smiled wryly. I just wanted to be sure. As soon as he picked up, the person on the other end reported, Kim Siwoo, the second building is currently under attack by an unidentified organization. Continuing the live stream will be very difficult. Not caring much about the stream, he immediately asked, forget the shoot. Captain Kim, are you okay? The person on the line was Captain Dong Seohik, who answered hesitantly, I'm fine. He was in the building where the explosion occurred and tried to analyze the situation for Siwoo. It seems several high-level mages are involved in this attack. Siwoo, if you can, please help evacuate nearby civilians. But Siwoo didn't agree immediately and asked, Captain Kim, where are you? Are you all right? Just as he was answering, suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his head. Don't worry about me. Dong Seohik's phone fell to the ground. On the other end came a panicked voice, Captain. At that moment, Kim Siwoo grew even more tense when he heard a strange noise from the phone. Saying last words to your wife, didn't expect a romantic one here, what a shame. No sooner had the other person finished speaking than the phone screen showed the call had ended. Captain Dong Seohik. Siwoo looked toward the building and saw another explosion, then said, Minso, I think Captain Kim was attacked by a woman. According to him, Minso assessed the second explosion. A high-tier awakener using blue fire. Could it be Lee Sehai of Tsinghua? She became an S-rank monster 3 years ago. Rumor has it she wiped out an entire guild and fled to another country. Looks like the rumors weren't entirely accurate. Hearing the analysis, Luna eagerly summoned her armor. In other words, this is an extremely powerful villain. While she was pumped up, Kim Siwoo wondered anxiously, am I misunderstanding something? Why do I sense magical power from the Ability Bureau's second building? It's very faint, but there is mana. He bowed his head, thinking about the group he'd met before. I originally thought the White Light Church was behind this, but those earlier ones clearly had divine power, and there were even ads about them hunting demons. What's really going on? Could another organization be involved? At that point, Luna got into position and suggested, either way, Leo, shouldn't we clear a path for the saint? Hearing her, Leo agreed, sounds good, Luna Lifton, I'll go ahead. Without waiting for orders, the two of them dashed toward the building. It's been a long time since we've charged in together. I know coming to Earth was the right call. Kim Siwoo watched their backs and smiled faintly. With Luna and Leo here, it brings back memories of the early days of Jen's congregation. Then he turned and delegated to his trusted aide, Minso, I'll be back soon. Help evacuate everyone and take care. Orders received. Minso complied at once. Understood, Saint. We'll finish the live stream after you return. Inside the building, the floor was now littered with bodies from the blast. Lee Sehai, the perpetrator of the explosion, hummed cheerfully as she drifted past the corpses. She approached where Dong Seohik was bound and complained, I'm bored to death. None of this is fun at all. This is excruciatingly dull for me. If I'd known it was only going to be dealing with ordinary people, I wouldn't have bothered coming. The ringleader of the operation quickly added, the second building has more ordinary people than awakeners, and even among the government's awakeners, few can stand against you. Our mission is to get the container out of the cell on the top floor. If anything goes wrong, he won't forgive you. Despite his warning, Si-Hai still wanted to toy with them, directing her men, but that didn't change the fact she was bored to death. Maybe I'll kill one of your people for fun, or find someone interesting to fight me like you. Seeing her like that, the ringleader snapped irritably, are you crazy? Si-Hai sneered, checking Dong Seohik's ID card and taunting, crazy? Better than being weak, right, old man? All of this happened because you're too weak. She read the staff info on his badge and queried, Kim Dong Seohik, is that your name? If you're with the Special Investigation Bureau, shouldn't you be at the main building? Isn't the Special Investigation Bureau the center of the Ability Management Agency? Perfect, you must know where Kang-chi is then. Hearing Si-Hai's question, Dong Seohik was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, Kang-chi, one of the last S-rank hunters still under government command. She seems to feel inferior compared to Kang-chi, huh? He immediately lied, no, how would a regular government employee know where an S-rank hunter lives? When she heard this, Si-Hai gripped his lanyard tighter and declared, that's a shame, then I'll have to kill you. I've heard being burned alive is the worst pain a creature can endure. Tell me where Kang-chi is, and I'll give you a painless death. But Dong Seohik remained steadfast, replying coldly and irritating her. Sorry, but most government staff know nothing beyond their own departments. Seeing Dong Seohik so stubborn, Si-Hai laughed loudly and unleashed blue flames. Interesting, then I'll kill you. He felt the heat of the blue flames surrounding him, gritting his teeth to endure it. It's so hot, is this the end? Just as she was madly stoking the fire, suddenly Dong Seohik could no longer feel the heat. Huh. I feel like a roasted sweet potato. Seeing his calm expression, Si-Hai angrily grabbed his collar and demanded, wait, how can an ordinary person not even at A rank block my fire? Dong Seohik replied dazed, I don't know either. She immediately turned to the ringleader and demanded, hey, I'll take this old man with me to find out more. We've already attacked the Ability Management Agency. What's one more government employee to capture? He seemed displeased and warned, Lai Si-Hai, we don't have time. But in the end he agreed, get the container off the 39th floor now. Bring him along. Then he revealed information. We just received word that Kim Siwoo is in front of the building. We must finish the mission before he arrives. Hearing the familiar name, Dong Seohik murmured, Siwoo. Si-Hai, excited, immediately made plans. Oh, the one who stopped the monster wave. Isn't that even better? We can take advantage of the opportunity. At that moment, a loud crash cut in. A henchman carrying Dong Seohik was slammed into the wall with a mocking, oh, sorry about that. Luna was the one who had delivered the blow. She cheerfully explained, the saint said to kill anyone who resists. We're in a hurry to rescue our friend, Dong Seohik. So just assume you resisted. Leo stood beside her calmly and advised, Luna Lifton, I think we should give them a chance to surrender. She quickly retorted, Leo, you just crushed the surrenderers like paper. He feigned innocence. I didn't hear them say anything. Hearing their conversation, Si-Hai, incredulous, asked, our people were supposed to be on other floors. Did you get past all of them? How interesting. The ringleader realized her intent and warned, Lai Si-Hai, stop, don't forget our mission. Those two are friends of Kim Siwoo. They're not ordinary, don't waste time on them. But she ignored him and laughed louder, growing more excited. Interesting, do you think I'll lose to these fanatics? This is the perfect chance to test my new power. A fierce flame erupted, hot enough to melt steel. As Si-Hai hurled the fire forward, she exclaimed, I love hearing the screams of those burned alive. Satisfy me with your screams. Luna and Leo remained calm and still, watching her flames rush toward them. Si-Hai looked at the flames engulfing them and jeeringly taunted with arrogance, don't tell me you can't even scream. How disappointing, I expected more from you. But immediately after that, a hand gently reached out from within the flames. From that hand, a beam of mystical light flared, dazzlingly bright. With her light power, Luna gently split Si-Hai's flames in two. She looked at her opponent with interest and smiled brightly. Seeing her opponent unharmed and even able to split her fire, Si-Hai couldn't believe it and shouted, how is this possible? Before she could react, Luna immediately fired a beam of light that struck Si-Hai hard, sending her flying into the wall. Si-Hai slammed into the wall behind her and slid down in pain. Luna stepped forward and echoed the opponent's earlier words, I'm truly disappointed. You're a mage when facing a knight. Isn't it common sense to keep your opponent within your effective range? Saying that, she reached out and firmly grabbed Si-Hai by the throat. Luna watched Si-Hai struggle in her grip and continued her lecture. Also, the one who granted you dark power, didn't they warn you about using it alongside divine power? Seeing how foolish she was, Luna answered while demonstrating, Right, magic and divine power are fundamentally incompatible. Luna's force struck Si-Hai's body. The burning flames made her scream in pain. Luna smiled broadly and praised, "I like hearing others' screams, but I like it even more when beautiful people like you do it." Elsewhere, the sound of rapid footsteps grew louder. The ringleader of the assault led his henchmen in flight, muttering as he ran, "Damn it." Lai Si-Hai, with her blessing, should have been stronger than most S-rank hunters. It's hard to believe someone with her abilities was taken down so easily. At that moment, agonized groans rose up behind him, making him flinch. The ringleader remembered Leo and tried to run faster, telling himself, "Not to mention that big guy in the cleric's robe chasing us, my men can at least slow him down for now." After fleeing for a while, he reached a dim place, the special detention cells on the 38th floor of the second Ability Management Building. Before Awakeners are moved to the private prison, the Ability Management Division temporarily detains them here for investigation. A warning on the cell door stated that only authorized personnel may enter. But as an illegal intruder, the ringleader didn't hesitate to draw his sword and force the door open. "In this situation, I must make sure to secure the container." After that, they just used the teleport gate prepared on the roof to escape. After several swift slashes, the door was destroyed. The henchman who saw him enter shouted, "Captain, you're here." He looked at them carrying someone else and barked, "Idiots, if you've got the container you should be retreating. What are you still doing here?" One henchman hurriedly bowed and explained, "Sorry, the emergency cutoff system was activated." The ringleader, unconcerned, asked, "What about the container?" Another man carrying Soho on his back immediately stepped forward and reported, "The moment we released him, he tried to kill the whole group, so we had to knock him out. 2 members died in the process." The ringleader listened, slowly approached to assess Soho, thinking, "No wonder he's the container. I can feel a terrible evil and malice from him." He decided at once, "He's the container. I'll use the teleport scroll to take him to the leader." Hearing this, some henchmen asked in confusion, "Captain, aren't we supposed to rendezvous with that girl who handles the bombs? How are we getting back?" The ringleader, taking on the task of carrying Soho, didn't care much and urged, "Everyone to the roof, there's a magic array there, move." Following orders, the henchmen answered in unison, "Understood." But the ringleader had another plan in mind. 3 minutes, I only need them to hold on for 3 minutes. The array on the roof was actually a self-destruct formation. Once they stepped into it, a massive magical explosion would occur. In truth, they were all expendable pawns except Lai Si-Hai, but it seemed even she couldn't stop Kim Si-woo's followers. He frowned tightly and glanced back warily, then gripped the scroll tightly. "As long as I return safely, the rest can be dealt with later. The Gen lineage will always obstruct our path. Therefore, we must eliminate them all for you." Just as he was about to pull the cord on the scroll, a small bolt of lightning suddenly struck, cutting him off. Kim Si-woo, who had appeared there without him noticing, said calmly, "Using your men as bait to make your escape. Even for a villain, don't you find that unbearably cliched?" Seeing Si-woo, the ringleader stepped back warily. Kim Si-woo looked at Soho on his back and said, "It seems the child you're carrying is the vessel of the Demon King, a container meant to summon the Demon King into this world. Now I understand why you're here. But you should have been more careful, shouldn't you?" No sooner had Si-woo finished speaking and the ringleader was about to reply than Soho on his back suddenly lashed out, "What the hell are you talking about?" He immediately sank his teeth hard into the ringleader's shoulder, and in an instant the man became a tasty meal for Soho. Si-woo stood to the side observing the blood-soaked scene, thinking to himself, "Those chosen as vessels for the Demon King often gain power by eating their own kind. At first I thought it was unlucky to be live-streaming a terrorist attack on the Ability Management Building, but maybe I'm lucky this time to witness it all firsthand. If they really escaped with him, the consequences would have been terrible. Why was such a dangerous person imprisoned here?" After dealing with the ringleader, Soho quickly shifted his target and lunged towards Si-woo. Si-woo stood calmly in place, watching the crazed charge. Without a moment's hesitation, Si-woo reached out and grabbed Soho's arm, then gently tore that arm off, causing him to scream in pain. Soho's cry rang out, synchronizing with the building's third explosion. The Demon King's reincarnation, a human nearly turned into a fiend, manipulated by the Demon King. He is the vessel that allows the Demon King to enter this world. To initiate the reincarnation process, he must show signs of gradually losing his humanity, one of which is cannibalism. The more crimes he commits, the stronger he becomes. Thinking that, Kim Si-woo studied Soho before him, exactly just like him now. At that moment, Soho's severed arm began to twitch, blood cells forming, and shortly after a new arm was formed. Witnessing that, Si-woo murmured, "Was it because he just ate his fill? Even not fully awakened, your regenerative ability is formidable." At this point, Soho no longer growled but spoke aloud, "Die, die." Before he could react, Kim Si-woo grabbed his head. "However, you haven't killed enough people yet to become a true demon. Maybe this is only the first time. Judging by your state, it seems you haven't even learned to control your power." As soon as he finished, the system announced, "The passive skill Will of Destruction has identified the target as evil." The player back Kyo Soho's crimes are listed: assault, murder, cannibalism, leading school violence, and 17 other charges. After hearing the system's report, Kim Si-woo said calmly, "You've been a terrible person from the start. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sentenced to life imprisonment." He began to unleash his power, interrogating the criminal before him. "I wonder if you're the son of some high-ranking official in the bureau." The hand on Soho's head began releasing bolts of lightning that made him curl up. "What's wrong? Scared now?" Kim Si-woo gave him a deadly look and pronounced, "It seems you still retain a bit of reason. My divine power is always stronger against the wicked. That's why you should have run when you had the chance, kid." Soho's eyes widened, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. Kim Si-woo continued to cast his spell on him. "That's more like it." Then he clenched his hand and he launched himself forward. Kim Si-woo leaped into the air, ready to strike Soho with a punch. "You're smarter than I thought." His punch surged forward but was blocked by the barrier Soho cast. Still, he took damage from that blow. A second later, Si-woo's punch tore through the barrier, knocking Soho backward. But he quickly recovered his stance. Kim Si-woo said, "It seems being the Demon King's vessel serves you well." No sooner had he spoken than Soho lunged to attack, raising his claws to swipe at him. Then he suddenly froze, surprised. Si-woo looked at him confidently. "Your feeble claws can't even leave a scratch on my holy ward." Instantly, Soho was numbed by his divine power. He looked at him and said, "Divine power is the bane of demonic power, and the gap between us is vast." He then squeezed Soho's throat, channeling power that left his body motionless. Si-woo said coldly, "Perhaps you need to be taught a lesson, how about that?" Suddenly, a purple energy began to coalesce, forming into a pliant substance like tentacles that rapidly lunged toward Soho. This strange energy entered him, seeming to siphon away his vessel's power. Kim Si-woo couldn't help but wonder, "What? Are you just stripping away his power as a vessel?" Still gripping his throat, he said, "You should have picked a more worthy opponent. Didn't you learn anything after I beat you in Eden, the demon king of wrath, Satan? Wait, I should have dealt with whoever sent you to the mortal realm instead." He concluded, "Very well, I'll end this right here." A notification appeared. With the surge of divine power, the passive skill Holy Flame has been activated. Soho began to dissolve, screaming in despair and agony. A moment later, Soho had completely vanished into nothingness. Outside the building, a blinding beam of light shot forth. Leo stood outside, staring at the building, as the demon began to dissipate. As for Kim Si-woo, he felt a trace of mana left behind, and strange fragments of matter fell to the ground. He declared, "All evildoers will ultimately bring about their own destruction." Suddenly, a voice called to him, "Pope, we're looking for you." It was Leo. He approached Kim Si-woo and said, "We stopped those heading to the power core and disabled the dark magic arrays." Kim Si-woo turned and added, "Leo, you made it." Leo looked at the runes on the ground and said, "This array used a human body as a conduit to trigger a massive explosion. Had it been activated, this entire building could have collapsed." Kim Si-woo thanked him. "You did very well, Leo. You saved countless lives." Leo looked at the traces left on the ground and asked, "But Pope, who was this person?" Si-woo asked back, "Leo, do you remember the Demon King of Wrath, Satan?" He replied, "Of course, I could never forget the battle with the Demon King in Eden." Kim Si-woo looked at the ashes in his hand and said, "These ashes contain a fragment of the Demon King's reborn soul, a means to summon Satan into this world." The reason the Ability Management Bureau's second building was attacked was this: the reincarnation of the Demon King. Leo said in a grave tone, "Pope, if the Demon King's reincarnation has appeared, then..." Si-woo cut in, "That's right, which means there are likely quite a few cultists of the Demon King hiding among humans." He thought of the defeated Soho. This reincarnation acts like a prophet within a cult. There are 7 Demon Kings and Satan is only one of them. First it was the White Light Church and now followers of the Demon King. It's hard to believe. In any case, we need to investigate those who follow the Demon King. He continued, "So Leo, tell me the truth. How many of them are still alive? We need to gather intelligence from them." Leo pushed his glasses up, turned away, and said, "I've captured 70% of them. The others died because their bodies were too weak." Kim Si-woo shouted, "Did you snap them in half again?" Leo hurriedly defended himself. "What do you mean? They sold their souls to demons. They're just paying the price." Si-woo was speechless. "Fine, at least some are still alive. Hopefully Luna also captured a few who are still breathing. I wonder where she is now." No sooner had he finished than a voice cut in. "Pope." Luna barreled up carrying a girl over her shoulder, cheerfully shouting, "I'm back." Then she tossed the person she was carrying onto the ground. "A gift for you. Is this what you were looking for?" Si-woo looked at her and warned Luna, "Don't throw people around like objects." He scratched his chin and stared at the woman on the floor. "Anyway, is this the person we were looking for? Is she Lai Zihai? She seems to be a mage. Surprising that Luna didn't kill her." He thought to himself that since Luna lost her parents to mages, if Luna were mediocre in combat, she probably would have already finished her off. Luna stuck out her tongue and looked down at the woman dangerously. "I'm sparing her because she's pretty." He shouted, "Luna, you're a saintess. Retract your tongue." "Anyway, nice job. Are you hurt?" Si-woo looked at her and thought, a saintess who likes booze and women. Luna replied excitedly, "Oh my, you're worried about me? Pope, I'm glad to hear that. Those words only mean something if you say them with some shame. How could I face you if I were hurt by those lackeys? He shot back immediately. To be honest, I never worried about you. I worried about Captain Kim and his teammates. Then he turned and asked Captain Kim, are you all right? Team leader Kim answered, ah yes, thank you. Even though Lai Zihai attacked me. For some reason I'm still unharmed. Siwoo emitted the Pope's radiance and gently said to him, that's good. Lord Jen truly favors you. When we met before, I bestowed a blessing on you. Team leader Kim exclaimed in surprise, oh, is that so? Is that the reason? Then he bowed his head and kept thanking him, thank you so much. Siwoo waved him off, no need to thank me. Without your strong faith, my blessing wouldn't have had much effect. He smiled faintly, from what I see, your faith is stronger than you think. Suddenly a shout rang out, I knew it, I was wondering how I'm still alive. Zihai lay sprawled on the floor, shouting with joy, so it was all thanks to that holy ward. No way could a frail civil servant have blocked my attack. She rolled her eyes and screamed, the weak deserve to die. The useless and incompetent should be wiped from this world. Yet you keep stopping us, Kim Siwoo. She turned and hurled insults at Luna and those nearby, screaming madly. How long will you keep interfering with us? Purger, sooner or later when he arrives, you won't stand a chance. Siwoo stepped closer to her and asked with curiosity, the Purger. That name sounds fitting for scum like you. No sooner had she finished than Luna kicked her clear across the floor several meters. Seeing Luna boot someone like a soccer ball, Siwoo just shook his head. Luna, I didn't even get to ask anything yet. But she didn't care, grinning, Pope, I just had a feeling you'd order me to toss her, so I did it first. After all, this kid belongs to me anyway. Siwoo recalled some silhouette, strange, she reminded him of someone, but who? He returned to the main topic. Anyway, you mentioned the purifiers, what's their goal? Zihai replied nonchalantly, ordinary citizens without abilities and regular players are no different. Their aim is to eliminate all of them. She lay back, propping her head with her hand, looking utterly indifferent. Why should we care about the powerless? They're weak and need protecting in this world. They mean nothing. We'll create an oasis just for the awakened. She got up, crawling, we are chosen, therefore we are stronger. To build a better future on this land, we must purify the world of the inferior. Hearing her, he could only remark, oh, so that's why you call yourselves purifiers. Zihai continued, yes, we can sacrifice the powerless to accelerate humanity's evolution. Hearing that irritated him, and he gave her a kick to the hand. Siwoo began casting a spell and said, you lot couldn't even give Leo and Luna any trouble, so what's the point? I can't believe I'm facing a demon-worshipping supremacist cult. They're a real headache. He turned to Captain Kim's, not to mention they knew about the Demon King's reincarnation. That means... Team leader Kim averted his eyes. There's a mole in the Ability Management Bureau. We realized it early on. The prisoner on the 38th floor was Bak Kyo Soho. He awakened as a player around March last year at only 16, and at that time he attacked and killed 2 other awakened trainees. This kid had long been suspected of involvement in multiple cases. We only took him in 2 days ago after ordinary facilities confirmed they couldn't contain him. So the information must have leaked then. Zihai asked in surprise, then he should have been sentenced to life in the prison for the awakened, right? Does he have someone backing him? Team leader Kim bowed his head. I have no excuse. Zihai continued, I had to take him out during the fights. Is that okay? Team leader Kim replied, it's fine. We plan to announce to the public that the prisoner on the 38th floor was one of the attack's victims and release related information about the case. They all deserve punishment. Soho spoke up, there's no turning back. Since he became the Demon King's vessel, I believe Captain Kim can handle the rest cleanly. Team leader Kim answered, maybe it's better if he died. I don't know what I'd do if things went another way. If this kid truly becomes a Demon King, who knows what will happen. Luna crouched and toyed with Zihai's hair, asking, Pope, she's passed out, what should I do with her? He replied, do I need to be asked? She's a valuable hostage. We'll take her back to the temple for interrogation. Cut to another development. Cyan Ho video called him, Mr. Siwoo. From what you say, you believe demons or forces influenced by them are behind this incident. He sat in his office and said thoughtfully, though it sounds hard to believe, I think so. The man continued, it's not as far-fetched as you think, Mr. Siwoo. 5 years ago, after the space gates opened, everything in this world became possible. We accepted that truth and kept adapting, while those who wouldn't accept it were left behind. I'm the same, nothing to worry about. Siwoo smiled with satisfaction, thinking he was quite surprised that someone powerless like him could survive this era of change. It seems he possesses a certain aura suited to the director role at the Ability Management Bureau. He said, with people like you, Minister, the terrorist supremacist delusions just come off as a joke. CONHO asked, what did you say just now? He replied, oh, it's nothing. He continued, our order intends to interrogate Lai Zihai, one of the terrorists involved in the recent attack. One of our reporters, Luna, is also working on a piece about the incident. However, Minister, I have a favor to ask of you. From now on, if the Ability Management Bureau obtains any information related to Demon Kings or nobles, such as the reincarnation of a Demon King, I hope you can share that information with the Gen Order, not only domestically but overseas as well. He agreed, of course. However, other countries may request information about you in exchange. Ziwu scratched his chin and said, then do this. If anyone holds information about Demon King reincarnations, let them know that the Gen Order will be ready to assist them when needed. Hearing that, Nhho suddenly grinned. He wondered to himself that the man seemed very interested in the offer. What was he thinking? The man replied, all right, I'll do that. Once again, our government is deeply grateful for the Gen Order's help. However, because problems could arise if we openly accept assistance, we plan to find another method to handle this. I will contact you again through Captain Kim. Ziwu quickly responded, yes, thank you. He mentally considered an alternative plan, then pushed himself up with his hands and stood. One thing done, now I should go see Luna. He opened his phone, media outlets flashed headlines. Breaking, Ability Management Bureau attacked. Surveillance camera at Building 2 captures the splitting in half. Hyundai, the terrorist split in two. High-quality 4K video of fur excites netizens. Breaking, Ability Management Bureau attack. On the Awakening forum, people debated, all we need is to fold them in half, guide people like fur, one snap then another. Total comments, 120. Whoever keeps using that meme will get folded in half. Are you crazy? There's just been a terrorist attack in the city. Do you think that's funny? Thousands could have died. The person in that meme is the one who saved thousands. Can't they be appreciated at all? I just watched the Gen Order's live stream and decided to join them. They're our only hope. They said they'll accept you. Yeah, just apply to join. I heard they'll accept you. If you join their forum, they'll guide you on how to become a member. Look at this, Lord Gen, can they really fold people like that? What the hell is N doing? Are they all dead or passed out? At least their spines are injured. Can someone help me up? I'm sure this will attract more people to the Gen Order. Gen isn't a heresy. Gen is so beautiful. He read and thought they'd leaked the video showing the use of force on the way to the interrogation room. Apparently that's what Minister Nhho wanted. Ziwu suddenly looked away, thinking silently that the recent terrorist attack had left 12 dead and 52 wounded. We were truly lucky the broadcast continued through it all. It's incredible they ultimately minimized the damage to this extent. As he walked, he wondered whether the Gen Order already knew. Ziwu closed his eyes briefly. Gen, we prevented a major catastrophe. Can you hear me? He paused for a moment with no response. It seemed she was busy in Eden. Cut to the interrogation room. Pope Ziwu asked those there, how's the interrogation going? Luna replied, we haven't done much. You could say we've gained a bit of her trust. Although she knows how to use mana-based enhancement magic, she won't reveal any useful information. She added, as for the one who accompanied her, the man in the black mask who claimed to be a captain or something, have you seen him anywhere? He spoke up, oh yes, he was swallowed by the Demon King's avatar. At that, Luna gasped while Zihai sat tightly bound to a chair. Luna continued, at least we now know she has the ability to sustain mana from abroad. He asked suspiciously, abroad, where? She replied she mentioned Shanghai, China. Within Chinese territory there's a precursor group of the Purifiers. Their identities are unknown and they possess extraordinary abilities. So that means she received mana from someone. Luna continued, however, it seems even branch managers don't know much about their whereabouts. I heard China is fairly close to Korea. Should we go there to deal with them? Ziwu asked her, have you ever seen anyone be kind to strangers in Eden? Have you ever tried crossing the border while armed? Luna answered innocently, no. He added, the 3 East Asian countries are always wary of one another. We can't go not for lack of will, but because we can't. She replied casually, then it's the same either way. Ziwu said seriously, as long as they don't request it, we have no reason to act. Do you realize that abnormalities are treated like nuclear weapons? Crossing the border would be a war. Also, if we destroy their stronghold, our image as peacekeepers would collapse, right? Luna rubbed her head and wondered, why can't we just flatten everything? Lifton Knight, maybe we need to have a talk. Leo pushed up his glasses and said seriously, a physical conversation. Then he turned to the person who'd been tied up. Lazai, wake up, I know you're not unconscious. From now on, you'll be demoted to a civilian, no longer an awakened. After that, you'll be handed over to the Ability Management Bureau. At that, she suddenly jumped up. What? No, you can't. Ziwu looked at her and said, even though I could purge the demon from you, I really don't want to do that. She cried out, get away, I refuse to do anything. With no other choice, he activated the will to defeat evil effect. The player would be duly judged upon her. Zihai cried out in fear, sir, please don't. A notification appeared. The player has lost system privileges. Then Zihai coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. A notice showed, thanks to the will to defeat evil, fate will not intervene in your decision and there will be no consequences. Using his power, Ziwu said, you once said the powerless have no place in this world, right? So how does it feel to become one of those inferior creatures? She could only moan in pain now. A few days later at the church, the trio Ziwu, Luna, and Leo walked together. Leo said, first it was the White Light cult, now the Purifiers. I feel busier on Earth than I was in Eden. Ziwu replied, I feel the same. He thought to himself that at this rate, the Gen Church would face many difficulties if it kept confronting bizarre organizations like these. We need to expand our influence. Ziwu told everyone, soon we'll have new candidates for priests and knights. By then, Luna will handle night training and Leo will instruct the priests. Luna and Leo answered in unison, all right. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. To get more people to join the church, we need an item that boosts growth, but those aren't easy to find. I wonder if anything can be obtained through abilities or items. Suddenly he realized something. Oh, that reminds me, we have a relic obtained after defeating that god in the other dimension. I almost forgot about it. A system notification appeared. The relic summoning command is now in use. The Gen Church can summon a random relic to Earth. He exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? Siwoo stared at the system in confusion. The relic is chosen at random. The system announced the relic summoning command is in use. Summoning a specific relic is determined to affect causality, so randomness is necessary. He muttered angrily, the system really? Stop explaining everything with notification windows. The Gen Church has countless relics. Then the system listed a pile of items like Saint XX's dusting brush, Saintess use back scratcher, and the Holy War Knight XX's training dumbbells. He thought to himself, admittedly, there are a lot of relics that make me raise an eyebrow. So that means I might get stuck with some random junk too. I'm the Pope, can't I catch a break? A voice cut into his thoughts. Pope, why are you frowning and staring into space? Quick thinking, Siwoo turned to everyone and said, everyone pray to Jay, we need to win the lottery. The other two asked blankly. Now, he shouted, just do what I say. Luna and Leo stood behind him and clasped their hands in prayer. Siwoo touched the screen and said, all right, I hope these prayers work. He shouted, summon the relic, system notice, using relic points. The Gen Church has summoned a random relic to Earth. Causality has accepted the summoning command. He prayed silently, please, please. Maybe it's the holy shield used by the first Holy War Knight, or even the Covenant bracelet bearing Pama's power. Siwoo pressed his hands together and pleaded with all his heart. Just please, nothing weird. System notice, relic, the origin branch has been summoned. As if it were a joke, a withered, dry branch fell into his hands. Siwoo was not pleased. We're done for. He stared at the dry branch in disbelief. The church's archives should have been full of rare relics. Luna stood to one side, unsure whether she was consoling him or mocking him. This toothpick, no, this stick, I've never seen it before, not even in the cathedral. I can sense a bit of holy power in it, but are you sure you actually summoned this? Siwoo shouted, I didn't want this at all, and yet this is what we got. Leo, examining the branch closely, suddenly cried out, unbelievable. The noise was so sharp Siwoo covered his ears and yelled. Ow, Leo said excitedly. Pope, am I dreaming? I never thought I'd see a relic like this in my lifetime. He suddenly dropped to his knees, crying out, Mother Tree. Siwoo asked in confusion, what's going on? Leo said, Pope, this is the church relic that's been missing for 500 years, the origin branch. Siwoo looked at the dry branch in his hands in stunned silence. The origin branch, is this the relic that disappeared 5 centuries ago? Leo began to tell the story. Long ago, when Gen first descended upon this land, he promised blessings and prosperity to humanity in exchange for their fate. To prove that promise, Gen gave humanity an ancient tree, which later became the church's sacred tree. But then, one day 500 years ago during the Holy War, the Demon King's armies set the sacred tree on fire. Faced with that sudden disaster, no one could do anything but watch. Even the tree's guardians tried to put out the flames and failed. Fortunately, a brave guardian managed to break off a living branch from the sacred tree, that very origin branch. Leo added excitedly, the sacred tree can purify holy energy in the surrounding land and make it more fertile. Near it, your recovery rate increases. Because of that power, rumors spread that it was stolen by thieves who snuck into the sanctuary. Siwoo looked up at the notification screen, his expression relaxing slightly. The origin branch, a holy relic of the Gen Church from the original Eden dimension, is a branch of the sacred tree that once symbolized Gen's promise. Though the sacred tree was burned by demons, its will and holy power still linger in this branch. According to legend, a holy beast guards this branch. Activation effect. If the branch is planted on land saturated with holy power, it will grow into a seedling of the sacred tree. He exclaimed happily, wonderful, let's plant it in the garden. The three of them prepared together. Luna excitedly said, let's dig a hole right here. Siwoo agreed, yeah, I didn't know what to do with this empty patch of ground either. He gently planted the branch into the soil. As the branch was set into the earth, a gentle breeze swirled around it. Immediately, a surge of power shot up from the ground toward the sky. The branch began to sprout leaves and rose to about hip height. Leo, moved, said, is this a sacred seedling? Luna chimed in, it's not just a weird stick anymore. Leo thrilled, even as a sapling, I can see why it's called a holy relic. Suddenly, a source of energy appeared in the sky, and then condensed into a pure white cat, which gently landed in front of Siwoo. The cat let out an adorable meow. Everyone was amazed. A cat. Luna stepped forward, eyes wide. Pope, this cat must be the holy beast. It's so cute. Siwoo scratched his chin. I prefer dogs. The holy beast is a cat. At that moment, the notification screen appeared. The holy beast has recognized you as its master. The holy beast will grow alongside the sacred tree. As the sacred tree develops, the holy beast will grant various beneficial effects to the church. The sacred tree will grow when the church's faithful perform good deeds or complete main quests. Siwoo picked up the cat, smiling. In other words, the sacred tree will grow with the church. Perfect, Leo asked, delighted. Since when did you pick it up? The cat rubbed its head against Siwoo, and Leo added, Why Jiao Gok and Si Yoon always wanted to keep a cat, but both are allergic. The holy beast shouldn't cause allergies, right? He laughed. Yeah, I think so. Besides, the sacred tree isn't far. If we come back here often, it'll be fine. Siwoo hugged the cat, unable to hide his joy. All right, we go to the temple every day anyway. We obtained the sacred tree. Even if it's not what we expected, it's still a great addition. Luna asked excitedly, Are you going to take the holy beast home? So can we leave now? Siwoo nodded. The system notified again, there are still divine points and relic points unused. It is recommended you use them to make progress smoother. He turned to the other two. Luna, Leo, make sure everything around the temple is stable. The two asked, Huh? He raised his hand to use his power and read the notification. You have spent 10,000 divine points to purchase the Knights' headquarters level 1 construction. The Squire rank of the Holy War Knights has been unlocked. Immediately, a surge of energy flowed through the temple. The system notified, You have spent 7,000 divine points to purchase Monastery level 1 construction. The Squire rank of Priests has been unlocked. A new building instantly rose within the temple grounds. When he finished, he told the two, I told you, Luna will train the knights and Leo will guide the priests. Leo stammered, What? And this starts today? Luna panicked, Pope, I like rookies, but this is. Siwoo, still holding the cat, said in a very dangerous tone, We don't have time to rest, get to work. Leo asked, What about you? He replied nonchalantly, I'm off duty. Leo and Luna cried out in unison, You monster. Siwoo smiled faintly and waved to them. Then why don't you two become the Pope? See you later. Suddenly his phone rang, and he answered, Hello, Wai Jiao Gok, what's up? Immediately, Siwoo's expression turned serious. He stammered, What? Far off in the sky, a plane streaked by. He asked softly, Is she returning to Korea soon? Some building within the autonomous city, notably the Special Vehicle Division. In a conference room inside that building, the room was dark except for a faint glow from the projector. Minister Seo Nho met privately with the president of South Korea, Seo Sin-hoo. He reported the current emergency. A disaster-class monster had appeared off Mia's coast, a development reported by both Japan and the US. The creature's codename is Jamatachi. They have requested that South Korea send a so-called awakened individual to assist. President Seo Sin-hoo listened intently, his face clouding as he said, A disaster-class monster, yet it appeared on foreign territory. It's strange they'd ask us for help. I'm sure they've attached some conditions. Minister Seo Nho continued the briefing, his expression grave. Aiden HW, also known as the Savage, is one of the people the Americans plan to send. The Savage, Aiden HW, specializes in a two-handed axe. He returned to Earth 3 years ago after being a regressor and spent 20 years fighting continuously in another dimension. His most notorious nickname is the Mutant Hunter. After mutant ranks were established, those who claimed to be mutants began appearing everywhere, and Aiden HW hunted them down one by one. Braggarts about their power were crushed by the Savage. President Seo Sin-hoo propped his chin on his hand, eyes thoughtful, and said quietly, The US is sending him to Japan and simultaneously requesting Kim Siwoo. Seo Nho cut in, his voice firm. There's no doubt about it, they want to test South Korea's first mutant. The president immediately asked, What's your personal view on this? He replied calmly, I don't think my personal view matters. Fatigue showed on Seo Nho's face as he continued cautiously. Unlike the US or China, we don't have the means to control our mutants. I think we should consult Kim Siwoo first. If we can't control them, negotiate. Isn't that the method we've always used? President Sin-hoo laughed heartily and praised him frankly. That's exactly why I like working with you, Minister Seo Nho. He rearranged papers on the desk and said slowly, Perhaps I should go see him in person and say I merely want to express gratitude to the hero who protected our country. That should be a perfectly valid reason. Afterwards, President Seo Sin-hoo and 2 bodyguards walked solemnly toward the main door. He hesitated briefly but finally decided to speak. I also have a very personal question. Minister Seo Nho, unsurprised, nodded quietly and said in a calm voice, Ask. The president did not hesitate and asked immediately, If the Savage fought Kim Siwoo, who do you think would win? The question made Seo Nho pause. He thought for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance. Then answered decisively, I have no doubt, Kim Siwoo would certainly win. The Savage wouldn't even be able to touch him. Meanwhile, in Kim Siwoo's living room, he had just woken from a long nap, hair tousled, yawning intermittently, remote control in hand. The 9 p.m. news played as Siwoo sat dazed on the sofa, eyes glazed, the TV's sound filling the room. Yesterday, the 10th, a disaster-class monster suddenly appeared off Miyagai's coast with the codename Yamada Nazachi, sending shockwaves through the media. The Japanese government ordered evacuations and asked neighboring countries for assistance. The US government agreed to send mutant Aiden HW, also known as the Savage. Experts say this move is intended to create an opportunity for the US to test South Korea's first mutant, Kim Siwoo. The report hit Siwoo like a thunderclap. He startled, his eyes going blank for a moment, unable to believe what he heard on TV. He blurted, "What?" The TV continued, "Aiden HW is famous as the mutant hunter." Siwoo, stunned and sweating slightly, yelled, "What the hell is going on?" Just then, Wang-gu Gok walked in carrying a tray of fragrant food. Puzzled by the commotion, he asked in surprise, "Huh?" The broadcast kept playing while the Japanese government. Wang-gu Gok gently set the tray of food on the table and said optimistically, "But if Captain Kim still hasn't contacted you, aren't we fine?" Siwoo gradually calmed down. The golden sandwiches piled with meat, eggs, and fresh vegetables in front of him caught his attention. He complimented, "I guess so, did you make these? Impressive." He quickly grabbed a sandwich and took a big bite without hesitation. Suddenly a sound rang out as Snow leaped down from midair. Siwoo gently stroked its head, the kitten nuzzled back happily, let out a little sound, eyes half closed in contentment. He asked it softly, "I know, Snow, did you sleep well?" Si-yoon was delighted at the sight of Snow, hugging it tight and exclaiming with joy, "Are we keeping this cat? And I'm not even allergic, awesome." At that moment, Siwoo went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Si-yoon kept smiling in the living room. "Can we name it Snow? It's a white cat like Snow. Snow, you'll live with us from now on." He chuckled as he enjoyed the delicious breakfast, and thus the holy beast was named Snow. After that, Siwoo returned to the living room. Wang-gu Gok, seeing him, said happily, "Looks like no one is allergic to the holy beast, right? Even when Si-yoon and I held it, we were fine." Chewing, Siwoo replied, "That's good. When the cult grows, Snow will grow with it." While the two were talking, Snow slipped over to the plate of sandwiches, sniffing and inhaling. Siwoo suggested, "I think you and Si-yoon could use a bodyguard." Wang-gu and Gok exclaimed in surprise, "A bodyguard? You mean Snow?" Right then, Snow opened its mouth wide and grabbed a sandwich. Wang-gu and Gok stammered on, "You can't be serious. Are you going to command a cat? Look at our Lord's devoted follower, a goddess who treats animals like tools." Siwoo calmly explained, "Snow can handle any awakened below mutant rank." Seeing Snow devour the sandwich, Wang-gu and Gok's eyes widened in astonishment. Can cats eat sandwiches, or are holy beasts a different species?" Siwoo replied nonchalantly while continuing his meal. "Let it eat. If it can't digest it, it'll use divine power to process it or throw it up. It's a holy beast after all." Suddenly, Siwoo remembered something and told Wang-gu and Gok, "Oh, right, don't forget that grandma's coming soon." He hurriedly answered, "I'm busy today, so I can't pick her up. Are you okay going alone?" By then Snow was full and curled up sleeping on Siwoo's lap. He replied, "Who do you think I am? Also, our channel seems pretty lively." Siwoo looked at the official Gen channel on his phone. Subscriptions had reached 1.2 million. Wang-gu and Gok said excitedly, "Just keep this momentum. I'm happy the viewership is growing. You know, we even have viewers from abroad." Then he waved goodbye to his brother and reminded him, "All right, I have to get back to work. Be careful out there." After Wang-gu and Gok left, Siwoo was pensive for a moment. It could be said that Wang-gu and Gok has seemed much happier since returning to Earth. His eyes have regained light. He gently stroked Snow, thinking to himself, caring for Si-yoon and Grandma alone must have been hard, but when she comes back this place will be too cramped. I should get ready to move soon. Snow stirred slightly, flicked its tail, and let out a small sound. Siwoo instructed it, "Now Snow, watch over Wang-gu and Gok while I'm away. If he seems tired, play with him a bit, okay?" The next day the sky was clear, clouds drifted lazily and sunlight filtered between buildings, creating a calm, gentle atmosphere. Siwoo exclaimed with pleasure, "Today's weather is perfect for flying back home." As soon as he stepped downstairs, he sensed something was off. There were many bodyguards stationed around the building, and he wondered, "What's going on? Is something wrong? Who's here?" Suddenly a loud shout rang out, "Siwoo!" Captain Kim emerged from the building, startling Siwoo into exclaiming, "Ah, you scared me." Escorted by bodyguards, he approached enthusiastically and offered, "If you're heading out to pick up your grandmother, let us help." Siwoo clenched his hand and refused, saying, "No need, that's too much trouble, I can just grab a taxi." Sohik immediately cut him off, giving no chance to refuse. "No, sorry for the abruptness, this way please." Siwoo exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you're escorting me? Where am I being taken?" He was led another way. Seeing the scene before him, he grew even more anxious, eyes full of caution. In front of Siwoo sat a sleek black car with privacy glass all around. 4 bodyguards stood watch around it. He thought to himself, "This car looks suspicious." Siwoo stepped closer and muttered, "It'd be hilarious if the president were in there or something." The man inside, dressed formally, asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "I personally asked Captain Kim to reduce my security to a minimum." The one speaking was the president of South Korea, Sin Hu. He greeted politely, "Nice to meet you, awakened Siwoo. I'm Sin Hu, the current president of this country." Siwoo was stunned into silence, eyes wide, mouth agape, his mind racing with countless thoughts. What is a president? It's the title for the person holding central authority in a nation, the highest office an elected official can attain, someone most ordinary citizens only dream of meeting. So why is that person here? He quickly got into the car and sat opposite the president, hands clenched, body tense. Siwoo trembled, "I'm on my way to the airport to pick up my grandmother." President Sinhu, a seasoned fox, quickly grasped his thought and replied politely, "What a coincidence, I also need to go to the airport. Consider it a shared ride." Siwoo thought, ride with the president? Is this real? He must have an ulterior motive. Then he hesitantly asked, is it okay for the president to be doing this? The car sped along the main road, merging into heavy traffic. President Sinhu explained, most of a leader's work is carried out in secrecy like this. The official events are just for show. As a pontiff from a world like Eden, you surely understand that. Siwoo narrowed his eyes at him, a clear thought echoing in his mind. I know, he's not here just to chat. Without an air of arrogance or domineering presence, Sinhu won broad voter support thanks to his unique sense of humor. Suddenly the president spoke, breaking the awkwardness. Did you see the news this morning? Siwoo quickly answered, yes. A monster appeared in Japan and their government requested assistance from us. The president looked at him with a hint of satisfaction and went straight to the point. Exactly. Since you're already aware, I'll be frank. The United States has asked us to send you, awakened Kim Siwoo, as part of the relief force. Siwoo froze for a few seconds and asked in surprise, is that why you came to see me? Couldn't you just order me to go? President Sinhu replied calmly, the Special Ability Act, Section B, Article 12 states that an awakened's operational scope is limited to the country that manages them, in this case, South Korea. He pressed his fingers into the seat and hesitated. So you are under no obligation to help Japan. However, Siwoo detected the implication behind President Sinhu's words. Before he finished, Siwoo interrupted. So you want me to go to Japan, don't you, Mr. President? Siwoo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The awakened the U.S. plans to send, Eden H. Ward, is known by the title, the Mutant Judge. If you could defeat him in combat, it would prove you're one of the strongest awakened in the world. An awakened recognized by the U.S. government and the leader of a cult. That would surely draw attention from around the globe. He recalled what Gu and Gok had said. Did you know we even have viewers from other countries? Siwoo squinted and asked cheerfully, was the monster's appearance part of your plan? Sinhu's eyes narrowed and his lips curved into a faint smile. Why worry about one monster when there are two awakened on the scene? I'm more concerned about what comes after. Then his face turned serious as he made the request. Kim Siwoo, for the sake of our country, I want you to eliminate the savage. He looked at him calmly and said, you speak as if you're proposing a deal. Sinhu glanced out the window, eyes fixed on the distance. He spoke as if confiding, religion and politics have always gone hand in hand. Both draw power from popular support. This is the relationship I want to build, a cooperation where we can support one another. Unfortunately, the South Korean government doesn't have that kind of clout. The Gen cult, however, is growing stronger. But if the gap between us keeps widening, it will no longer be a partnership, but a one-sided relationship. Siwoo fell silent, lips pressed together, mulling over what the president had just said. After a moment, Sinhu broke the silence. I may have said too much, especially on such a beautiful day. Take some time to think about your decision. Before long, they arrived at the airport and quickly stepped out of the car. Before parting, he said, whatever you decide, we will fully support you, awakened Kim Siwoo. I plan to arrange an official visit to the temple soon. We can continue this conversation then. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kim Siwoo. Siwoo stood watching the car drive away, thinking to himself, Sinhu is an interesting man. Then he looked up at the blue sky, the clouds like cotton candy drifting in warm sunlight. He thought of his beloved grandmother and murmured as if speaking to her, the weather today is really beautiful. Perfect for a reunion. After grandfather passed, she traveled abroad often. When she heard their parents had died, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of the two brothers. She is a very kind woman. Here are some details about her. Her name is Go-yoon Rang, born November 11, 196X, hometown CEO. One thing she often says is, our family always ends up in drama. She once pointed her finger at him and shouted, Siwoo, whatever you do from now on, remember to look out for each other, okay? She's quite a character. Even if the world was falling apart, she'd still insist on traveling to the US. He instinctively smiled, eyes soft with memories. Since she was young, she had cared for grandfather and later for them. After their father's accident, her life was always busy. At that moment, the door opened quietly, footsteps echoed, and the person he'd been waiting for appeared in the doorway. Yoon Rang was fashionably dressed in a warm, oversized coat that covered almost her whole body. A small scarf wrapped her neck and large glasses added to her presence. She dragged a suitcase and stepped out slowly. Scanning the crowd for a familiar face, Siwoo called out, Grandma. He looked her over from head to toe and gave an awkward smile. Yoon Rang cheerfully said, my grandson. The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly, the atmosphere warm and slightly awkward. Then she took off her glasses, eyes still fixed on Siwoo, letting out a few indistinct sounds. He looked straight at her, quirked his lips, and made a teasing noise. Yoon Rang immediately ran over, jumped up, and slapped his back hard in a familiar tone. You look so different. Used to see me and you'd run off. Now you look all grown up. My grandson, I'm so proud of you. Siwoo cried out in mock alarm, scolding affectionately. Grandma, isn't it customary to give each other a hug when we haven't seen one another so long? Yun Rang replied cheerfully, who do you take me for? I knew you'd survive and come back. I only need you to have your arms and legs. Ungrateful boy. Siwoo rubbed the spot she'd just hit and thought she's still as tough as ever. He watched her retreating figure and exhaled in relief. She talked as if she were the one who'd been traveling, which, going to another dimension, was pretty much like taking a distant trip. Although why stupid and old Ma Dai had already returned from Drift, I should have anticipated this. Then he helped her pull the suitcase and the two of them walked out side by side. They chatted cheerfully as Yun Rang asked tenderly, how was the trip to the other dimension? Siwoo replied softly, it was okay. I even joined a religion. She asked happily, so you finally found faith? Siwoo replied quickly, I even built a temple before you arrived. You can go see it if you want. Yun Rang turned to face him, voice full of pride. It seems that trip helped you grow up. I heard you were behind the purification at the focal area, right? She gently touched Siwoo's hair and stroked his head. He didn't react, just stood there silently. Yun Rang looked at Kim Siwoo with affectionate eyes and said proudly, you've really grown into a wonderful person. Then she hugged Siwoo tightly as if to release all the worries of the past years. Yun Rang murmured softly, let's call it even. You vanished and worried me for a whole year. Thank you for coming back, my little boy. Siwoo hugged her gently as Yun Rang kept talking. When I heard you hadn't returned even after I came back, I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. Suddenly she let him go and cheerfully switched topics, but the tickets were booked as a tour package. It'd be a waste to cancel. Siwoo asked helplessly, are you serious? Then he asked about her trip. You flew on a private jet, right? How was it? Comfortable? Yun Rang answered happily, if I have a top-notch flight like that, they'd even send a plane to pick me up. I came with a friend from the US, but a moment ago some people in black seemed to take her away. Siwoo was surprised, frowning and thinking, a friend? Yun Rang put her hands in her coat pockets and walked pensively, continuing to talk to Siwoo. She said she wanted to meet you. She isn't a bad person, so don't worry. He awkwardly asked, what do you mean by not a bad person? Recalling President Sin Hu's words, Siwoo added, by the way, I'm heading to the airport too, might as well ride together. He broke out in a sweat, puzzled inside. Wait a minute, Grandma, who exactly did you bring along? After that, the two of them went to Common Gen, a luxurious white temple with distinctive architecture and intricate carvings. Yun Rang's voice echoed through the temple. I've heard you were looked after by everyone while you were in the other dimension. Thank you all so much. Leo placed his hand on his chest and replied humbly, no, sir, we are the ones who received your grace. We're just returning a bit of it. Luna Na shouted excitedly, oh my god, I thought she might be his aunt. She's so youthful. Siwoo, stunned, gaped and muttered, Yun Rang beamed and asked delightedly, Aunt, this pretty little girl sure knows how to talk. Luna launched into chatter with a smile. I'm Luna Lifton, I can't believe it. We're his closest advisors. You can treat us however you like since you're like a grandmother to us too. Yun Rang gently took her hand and laughed with pleasure. Is that so? Looks like I have another grandson and a granddaughter to rely on. Siwoo, exasperated, cleared his throat and steered the conversation elsewhere. Grandma, about that friend who wanted to meet me, you said she'd come straight to Common. Isn't she tired? Yun Rang glanced at Siwoo and replied, I arranged with my friend to come here. I want to take the chance to meet the people you trust. She gazed at the goddess statue inside the temple and continued, and the deity you've placed your faith in. She looked at the statue and then asked in surprise, this statue, it has no face, Siwoo explained. Sometimes what can't be seen holds more meaning. For some, it might be the face of a praying mother. For others, the image of a father. Because each person pictures their loved one differently, we leave the statue faceless as a way to encompass them all. Thinking of this, he felt a deep sorrow. It's a pity he couldn't contact Jen anymore and didn't even have a single statue with her likeness. Suddenly Yun Rang asked him, should I pray? Siwoo quickly replied, of course, Jen loves everyone and I'm sure she'll love you even more. Yun Rang clasped her hands and closed her eyes, ready to pray. She laughed aloud. Remember how you hated going to church back then? Who would have thought it'd turn out like this? She knelt before the goddess and prayed reverently. Thank you for watching over my grandson and bringing him back safely. Though he still has much to learn to overcome the trials this troubled world sets before him, please guide him and lead him onto the right path. Siwoo stood silently watching her, his thoughts in turmoil. Leo stepped forward, bowed respectfully and reminded, a representative cleric should give her a blessing. Siwoo exclaimed, oh, almost forgot, I'm serving as the temporary cleric here. Then he quickly used his awakened power. Green-blue lights shimmered in the air, and before long Siwoo's clothes had transformed into a cleric's robes. He sat before her as a radiant halo appeared around him. He formed the blessing seals with his hands, praying that Jen's protection would always be with her. Yun Rang looked gently at her grandson, her lips curling into a soft smile. After the prayer, Siwoo slowly helped her to her feet. Yun Rang asked softly, the garden near the entrance is beautiful. May this old woman take a little walk? Siwoo agreed at once. Of course, let me lead you around. Yoon Rang gently declined, saying she wanted to stroll with Luna and Leo. There are so many things I want to ask those two. Siwoo asked, puzzled. Could I not? Before he finished, she turned and teased him. A good leader should give subordinates some time to gossip behind his back. Siwoo was left speechless, thinking, she's taking them away to badmouth me. Before leaving, Yoon Rang reminded him, my friend really wants to meet you, do a good deed, talk with her a bit, you might learn something useful. Then she, Leo, and Luna quickly walked toward the garden. Siwoo watched their retreating figures in a daze. He thought about it, but she was already gone, and he had no idea when her friend would arrive. Suddenly, Siwoo sensed something unusual and widened his eyes in astonishment. He turned his head and scanned the area, thinking to himself, wait, I just felt a source of mana far off, an extremely pure and gentle aura. He suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Captain Kim. Siwoo, I don't know if you heard, but my grandmother is with a very important figure who has come to our country. He smiled softly, finally solving the mystery in his heart. The friend his grandmother brought along was the guest President Se, who personally came to receive. Soft footsteps echoed through the temple, slowly approaching him step by step. Siwoo looked at the woman before him and became more convinced of his deduction. His grandmother really had been hiding something from him. The woman was called a prophetess, famed for seeing the near future. And she was also an important, awakened individual greatly valued by the United States. The president had personally requested that awakened Kim Siwoo be assigned to care for Emma Miller. Siwoo's gaze swept gently over the woman. She greeted him politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You resemble your grandmother a lot. No wonder Yoon Rang kept talking about you on the flight. He replied politely as well. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Emma Miller. Emma warmly greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You really look a lot like your grandmother. He replied, Mrs. Emma, I didn't expect you to speak Korean so fluently. She smiled brightly. I learned from Yoon Rang, though I must admit I cheated a little. At that moment, Dong-si had told Siwoo, I don't know if you've heard, but right now your grandmother is traveling with a very important figure who came to our country. That person is called a prophetess, famed for seeing the near future. Siwoo, you must be very careful. If Mrs. Emma gets even a scratch, it could become an international political issue. He asked, puzzled, and what does that have to do with me protecting an internationally important person? He immediately answered, Mrs. Emma is a close friend of your grandmother. Perhaps your grandmother has told her a lot about you. We were informed that she wanted to meet you. Siwoo couldn't imagine that an S-rank awakened from the US would be his grandmother's friend. I wonder what it's like to possess S-rank prophetic power. She looked at his expression and half-guessed, it seems you're curious about my secret. Honestly, there's nothing special. I came here simply as Yoon Rang's friend. Siwoo blurted, are you reading my mind? Just from looking at my face, Mrs. Emma understands. Not exactly reading, just the intuition of an old woman or something like that. Questions kept popping into his head. How do they know each other? First, the president. He couldn't guess anyone's true intentions today. They really are on another level. Now he remembered, I heard she wanted to meet me. Did she approach your grandmother for that reason? Did she use her prophetic power to arrange this meeting? She explained calmly, don't misunderstand the relationship I built with Yoon Rang. I became her friend simply because the opportunity allowed it. Still, some might call that fate. Siwoo suddenly realized he might have guessed that Mrs. Emma's ability was related to the system from those words. He heard her words clearly. Just as you are a representative of Gen, I am a representative for the Earth's surveillance system. My prophetic ability was granted by the system when I was chosen as its representative. This power is limited to those who belong to the system. Outsiders won't be able to use it, including the unawakened or those with different standards like you. Siwoo immediately understood. She was referring to exceptions like himself, which is why those warnings didn't appear at all. She explained while gazing into the distance. Although they've returned to Earth and operate under the same rules, the origin of their power comes from other dimensions. So even if I reveal my power, there's nothing I can share with you. To be honest, calling me an observer is more accurate than prophet. I merely represent the system in observing the flow of this world and share what I see within the endless intertwined events of this world. The deity you serve and the entity I represent are connected in some way. That's why I wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person you really are. Siwoo asked earnestly, so after meeting me, what do you think? She seemed very pleased. The shrine you've built is beautiful. After meeting you in person, I've come to my own decision. At the very least, I can affirm that you still love this world. A stream of power spread and then faded. He'd gotten answers to his questions. Now he understood. She may not look on him with favor, but that doesn't mean she's hostile toward him. Siwoo chatted comfortably. Of all the awakened people I've met on Earth, you're the most interesting. Did you really come all this way just to see me? She smiled gently. Consider it a little pleasure for this old woman. He then asked with interest, now that we've met, are you going back to America? Emma still had plenty of plans. Not yet. I want to travel around Korea a bit more. I've already promised Yoon Rang I'll eat bibimbap with liver, even fried chicken with beer by the Han River. After I discovered how much I like Korean food, I thought I might stay a little longer. Siwoo couldn't believe it. You came just to eat. No way. If you do that, a war between the US and Korea might actually break out. Finally, she said her goodbyes. Thank you for your time. Siwoo, I'll be leaving soon. If Yoon Rang gets mad, she's terrifying. She might scold me for spending too much time with you. He wondered, ma'am, what did you do with an S-class awakened from America? Did she really leave? I thought she came to give us some warning. Emma's footsteps suddenly halted. She turned and said to him, beings from beyond the boundary will bring darkness. Siwoo, the light you and your God bring. I hope it's enough to pierce that deep night. Siwoo filed it away in his mind. Deep darkness, another thing to ask Jen about. There were countless questions he still hadn't answered. He wondered silently, what is our goddess doing right now? That evening in Siwoo's building there was chatter. Were you happy to meet her? His sister asked. He answered yes, she said she'll come by again tomorrow. Siwoo told his sister that the woman also wanted to invite her friend from America to eat and he'd given her his credit card. The little girl, folding clothes, cheerfully greeted, welcome home. He felt puzzled. Why are you playing with her but you don't want to go visit her? She just kept on with her task. There was no other way. Adults and kids alike want to spend time with friends, like how she had to fold clothes even if she didn't like it. But it's fine because she promised she'd spend time with me, right? When she was done, she'll go up to play with So now. Let's go Snow. This truly amazed him. Has Si-eun really grown up? Where did she learn all that? As soon as Siwoo entered the office, he asked dummy YN, do you know who her friend is? His brother, busy folding clothes, didn't care. How would I know? He asked again, do you know who America's prophet is? Dummy YN remembered at once. Who doesn't know? America's great prophet Emma, right? She often appears on the cover of Wicker magazine. Siwoo announced something important. Don't be surprised, it's her. The close friend visiting from abroad. He even seemed to doubt it. Dummy YN scolded, come on, at least make the joke convincing. Do you know America is 43 times the size of Korea? Do you know we're not awakened? Surely you know the prophet is one of the most important people in America. Even the richest people in the world begged to meet her once and were refused. I thought I knew how to keep my mouth shut better than becoming pope. Siwoo was angry that his brother didn't believe him. Wait, I'm serious. You think this is extraordinary? We're actually friends with Emma. Unbelievable. Still, he tried to explain, dummy YN, I even rode in the same car as the president. He personally asked me to go to Japan to help. So I'm planning a short trip to Japan. What do you think? That made his brother even more contemptuous. I can already see tomorrow's headline. Pope of the Gen sect turns out to be a professional liar. A bump formed on dummy YN's head. They sent you to deal with Yamatachi? The news has been all about that lately. Siwoo grew more confident, you know that, so what do you think I should do? His brother voiced his thoughts. If a national-level monster appears, assisting Japan is obvious. But a mutated being with nuke-level power might not be the wisest choice. But South Korea's international influence has weakened after recent gate-related incidents. If you step forward, our country has a chance to regain prestige. Did you think only a few people felt national pride because you play soccer? Siwoo crossed his arms and reminded him, you're exaggerating, I'm not that important. Dummy YN was a bit surprised, suddenly modest, huh? That morning at the company, even though she had already told Captain Kim the news, she still intended to join the support team in Japan. After agreeing, the government immediately issued an official statement, as if it had all been planned in advance. Minister CNHO formed a support team, and among the members assigned to go were some of the most powerful awakened figures in the government. The plane was ready for departure. Siwoo departed that very day, at 7:00 p.m. The top news outlet carried breaking reports. The president held a press conference announcing the official relief roster for Japan. Japan expressed gratitude for South Korea's concentrated support. Korea-Japan relations are tightening. The decision to send reinforcements was praised, and the meeting between the Savage and the Black Pope rocked the media. The Gen Church Forum posted, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But if it's the Black Pope, does he stand a chance against that Savage? The number of mutants defeated by that Savage is countless. Below, people kept arguing their opinions. All the news was being hotly debated. Siwoo sat on the plane calmly reading the comments. He was on a flight provided by Japan, and every news channel was fixated on whether he'd fight that Savage. Isn't the outcome obvious, or is it just me who thinks so? The announcer on the plane announced, we are beginning our descent into Narita International Airport. Upon arrival, we will move to the mission site under the guidance of Japan's Abnormalities Bureau. He wondered to himself, who is this Jin Rang person? At that moment, Captain Kim came over to check on Siwoo. Is everything okay? Siwoo replied, Captain Kim, everything's fine. You're going alone? Captain Kim asked awkwardly. Apparently, Luna and Leo wanted to stay at the shrine to guide new followers. They're also making more wristbands. So can I have one? I heard they help with baldness. Expecting a serious question, but getting his humor instead, Siwoo laughed. I'll definitely save one for you, Captain Kim. He flashed a bright smile, shrugging off awkwardness. I'm just nervous. Thanks. I need to confirm a few things when we arrive, so rest while we wait to land. Siwoo settled into his seat, letting his worries ease. He wondered if Luna was okay, but even if he wasn't there, Min would manage. He pictured them facing hardships and welcoming new followers. It would be a great chance for them to care for the new group. The moment Luna mentioned it, Leo kept complaining, "Pope, am I the only one reinforcing the shrine?" She was absolutely thrilled about it. There will be plenty of chances to go to Japan, but there's only one chance to train the very first group of followers, right? Even Leo had to concede. Just imagining it made Siwoo feel horrified. If they stirred up trouble overseas, it would be hard for him to take care of them. Lost in thought, he heard a voice call out to him, awakened Siwoo. He looked up, and a young woman stood before him, formally introducing herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chi, a member of the Special Task Force under the Ministry of National Defense and the captain of this relief team. I wanted to meet and greet you before the mission begins." Hearing that, Siwoo understood she was one of the few S-rank awakened still working for the government. He bowed politely as well. "Hello, I'm Siwoo, leader of the Gen sect." At the same time, he realized the terrorist's feelings toward Chi weren't competitive, but inferiority. He sensed a powerful flow of mana, now distant from that terrorist. Chi suddenly raised her hand in salute. "Thank you for apprehending the terrorists, including Lai Si-hee, and for protecting our country." Siwoo looked at her differently. Despite being one of the nation's strongest awakened, she still humbly offered thanks for what he'd done. She truly understood humility, yet radiated confidence. Thanks to her, the Bureau of Supernatural Management had managed to keep going over the past year. She didn't stop at words either. "For this mission, I'll give you my full support when you enter the fight." That made him even more intrigued, because Chi had the aura of a warrior rather than a typical ability user. "Yes, thank you. I've been to another dimension before, but I've never been abroad," Chi asked in surprise. "Really? It's an honor to accompany you on your first overseas assignment." 3 hours later, at Narita International Airport, Japan. The crowd shouted in unison, "We don't need your help." Siwoo and Chi were both baffled. What's going on? An aide stepped forward to announce, "Reinforcements from Korea have arrived. Please make way." Hearing that, the crowd started arguing back. "Whether you're from the US or Korea, withdraw. Japan can and will defeat Japan's monster on its own." From the way they were acting, Siwoo could tell. It looked like they had no intention of moving as planned. They chanted together, "We don't need Koreans." He saw their true colors. He hadn't expected Japan to oppose foreign intervention this strongly. Chi nodded in agreement. They're dead set on handling it themselves. Captain Kim quickly told Siwoo there must be some misunderstanding. "I'll go check." He stepped forward to speak. "All business. I'm Captain Kim from Korea's Ability Bureau. I'd like to meet and confer with the Japanese awakened representatives." But all he got in return was dismissal. "I already told you, go back." Siwoo and Chi helped him back. Captain Kim thanked them, embarrassed. He had considered the potential risks. There were surely areas where civilians had been injured or suffered damage from the monster. Yet even under these circumstances, the Japanese awakened insisted on handling it themselves. To them, even a major disaster was just part of the job, or maybe it was a matter of pride. "I recall something similar happening at Yuo University Hospital, but I didn't expect people like this to be everywhere." Electricity crackled in Siwoo's eyes as he thought, "You'd use a skill on someone who has no intent to fight? Now things are fair. This is a skill I usually reserve for cultists or people who refuse to heed my warnings." Active deterrence skill tier level has been activated. Your divine power is overwhelming the target. They brought this on themselves by provoking his anger. I'll use power to show you why we're here. Suddenly someone shouted, "Wait." Captain Kim was holding Siwoo back. "I apologize for our discourtesy," awakened Siwoo. "This is our fault. I believe excessive nationalism kept us from seeing the true purpose of your visit. I sincerely apologize." He introduced himself. "I'm Jin Jiang from Japan's Ability Bureau." "Captain Kim, are you injured anywhere? I'll make sure whoever caused this is punished appropriately." Captain Kim hesitated and replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Siwoo suddenly realized Jin Jiang's Korean was very good and wondered where he was born. Jin Jiang politely told him, "AI Den and the awakened from the US have already arrived at the main camp. Let me take you there." Everyone rode in a vehicle, chatting happily as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jin Jiang said, "It's good to see you again, Captain Kim. I'm glad you're all right." He seemed genuinely remorseful. "Mr. Siwoo, again I hope you'll forgive our mistake. Honestly, you shouldn't take this to heart. You didn't cause it." Watching the two talk, Siwoo guessed they were close to Captain Kim. Is Jin Jiang the person who showed up in recent articles? People labeled him a traitor and a troublemaker. But looking at Jin Jiang, he didn't seem irresponsible at all. Jin Jiang moved, "Thank you for understanding." She looked out the window and asked, "Is your mother still well?" Jin Jiang replied coldly, "She's fine, probably on Rima Island by now. Since moving to Japan, she's been out there, saying she can see the Busan coast from afar." From their conversation, Siwoo realized Chi and Jin Jiang were close enough to know each other's family details. While they talked, Siwoo curiously asked, "What are these flowers?" And so the questions began, like, will the sun rise? Will the sun shine on my day? This left Siwoo astonished. What the heck is this? Has this turned into a musical? What is happening? He suddenly felt like he'd missed something. What if Jin Jiang had no choice but to come to Japan? He'd have to ask Captain Kim about this later. They finally arrived. The main camp was an empty school. Yes, we'd evacuated nearby residents and borrowed this building. Jin Jiang led the way. Please, this way. We'll start the planning meeting soon. I'll coordinate with the US team for this mission. Siwoo immediately agreed. Roger, understood. Jin Jiang added, since the meeting is mainly for the reinforcements, I'll wait outside in case you need anything. Siwoo replied gently, thank you. He stepped inside, and as soon as they saw him, someone called out, you're finally here. Awakened Siwoo, awakened Chi. Everyone was already in position around the conference table. Upon entering, he immediately felt the atmosphere here was extremely quiet. I could instantly tell who the savage was. The system displayed a message. An unnamed source of power is exerting pressure on you. Siwoo sensed clearly that it wasn't magic, nor mana or divine power. It was a pure force born of will, like the power of an anomaly representing the earth. AI Den slammed the table hard. The assistant wanted to interpret, but he refused. No need. The passive skill blessing of tongues had been activated, and Siwoo quickly introduced himself. I'm Siwoo. Hearing that he answered, AI Den, interesting, you speak Korean, but it sounds like English to me. Siwoo replied warmly, that's one of the blessings my god granted me. Sounds like something out of a medieval movie, doesn't it? AI Den moved closer and added, it seems your god is very generous. Siwoo's eyes burned with passion. I wonder about that too, because the stranger, she isn't always gentle. A powerful aura radiated from him. Is that so? I always thought the gods in your world were trash, so I wiped them all out. A sudden explosion rang out, making everyone cover their ears. He watched this and had to wonder, how can both of them remain calm under such overwhelming pressure? Is this the power of the slain? Siwoo felt intensely intrigued by this place. How fascinating. Is this some kind of trial? He seemed very pleased with what he had done. I believe Siwoo has awakened, and with just him and me, we can carry out the mission to eliminate the code. As for that, he would never accept it. Thanks for proposing the idea, but this is Japan. It's natural for each nation's awakened to take part. We'll do our best to support. AI Den felt this was too dangerous, but I wonder if we need to sacrifice others' lives when we already have enough firepower to destroy the enemy. I don't want to carry guilt if a Japanese awakened dies unnecessarily. So he proposed an alternative. If the US representatives insist on this plan, I won't intervene further. Other issues we can resolve diplomatically. Proceed with your plan. He had no objection. Of course, we basically already have 2 weapons of mass destruction here. Sending weaker awakened into the battlefield would only be wasteful. You made the right decision. We can continue the meeting. He watched that figure and wondered, why did he speak for me and I didn't object? Killing an entity at the threshold of divinity isn't easy, especially beings like Gemin. Those who have reached a certain divine level are almost impossible for mortals. However, like gods from other dimensions, near-divine beings can be slain when they're on the verge of vanishing. It's very possible he wiped out the gods in his own dimension. In any case, among the awakened I've met on Earth, he is clearly the strongest. Dawn was breaking. Chi volunteered for the mission. I'll have them prepare the helicopters. Can you 2 coordinate together? She turned to ask, are you sure you don't need any more information on Ozachi? Siwoo replied, I think that's enough. The meeting already provided full details on the Ozachi designation. First appeared in Japan and hasn't yet been recorded in the International Monster Database. The designation is taken from a creature in Japanese legend. Like all national-level disaster monsters, it caused severe damage. Reports say it resembles a dragon. People say it controls flying dragon-like monsters. 5 hours earlier, the creature stopped moving and entered a dormant state. That bought us time to evacuate civilians. She wanted to help more and asked, awakened Siwoo, are you sure you don't need support? He thought it over carefully and answered, yes, please don't worry. Focus on saving as many people as possible. Siwoo didn't forget to reassure them, hey, don't worry about me either. Captain Kim wailed pitifully, begging, Siwoo, please don't smash the savage's head into the ground again, please. Chi replied, bored, I understand. The helicopters were ready to take off. I heard the flying beasts make movement in the surrounding airspace extremely difficult. This mission won't be easy. AI Den even praised Siwoo, you have many useful abilities. He anxiously looked outside, we'll be fine if I get on the helicopter. He suddenly remembered, also I heard some reporters want to come along to film the battle. Most anomalies don't like exposing their fighting style to the public. You're a rare case. Speaking of which, Siwoo thought of a friendly reporter. Those reporters had faces like eager hawks pleading for his cooperation. He's passionate. I'll make sure to record your cool battle with this camera. I won't miss such a good opportunity. AI Den saw his cheerful demeanor and seemed worried about something inside. Siwoo deliberately taunted, only weak or insecure people fear revealing their powers, right? Or are you afraid? He didn't dare meet his eyes. I just realized you're even more arrogant than I thought. He shot a warning look. If you knew how to hide that ambition, it would be better. Besides, I haven't been hiding anything, so there's no need for us to keep up pretenses. He didn't dare argue back. We're approaching the target, the warning system blared, and the passive skill maximum support body neutralized the dense toxic gas in the air. You are consuming a large amount of holy power. Siwoo had a direct look at that monster. Now it was clear why this creature was classified as a national disaster, its black flames and the massive clouds of toxic gas it produced. This dense poison not only harms the awakened, it also makes the area uninhabitable for ordinary people afterward. It's extremely difficult to purify with conventional divine power, especially on Earth, where divine power has only recently begun to emerge. He took in everything directly. If we hadn't come, it would have been a catastrophe. Since the helicopters are reinforced, the pilots should be fine for a short time. AI Den recounted his past. Once I fell into a trap set by a hostile tribe. A tribe that specialized in using poison as a weapon. I was once locked inside a cauldron filled with deadly venom. That happened 20 years ago. Since then, most poisons have had little effect on me. This poison is like fresh air to me. Siwoo immediately shattered that fanciful thought. Most others would call that psychological trauma. Your old-fashioned thinking does have its uses. An anomaly is an anomaly anyway. It seems this toxin doesn't affect him at all. How fortunate. Sitting in the helicopter from afar, they could clearly see it's awake. The monster had become enraged at being roused, and the other monsters began converging. AI Den quickly opened the helicopter door. I'm disappointed my world doesn't have dragons. Are there dragons in your world? How do they compare? Siwoo replied calmly, I don't think it's worth comparing. If a black smoke-spitting lizard like this were stronger than the demon dragon king, I wouldn't need Eden Black at all. His laugh echoed. I knew it. People from other worlds really are different. I'm even more looking forward to fighting you after dealing with this one. Consider that your real intention revealed. AI Den gripped his axe and said, look closely, this dino chicken is the real fighting force. Siwoo was surprised at the name, Dino Chicken. A blinding light radiated from the helicopter. A mysterious blue light began to converge. The monster began to enact its scheme. A stream of blue energy shot toward the helicopter, and a chain of powers was unleashed. AI Den lunged out quickly. I'll strike first. Now he faced it at very close range. The monster's inner fury had ignited. AI Den confidently gripped his weapon. Both of them wielded their own powers. Siwoo watched from above, assessing the situation. Good, you anomaly, this battle is truly dramatic. Perhaps thanks to the growing number of believers, there are no status windows and causality doesn't seem to interfere. If you think I'll jump down like before, you're mistaken. He once again used his mystical power. The active skill Holy Spear had been activated. Ozachi lay motionless below. Hope you can avoid it in time. Siwoo's power fully subdued it. The monster writhed in agony as it was tortured by electricity. Its body seemed unable to withstand it any longer. Siwoo snapped his fingers, signaling his power. Everything shattered under this mystical force. The sound of helicopters filled the sky. Ozachi shows no more biological signals. Total combat time, 1 minute 12 seconds. The national disaster class monster designated Ozachi has been eliminated. No allied casualties. Thanks to the abilities of the Korean anomaly Kim Siwoo, the situation was brought under control. The Japanese Prime Minister watched from afar, full of concern. Prime Minister, what did we just witness? What did that anomaly just do? Prime Minister, the battle has started. The anomalies are fighting each other. He shouted angrily, those idiots. Siwoo snapped his fingers to trigger his technique. Everything shattered, a blinding light so intense it was hard to look at. AI Den kept chastising. You coward, how dare you use long-range attacks? Do you have no honor as a warrior? Kim Siwoo watched amused from above, feeling he'd heard those words before. Could he be connected to Organization O, honor of a warrior, huh? Siwoo decided to go down and confront him. Unable to understand the man, why don't you just use long-range attacks? Fine, you want close combat, right? Then why don't we just settle this now? But AI Den immediately stopped him. Wait, my job is only to verify whether you truly are an anomaly. My orders are to confirm your identity and get closer. Now that I'm certain you are an anomaly, we don't need to fight anymore. Siwoo thought this man was cowardly. I thought you insisted on fighting me. He quickly explained. I only said that because I believed a sincere duel is the fastest way to understand someone, but it's no longer necessary. Although the gods in my world are pathetic, I can feel that the goddess you serve is a great being. Allow me to show respect to your goddess. I'm convinced she is a true deity. And I, AI Den, an anomaly from the United States, officially acknowledge you, Siwoo, an anomaly from Korea. I am sure we will become great friends. I have sensed our potential. Hearing that, he found it strange. Had his personality really changed completely? He looked happily at the spear in Siwoo's hand. So, my new friend, why not put down the spear and join me in my tribe's traditional hot spring bathing ritual? Siwoo's voice carried a hint of menace. Fine, let's be friends. Of course if you survive. AI Den's face suddenly showed fear as he realized the danger approaching. Siwoo deliberately taunted, come here. The fight erupts once more. The observer on the screen reported to the Prime Minister. The anomalies have started fighting. More like one guy is pounding the other to a pulp. Saki couldn't contain himself watching this. Those damn fools. Unbelievable, did the US really want to test someone like that, using Japan as the testing ground? In the end, only one person took part in defeating Ozachi. Not only did our Awakened do nothing, Siwu felled it with a single strike. In a way, Japan inadvertently gave Siwu an international opportunity. Not just Japan, but the whole world witnessed this live on television. Clearly, the South Korean president anticipated this, which is why he proposed a live broadcast. A Korean anomaly even stronger than AI Den. The situation is bad, but at least we've seen his capabilities firsthand. Therefore, we must act quickly. He ordered everyone to call President Zin, who immediately and, moreover, to prepare the best possible arrangements before Cardinal Siwu arrives. Watching the fight, people couldn't stop talking. AI Den getting beaten to a pulp by the somber Pope. I never expected our Pope to be so strong. Your Holiness, please don't hit that barbarian too hard. Careful you don't break him. I never thought I'd be worrying about a barbarian. If you break him, will it cause a diplomatic incident? Everyone is cheering for Siwu. His gaze lifted upward, his eyes closed as if sensing something. A truly pleasant atmosphere, as if angelic wings had descended here. AI Den was enjoying that feeling as well. The helicopter continued to fly across the vast sky. Reporters swarmed the shelter earlier. Did you spread those wings to purify the nearby contaminated land? Is the skill you used against the monster affiliated with the Gen Order? The mission only required killing the monster, so why did you decide to purify the surrounding area as well? Was that an additional request from the Japanese government? Please share your thoughts. Why did you suddenly choose to fight AI Den? He enthusiastically answered that AI Den and the anomaly from Korea, Siwu, have decided to become bosom friends. From now on, my friend's enemy is my enemy, and I'm planning to visit Pope Kim in Korea in the name of building trust between us. He leaned in and whispered to him, I thought you won the tribe's leadership with brute strength. So you climbed to the top with politics. AI Den signaled to him, don't say that, don't get the wrong idea. These are just habits I cultivated over 20 years as leader. Reporters pressed again. So does that mean relations between the US and Korea are closer now? Is that what you mean? How will Korea-US-Japan relations develop in the future? Siwu raised his hand to signal everyone to stop asking. Please stay calm, I will answer all questions at the upcoming press conference. Right now, there's something more important than international politics or personal circumstances. The Ozachi incident claimed many innocent lives. The first thing we must do is pray and hope for the best for them and their families. Although Ozachi was defeated, there are lives we couldn't save. If their deaths are forgotten because of us, that would be heartbreaking and tragic. Jen doesn't want that to happen. Let's pray together. May Jen guide them to a warm place. And so, the Ozachi incident officially came to a close. The system then warned, if you continue to interfere in this world, karma will punish you. You are approaching the limit karma allows. Kim Siwu tried to steady himself, sensing the danger clearly. Perhaps because he was abroad and live on air this time, he might have gone too far. The contaminated area was much larger than he thought. Captain Kim's voice sounded, Siwu, I'm proud of you. Thank you for not sending AI Den to his death like you did Selen. When you fought AI Den, it was truly impressive. Chi-A has realized everything. Now I understand why you don't need reinforcements. Once again, on behalf of Korea and the Capacity Management Agency, I extend our sincere thanks for your support. After this event, Korea's influence on the international stage has risen significantly. You must be exhausted, get some rest, I'll be in the room. If you need anything, find me. Siwu nodded lightly and replied, thank you, I'll rest for a bit. Talking with Chi-A always made him feel like he was dealing with a real soldier. Captain Kim suddenly remembered, right, I just got word. Jin Rang and another guest will come to see you in 30 minutes. While you wait, would you like some coffee? He answered quickly, yes, and the more sugar the better. As Chi-A mentioned, the weakening of Korea's Capacity Management Agency, Jin Rang's move to Japan, and the relationship between Chi-A and Jin Rang. Now that I think about it, Jin Rang used to be a member of the agency, right? Why is he working for Japan now? I remember news of him vowing to protect Korea to the end, and yet he abandoned us. Still, he doesn't seem like the sort of person who would betray so easily. He poured coffee as he replied, your gut feeling is completely correct. Jin Rang is highly focused and deeply responsible. He would never lie just to hide the truth. Jin Rang has never once betrayed his homeland, Korea. Jin Rang is someone who returned from a disaster-class realm. He spent 15 years in another dimension called the Tangled Thread. As a high official of a magical tower, with his master's help, he researched magic to find a way back to Earth. After returning, in an interview, Jin Rang said that to get back to his family and friends in Korea, he underwent countless experiments. Hearing that, Siwu felt even more that Jin Rang was extraordinary. Interdimensional travel isn't something ordinary people can do. That also meant his master must have been in existence who'd reached a godlike level in that world. Come to think of it, it was thanks to Jen that I was able to return too. Captain Kim continued. After returning, Jin Rang began working as a government-affiliated Awakened. He even trained other mages like Chi-A. Even compared to people like Sane or Chi-A, Jin Rang was an outstanding, superior mage. Because of him, many awakened joined the government forces. At that time, Jin Rang was regarded as a hero. Whenever gates opened in Korea, the awakened united under one belief: help Jin Rang. That was the golden era for government-aligned awakened. Jin Rang's move to Japan was actually not his choice. On June 12, a massive chaotic gate opened in Busan. The government decided to concentrate all resources, including Jin Rang, to seal the Busan gate. However, just 2 hours after all forces were sent to Busan, an even larger chaotic gate appeared in Daesan, a space-opening phenomenon. A horrific gate equivalent to the first 2 chaotic gates opened simultaneously. The ruins in Daesan and Busan today are evidence of that terrifying event. Siwoo listened intently to every word, thinking, the country nearly collapsed while I was still in Eden. Because the government had devoted all its key forces, including Jin Rang, to Busan, they were forced to negotiate with N to deal with the Daesan Gate. Calling it a negotiation sounds mild. In reality, it was a threat. In exchange for N sending its main forces to Daesan, they demanded that the South Korean government expel Jin Rang. Captain Kim continued. In the end, Jin Rang was forced to relocate to Japan. Very few people know the truth behind it. N's real goal was to defeat a pillar of the government's awakened force. Toppling Jin Rang meant weakening the South Korean government. You can guess their intent, and they accepted those terms. Captain Kim confirmed, because at that time they felt they had no other choice. Jin Rang asked that everything be kept secret and quietly left for the sake of the country and his family. N's goal was to create a new order, a new power, a new leadership. They were so deranged they'd do anything to satisfy their ambition. Recalls of what N did to me make this unsurprising. The government back then could only helplessly watch what failed with me succeed with Jin Rang at that time. He felt some regret. If only you had coordinated with the media and press back then. Captain Kim just shook his head. Truth means nothing when faced with overwhelming power. I'm sharing this truth in the hope that one day people won't forget that loss. Consider this a kind of confession. See, you're the Pope, right? I didn't expect you to speak about religion so sincerely. I suppose when faced with unsolvable problems, faith can become a support. He turned back at the voice. Pope Siwoo, I'm Jin Rang. Outside, a heavy rain was falling. A voice called out, making Siwoo turn his head. Pope Siwoo, it's Jin Rang. Japan's Prime Minister Sasaki also appeared at the door. Hello, sorry for arriving so late. It's an honor to meet you. Pope Siwoo, my name is Sasaki, Prime Minister of Japan. He stood up at once and looked straight at him. Is this really the Prime Minister of Japan? Not long ago, I was riding in the same car as the President of Korea, and now the Japanese Prime Minister comes to see me in person. Siwoo placed a hand on his chest and politely bowed. I'm Siwoo, head of the Gen Order. I can understand Japanese just fine, so please speak in whichever language you prefer. He shook his hand cheerfully and complimented him. An impressive ability, truly. Actually, I'm here to personally thank you for what you've done. I brought Jin Rang along to assist with the conversation, but I'm sure he has many things he wants to add. Jin Rang interjected. Prime Minister, it's fine when it's just the two of us, but right now. From afar, he turned back toward him. Isn't this supposed to be a private occasion? From what you see, Jin Rang seems closer to Prime Minister Sasaki than I thought. It even feels like the Prime Minister regards him as a son. Still, it's good to see the Prime Minister hold such affection for Jin Rang. He turned back warmly. Sorry, it seems we got carried away into personal matters. Allow us to speak with you here. Jin Rang also said, sorry for the abruptness, I'm not a difficult person. Siwoo smiled. It's okay, I don't take offense. With the Prime Minister visiting in person, Captain Kim took the chance to return to his room. Prime Minister Sasaki was courteous. Arriving so suddenly, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Siwoo shook his head. It's all right. He bowed and spoke politely. Pope Siwoo, on behalf of Japan, I offer our thanks for eliminating Ozachi. Because of you, we defeated that monster with minimal casualties. You even purified the contaminated area. I don't know how to properly repay you. Siwoo folded his arms and gave a faint smile. There's no need. Whether Korea or Japan, I can't stand by and watch the unawakened suffer for no reason. However, borrowing President Xinhu's words, leading a nation means the important things happen in the shadows. Prime Minister, you came to make a proposal, didn't you? What is the real reason you came here? His face looked nervous from the moment he entered the room. The cup of coffee remained on the table untouched. I find our Pope sharp. First, Jin Rang recounted what happened at the airport. The Prime Minister said, I want to apologize for that incident. His expression was somewhat displeased. Although no one was hurt, the situation had been quite dangerous. You surely noticed at the airport that if even a few extremist awakened had spoken up, relations between Japan and Korea could have quickly soured. Jin Rang's move to Japan was the starting point of it all. While I believe it was fate between the neighboring countries, I have always hoped to maintain good relations with Korea. Pope Siwoo, what do you think about establishing a temple for the Gen Order in Japan? Hearing this, Siwoo was somewhat surprised. Religion is a faith that transcends national borders, the Prime Minister continued. I believe that if the Gen Order had a temple in Japan, the chilly relations between Japan and Korea could warm like the spring breeze. If people of shared faith begin to appear, wouldn't mutual hatred naturally fade? Only a few hours have passed since your name was announced to the Japanese public, so I think this is the best time to make this proposal. After those remarks, Siwoo understood why he had called him Pope from their first meeting. There was intent behind the title. Outside, there was still no sign of the rain letting up. Before leaving, Prime Minister Sasaki didn't forget to promise, tomorrow when we meet again will be the first official meeting. For now, please talk with Jin Rang and rest comfortably. He politely replied, "Thank you, Prime Minister." Siwoo had that intention firmly in his hand. He wanted him to act as if this meeting had never happened. The room door was now closed. Jin Rang, standing behind, spoke up. "I knew it. Politicians are all sly foxes, don't you believe the Prime Minister?" Siwoo looked down at him and shook his head. "Of course not." Jin Rang seemed curious. "Mind if I ask why?" He didn't hesitate to explain. "While I'm considering expanding the order into Japan, I'm not naive enough to believe a religion alone can resolve all the tensions between the two countries. But that's not a problem I have to solve. I'll do whatever is necessary. I think you know what I mean." Jin Rang pondered, then offered his view. Using the order to address conflict is entirely feasible. With the appearance of the first anomaly in East Asia, your presence, and Japan receiving direct support during a national catastrophe. Additionally, the Japanese government no longer has to rely on extremist awakened. We can use reason and politics to quash opposition and begin rebuilding relations between the two countries. Prime Minister Sasaki is not a dreamer, but a natural-born politician. From what I've experienced, Pope Siwoo is certainly underestimating his current influence. He said frankly, "I think that's true of others as well." Jin Rang, Siwoo had been watching you closely. I sensed trust and responsibility in your eyes. People like you are easy to read when they lie, so it's better to make you tell the truth from the start. He decided to move closer. "May I ask you directly? Actually, I heard about your naturalization to Japan from Captain Kim. Things between me and Organization N haven't been smooth either. So if I can take care of everyone on N's side, have you ever thought about returning to Korea? The public might easily forgive it if we provide a satisfactory explanation." Jin Rang lowered his head, looking genuinely sorrowful. He decided to tell this story. "Even though 2 years had passed, every Monday a little Japanese girl still sent me a letter. She always thanked me for saving her family and said she wanted to grow up to be like me. At first I couldn't understand what she wrote, but over time I gradually did. I even have the Prime Minister who sees me as a son. Here, I have people who would try to keep me from leaving. And now in Korea I have you, Siwoo. Just knowing you understand the truth about me is enough." Hearing this, Siwoo felt even more reassured. He had a clear stance. Luna would likely like him a lot. Siwoo grew curious about one thing. "How old are you?" He hesitated and answered, "On Earth I'm 31. As for the other world, that's not something I want to think about. Earth age will do." "I'm 27. How about we be friends?" Jin Rang was surprised by the offer. "Friends, of course." Siwoo was happy to make a new friend. "If so, why don't we go grab a drink?" That made him even more bashful. The latest paper had also reported news about relations between Korea and Japan. Jen would surely be pleased to see Japan and Korea gradually reconciling. Siwoo comfortably held his phone and read the news. "She always cherished peace. I'll tell her when we can get in touch again. She used to drop by to check on us. Now it's a bit sad that she visits less often." Chi-A interrupted his train of thought. The awakened Siwoo, "It's time to board the plane. He's returned to reality." "Yes, and you and Captain Kim are staying behind, right?" Chi-A nodded. "Yes, we've received orders to prepare negotiation terms with Japan's Awakening Bureau. We also plan to assist with recovery after the Sendai disaster." Siwoo felt quietly pleased to see everyone had their own duties. He recalled the story Jin Rang had once told. "Chi-A and I were in love, but in the end we couldn't be together. She became a symbol for the awakened in Korea, and because we knew each other so well, we had to accept each other's choices." Siwoo managed to call Chia back before she left. "Lately I drank with Jin Rang, but he kept looking at his phone the whole time. He said he hadn't dated anyone since moving to Japan, as if he was waiting for someone to call. I'm curious who he's waiting for." "You probably don't want to know, right?" Chi-A, though curious, looked away out of shyness. "The boarding gate is right here." He didn't forget to say goodbye. Then Chi-A, "See you soon." That earlier conversation stayed on her mind. "I hope so too. Thanks for telling me, Siwoo." He smiled gently upon receiving her thanks. Siwoo sat on the plane feeling relieved. "Wish you both the best. Jin Rang, if things go well, you owe me a drink." 3 hours later in Korea, Incheon International Airport. As soon as he got off the plane, there were countless people waiting. "Pope, over here, long live Jen." Siwoo was astonished at the sight. "What the? It's really terrifying. My Pope, I love you." The bustling city had turned to evening. Elsewhere, Black AI asked, "From what you see, do you think the Black Pope will be useful to us? Is that what you mean?" This fit his thinking. The Purifier was definitely behind the terrorist attack on the Capacity Management Bureau in Korea. It seems they've started clashing. Black AI casually held a glass, malignant energy. Siwoo had already known about malignant energy. That damn kid is the real deal, I'm serious. I heard China deployed a large number of troops near the Yalu River. Because the Forgotten Lands may contain resources from other dimensions, including Mana Stone, it's likely the Korean government will consider expanding the northern border. Now Korea has an anomaly, their government won't let those lands go to waste. He sat in the bathtub, annoyed, so what's my role? Black AI go to Korea. Hearing that, he objected. Are you kidding? Until further orders, I want you to keep building a positive relationship with Siwoo. I'll provide more information on influential figures in Korea. How you use it is up to you. There will also be info related to the purifier. AI, looking at the tablet, grew angrier at the proposal. You want me to be a spy and cozy up to Jen? Hey, I'm currently representing the US government. Don't you realize anything I do will affect the entire government? Before hanging up, the other end didn't forget. Nothing is more important than diplomacy these days. Good luck. He ignored that nonsense and cheerfully poured himself a drink, raising it to his lips while thinking. In other words, everyone connected to the Gen society, including Shu, which he deserves. Just thinking about him gives me the chills. But truly, like-minded people are naturally drawn to each other. I'll be your friend. At Incheon International Airport, everyone had been waiting for Siwoo here, all fans. Pope, look this way, please look this way. He couldn't believe the scene before him. Siwoo's steps suddenly stopped. Everyone present gasped in amazement. The Saintess, Leo, and Luna had appeared. Siwoo could no longer remain calm at the sight of the two of them. Everyone bowed in unison to welcome the Pope's return. Siwoo still felt bewildered. Is this really Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if they started calling me Master's friend next. Only one person could come up with something like this. He was screaming inside, hey Luna, what the hell is this? Is this your fault? She warmly explained to him, once you've become a member of the Pope's service, representing His Holiness Jen is natural. Even in Eden, it's not easy to achieve that. Siwoo didn't want things to get more complicated, but was it really necessary to this extent? Luna really explained a lot. You must have 1,000 questions about what happened while you were away. Over the past 3 days, we've followed the new saint's guidance. What do you think? Were you happy without me in Japan? What did the monster in Japan look like? Have the Japanese people been influenced by Jen's teachings? You have countless questions to answer. One of them is a personal question, right? Siwoo suddenly turned to admonish Leo. You should have stopped her. Leo adjusted his glasses. Your Holiness, you should have anticipated this when you handed everything over to me. Siwoo found it ridiculous. Was he a child or what? They even rented vehicles to bring everyone here. Where did you learn to rent cars like that? Let's go back to the temple. I'm tired. One of our followers is a commercial driver. Let's head home. I didn't expect coming home to be this exhausting. The president of South Korea, Jin-Hu, handed him a bouquet. Congratulations on your return. Fake awakened Siwoo, you are a hero of Korea. And they even printed a poster just for Siwoo. The two of them happily posed for photos together. The president reminded him, Pope, look into the camera. That's right, look there. Siwoo was still dazed. Why was the president at the airport for this? I know politicians try to build a good image, but this looks staged at the request of outsiders. Jin-Hu whispered, thank you for accepting my offer. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. Saving people is my duty. No offer was necessary. The president of South Korea was genuinely pleased with Siwoo. I know you think that's the right thing to do, but most people wouldn't be able to act like you. Thanks to you, Korea can enact new political decisions. The changes you bring will affect everyone. Pope Siwoo. I will do my utmost not to disappoint you. He didn't seem to fully trust that promise. We'll see if he keeps his word. Jin-Hu also asked, do you plan to return home to see your family? Siwoo replied politely, no, I have urgent work to handle. I'll return to the temple. The man kept a faint smile. Is that so? Hope to see you again soon. Siwoo turned away, still remembering his mannerisms then. He was an odd man, but I liked his bluntness. Suddenly something stopped him. The system issued a mission to expand followers in Japan. That put him in a difficult position. Why would such a mission appear now? I need to focus on reorganizing the order first. Back at the temple, a crowd stood with heads bowed. Welcome home. Pope Siwoo couldn't understand what these people had done. Luna behind him was ecstatic, showing love and compassion, the qualities needed in the Gen society. All right, everyone may step back. She held the paper in her hand and resumed. Then let us give a brief report on the new followers. Your Holiness, the total number currently in training is 142. All of them are being taught the responsibilities and rights of an awakened person. And thanks to the Bible I translated, they are learning the ideals of the church. Siwoo found this reasonable. 142 people is neither too many nor too few. I believe the number will continue to grow, but this is a very good start. Before he could savor the moment, he heard surprising news. The White Light Church now has as many as 190 awakened members. Siwoo was astonished. There are 48 people ahead of us. Did they team up with N to recruit? Luna remained confident. There will surely be a wave of new arrivals once word of your heroic deeds spreads. We'll just have to wait and see. Since the growth of the Gen society depends on you, the new followers will become stronger under your guidance. So what do you plan to teach them? Siwoo fell silent to think. Let's see. A new item in the papal menu had unlocked. From now on, he could use the education catalog. This catalog lets you steer the development of church followers, choosing between scripture and combat tracks. Now it felt like playing a strategy game. The stat sheets were even more detailed than when I was in Eden. Siwoo chose without hesitation, without thinking. I choose combat. Choosing scripture makes sense if this world were peaceful, but clearly it is not. Wait, will the whole church become nothing but holy knights? Leo reassured him. Your holiness, don't worry about that. Even clerics can learn a lot from combat like I do. His thoughts cleared. On second thought, that was true. Luna added, still, they're all bookworms. Leo retorted angrily with sarcasm. Better than those stupid shield huggers who can't even remember Jen's commandments. Both sides launched into a heated argument again. Want a taste of my shield? She should remember that the Pope is also a cleric. He even holds the titles of Commander of the Holy Cavalry and Crusader Knight. Siwoo suddenly recalled something. All right, the Archbishop and the Knight Commander have always disliked each other, haven't they? I forgot because Leo and Luna are both seen as prophets, so I didn't notice. Their voices pulled him out of his thoughts. Your Holiness. Both of them turned their eyes towards Siwoo. He really wanted to run away from here. I don't know, I want to go home. She grabbed his sleeve. Where do you think you're going? You still have work to do. Your Holiness, our church is short on funds. Even though you negotiated with Leader Sane, we still have to cover training costs for 140 people. And with the number of followers increasing, finances will be a major issue. Siwoo said nervously, that issue, we've already signed a contract with the Japanese side. Luna's face grew even more fearsome when serious. Nothing cleanses malignant energy and monster toxins better than the holy stones, right? They've agreed to buy our entire inventory. And Representative Choi has already started thinking about making more bracelets. He'll probably call us soon. Siwoo turned to Leo. How are the low-grade bracelets coming along? He quickly reported. We've started producing them with the recruits. See, our finances are fine. You must be tired after everything in Japan. Everyone should rest. I'd like to rest a bit too. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone announced, Your Holiness, we have visitors. They claim to be important people. He turned, puzzled. Who could that be? I don't think anyone I forgot would dare call themselves important. It turned out to be that black AI, the friend I met outside. I came bearing gifts. Siwoo was completely surprised. Why was he here? His eyes had become bright. Who would have expected a beauty to be here? You should have warned me. If I'd known, I wouldn't be dressed like this. Luna snapped, annoyed. Your Holiness, who is this rude, muscle-bound pig? Black AI was captivated by her beauty and kept praising her. A beautiful rose always has sharp thorns, and a hero would never leave a beauty alone. I found the meaning of my life here in Korea. Luna snapped into a murderous stance. What did you just say? Siwoo joked. Luna, he won't die. Go ahead and hit him as much as you want. She didn't hesitate and immediately attacked him. Black AI hadn't even had time to react. Wait, hold on. Sounds of a scuffle echoed through the temple. He writhed in pain on the ground. Do members of the Gen Church have a habit of beating people on first meeting? Leo had to calm her down. Please calm down. 5 hits are enough. After that fight, he thought highly of the man. He's okay after taking 5 hits from Luna. That's not abnormal at all. His body is solid. Black AI struggled to get up. Wait, Pope Siwoo, I said I brought gifts. I come here as a representative of the United States. Siwoo whispered into Luna's ear, hear him out, but if the gift is lousy, you can beat him more. He snapped back, can't you speak more quietly? He ordered immediately, you two step outside for a moment, I'll talk to him. What kind of American representative brags so much? Tell us about your gift. Black AI said in a dangerous tone, is the Gen Church really a criminal organization? A voice from outside warned, be careful, the gifts might be useless junk. Hearing that, he became terrified. These are things you actually need, I swear. Information about the Purifier, the one responsible for the terrorist attack at the Korean Abilities Bureau, was revealed. The space gate opened. Since the space gate opened on Earth, gods and demons from other dimensions have begun to come here. But you probably already know that, right? Since then, Earth entered an unprecedented era. The US has been closely monitoring all major changes, including organizations with shady activities or those that seem to be hiding something. Among them, the organizations we are monitoring include the White Light Church, the Purifier, and the Gen Church. Siwoo was very puzzled. Why us? He seriously explained the situation. Because of you, Siwoo, you are an anomaly. You saved another world called Eden from demons and returned with absurd power. You are the strongest awakened in Asia, and since supernatural powers began appearing on Earth, your Gen Church has been expanding followers explosively. Initially, the US was very worried because having an anomaly involved would be troublesome. But it seems the Gen Church is restraining suspicious organizations, and you are the most warlike pope I've ever seen. I guarantee that. This guy really bores you. Are there any other popes on Earth? Black AI proudly placed his hand on his chest. I've completed the report on the Gen Church. Now the US won't suspect you anymore. Siwoo said politely, thanks. He took out an item. The US assesses that Korea cannot control other suspicious organizations. Siwoo didn't understand why. What do you mean? Black AI produced a report prepared before I appeared. Don't you want to check whether the gift from the US is real or fake? So this is the information the Korean Abilities Administration has. He read carefully what was written there. It bruised his pride, but the information from the US largely matched what he knew. Almost everything checked out. The White Light Church, the Purifier, and even N, the organization with shady ties to the two above. So far I know the White Light Church is linked to gods from other worlds and confronts demons coming through the space gate. The Purifier uses hosts to summon demons or demon lords, then destroys the weak under the pretense of purging the world. Siwoo analyzed it clearly. The data on these organizations is still very limited. Some powerful people in the country are also tied to the Purifier. I guess they wanted me to investigate directly, expecting to manipulate the information like always, but handing this to me must be Emma's intent. Why give this to me like this? He didn't forget to thank him. Good, thanks for the gift, goodbye. Black AI looked puzzled, but I don't have a place to sleep here. He thought this guy was truly a comedian, but still pretended to be annoyed. So sleep in the subway. He cried out in panic, how can you be so cold? Evening at Siwoo's building, I'm back. I'm exhausted today, Wang-gu Gok. As soon as he stepped into the house, there were fireworks bursting everywhere. Wang-gu Gok was the one who set this up. You just threw the whole world into chaos. Big brother. Siwoo couldn't understand, are you crazy? He kept praising his brother. I saw the photo you took with the president. That's no joke. Are we about to be famous worldwide? The press came swarming like the whole neighborhood. Do we need to hire bodyguards? What if we can't walk outside like celebrities? I forgot about that. It's possible. Chu Daithan, the kid, still hasn't awakened. Also, since she's coming over soon, I need to move to a bigger place. The residents in this building will probably be annoyed. I need to move, find somewhere safer for the kid. Suddenly a loud voice rang out, Siwoo. Si-yoon, seeing her brother return, rushed out to ask, how was Japan? Siwoo cheerfully held out a box. It was amazing. Si-yoon, I bought some souvenirs for snow too. Wang-gu Gok jumped in. What? Where's my gift? He playfully teased. Wang-gu Gok, you're old now. What do you need gifts for? Just check your account. He took out his phone to check and saw the allowance had been transferred into the account. Wang-gu Gok was so happy his eyes lit up. What do you want for dinner tonight? Please choose between sky, land, and sea. Siwoo, seeing that attitude and expression, got goosebumps. Consider it a reward for increasing the subscriber count. I want Korean beef. He immediately obeyed and Si-yoon happily followed. Brother Siwoo, Snow loves this dish. He could finally feel more at ease. The whole family being happy like this was wonderful. After a lavish evening meal while watching TV, around 4 in the afternoon when kids should be running and playing, there were children playing in the yard of the Hope Orphanage. The orphanage director, Mr. Da, had taken in children who lost their parents after the Space Gate incident 5 years ago. Since the Busan Gate incident, government support has been steadily decreasing. I know a lot of people are struggling. I just want to care for these kids as long as I can. I believe it's my mission. He felt great sympathy for these cases. Looking at those children, probably about Si-yoon's age, he thought helping one another is essential in times like these. If possible, please help the Hope Orphanage a little. Si-yoon couldn't hold back her tears when she saw those poor kids. Siwoo felt he was still lucky. If the woman hadn't raised Si-yoon or Young-gu Gok, those two would probably have grown up in an orphanage too. That thought gnawed at him. She turned to her brother and asked, do we have any spending money left? Can't we pitch in at all? Young-gu Gok quickly answered, of course we can. Siwoo took the phone from Young-gu Gok's hand. Wait, I'll take responsibility. I'll help that orphanage. Instead of a one-time donation, it's better to provide long-term structured support. What do you think? Morning at the temple. Luna and Leo had also seen the news. What do you all think? Our church has funds to spare. Helping the kids is the right thing to do. Leo added, not helping would be weird. The goddess is always merciful toward children. Siwoo should ask everyone's opinion first. I think it's fine if you two agree. Minso, are you free tonight? They both shouted at once. What about us? He replied enthusiastically, me. I've finished the urgent shoot, so I have time. He suddenly suggested, then come watch the NC with me tonight. Minso was surprised as he remembered the place. Inai, yeah. That evening in Inchai was indeed lively. Medicines and herbs are really cheap here. There are lots of interesting items. Dragon grooming tools in every size, repair services, even selling protective armor. Come take a look. Minso was full of joy. It had been a long time since he'd been here. Siwoo was excited too. It was nothing like the night market he had imagined. An old woman stepped forward to greet them. Hey young man, need anything? I'll give you a good price. Siwoo was startled to be called young man. This place wasn't like the black market I imagined at all, crowded, well lit, and seeming safer than I thought. Minso explained, calling it a black market is a thing of the past. Now it's one of the main places players buy gear. Mainly because the prices are low. Look over there. Glancing that way, it really was cheap. He even suggested if you're interested, try buying something. Those players wearing wristbands are members of the support guild. They're responsible for the market's security. This kind of support model is essential whenever there's an attack on a space gate. It used to be government-run, but 3 years ago it was handed over to the Alliance. Siwoo thought it lined up. 3 years ago, when Young went to Japan, right? This place is managed by the National Awakened People's Alliance, isn't it? He answered, you could say that. Directly, it's under the DH Guild, a major guild within the Alliance. Siwoo still had questions, but isn't this still Korean territory? Why does the government have no authority? Minso explained further that shows how much the government's role has been reduced. The Alliance regularly sweeps this area to arrest criminals hiding here. Siwoo was surprised to hear, but they don't arrest everyone, right? Those who cooperate or are useful probably get overlooked. He nodded, resigned. It's sad, but that's how it is. Siwoo quietly observed the place, outside government reach, money flowing constantly, a perfect refuge for rats. The stream of mana I feel in this market. According to info from AI Den, the US detected activity related to the purifier at this black market. And the mana I sense here proves that information true. Mana reaction detected. The active skill to trace mana has been automatically activated. The mana reaction is increasing and spreading. Siwoo quietly realized the US knows about this, but seeing South Korea as weak, they didn't bother to inform us. Apparently, they regard us as expendable. Minso reported the situation immediately. Your Holiness, from this point onward, even the Daechuan patrols this area is dangerous. I didn't expect you'd come this far, are you sure? He paid it no mind. Don't worry, I won't be the one in danger. He knew this too, I know, but I'm still worried. Siwoo turned to Minso, stay here. If anything happens outside, report it to me immediately. Thanks for leading the way. Minso, genuinely concerned for him inside, said, please be careful. He hurried on, afraid of losing his bearings. Damn purifiers, they sure know how to hide. This time I have to get out quickly and see what they're planning. Inside, the atmosphere changed completely. Someone who bumped into him spoke up. Hey, you look ordinary, but you came in here alone. Wrong place. That two-faced guy had a brutal face. Or are you on a mission? Did you arrange with someone to get in here? If you need anything, say it. Or do you want to sell something, kid? Siwoo had been silent this whole time, thinking they even have guides here. Looks like trade is busier than I thought. Alright, what was that line people say? Just then, the follower behind cut in, looking at the kid's face and laughing, no way. The two-faced man grabbed Siwoo's shoulder. If you made it this far, you're definitely not a rookie. Kids usually stick to the upper area. Siwoo's will to eradicate evil activated. The system retrieved the player's criminal record, charges including murder, assault, human trafficking, and 24 other offenses. Just speak up, I can tell your type by your face. Want a good time? I'll set you up for one amazing night. He slowly pulled down his mask. One amazing night sounds tempting. At the sight of him, the guy felt that face was somewhat familiar, and then the whole group recognized him. The odd one, the Black Pope Siwoo. I didn't expect to have this much influence. Looks like I'm famous after all. The Black Pope, huh? Alright then, who wants an amazing night with me? The two-faced men lunged angrily, shouting, get lost. But defeating Siwoo wasn't going to be easy. He quickly grabbed the 3 arrows in his hand. Siwoo's hand clenched, then he struck like a hero. First time meeting and already so hasty. I'm even looking forward to it. He panicked and signaled to stop. Wait, it was too late. A chaotic fight broke out. Siwoo beat the two-faced man until he was ruined. Two-faced, huh? Ridiculous name. I should split your face in two to match that name. He was so terrified he begged, spare me, I'll do anything you want. Please don't kill me, I don't mean any harm. Rest assured, I'm a follower of the Gen sect, we don't kill so easily. Is there a shop around here that sells the best stuff? Take me there. This place is truly dark. The two-faced men led him to a spot where a girl ran the shop. The strange girl saw Siwoo and asked, I've never met you before. Two-faced, is he your customer? The two-faced man, restrained by him, had to answer. Yes, he's a regular customer. Good, anything special? He got straight to the point. The best you have. She kept a smile on her lips. Lucky you, we just received fresh stock. Healthy children, no illnesses, no parents. The orphanage director brought out a little boy. Seeing this, Siwoo couldn't help but become furious. You bastards, have you lost all sense of humanity? Only then did those people realize he possessed divine power. That one widened her eyes in fear and charged forward aggressively. The Black Pope Siwoo taunted them on purpose, can't fight back, planning to hug each other to death. At a glance he knew she was using dark magic while pumping in corrupt energy, exactly like Sehai's style. It seemed Siwoo had noticed something. He lunged in to stop her, throwing her far away. She screamed in pain from taking a lethal blow, and could no longer get back on her feet. Siwoo prepared to land a few more punches. The 3 others standing outside couldn't help but be frightened. He said crisply to all of them, you think forcing corrupt energy into yourself makes you stronger? That's laughable. Are all you purifiers a bunch of idiots? Now it's your turn, you there, director. Stay here with the child and keep him safe until I'm done. If you try to run, I'll make your life 1,000 times the hell you're afraid of. Siwoo carefully scanned everything in the place. Down in the basement was the source spreading corrupt energy throughout the black market. Screams came from there, please don't kill me, dad, mom. He could hear footsteps. In that dark place, a red light was emanating, and the monsters were starting to go berserk. Siwoo calmly used his power to restrain them all. One of the creatures had become even more frenzied. He saw the situation getting more complicated. Had they summoned a mana beast? What on earth are they doing down there? Siwoo recalled the scene Aiden Black had once told him about. You know about the Purifiers, right? Under the Purifiers' command are various groups called cults. The ones that attacked Korea's Ability Management Bureau were one of them. We don't know how many cults operate in Korea, but it probably depends on you. Back in reality, many people were trapped, cries for help ringing out, please save me, someone save us. The formation had imprisoned them, and they couldn't escape. He went inside and saw the whole scene. A cult altar meant a place of sacrifice, somewhere to offer victims. Boyang stood motionless there, perhaps watching Siwoo. It had begun casting the magic formation. He ignored it and kept looking for a way to resolve things. Siwoo wondered if a demon was leading the cult. Were they planning to sacrifice humans to summon a demon king? On top of that, they had released fierce fire dragons. His gaze shifted into a state of alert. Siwoo only needed to unleash his move, and they'd all die right here. Electric currents flowed from that skeleton. It spoke to him. I heard you destroyed a cult altar and are searching for a host to incarnate into. A demon king possessing a body is the best way to retain power when summoned. What a pity. Tremendous loss. But the humans in this world have already sided with us. Slave of Lai Men, you have come far too late this time. Siwoo also recognized that the high priest had come from elsewhere. That's the title they call me in Eden. It was astonished you came from Eden too. Since you suddenly appeared, we lost our footing in Eden. If he hadn't led us here, we would have been wiped out completely. When I arrived, I realized this place is truly your home. A world full of chaos, sin, and suffering. In his eyes, it's a magnificent world. Even when unity is needed, they point weapons at one another. Stir a little greed, and they'll willingly sacrifice their own kind. Siwoo found it strange. I never saw any demons from Eden while I was on Earth. What's happened to Eden now? Where is that bastard you call him? Speak before I kill you. That skeleton seemed to fear nothing. In any case, my role ends here. Even if we lose in Eden, this world will collapse. Those fools will keep slaughtering each other for their bottomless greed. Not even that damned goddess will be able to save you again. Siwoo was deeply worried. He knew well he couldn't contact Jen. How can you be so confident? What do you know? The skeleton replied calmly, this place is not Eden. I'm the only one trying to protect people here. My faith. He showed me the future. No matter how I fight, no matter how strong I am, I cannot stop what is coming. Do you think the goddess you trust doesn't know the future of this place? It's too late. Die in despair, powerless before destruction. Such an end is fitting for one who stands alone, isn't it? Siwoo vowed to uncover the truth. He still had many questions to ask it. He carelessly got drawn into the magic circle. Siwoo immediately raised his guard. Turning around, he saw the winged beasts had flown wildly outward. They were released and flew toward the buildings. Siwoo watched them, thinking how pathetic they were. Would they willingly sacrifice themselves? Although he had dealt with most of the mana beasts, there was no way to leave quietly now. He could still hear those people's cries for help. Siwoo looked inside and suddenly realized there were still survivors. First, I have to save them. He clenched his hands tight, as if praying for something. Siwoo used his power to peer into the cells. 13 people remained alive, nearly half children. Likely kidnapped from somewhere, like the boy earlier. He quickly went in to rescue them. Are you okay? I'll get you out right now. Sorry I'm late. He looked at the pitiful children with compassion. They were certainly not all right. Seeing someone sacrificed right before your eyes. How many can keep their composure after that? Siwoo reached out to comfort the kids. It's all right now. You can feel safe. Those who had been rescued earlier were now fast asleep. Sudden hurried footsteps came from outside. Those people rushed in urgently, aggressively asking his identity. Who are you? State your name, Siwoo replied coldly. Who knows who you think I am? He sneered. You guys are quick to arrive. What about 10 minutes? Are you with the Crimson Lotus? They shouted in unison. Yes, you have trespassed into an area under Crimson Lotus jurisdiction without permission. Don't expect to leave easily. Siwoo looked down on them. Oh really? Quite a big deal. Then Crimson Lotus will have to shoulder a heavy responsibility. Ranyu ordered everyone to lower their swords. Stand back. Everyone was left confused about what was happening. Moreover, he adopted a polite tone. Sorry, I think my team was a bit tense because of the yellow code. Please accept our apologies for the inappropriate reaction, Pope Siwoo. At the sound of that name, people began to fear. Pope Siwoo, why has that odd name appeared here? He took none of this to heart. At least someone understands the situation we've been through, right? I thought you'd visit the temple sometime. I'm a little disappointed you didn't come. The masked man was Junyu. He felt deeply ashamed. I'm sorry, because of the yellow code, members of my team were a bit on edge. We apologize for our earlier reaction, Pope Siwoo. Siwoo recognized Junyu. We've met before, haven't we? I always thought you'd drop by the temple at least once. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed you didn't. Runyu bowed his head, still carrying guilt. You remember me, Pope Siwoo? How could you not recall? I still remember I escaped then thanks to your help. Junyu, an S-rank hunter of the DH Guild, whom I met at the Gunmi Gate when Luna crossed to Earth. Back then he looked dazed, as if Luna had mesmerized him at first sight. but now he's different. Perhaps that's the mark of an S-rank hunter. Someone behind nervously reminded Run Yu, Chief, it's a yellow code situation. By orders from above, we must eliminate all survivors. No sooner had he spoken than he was struck and knocked sprawling to the ground. He offered a sincere apology. I'm sorry, Pope Siwu. A new member of our team lacks experience. We ask for your understanding, with your mercy. Siwu looked at the man who had been struck and couldn't get up. Run Yu, unexpectedly stern for someone with his appearance. He spoke up. I was just helping that person. He replied cheerfully, indeed, Run Yu, I like your style. However, you will have to explain the order to shoot all survivors. Run Yu no longer dared meet his gaze, and deftly offered an explanation. The yellow code applies only in cases of severe contamination. It's used when enemies employ biological or chemical weapons for terror to contain spread in the worst-case scenario. Siwu folded his arms to see how Run Yu would explain. You mean the worst-case scenario? If it were me, I'd have asked immediately what happened. But you didn't ask, did you, Run Yu? Or did you already know something? Is this area under DH Guild jurisdiction? Could they really know nothing about it? Run Yu had now shifted into a trembling state, his hands clenched tight with anxiety. Siwu whispered in his ear, Run Yu, if you hadn't looked like that just now, my attitude might have been different. So you truly don't know, go back. He patted Run Yu on the shoulder, making him jump. We'll handle things here. I've already called the Ability Management Bureau. From our conversation, I understand this man better. He isn't guilty, it's just the circumstances that made him look suspicious. If he were truly a villain, the will to destroy evil would have already been activated. The reason Luna took a liking to Run Yu is probably because she instinctively sensed his kindness. Luna always has a very trusting eye when judging people. Noticing his odd demeanor, Siwu turned to Run Yu and asked, Run Yu, you seem troubled. May I offer some advice? My previous invitation still stands. Whenever you have time, come to the temple whenever you feel uneasy. Collapse always begins with the smallest cracks. When that time comes, let's have a serious talk. Run Yu pondered those words seriously, and before leaving, he didn't forget to reply, thank you for the advice. Siwu watched his retreating figure and wondered whether he would act of his own accord. Outside the building, a relief team had already arrived. It was surprising that something as insane as human sacrifice happened right in the heart of the capital region. After finishing, Siwu reported to Captain Kim, the death toll is certainly higher than the number of people we rescued today. We, the Gen Church, will pray for their souls. Captain Kim was deeply grateful. Thank you. That eases some of the burden on my heart. In total, 12 survivors were rescued from the basement. Siwu was astonished. 12 people. I'm sure when I was there I counted 13. The footsteps of someone nearby. It was unclear who, but the person was heavily concealed, and that figure even glanced back over their shoulder. I think we can no longer keep deceiving the public. Regarding all the corruption I know within the Reap Alliance, I intend to expose it all. I sincerely thank the person who gave me the advice and the courage to stand here. Today, Hunter Run Yu's press conference concluded. Siwu had been following that report, expecting Run Yu to act sooner, and was surprised it happened so quickly. Switching to the next report, it was just revealed that the director of an orphanage in Sea sold orphaned children after the space incident to the black market in Incheon. The case is expected to spark a major public outcry in South Korea. President Jin, who has just announced he will propose special legislation for atypicals related to this incident. Luna was also surprised. I'm not sure about that special law, but this is becoming a really big issue. Siwu agreed. From the start, it was a serious matter. The DH organization has turned a blind eye to what goes on deep in the black market. Run Yu's decision to blow the whistle on DH's internal affairs, one of the pillars of the Reap Alliance and an S-rank hunter, has amplified the impact. You could say that, accidental or not, one leg of the alliance is already broken. What worries Siwu is that they seem to be conspiring about something related to the cult altar. The last man slipped away quietly. Luna, I need you to track him down. She assigned the task, promptly agreed. Yes, leave it to me and Leo. There was a knock at the door. Siwu, it's Captain Kim. He was invited in by Siwu. Captain Kim held a sheet of paper. I come as a representative of the Ability Management Bureau to discuss post-incident matters. You probably already know from the news, the existence of the altar created by the purifiers has been officially confirmed. What shocked the public most was that the US had known about this beforehand while the South Korean government was completely unaware, and they only informed the Gen Church privately when the minister first learned of it. These are the additional details you, Siwu, received from the false awakened Aiden. It includes a list of involved companies, state officials, and politicians. Minister Cho of the Ability Management Ministry crumpled the paper in his hand, humiliated, self-reproachful, ashamed, and furious. I felt the same, but how much heavier must that feeling be for the minister? The US assumed South Korea couldn't handle the purifiers on its own. Cho conveyed, tell them we are truly grateful for America's assistance. Captain Kim now looked very serious, but in truth it was thanks to your help, Siwu. It's all come to this because of our weakness. Siwoo quickly offered comfort as he saw him collapse. "Don't say that, Captain Kim. What matters is what lies ahead. Actually, yesterday we let one purifier escape, and Luna is pursuing him." Captain Kim, who always wanted to complete the mission well, said, "Yes, we'll do our best to assist." Siwoo further explained, "The church will provide the government with relics capable of detecting magical energy. Please cooperate in tracking the purifiers and sharing information." Just the Ability Management Bureau taking over the black market is enough to significantly change the situation. From now on, things will be different. He also noticed positive shifts. The balance of power in South Korea had clearly changed. Because of this incident, public opinion will strongly demand special legislation for atypicals, and many will argue that Siwoo, should take on more roles. He suddenly realized, "It seems the president is determined to grant me more authority. If the special law is proposed, my scope of action will certainly expand. Society will also diversify the ways the Gen Church can contribute. However, disputes over fairness with other religions will inevitably arise." Siwoo asked Captain Kim, "Has the government prepared for the ripple effects of granting power to the Gen Church?" He suddenly remembered he hadn't mentioned this. Of course they have. The president has allocated additional budget to expand the functions of the Ability Management Bureau. This surprised Siwoo even more. Additional funding? As far as I know, South Korea's budget isn't that plentiful right now. He of course sensed this. That's right, South Korea's finances are quite tight. So if it's not enough, they plan to issue government bonds. Before he could recover, another surprise came: government bonds. He uttered a line that was hard to argue with because it was so true. Now South Korea is a nation with atypicals, truly crafty politicians. The official said he had deliberately softened his words so Siwoo wouldn't be shocked, but that this was truly a serious matter. Siwoo only silently agreed. The official continued, philosophizing that some things only change once people gain power, and that's how the current world operates. Siwoo asked whether issuing bonds meant the president was planning something that would require large funding soon. He hadn't expected he'd one day have to deal with state bonds. The official confirmed that a report would be sent soon, indicating the president certainly had plans in mind. Siwoo reflected that since Ryu Jinyoung left the Special Abilities Bureau, the government had struggled to manage the awakened. If the Bureau were granted more power, that wouldn't be bad for his Lyman society. A series of images flashed through Siwoo's mind, revealing a large plan underway. Purging internal corruption in Korea, eradicating alliances, all part of resetting the order. Siwoo told himself with a determined expression that he had to expose the Purifier's identity and unmask the White Light Society. He thought about the demons of Eden collaborating with the enemy and felt certain they were connected to him. Siwoo's eyes gleamed a brilliant gold. He knew a spatial rift had opened and it was time to act. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment at night, the sky studded with stars. Outside the building, a girl was walking toward the entrance while numerous bodyguards and men in suits stood guard, indicating tight security. Inside the apartment, Siwoo lay sprawled on the couch, utterly exhausted. A voice called out, asking, "Hey, are you still alive?" Siwoo's older brother In-wook looked at his motionless younger brother and said he looked like a special person who died from overwork. He warned Siwoo not to be complacent. Siwoo sluggishly sat up, complaining that this damned world wouldn't give him a peaceful day. He repeated the incidents at the black market and the orphanage. It was all too much to bear. Holding a glass of water, In-wook said Seon seemed deeply hurt because the children at the orphanage were around her age or even younger. In the bedroom, Seon was sound asleep. In-wook had told her to stop watching the news and go to bed. Siwoo lay on the sofa with a resolute gaze. He was determined to quickly find and eliminate those people. He felt some concern about confronting the alliance, but at least Snow White was here. In-wook informed Siwoo that many reporters and bodyguards were surrounding the apartment complex after the president's incident. Siwoo admitted he'd seen them and that perhaps it was time for them to prepare to move. In-wook anxiously asked whether Siwoo had spoken with Seon and their grandmother. He thought Seon would be sad to leave the friends she'd made here. Siwoo remained silent. Contrary to the two brothers' worry, Seon was unusually composed. Hearing the news while reading a book, she calmly said moving at this age was good for emotional growth, and the longer they waited the harder it would be to make new friends. In-wook recounted Seon's exact words to Siwoo. He spoke while looking at his brother in disbelief, then blurted out whether Seon was living a second life because she was too wise for her age. In-wook went on to say that Seon really liked the idea of changing schools and that maybe she was like their grandmother. Siwoo laughed in agreement. In-wook suddenly revealed that their grandmother had gone with Emma back to her hometown in Yeoju. Siwoo immediately worried that them traveling separately was too risky, but In-wook reassured him it wasn't. To prove it, In-wook handed his phone to Siwoo to show him. On the screen was a tempting image of a pot of doenjang stew. It was a message from Iden boasting that the doenjang soup Mrs. Kim cooked was delicious and telling them not to worry about her and to enjoy their vacation. Siwoo laughed and asked if Iden had used Google Translate, and the guy replied naively, Then Aiden sent a video. Watching the video, Inwook couldn't help but gape in amazement when he saw Aiden chopping wood. He shouted, asking if Aiden was some kind of savage. Siwoo explained that Emma had known Aiden beforehand. In the video, Aiden's blonde hair streamed as he swung an axe powerfully to split logs while the grandmother and Emma sat nearby watching. Inwook could only exclaim how burly the guy looked. Siwoo assured him that Aiden would personally protect Grandma Emma until she returned to the US, so there was no need to worry about her safety. Still, Siwoo began to wonder what his grandmother actually did for a living. The house fell quiet. Siwoo looked around and said that, in any case, they would soon have to say goodbye to this home. Siwoo added that once they moved, hosting visitors would be easier. Luna and Leo could visit more comfortably. Since returning from Eden, he felt things were progressing pretty well. The camera panned outside the apartment building at night. Siwoo concluded warmly, "Wherever my family is, that's home." The scene abruptly shifted to a dark alley where gaunt, sickly people coughed, including children. Amid that setting, a mysterious red-haired woman appeared. She thought Seoul looked far more modern than Eden, and she'd believed she wouldn't have to worry about making a living, but things weren't as easy as she'd expected. She mused that a world where everyone is equal and genuinely happy couldn't exist. If that were possible, religion wouldn't even be necessary. A fleeting memory surfaced, the red-haired girl happily waving to children at a place that looked like an orphanage. In another memory, she was carefully bandaging someone's wounds. Back in the present, the red-haired woman brushed aside the sudden emotions. She thought that perhaps seeing the children here had reminded her of her own childhood. She strode decisively down the dark street. The red-haired woman approached a building that looked like a church, which radiated a purple aura of malignancy and death. Her eyes glowed a fierce red. She thought to herself that the place looked suspicious at first glance. Suddenly, a local woman stepped forward and asked who she was. The local woman explained that an unidentified contagious disease was spreading in the area. She advised the red-haired woman to leave because it was very dangerous there. A loud noise erupted from the temporary tent camp, said to be the center of the outbreak. Contrary to the local woman's fear, the red-haired woman remained unfazed. She simply stood there with a calm expression and uttered, "Oh dear," as if nothing were wrong. The red-haired woman's eyes flashed with a sharp, dangerous glint. Instantly, a massive wave of dark energy in the form of a flock of bats or shadows poured out from the church, blanketing the sky. She smirked. It had taken 3 days to get here, yet they'd caused such a catastrophe in such a short time. Meanwhile, in a high-rise government office building, an emergency meeting was underway. Screams rang out from a video being played. The video showed a man with bloodshot red eyes and a distorted face, frantically howling and violently shaking the bars like an animal. An official standing before the large screen explained that the footage was recorded at a temporary quarantine center in North Daejeon. A mysterious disease had broken out at a refugee facility there. Those present recoiled in horror, wondering how perfectly healthy people could become like that and whether it was a result of the barrier era. The official said the disease appeared to have started spreading about 4 days ago and that the area was now under control. Another senior official remarked that the infected resembled the undead and suggested contacting the Lyman Society. The senior official sighed, saying they'd likely have to call on Siwoo for help once again. The scene shifts to a dark, haunted place. A voice wonders what the exact connection is between the barrier era and the Lyman cult. Below, a grotesque creature with writhing tentacles convulses on the ground. From the shadows, something slimy and revolting is rising. A massive skeletal jaw is slowly forming. The monstrous being opens its huge mouth, and a swarm of bats pours out. Its jaws snap shut with horrifying force. A lick-like monster appears, its face covered with countless glowing red eyes. A voice declares, "The lick is dead." The voice continues that although the ritual succeeded, one of the altars has vanished, indicating that something went wrong. At the same time, a mission notice appears before Siwoo. A side quest named Plague has been activated. The mission tasks him as the pontiff with driving out the plague that has overtaken this land and saving the suffering. The objective is to eliminate the source of the contagion with a reward of 10,000 holy points. Night falls as the vehicle speeds along the highway. The team is heading north toward the Ground Zero area in Daejeon, a place full of unforeseen dangers. Inside the car, Chief Kim, who is driving, reports that a strange disease is spreading there. Hearing this, Siwoo in the back seat asks with a puzzled expression. He explains further, at first it resembles flu-like symptoms, but as it worsens it destroys both mind and body. Patients develop bloodshot red eyes, their skin turns blue, and burn-like lesions appear. Siwoo falls into thought. He understands this is a phenomenon beyond conventional medicine, and that's precisely why this mission has been issued. A mission notice pops up before Siwoo. This quest, called Plague, aims to eradicate its source. The reward is 10,000 sanctity points, a substantial amount. Luna turns to thank Siwoo for finding the purifier, even ahead of the government. She is modest, saying it wasn't a big deal. However, she shows a hint of worry, feeling she should have found him sooner. Outside the window, a desolate area comes into view, shrouded in an eerie purple haze. Chief Kim says this place isn't like Seoul. Adults and children are emaciated, struggling to survive, and if the plague spreads here, the consequences will be catastrophic. He confirms that what Luna saw is the road leading to Ground Zero in Daejeon, and they're heading straight there. This is actually a refugee settlement formed after the spatial rift event in Daejeon. Medical and living conditions here are dire. Luna looks out the window, silently understanding why the town carries such a mournful air. Chief Kim admits that as a government official, he has no excuse for the damage and the delays in rebuilding and compensating the people here. He turns to ask Siwoo how he knew the disease was related to holy power. Siwoo explains that the pastor of the Pioneer Church, who cares for refugees and children, is a holy power user. He had appealed to the government after seeing that holy power had an effect on patients. At that moment, the accompanying priest suddenly speaks up. He reveals a horrifying fact. Your Grace, this plague is caused by a single demon, the Gluttony Demon King. He explains further that this is a cursed contagion spread through the demon's influence. Those afflicted lose their minds, attack others, and crave flesh, the very embodiment of gluttony. Luna reacts in shock. The priest continues that the infection rate is extremely high. If corruption deepens, they will transform into small plague demons that specialize in spreading the disease. Luna suddenly realizes the plague demon may be marking sacrifices for a ritual to summon the Demon King, an event similar to what they faced in Eden. Chief Kim is alarmed at the mention of a Demon King summoning. Siwoo confirms Luna's hypothesis. He says it's a way to mark chosen offerings, and the same thing happened to them in Eden. He recalled the horrific past when they tried to stop the plague by sealing off a city, and all its citizens turned into the undead. They had to fight desperately against the Demon King of Gluttony, and the only thing that helped even a little was holy power. Back in the present, Luna suggested that first they needed to find the plague demon leaving these marks. Siwoo agreed, adding that it could be hiding very cleverly, disguised as a human. Luna smiled knowingly and gave a thumbs up as if to say, see. Siwoo laughed, teasing that she was very good at pretending not to know. Luna shot back, and who do you think I learned that from? Chief Kim just looked bewildered, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. Finally, the vehicle arrived. A church loomed before them, standing tall in the silent night. Siwoo stepped out of the car and instructed Chief Kim to wait at the entrance. He said they were the vanguard and would scout the situation first. After warning everyone to be careful, Siwoo's team moved in. As they entered the church grounds, Siwoo noticed an uncanny stillness. No sound, no people. This silence signaled bad omens, but the approaching danger revealed itself in a way none of them could have anticipated. Just inside, Siwoo was confronted by a little girl holding an iron rod. He turned to Luna and asked, "Are you sure you saw someone?" Without warning, the girl swung the rod at Siwoo and shouted, "Stay away, you damn bastards." Siwoo could only raise his hands and dodge the blow in surprise. Immediately, the accompanying priest sprang into action, grabbing the girl's collar from behind to stop her aggressive attack. He easily lifted the struggling girl and said to Siwoo, "Your Grace, she's just a little girl." Despite being held, the girl kept screaming, "Demons in disguise, you came here to infect us, didn't you?" Both Siwoo and Luna were stunned by the girl's accusation. Siwoo remained calm and said, "Demons, harsh words for a priest." Luna laughed, suggesting it might be because the two of them wore black while she had red hair, making her look suspicious. At that moment, a man came running up in a panic, calling the girl's name, Heeman. The group quickly explained they were there to help. The man was wary and asked who they were to appear in such an isolated place. Siwoo recognized him at once and said, "You're the pastor caring for the victims of the plague here, aren't you?" The pastor sternly demanded they release the girl. The priest accompanying Siwoo apologized and gently set Heeman down. Freed, Heeman rushed over and clung to the pastor, seeking shelter. The girl sobbed an apology, saying she thought they were bad people. The pastor's hand on her back emitted a faint, warm light. Siwoo watched closely. He realized the reason the girl had remained unharmed amid the demonic plague was that she carried a seed of holy power within her. However, he also sensed something odd, that holy seed did not originate from their faction. Their conversation was interrupted by another group arriving. They introduced themselves as members of the Lyman Order there to assist against the plague. The pastor introduced himself as Pastor Seo and said he had been serving here for 3 years. Pastor Seo explained that this morning several infected people had broken in and nearly harmed the children. That's why Heeman was wary of strangers. Thanks to her, everyone had remained safe. After hearing the explanation, Siwoo expressed his desire to go inside the church to assess the situation. Pastor Seo hesitated. Finally, he agreed and led the group inside. Pastor Seo led them into a room where rows of children lay strewn across the beds. A black, deadly miasma enveloped the kids. He sadly explained that these were children who had lost their parents to the plague. Due to quarantine orders, moving them to better facilities was extremely difficult. The children's condition looked dire. One baby's fingertips had turned black. They had almost nothing to eat. Looking at the pitiful children, Siwoo clearly felt a malignant spiritual energy corroding their bodies from within. that was the source of their suffering. His gaze showed respect and pity as he looked at Pastor Seo. Seeing the burden the man carried alone, Siwoo asked in a low, compassionate voice, "All of these sick people, are you caring for them by yourself?" Pastor Seo replied that volunteers did drop by occasionally, but at this refugee camp the only ones staying long-term were him and one assistant. He added that the assistant, like Heeman, seemed immune to the illness. He said desperately that sometimes he wondered whether God had a reason for giving them these trials and he wished he could do more. Siwoo stood silently listening, his whole being radiating a holy aura. Siwoo stood watching the child doze on the bed. The air in the room grew still and heavy. He turned to comfort the pastor, saying that he had surely done everything possible. This was not something he could handle alone. Siwoo began to investigate, asking if anyone new had come to the church recently or if any child had gone outside. Pastor Seo answered that a volunteer had come for a time, but that person had not had contact with the children. Without hesitation, Siwoo decided to act. He placed his hand on a child's forehead and a healing magic circle appeared, emitting a gentle blue light. A stream of blue holy power flowed from Siwoo's hand into the child's body, purifying the dark energy. A system notification popped up. The curse, mark of gluttony, has been removed. The black miasma surrounding the child dissipated and was replaced by sacred light. The child's face gradually regained color and their breathing steadied. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Pastor Seo shouted in astonishment, "What, the boy has been healed." Overcome with emotion, Pastor Seo collapsed to his knees. He couldn't believe the child had been healed so easily. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out his thanks to Siwoo. Siwoo and Luna stood silently, sharing a quiet moment as they took in what they'd accomplished. Suddenly, the room's door swung open and a voice called, "I'm back." A woman entered. Pastor Seo cried out joyfully, "Assistant, you're back." She asked about the situation and said she had brought the last fever medicine from home. The assistant smiled kindly and said she hoped it would help. When the assistant and Luna met, Luna seemed to recognize her from a previous encounter. She greeted her politely. Pastor Seo happily told the assistant that the children's condition had improved greatly. He pointed to Siwoo's group and said these people had helped them. The assistant expressed joy, saying that was wonderful. She suggested changing the children's clothes since they had probably been sweating a lot. Saying that, she stepped forward and moved closer to the children's beds. She reached out to touch the child who had just been healed. At that moment, Luna was as quick as lightning and grabbed the assistant's wrist, stopping her. Startled at being restrained, the assistant turned and looked at Luna with a panicked expression. The air snapped taut. Luna's eyes flared a deadly red, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Holy power radiated from her hand as she asked the assistant in a strained voice, "Do you have something to say?" With those words, holy power erupted. Luna lunged forward, swinging a radiant fist straight at the stunned assistant. Luna's strike connected. Her fist, wrapped in holy energy, slammed into the assistant. The woman was sent flying, letting out a painful cry. Luna held her ground, her red hair billowing behind the blow. Luna glared at the imposter with contempt, her hands still glowing with holy power. She growled, "How dare you lay a hand on them?" Knocked to the floor, the assistant began to reveal her true form. A dark miasma enveloped her body and her eyes flared with demonic red. Luna spat, "Arrogant demon." The chapter opens with Luna, face full of rage, striking a woman in clerical robes lying on the ground. She screams that the opponent is an insolent demon. Seeing this, Siwoo spoke up, asking if Luna was being overly violent. Luna immediately shot back that the other had started the fight. At that moment, an older pastor with neatly tied salt and pepper hair came running in panic, calling for some deacon. He rushed to the woman collapsed on the floor, trembling as he called her Deacon Lee Hyasun. He shouted that she needed to be taken to a major hospital immediately. The pastor was horrified at the sight of his colleague's condition. His face showed sheer terror. Suddenly, a burst of force flung the pastor aside, letting out only a single shout. He was knocked back and sprawled on the ground, bewildered at what had just happened. From Lee Hyasun rose a black, corrupt miasma. Her body warped grotesquely as spider-like legs sprouted from her back. The pastor called her name in panic. Luna coldly told the pastor he was a fool. The person before him was no longer the woman he once knew. The pastor, desperate, could not believe his eyes. He insisted that Deacon Lee Hyasun had served with him here for 3 years. How could this be happening? Lee Hyasun, now fully transformed into a demon, curled a malicious smile. She declared that her body was now a hybrid of human and plague demon. Her terrifying red eyes continued, saying that the savior she once believed in was not who she thought, and soon Siwoo would realize it too. Facing the taunt, Siwoo simply crossed his arms and replied calmly, mocking that abandoning one's faith so easily was no different from being a philanderer. The demon's hand, now a razor-sharp claw, dug into the ground, poised to strike. The demon lunged forward in fury, roaring that they had ruined everything, all the offerings she intended for her god. To counter, Luna raised her staff, summoning divine power. A glittering halo radiated around her. She tightened her grip on the staff as the pure energy grew stronger. In an instant, Luna transformed. She donned gleaming paladin armor, ready for the purifying battle. Luna shot into the air, swinging her holy mace toward the demon Lee Hyasun and her minions. Luna's gaze was filled with determination, no hint of hesitation as she faced the enemy. Luna's attack struck the demon. The sacred power made her body begin to disintegrate. Luna delivered a powerful mace swing, creating a sweeping beam of light that finished off whatever remained of the demon. After the battle, Luna stood proudly in her armor, the mace still echoing with power. Siwoo stood behind her, watching silently. Before she fully vanished, Lee Hyasun's final words were an apology for failing to gather the offerings. Witnessing the enemy's delusion even unto death, Luna could only grit her teeth in anger at the stubbornness of a soul that had fully fallen. The demon's blood splattered everywhere, marking the end of a fallen being. Siwoo gently reminded Luna that the children were sleeping and she shouldn't make too much noise. Luna laughed loudly and cheerfully apologized for being a bit loud. Meanwhile, the pastor was still in shock, trembling as he looked at the remnants of what had once been his colleague. Siwoo explained the plague demon's method. They spread spores to infect humans, and among the infected they mark the purest souls to be used as offerings. Siwoo concluded that their plan was likely to use the children here as sacrificial offerings. Hearing that, the pastor collapsed into despair. He questioned God, wondering whether this was a trial sent to the faithful, and berated himself as miserable. He turned to Luna and said that, at the very least, the way she healed the children with holy power showed the God she believed in was still aiding her. Luna bluntly interrupted, saying that if he had time to blame God, he should use it to finish treating the children. Siwoo smiled and defended Luna, explaining that although she spoke bluntly, she actually had a very kind heart. Siwoo added that they had been able to find this place thanks to the effect of the holy power the pastor had been radiating. The pastor was deeply moved. He said that without Siwoo and a man named Heeman, this village would have become a living hell. He believed Siwoo's 2 years of solitary effort and service had finally reached God. A tear rolled down the pastor's cheek as he felt salvation. He turned away and muttered that Siwoo's group was generous, even to those of different faiths. The pastor admitted Siwoo had been right. He recognized the man before him as Pope Kim Siwoo and felt ashamed for complaining. A holy aura radiated from Siwoo, affirming his identity. Standing before the altar, the pastor suddenly realized that his God had always watched over him, and perhaps had sent Siwoo here for that reason. Siwoo smiled and asked the pastor if he had recognized him from the start. The pastor replied with a kind smile, saying how could any Korean not know Pope Kim Siwoo. He went on to speak of Siwoo's absolute power and compassion for the weak, things no one could forget. He only wondered whether the man was truly the Pope. The pastor's words enlightened Siwoo. He realized that regardless of which god it was, the power within faith would always produce miracles. The scene shifted outside the church, under a night sky washed in ominous purple. Siwoo pinpointed a powerful remaining source of dark energy behind the church. He entrusted the children's protection to the pastor and a man named Leo. After delegating, Siwoo stepped out alone, heading toward the origin of the evil energy. As soon as he stepped out, he faced a massive army of the undead, far more than he expected. Siwoo froze as he stepped out. A sickening asterisk splat rang out as the head of a corpse was smashed against the wall right beside him. The culprit was none other than Luna. Her body was drenched in enemy blood, but a bright, excited smile lit her face. She turned, swung her holy mace, and teased, "Father, you're late." At Luna's tease, Siwoo merely smiled warmly, as if he was very used to her personality. Luna nonchalantly took a swig, saying the water tasted great. Siwoo quipped that she looked more like a thug than a paladin now, and asked bluntly whether she was enjoying the fight. Luna grinned brightly, blood still smearing her face, and replied, "Father, how can you say something so obvious?" Siwoo just sighed, telling her to wipe the blood off her face before speaking. Siwoo complained, wondering why his kids ended up like this. Luna, wearing a mischievous look, sang out teasingly that of course he knew whose fault it was. Hit to the nerve, Siwoo startled and retorted, "Don't blame me. From the first time we met, you..." His words were cut off as a memory suddenly surged back. He froze, eyes widening as the recollection of his first meeting with Luna materialized vividly. The scene flashed back. A very different Luna, timid and shy, bowed her head and softly greeted Apostle Siwoo. She introduced herself as Luna Leventon, a holy maiden of the order. With a face flushed from embarrassment, the past Luna said she was eager to work with him and would do her utmost to support the apostle. Siwoo recalled that this was before he became pope. Back then, Luna was an extremely shy girl, her cheeks always reddening when she greeted him. He fell silent, realizing that Luna had only changed into who she was now after she began accompanying him. Back in the present, Siwoo awkwardly wondered, could it really be my fault? Seeing this, Luna teased, asking if the father had blown away his conscience along with the demons' heads. Luna boasted of her deeds, saying that anyway it looked like she had handled most of the plague demons before Siwoo stepped out. Suddenly the ground shook violently. A massive, grotesque eye ringed by countless tentacles rose from the earth. This was the true source of the corruption. The monster's pupil contracted, and vile tentacles began to spill out from it. Facing the giant shadow of the creature, Luna confirmed, "That's definitely it." Luna clenched her fists, eyes burning with hatred. She told Siwoo she had faced that bastard back in Eden. Luna's eyes flared with the fire of vengeance, revealing a deep-seated grudge against the monster. A horrific memory surfaced, the creature using its tentacles to devour innocent victims. In that memory, Luna had screamed helplessly as she tried and failed to pull a boy free from the demon's clutches. Luna said she hadn't expected to encounter a minion of gluttony here. She had avenged the past, but she would not let them run rampant any longer. A blue holy power flared around Luna. She turned to Siwoo, resolute, and asked, "Father, this time, can I lead? The real battle is about to begin." Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo and Luna faced a grotesque entity, a giant eye with disgusting tentacles. Siwoo asked Luna if she'd seen this in Eden, and she confirmed she had. Luna explained that this was a low-tier Baal entity, a kind of spore cluster. It served as an infection organ, releasing spore clouds saturated with demonic energy into the wind to spread the plague. Before it could fully swallow humans, Baal produced these spore clusters to rapidly disseminate the source of the magical plague. Its appearance after only 4 days meant the infection's spread in this area was extremely severe, possibly already beyond the village. Siwoo, in his vestments, eyes sharpening, gathered a purple demonic energy in his palm, signaling an imminent confrontation. But contrary to the initial tension, Siwoo broke into a confident smile. It seemed he already had a way to handle the disgusting thing. Meanwhile, Luna hadn't been idle. Her mace was stained with blood, showing she'd cleared a path here. She reflected on her grudge, surprised to meet minions of gluttony here. A blue halo enveloped Luna. Her eyes blazed with vengeance as she turned and requested of Siwoo once more that this time she be allowed to take the lead. Siwoo looked a bit awkward. He knew Luna was furious. Luna tried to restrain herself, saying it was just a reflex and she was perfectly calm. But Siwoo disagreed, pointing out the veins bulging on her forehead. Siwoo explained further, unlike other demons, these spore clusters exist as hosts for microorganisms. Therefore, there aren't many effective ways to attack them. Fortunately, we can use holy fire. As he spoke, Siwoo channeled power and a brilliant blue orb of sanctified energy enveloped him. Immediately, the holy fire expanded, engulfing the spore creature. The monster managed one shrill cry before the sacred flames overwhelmed it. Talismans imbued with holy power tightened around the creature. Siwoo mocked it, asking if it even had a mouth to scream with. But Luna suddenly intervened. She told Siwoo he didn't need to help and urged him to leave the rest to her. With that, Luna funneled power into her mace, shattering Siwoo's ring of holy fire and driving straight at the creature. She let out a powerful cry and swung her weapon with all the hatred she had. A devastating strike fell. Luna's sanctified power collided head-on with the demonic entity. Luna's blow ripped through the outer shell of the spore cluster, revealing the grotesque things inside. After the strike, Luna was slightly taken aback. She admitted she'd been mistaken. She had thought this was the real Baal. Luna stared down at the writhing monster and taunted, "Why won't you show your true filthy form?" In response to the challenge, the creature began to transform. Its tentacles convulsed as a new form rose from within. The spore cluster shattered, revealing a disgustingly deformed monster with many legs, long hair, and rows of glowing red eyes. It roared, recognizing Siwoo and Luna as the ones who killed Drino. Its blood-red eyes flashed with hatred. It proclaimed itself the Pope of Gluttony, Baal. Siwoo simply stared coldly at the creature, not the least bit fazed. Siwoo turned to ask Luna, but she had never seen it either. Luna bluntly remarked it was just an amateur trying to imitate Baal. Thanks to the demon's words, Siwoo learned that the lick he'd faced in the black market was named Drino. That detail gave him an idea to respond to the creature's arrogance. Siwoo looked at the monster with contempt and said he'd rather face that lick again. At least it knew its place. He continued to taunt it, calling it a nameless demon of low origin, even asking if in Eden it had only been a lackey for Baal. Provoked by Siwoo's words, the creature roared in fury. It declared it would offer Siwoo's corpse to its master and then claim the name Baal for itself. Spectral hands seemed to reach out from the darkness, poised to tear Siwoo apart, demonstrating the threat the creature posed. But Luna stepped forward to shield Siwoo. She coldly announced to the monster that its opponent was her. Luna's eyes flared with fighting spirit. Sanctified power surged from her body once more. She lunged straight at the roaring creature without hesitation. A magic circle blazed to life before it. Luna swung her mace, sanctified energy forming razor-like arcs that struck directly at the demon. Caught by surprise, the demon could only roar once in pain and rage. Luna's attack seemed to trigger a memory within the demon. It froze and whispered, "I remember now." The red-haired woman. The demon began to recount Luna's past, that Baal had devoured her kin to capture her, the one born with the holy power of lemon. A flashback unfolded, a young Luna sobbing, clutching a child amid desolation. The demon mocked her, saying she had been nothing then. In that painful past, Luna had screamed in despair, desperately trying to shield a boy from Baal's massive tentacles. That was the root of her hatred. Back in the present, that anguished memory turned into power. Luna raised her weapon, summoned a vast amount of holy energy, and formed a brilliant orb of light. Luna's eyes glinted with resolve and fury. All her pain and loss were poured into the coming strike. The sphere exploded, sanctified power radiated outward. The demon seemed unable to comprehend Luna's strength, managing only, "I don't remember," before being overwhelmed. The demon began to recall its own origins. In Eden, it had been an anonymous, mediocre demon, drifting among countless peers. Until one day it discovered a spatial fissure, a gateway to another dimension. A mysterious voice echoed from the rift, calling to it, to this nameless one. The voice asked if it wanted to borrow that power, and the voice promised that if it obeyed, it could even become the demon king of gluttony. So it received a name, Baal, a given name, a borrowed power. Luna looked at the demon with pity. She said it was neither human nor an incarnation, just a nameless demon who wanted to be demon king but ultimately was nothing. Then Luna revealed the final, more terrible truth. She asked the impostor if it remembered how Seongha, Siwoo's former name, had slain the real gluttony demon king Baal, binding him in a holy seal and burning him alive for 4 straight days. The sacred flames had been so fierce they nearly incinerated the entire elven forest. That was true power, a level this fake could never reach. Then Luna delivered the finishing blow. She smirked, saying the weak thing didn't even have the greed to be called Baal. A surge of supreme holy power obliterated the demon. Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared before Siwoo. He had successfully destroyed the source of the plague, completed the quest, and received 10,000 holy points. With the demonic threat handled, authorities and ambulances quickly moved into the village to begin recovery operations. An inspector came to report the situation to Siwoo. He confirmed that only fully dead corpses had turned into zombies. He said about 500 living corpses had been found. Worse, many patients were still on the verge of zombification. However, they could recover quickly if treated with holy power. Aid from other religions would arrive in 2 days. Until then, the Leman Order would need to provide support. Siwoo agreed, saying they would continue to help and care for patients needing observation after purification. A man led his little daughter forward as a representative of the villagers to thank Siwoo and the others. Siwoo thought to himself that, luckily, the church had 2 kind saints. Luna, now in civilian clothes, excitedly boasted to an elderly priest, Lord Leventon, about how she had singled out and slain the undead amid the chaos. Siwoo smiled skeptically and teased, "Just talk," implying Luna was all talk. Embarrassed, Luna immediately demanded a reward. She coquettishly asked Siwoo what he wanted, then shouted for him to buy her 50 mobile game item packs. Siwoo looked helpless and reminded her that hadn't she already received the bounty. Luna then started to play the pity game. She put on an act, clasping her hands, eyes sparkling with a pitiable look to beg. Siwoo seemed about to give in, hastily saying he should focus on the purifications first. Lord Leventon joined in. He raised a fist and said it was Aegyo, a cute gesture. Siwoo panicked and shouted for him not to teach Luna strange things. After the playful moment, the scene turned serious again. Siwoo took in the village steeped in mourning and disease. He reflected on what Dejian had endured, perhaps even worse than Seoul. He knew the Leman Order couldn't just pass through, they had to work harder to purify and rebuild this place. Siwoo believed people could prevail if they helped one another. He clasped his hands, determined to perform a large-scale purification ritual. A system window appeared, announcing Siwoo was using the active skill Purifying Wings. A massive, magnificent pair of wings of light manifested behind him. Feathers of light gently drifted down. Luna and Lord Leventon looked up, feeling the sanctified, peaceful power spreading. The purifying light enveloped a mother and her sick child. Tears streamed down her face, but this time they were tears of relief and hope. The mother's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she felt the miracle healing her child and those around them. Siwoo, with his purifying wings, stood solemn like an angel, bestowing blessings and healing on the suffering people below. He was satisfied, thinking the purification would soon conclude. But at that moment, 2 red warning notices suddenly appeared. The system warned that he was directly intervening in the lives of many people, an action likely to destabilize the system. A new message appeared: the Dimension Earth system would perform a causality compatibility assessment. Siwoo thought, this causality always shows up right when you start to forget about it. It'll get approved, right? But his instincts warned something was wrong. Siwoo noticed this status window looked different from before. It emitted an uneasy red glow. Siwoo's intuition had been right. A glaring red message appeared with a harsh verdict: karmic compatibility evaluation, failure. Siwoo couldn't believe his eyes. He cried out in shock, "What?" The system explained the reason for the failure: because he had directly interfered with the fates of too many mortals. This miracle exceeded the karmic allowance for the current user and was incompatible with his status. And a penalty was imposed. Because his actions were inconsistent with karmic principles, his system would be partially restricted for 168 hours, 1 week. Siwoo was even more stunned. With Siwoo's desperate, piercing scream, he couldn't have imagined that his act of saving people would lead to such a bizarre punishment. Kim Siwoo, our protagonist, appeared with a stunned expression. A cold bead of sweat ran down his cheek, his eyes reflecting disbelief and suspicion. Immediately after, a red system notification appeared right before his eyes. Result of karmic suitability assessment, failure. Siwoo only managed to exclaim, "What?" when another message appeared explaining that the miracle he had just performed had directly interfered with the fates of countless mortals, exceeding the karmic limits. The system continued with its verdict, determining the user's action to be incompatible with karma. Siwoo was stunned once more. Then the punishment was announced. You will be penalized. Your system will be partially restricted for 168 hours. Kim Siwoo's whole body felt the impact of an invisible force, causing him to panic and shout, "No, wait," in despair. Bolts of electricity surrounded his body as Siwoo felt his power gradually draining away. He screamed in helplessness and anger, "No, what the hell is this?" He couldn't understand why he was being punished. Siwoo angrily questioned the system. "I already performed purifications in Japan, didn't I? On what basis did I fail?" Siwoo bitterly realized this penalty was harsher than previous karmic limits. He had become an ordinary person. At that moment, Lord Levinton approached to report, "Seongha, things seem to have stabilized a bit, so I'm reporting in." The view widened to reveal Luna beside Siwoo and Levinton. Levinton continued to report that the guild's new recruits were helping greatly with transporting and treating patients. Siwoo replied indifferently, "I understand. It's good to see they're all doing their jobs well." Luna noticed Siwoo's pale expression and asked worriedly, "Seongha, you don't look well. Is something wrong? And why did you change your clothes?" Siwoo responded wearily, "Well, a few things happened." Then Siwoo suddenly straightened his chest, smiled, and declared dramatically, "As you can see, I'm just a normal person now, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo's declaration left both Lord Levinton and Luna speechless. They were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. This was followed by a brief explanation of Siwoo's current situation to his two teammates. Levinton and Luna were still in shock. Levinton muttered, "Working in other dimensions is truly difficult." Luna seemed to grasp the issue, "So it means Seongha can be nullified." Luna appeared to be calculating something. Levinton wondered if this was their only chance. Luna asked back, "You mean Seongha is now weaker than me or Lord Levinton?" Hearing that, Siwoo coldly warned, "All of you will be dead in 168 hours. Luna smiled enigmatically as if she had hatched a plan. She asked Siwoo, "Is that what you mean?" Suddenly, Luna blurted an odd phrase, clarity after satisfaction. Levinton looked puzzled and asked her about it. Seeing that, Siwoo angrily snapped, "Have you lost your mind?" The scene shifted to a UBS radio news report, showing an image of the station building. The report was airing on the highway, covering the event in Daejeon. Kim Siwoo, the Awakener, performed a purification at Ground Zero in Daejeon. Several reporters at the scene witnessed this. At that moment, Siwoo was sitting in the car driven by team leader Kim. The report continued, "It was an event that brought hope to many people." Team leader Kim turned to Siwoo and said, "Well done, Siwoo." Team leader Kim continued commenting as he drove. This incident was on a fairly large scale. A scene of a village completely purified appeared, glittering with magical light. He added, "It's hard to believe that an entire village, once the most contaminated place in Korea, has been fully purified. That's an excellent outcome." Back in the car, team leader Kim said, "If it weren't for the people who helped the village earlier, we couldn't have done this today." Siwoo replied modestly, "I only added the final touch." Team leader Kim praised Siwoo, "We're lucky to have someone extraordinary like you in Korea, Siwoo." Siwoo just gave a wry smile. Team leader Kim thought to himself, so this is how he survives among people like CEO Choi Seojin. Siwoo politely thanked team leader Kim for coming all the way to pick him up despite being busy. Team leader Kim modestly replied that escorting Siwoo was part of his duty. As the conversation grew friendlier, team leader Kim curiously asked if Siwoo planned to spend his time off in Yeoju alone, secretly thinking of a special someone who was also there. Siwoo confirmed the trip and said he had a few questions that needed answers. Siwoo smiled knowingly and continued, confirming team leader Kim's suspicion. And by chance, there was someone in Yeoju who could answer them. He looked out at the clear blue sky and thought with relief, "Thank goodness I don't have to go all the way to America." Before long, the car stopped in front of a traditional tiled roof house, peacefully situated behind a familiar stone fence. Siwoo stepped out of the car and stood looking at the house with a nostalgic gaze. He muttered, "It's been a long time, this place too." Childhood memories flooded Siwoo's mind. When he was young, he used to come here during school breaks with In-wook and Seon. Since returning, he hadn't once thought of coming back. The car drove away, leaving Siwoo alone with the tranquil rural scene. He looked around and realized this place hasn't changed at all. As Siwoo approached the gate, two men in black suits and sunglasses were already waiting. They bowed in greeting. Siwoo nodded in return, thanks for coming. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out from behind the gate as an axe came down hard onto a log. Splinters flew everywhere, narrowly missing the stunned Siwoo standing by the gate. He was completely taken aback. Inside the yard, a Western man with long blonde hair and a burly build was energetically chopping wood. He cheerfully turned and shouted, "Hey, my friend." That man was Aiden. He cried out, "I've missed you, Siwoo. You're finally here." Siwoo stood with his mouth agape, thinking only, a servant. Aiden said excitedly, "Yeoju is wonderful. The food here is really good." Meanwhile, Siwoo was still in shock. He was supposed to be an irregular from America. She's turned him into a full-on servant. A familiar voice came from behind, teasing Siwoo, Tusk, you spoiled kid. If you were coming, you should have told us. How can you just show up like this?" Siwoo cheered with joy as two elderly women approached. He called out loudly, "Grandma, Madam Emma." They were his grandmother, Madam Emma, and her friend. Siwoo broke into a bright smile, his face radiating happiness at being home. The scene shifted to the sunlit house, signaling a warm reunion about to take place. At the plentiful dining table, Siwoo's grandmother carefully served food to Aiden. Aiden happily enjoyed the soybean paste soup and praised it exuberantly. The family gathered around the meal. Madam Emma, chewing, scolded Siwoo, "You never show up normally. Now you only appear when you need something." Siwoo hurriedly protested, "I haven't gone anywhere I shouldn't. Why would you say that?" Madam Emma and her friend expressed regret. "If we'd known you were coming, this old woman would have gone to the market." Siwoo quickly said, "This already feels like a feast. There's even pork." Aiden proudly boasted to Siwoo, "Siwoo, I hunted that pork myself. A tribe leader guiding a clan must have hunting skills to feed them." Siwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "A wild boar." Aiden explained, "A wild boar wandered down into the field, so I caught one." Haha, Siwoo sampled the meat and had to admit, "It's my first time eating wild boar, but it's really tasty." As expected, Grandma cooks wonderfully. Madam Emma and her friend cheerfully urged Aiden to eat more. Aiden didn't hesitate and ate heartily. Watching them, Siwoo felt annoyed and thought to himself, "By the way, why does that guy act so at home eating in someone else's house?" Madam Emma explained, "Aiden helps me chase off wild boars and chop wood. The boy helps me with a lot of things." Siwoo was left speechless, thinking she might be the only person in the world who could call Aiden so affectionately. Madam Emma turned to tease her grandson. "My grandson just sits there jealous. Tusk, such a useless one." Her remark left Siwoo stunned and speechless. At her teasing, Aiden just laughed heartily and cheerfully declared, "Haha, your grandma is my grandma too," treating Siwoo's family as his own. Aiden enthusiastically pledged to protect Siwoo's family. Madam Emma added that Aiden was far better than a grandson who never shows his face, leaving Siwoo dumbfounded. Siwoo suddenly wondered whether she was training Aiden. Madam Emma only smiled mysteriously, which made him even more suspicious. Siwoo thought to himself that an extraordinary servant who had strength and could do housework was the perfect combination. Aiden suddenly asked about the magical plague in Dejian. Siwoo answered that he just returned from there and praised Aiden for being perceptive. Siwoo turned to Madam Emma with a knowing smile. "Well, didn't you already know I was coming?" Madam Emma smiled kindly and replied that she couldn't predict Siwoo's future, but she felt he had many questions. Siwoo thought to himself that talking with Madam Emma was always like solving a Zen riddle, deep and mysterious. Suddenly a smack rang out and Siwoo cried out in pain. It turned out Madam Emma had just smacked him on the head. She scolded, "How many times have I told you not to talk shop at the dining table?" Siwoo held his head and groaned, "It's been a long time since I felt this kind of pain." The meal ended joyfully. Everyone had finished eating. Her friend said she would go for a walk with Aiden and told the two of them to chat happily, giving Siwoo and Madam Emma some private time. After the meal, Madam Emma brought out a plate of apples for dessert. Siwoo addressed her seriously, "Madam Emma." The two sat on the porch. Siwoo began, "I think you know why I came here." He stated his purpose clearly. "I want to know about karma. More precisely, about the vague criteria the system uses to judge karmic suitability." A vision of a chaotic world appeared, with monsters flying everywhere. Siwoo reminded himself that he still couldn't use his full power on Earth. He recalled, "Karma didn't punish me when I used purification at Gyuro University Hospital and in Japan." An image of Siwoo casting a large-scale purification technique flashed in his mind. He compared, in scale, the purifying wings I used against Yamada no Orochi were even larger. From that, Siwoo concluded, being punished this time means the system's karma has some specific standard. Back in the present, Madam Emma began to explain. She said, "I want you to understand one thing first. That she could not perfectly explain the system's judgments. As she spoke, she raised her hand and a stream of magical light began to gather. Madame Emma used her power to create a virtual space around them, preparing for her explanation. A giant scale of justice, glowing brilliantly, appeared in the air between them, a symbol of karmic judgment. Madame Emma began to explain why Siwoo had been punished this time. She started her explanation with an answer that struck at the core. The reason you were punished this time is because you directly interfered with the fates of countless lives. This explanation only made Siwoo more confused, as it seemed to contradict his prior experiences. He immediately raised an example to object. But in Japan, I used purification power even more than in Dijian, didn't I? Madame Emma looked straight into Siwoo's eyes, her voice echoing in the illusory space as she revealed an important truth. Intervening before an event occurs and intervening after an event has occurred are two completely different matters. Siwoo lost his patience and demanded that Madame Emma get straight to the point instead of speaking in circles. Contrasting with Siwoo's tense expression, Madame Emma only smiled kindly and enigmatically. She suggested they review the people Siwoo had saved this time. Immediately, a glowing scale of justice appeared before him, startling him. Madame Emma explained that without Siwoo, most of those people would have died. Their fates had been sealed when they fell ill, but Siwoo had changed all of those destinies. By directly saving countless lives, Siwoo had interfered with the flow of fate. Using the skill Purifying Wings, he performed a miracle that even a godlike being would find hard to accomplish. And of course, the law of karma cannot ignore such an absolute external force, because its purpose is to maintain the world's balance. Madame Emma added that if those people had placed their faith in Lemon by their own will and Siwoo had only been the instrument of the miracle, then it might not have violated the law of karma. She likened it to divine power placing a mortal's faith on one side of a scale and the god's miracle that answers that faith on the other. When there is enough faith, the scale is balanced. But this time, Siwoo altered the fates of too many people, making the weight on the scale far too great. Siwoo understood that the system would not turn a blind eye to indiscriminate life-saving. Still, he felt the system seemed to be paying excessive attention to him. Madame Emma asserted that this meant the system was aware of Siwoo's existence, because his nature was, in itself, that kind of special existence. Siwoo sighed. The matter of the purifiers remained unresolved, and now the law of karma was out to get him. He turned to Madame Emma to ask for information about the purifiers. She revealed that they seemed connected to creatures from Eden, and their actions since the multiverse opened had been highly suspicious. Madame Emma admitted she knew little beyond that they were a group that specialized in evil deeds, but one thing she was certain of: the system was not on their side. Siwoo immediately pointed out that that still didn't mean the purifiers were the system's enemy. Madame Emma smiled and said that as the influence of the Lemon Church expanded, the threshold of the law of karma would become more forgiving. And when that time came, she would be able to tell Siwoo much more, leaving him silently attentive. She also worried that the punishment might make Siwoo a target, but he confidently replied that he had a relic that could withstand attacks from beings like Aiden for about 50 hours. Moreover, a powerful figure like Aiden, someone even Luna couldn't handle, would have no reason to attack. Siwoo also trusted that if anyone did attack, Madame would warn him in advance. Madame Emma laughed, remarking that Siwoo seemed to live as if there were no tomorrow. She added that she did not fear the coming future. She smiled enigmatically, implying perhaps that this was why Siwoo had been chosen. Then she revealed a staggering truth. For now, Siwoo was hearing the system's will through her, but before long he would meet it directly, which left Siwoo astonished. She explained that becoming an abnormal meant having to face a destiny like that. Madame Emma emphasized that among all the abnormals, this destiny was aimed particularly at him. Her profound words left Siwoo silent and contemplative. The conversation ended. Siwoo admitted he didn't understand everything but thanked Madame Emma for her advice. She replied that she would continue to expect great things from him. Before Siwoo left, Madame Emma said she would stay here for a while, and he could come find her if he had any questions. After Siwoo left, Madame Emma stood alone in the garden, her gaze fixed on the distance, lost in her own thoughts. She remembered the kindred spirit she had met by chance, Go Eunyoung. Drawn by that friend's keen intuition, she had come to Korea. Then she met her friend's grandson, Kim Siwoo, an abnormal with absolute power. She wondered whether this improbable coincidence would have happened without the system's intervention. Countless coincidences and connections intertwined, composing a complex tapestry of destiny. In the endless flow of the world, the weaving of those coincidences is what we call fate, and the god Siwoo serves and the god she serves are also connected. Her train of thought was interrupted by a voice calling her name. She turned and smiled. A broad-shouldered man with long blonde hair, Aiden, had returned. Emma asked where Yoon was, and Aiden replied that she had gone ahead to prepare some side dishes for Siwoo. Aiden watched Emma's retreating figure and suddenly said, "What a warm family, huh? I'm almost jealous." Emma noted that Aiden, an abnormal repatriate under close government surveillance and a potential top-tier villain, could say things like that. She said Aiden had changed a great deal, and it seemed he genuinely cared for Siwoo, to the point that someone once like an uncontrollable time bomb now followed him. Aiden just smiled and replied that it was only natural. To Aiden, Siwoo was a supreme being with compassion, and that alone was reason enough for him to cherish the boy. Emma was pleased by this positive change in Aiden. She thought perhaps she should stay a little longer for the sake of the two young people. Aiden suddenly called Emma's name with a serious expression. He said he didn't think a prophet like her would stay here without reason. If her home government had approved it, that meant she had seen something in this place's future. Emma looked into the divination orb in her hand, her eyes distant. She said what she had seen was exactly the future. But despair, variables from another world, sprouting from seeds sown by the system administrator. And that must be why the abnormals are necessary. The scene shifted to a large building with classical architecture, likely the headquarters of the Lemon Church. Breaking news updated the Church of Lemon's activities. Luna Leventon leading members to treat patients, while Kim Siwoo was hailed as the savior of Korea. Pastor Seo Seongshin was also mentioned as the saint of Daejeon. At the same time, Siwoo waved when he saw two familiar faces, Luna and Pastor Seo, who had just returned from Daejeon. Luna cheerfully reported that they had done an excellent job with the patient's post-treatment care. On behalf of Pastor Seo, Siwoo thanked them again and praised everyone's hard work. Immediately after, he asked whether they had found any concrete evidence of the purifiers when they finished. Luna suddenly remembered and said that during treatment she had heard something very troubling from a child who had regained consciousness. The child said a young man had visited the church right before the magical plague spread. The information left Siwoo stunned. Luna continued that the person came and left so quickly that only one child witnessed it. The child's account led into a chilling recollection. The scene shifted to a churchyard under a dull orange sky. A woman was hanging laundry while children played nearby, a peaceful air before the storm. Suddenly, the woman paused mid-hang as black dust began to fall around her, signaling ill omen. A mysterious young man in a red hoodie appeared and approached the woman. He stepped closer and the woman seemed uneasy, unaware of the deadly danger drawing near. In an instant, the woman's eyes went blank, an empty sign that the magical plague had taken hold of her. From afar, a boy clutching a soccer ball, the sole witness, had seen the entire horrific scene. The young man in the hoodie turned and called the boy over. With a chilling smile, he asked the boy to deliver a message to someone named Seongha. He said that thanks to Seongha's mercy in driving the Demon King and the demons out of Eden, he had been able to gather power with ease. The young man pressed his hands together in a fake, satisfied gesture, concluding that all this was due to the favor Seongha had granted him, revealing a dark truth about the disaster's origins. At a magnificent citadel, apparently the headquarters of some organization, Kim Siwoo's thoughts surfaced. There had to be someone pulling the strings behind the purifiers. Kim Siwoo looked displeased. He didn't like the way that man spoke. Luna, a beautiful girl with red hair, agreed. She thought he was the type who would sacrifice children to summon Eden's demon king, someone plainly not normal. Aiden, the man with glasses and a ponytail, concurred. Thinking it over, Kim Siwoo recalled that thanks to the information Aiden provided, they had prevented the purifiers from fully summoning the demon king. Still, he felt this was a major incident. He was worried because there were still many karmic penalties. His power had been blocked, yet incidents kept occurring. He wondered what the hell was going on Earth. Siwoo asked about the priest's training. Aiden reported that, as always, Lord Leventon and he were working hard. Luna cheerfully added that they were all beginning to move past their immature phase. Luna suggested they could soon start practical training by entering dungeons. Siwoo agreed, saying they should begin preparing for that. Just then, Luna exclaimed happily, announcing that they had a distinguished guest. Siwoo turned in surprise and caught Luna's radiant smile. A young man was introduced, Oh Junwoo, who would be teaching combat and monsters at the Lemon Order for a while. Siwoo waved and said Junwoo was already here. Junwoo humbly replied that he had nowhere else to go after leaving the Deho Guild. Luna winked mischievously and said they were short-handed and very grateful Junwoo had come. Oh Junwoo was visibly excited and determined, shouting that he would work hard. Meanwhile, Siwoo watched quietly with a pensive look. Siwoo ordered Luna to train Junwoo until he became useful. Luna gladly agreed, while Aiden inwardly rejoiced at escaping overtime. Siwoo noted that with Oh Junwoo gone, the Jeongak Alliance must have lost a significant force. He asked Junwoo if the guild had strongly opposed his departure. Junwoo smiled calmly, answering that he'd been considering this since Ryu Jinyoung went to Japan. He even felt relieved. He felt as if he had finally returned to the path he wanted to follow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an angry man slammed his fist onto the table, creating an eerie purple surge of energy. In the meeting room, that man, a high-ranking official of the Jeongak Alliance, vented his fury on his subordinates, screaming the name Kim Si-woo with loathing. He roared, calling his subordinates useless for failing to recruit a single person. A trembling subordinate explained that recruitment or negotiation was impossible because the anomaly Kim Si-woo and his close associates had nearly reached S rank. They couldn't even find a weakness to exploit like they had with Ryu Jinyoung. The official slammed the table in desperation, yelling that they were about to lose everything because of a single anomaly who fell from the sky. Not just the Diho Guild, but the entire Jeongak Alliance. If they lost more power here, recovery would be impossible. Just as he wondered how to close this overwhelming power gap, a mysterious voice spoke from behind. A stranger praised his situational awareness. The mysterious man curled his lip in a smile, his tone both mocking and menacing. He said Kim Si-woo had nearly reached the limits of a mortal. He went on to belittle the official, asserting that even awakened Americans couldn't match a fraction of Si-woo's power, while the official was nothing more than an insect. The stranger grabbed the official's face and continued, "Unless you receive my power." He tightened his grip and asked whether the official would agree to carry out his command. Under the stranger's pressure, the official was forced to kneel in submission. The mysterious man produced a small, pitch-black pill and ordered the official to swallow it. Without hesitation, he clamped the official's mouth and shoved the pill straight in. The official gagged and coughed, screaming in terror and demanding to know what had been forced on him. Immediately, he screamed in excruciating pain as a surge of black chi began to coil around his body. The black chi thickened, emanating violently. After a struggle, the official rose to his feet, exuding malice. The mysterious man said with satisfaction, "Very good." He warned coldly that this would be the last chance he granted. At the same time, a system notification popped up. The player's system would be partially restricted for 4 hours. The scene shifted to a morning. Si-woo's phone vibrated non-stop with calls from his younger brother, urging him to wake up quickly. His brother Si-yeon flipped Si-woo's blanket off and scolded him for oversleeping when they had plans to have lunch together. Si-woo groggily opened his eyes, grumbling that how dare his little brother disturb his sweet sleep. Si-yeon paid him no mind, kicked him out of bed, and told him to stop talking nonsense and get moving. Si-woo stretched luxuriously, savoring his week-long vacation. He suddenly froze with a puzzled look, sensing that something was off. Si-yeon reminded him, asking if he'd forgotten they moved house yesterday. The scene cut to a new, luxurious, modern living room. Their little sister Si-yeon, with cute twin braids, came running out to ask why Big Brother was up so late. Si-woo cheerfully greeted Si-yeon good morning, but she quickly corrected him that it was already afternoon. She was holding a white cat. Si-yeon asked if he slept well in the new house. She beamed, saying the new place was big and beautiful, and now Leo and sister Luna could come stay over. She affectionately asked whether Beexial the cat liked the new house. Meanwhile, Si-woo noticed that Beexial seemed a bit different in size. Si-yeon mused that if their parents saw this, they'd be thrilled that their children bought a house in Seoul. He joked they might be disappointed it didn't have a Han River view. Si-woo agreed that even without a Han River view, their parents would surely like it because it was a standalone house. Meanwhile, Si-yeon excitedly squealed as a long-necked bird flew past the window. Si-woo smiled warmly, watching his siblings enjoy the new home. He felt relieved that everyone liked the family's new sanctuary, a peaceful place apart from the battles outside. On TV, a news report announced that the National Assembly had unanimously passed a special act for anomalies. The bill, fast-tracked using U.S. law as a model, grants them judicial privileges. Lying back on the sofa, Si-woo remarked that things had moved pretty fast and the president had kept his promise. Si-yeon came closer, complaining that the fridge was empty since they'd just moved in and there was no fruit for dessert. Si-woo replied absent-mindedly that he was resting. Si-yeon teased that his brother was becoming useless and he was no longer afraid of him. He held up 2 50,000 won bills and urged him to buy fruit. A smack sound rang out, as if Si-yeon had thrown something at his brother. Si-woo rubbed his head and cried out in pain. He muttered about a national secret being leaked, wondering how the rumor of his weakening had spread everywhere and suspecting Luna might be behind it. At last, Si-woo gave in. He said he'd go out and ask to borrow Beexial from Si-yeon. She happily handed the cat over. The sky was clear blue, signaling a beautiful day. Si-woo took Beexial for a walk around the new neighborhood. He thought to himself that this area looked livable and much safer than before, and figured Captain Kim must have worked hard to deploy security staff in the apartment complex. A woman recognized him and greeted him as Seong-ha. He returned the greeting. She cheerfully boasted that her hair had become thicker since attending the ceremony. The woman added that she had also received a lot of help. Si-woo replied that he was happy for her. Suddenly, a burly man in sunglasses approached, calling him Pope Seong-ha, and asked if he had a moment to talk. The man said he wanted to discuss the teachings of the Lemon Order and his church. Siwoo inwardly panicked, wondering why security couldn't filter out cult members. He made an excuse that he was a bit busy. Siwoo tried to brush him off by saying he was also a member of a sect and was busy. But the man persisted, insisting that a believer's role was to guide the lost. The devotee dropped his polite demeanor. A dagger radiating purple chi appeared in his hand. He smiled wickedly and said, "Don't be like that, let's have a little chat." The devotee called out his real name, Kim Siwoo. Hearing that, Siwoo's expression immediately grew serious. He realized his identity had been exposed. The devotee's knife shattered into pieces the moment he struck. A powerful wave of energy burst from Siwoo, stopping the assailant's surprise attack. Siwoo's face now shone with determination and coldness, completely different from his usual demeanor. Siwoo's eyes flashed with a purple light, signaling that an unavoidable battle was about to begin. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo is caught in a sudden ambush as a volley of razor-sharp knives hurtles toward him in an instant. At the perilous moment, Kim Siwoo's eyes take on a strange gleam, his pupils contracting into vertical slits like a cat's. At the same time, a white cat's paw lightly touches the ground, heralding the arrival of a reliable and formidable ally. Kim Siwoo clutches Bixial tightly. Immediately, the cat releases a blue surge of energy, forming a solid shield that intercepts the incoming knives. All of the daggers are fully stopped by Bixial's shield and rain down, stuck blade first into the pavement, completely nullifying the surprise attack. The attacker, the guildmaster of the Diho faction, reveals himself with a stunned expression. He can't believe his lethal strike was so easily blocked. Kim Siwoo stands firm behind Bixial while the cat braces in a combat-ready stance, its bright blue eyes flashing defiantly. Contrary to the tense situation, Kim Siwoo looks openly pleased. He clasps his hands and praises Bixial. "I didn't expect you to be this useful." The Diho guildmaster is furious and bewildered. He never imagined Kim Siwoo could summon a spirit beast, and he's even angrier because he received no report about it. He eyes Kim Siwoo from afar with regret, thinking that had he had the chance to get closer, he could have delivered a finishing blow and claimed victory. Bitterly, he admits this was his last opportunity to land a killing blow on an anomaly like Kim Siwoo, even going so far as to borrow power from that guy. Meanwhile, Bixial appears utterly triumphant, seeming to mock the Diho guildmaster's impotence that he can't even defeat a cat. Unable to contain himself, the Diho guildmaster screams in rage, dumping all the blame on Kim Siwoo. "Kim Siwoo, because of you we lost everything." He continues his bitter monologue, claiming that ever since Kim Siwoo appeared, their power, honor, and everything else have slipped away like sand through their fingers. Kim Siwoo listens silently to the enemy's accusations that he alone is to blame for their collapse simply because he is a suddenly appearing anomaly. Kim Siwoo thinks to himself that the situation had indeed been dangerous and that without Bixial he'd be in serious trouble. He also realizes the opponent didn't know he was weakened and chose the right moment to strike. After a moment of silence, Kim Siwoo calmly faces the enemy and asks bluntly, "From the way you talk, are you the guildmaster of Diho?" Their confrontation draws the attention of nearby onlookers. Some recognize Kim Siwoo and call him the Pontiff, while the attacker is identified as the head of the Jeongak Alliance. Kim Siwoo begins exposing the Jeongak Alliance's crimes, from sending Ryu Jinyoung to Japan and threatening the Bureau of Ability Management to building power through exploiting the black market and ground zero. Struck to the core, the Diho guildmaster flies into a rage, roaring, "What do you know?" and lunges at Kim Siwoo in a final attempt to attack. Kim Siwoo responds with a cold glare and a steely declaration. "If you cared about honor, you never should have allied with those wicked scoundrels to begin with." Immediately after that statement, without hesitation, Kim Siwoo raises his hand, points forward, and orders Bixial to attack. Obedient to its master, Bixial streaks forward like a flash, using its tail pulsing with gathered energy to deliver a devastating blow to the Diho guildmaster. The guildmaster takes the full hit and collapses to the ground in pain, utterly defeated by Bixial's power. The battle ends swiftly, the attacker now lying helpless on the ground. Bixial approaches and stomps on the vanquished as a statement of victory. Kim Siwoo looks down and thinks to himself, "You're far worse than Oh Junwoo." He also regrets that if not for the punishment he's bearing, he would have personally ended it all. Following Siwoo's command, Bixial conjures shimmering blue chains of energy to bind the helpless Diho guildmaster. Siwoo speaks, both mocking and warning the enemy for daring to fight in a residential area, and says he has called Captain Kim from the Bureau of Ability Management, who will arrive shortly. He continues his threat, saying the man will initially be taken to a detention center, but given his crimes, his final destination will be somewhere deeper in the mountains, a much more isolated place. Kim Siwoo's face glows with confidence and authority as he delivers the final verdict on the fate of the man who dared challenge him. He declares loudly, "This is also the end of the Jeongak Alliance." The clear blue sky returns as if signaling a new order has been established. Having finished, Siwoo turns to pet and praise Bixial, acknowledging its power. Bixial lets out a proud cry. Siwoo laments the chaos and decides to wait with Beaxial for Captain Kim. But suddenly, Kim Siwoo senses a strange, dark energy. His expression immediately tightens and he becomes alert. From the bound guildmaster's body, a deep purple smoke begins to rise, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. The guildmaster emits a scream of excruciating pain, and from his mouth a small black jewel unexpectedly shoots out. The black jewel falls to the ground, emanating a powerful dark magic. Siwoo is stunned because he had not sensed this source of energy earlier. The black smoke slowly rises, enveloping the guildmaster and beginning the process of possessing and transforming his body. Siwoo realizes this is a strange type of sorcery, a blend of all the auras he's faced in Eden, including the Lord of Wrath and the Lord of Pride. From within the smoke, an entirely new silhouette gradually forms, standing tall and looking down at Siwoo with an overpowering presence. A completely unfamiliar face appears with pale purple hair and a smug smile. He greets him, calling Siwoo by his real name. "A pleasure to meet you, Seongha." For a moment, Siwoo recalls the message that a mysterious hooded entity, a messenger, had sent him before. The voice has changed entirely from the guildmaster's. Siwoo immediately senses the abnormality and warily asks, "Who are you?" The stranger calmly introduces himself. "I am Nameless of the Purifiers based in Beijing. It's an honor to speak with the pontiff like this." He reveals that he had to exert great effort and wait a long time just to secure this private moment to speak with the pontiff. He continues, saying he came to pay respect and to thank Seongha, because thanks to Seongha he was able to easily gather the power of the demon lords. Angered by the arrogant words and what is happening, Siwoo grabs the possessed guildmaster by the collar. Siwoo growls, "So you stand behind the purifiers? If you've made a pact with the demon lords, you're nothing but a lackey. How dare you speak as if you're above them?" The one calling himself Nameless only smiles and explains that would be true if the demon lord's powers were still intact as before. He reveals the horrifying truth. "Because of you, Seongha, you shattered their souls, so I was able to collect and consume those fragments with ease." Siwoo is stunned by this earth-shattering revelation that the being before him may be as strong as, or even stronger than, a demon lord. He clenches his fist and demands, "You cultivated the Jeongak alliance only to have it destroyed. Do you think this is a time for pleasantries?" Nameless simply replies indifferently that the Jeongak alliance's role ends here. Their purpose was merely to create this opportunity so he could speak directly with Seongha. Siwoo is left speechless. He can't believe this man exploited an entire powerful alliance just to have a conversation with him and then discard them. Nameless continues, "I have an urgent proposal for you, Seongha." Amid the ruins, Nameless makes an offer. "Do you want to make a deal with me?" He clarifies the terms. If Siwoo cooperates, he will provide information on another heretical group in Korea, the Bingmyeong sect, and will withdraw the entire Purifiers organization from Korea. And to add weight to the proposal, he doesn't forget a threat. If you refuse, spreading the Lemon doctrine could become very difficult. Siwoo narrows his eyes. He fully understands the implication behind Nameless's words. He realizes he couldn't detect this source of magic until it manifested on its own, which proves Nameless can perfectly conceal his presence. Siwoo angrily retorts, he's showing he can launch a terror attack whenever he wants. "So you want me to look the other way while the purifiers run rampant abroad?" He continues, "And if I don't negotiate, you won't leave Korea? After all, that's a threat, isn't it?" Behind Nameless, a building burns, proof of his destructive power. Nameless scoffs, trying to rationalize, "A threat isn't the enemy of my enemy, my friend. The Bingmyeong sect is far more dangerous than you think." At that moment, a system panel begins counting down from 5. Siwoo coldly dismisses it. "Ha, friends, enemies are enemies, friends are friends." With steady eyes, Siwoo declares, "Don't worry. Whether it's you or the Bingmyeong sect, I'll crush both of you equally." The countdown reaches 3. Nameless remains intrigued and asks if Siwoo is curious about the Bingmyeong sect. Siwoo admits he is. The number 2 appears and Siwoo's body begins to flash with bolts of energy. He says, "But our order has a doctrine." When the clock hits 0, the punishment period ends. Surrounded by a powerful blue aura, Siwoo proclaims his doctrine loudly: "Never compromise with those who walk the path of demons." A system announcement rings out: "Punishment has ended. System-imposed restrictions on you have been lifted." The light around Siwoo shines brighter than ever. Siwoo roars as he releases his pent-up power. The system continues. Maximum level Holy Flame skill has been activated. Contrary to expectations, Nameless bursts into delighted laughter. "Haha, just as I expected, just as I hoped. It turns out this was his true objective." Having achieved his goal, Nameless begins to withdraw and his dark energy dissipates. He leaves a message, "Pontiff Seongha, I'll visit you again soon." Siwoo can only watch the last remnants of the dark energy fade into the sky. He shouts in frustration, "Ah, he escaped, that annoying bastard." At that moment, the system pings again. A large notification window appears before him with a surprising message. A hidden quest has appeared. Siwoo looked at the mission window and read the question awaiting his decision. Do you want to proceed with the mission The Door That Cannot Close? A new quest titled The Door That Cannot Be Closed appears, opening an entirely new chapter and new challenges for Siwoo. As Kim Siwoo's punishment ends, a familiar system notification appears again. A new hidden quest has surfaced. Standing before the quest gate, Kim Siwoo receives an invitation to undertake a special quest called The Door That Cannot Be Closed. Having hardly had time to rest, Kim Siwoo is immediately faced with a new mission. He can't help but feel tired and a bit annoyed. The invitation to take on the door that cannot be closed reappears, but this time it materializes within a mystical cosmic space. Gazing into the whirl of causality, Kim Siwoo wonders what this entity wants to tell him. He feels as if he's being toyed with. The scene shifts to a quiet neighborhood at dusk. Kim Siwoo and the white cat Beexial stand watching a dark shadow slowly dissolve on the ground, the remains of a plague demon just defeated. Immediately afterward, police sirens blared. The Bureau of Ability Management had arrived on scene to handle the situation. Bureau personnel sprang into action, carrying stretchers and sealing off the area to clear the debris. On a large news ticker, a scrolling headline announced a special parliamentary session on the special law for the unusual and the disturbance caused by Guildmaster Diho. A TV news segment covered the incident, noting that thanks to Kim Siwoo's swift response, a member of the Lemon Order who awakened, civilian casualties had been minimized. Kim Siwoo reviewed the coverage on his tablet. The new special law exempts awakened individuals like him from legal liability when taking part in suppressing crimes. He exhaled in relief. Because of that law, he wouldn't be prosecuted for using Wideria skills in a residential district. Back at base, Leo came to see Kim Siwoo. He complained that the short break was over. He had hoped for peace after returning to Earth, but apparently there would be no days off. Leo sternly reminded him that the small shrine of the Lemon Order on Earth wasn't a retirement path. Siwoo thought to himself that with Leo and the others around, his retirement plans were definitely ruined. Leo asked about the dungeon Siwoo had mentioned earlier, whether there was a special reason he wanted to bid on it. Siwoo insisted it was a must-have dungeon, partly to train newcomers. Siwoo said he'd consulted team lead Kim Dong-sik about it. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Leo turned toward the door and announced that it seemed team lead Kim had arrived. The office door opened, signaling the guest's arrival. Team lead Kim Dong-sik entered and reported that the guildmaster of Guild Diho was currently in custody. Sitting across from Siwoo, Kim Dong-sik continued his report. Regarding Dungeon D254 that Siwoo had asked about, someone else had already won the bid. Hearing the bad news, Kim Siwoo froze. He could only think silently, we're screwed. Kim Siwoo asked if there was any way to reclaim the dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik asked if someone else was about to arrive, but Siwoo said no. Kim Dong-sik proposed an option. If Siwoo really wanted it, they could repurchase the bidding rights at a higher price. However, there was a problem. The issue was that the bidder was Guild Seolhwa, a mid-sized guild affiliated with the Jeongak Alliance. Hearing that name made Kim Siwoo grimace. He sensed this wouldn't be easy. Kim Dong-sik elaborated that given the tense relationship between Kim Siwoo and guilds in the Jeongak Alliance, negotiating to buy back the bidding rights was nearly impossible. Siwoo analyzed that repurchasing was almost impractical. If he offered a high price, they'd only become more certain that something valuable was inside the dungeon. Kim Dong-sik agreed, forcibly seizing a dungeon that had already been bid on without proper cause, even under the special law, would be seen as abuse of power and would harm the Lemon Order. Siwoo sighed, realizing there was no easy path. Seeing this, Kim Dong-sik offered comfort, saying he understood how hard Siwoo had worked and proposing to explain the situation further. Kim Dong-sik began outlining Guild Seolhwa, a mid-sized guild affiliated with the Jeongak Alliance, and asked Siwoo to look at the screen. Guild Seolhwa's greatest asset was its representative, Han Seolhwa. Her image appeared glamorous and beautiful. The screen's info indicated Han Seolhwa was a young representative with outstanding looks and top-tier skills, which had made her famous as a public figure. Siwoo was shocked to see her MeTube channel had 9 million subscribers, more than Minsu. Most guild members were her fans, and aside from Representative Seolhwa, there were no notable hunters. Watching her perform before a frenzied crowd, Siwoo thought to himself that it looked like a disguised cult. Kim Dong-sik went on, Seolhwa donated heavily to hospitals and charities. As a result, they enjoyed extremely positive public image and a solid fan base, unlike the Jeongak Alliance. They discussed that Guild Seolhwa only recently joined the alliance. Siwoo notes their image is too pristine, and precisely because of that, they can't be labeled villains to give the Lemon Order an excuse to intervene. However, regardless of the reason, with determination on his face, Siwoo insists this is a dungeon they absolutely must obtain. His gaze sharpens. This isn't a side quest, it's a hidden quest. They can't just ignore it. Kim Dong-sik listens thoughtfully, as if weighing his options. After a moment's thought, Kim Dong-sik asks a crucial question. Is your goal to win the dungeon bid or to get inside it? Siwoo is surprised and puzzled. Kim Dong-sik reveals a new approach. If the Lemon Order doesn't strictly need to win the bid, there might be another way. He has prepared an alternative plan. He shows Siwoo the plan on a tablet which outlines two options. A is to bid, and B is how to get inside if they can't win the bid. Siwoo is stunned by the boldness of the option, an infiltration plan rather than a direct confrontation. Kim Dong-sik modestly says this is only a draft, hastily prepared, and in need of many improvements. The plan is illustrated in a charming way and includes the idea of contacting an awakened individual named Kang Kie. The more Siwoo hears, the more intrigued he becomes. Siwoo's face lights up, he bursts out excitedly. This plan is brilliant. He slams the table and yells, "Team lead Kim," making Kim Dong-sik jump. Impressed by the plan, Siwoo enthusiastically urges Kim Dong-sik to join the Lemon Order right away. He presses his case, promising quadruple retirement pay and monthly salary, full insurance, and pension benefits, dismissing a level 5 civil service job as insignificant. Siwoo's offer inadvertently recalls a terrifying memory for Kim Dong-sik, Leo and another female employee buried in paperwork, crying and begging to hire more staff. His face goes pale. Seeing Siwoo's frightening enthusiasm, Kim Dong-sik recoils, sweating cold. He quickly changes the subject. "Lately, the weather's been getting cold suddenly, huh, Siwoo, haha." Clearing his throat, Kim Dong-sik steers the conversation back to business. So shall we proceed with this plan?" Siwoo beams and asks if Kim Dong-sik has thought of a cool code name for the operation. Kim Dong-sik falls silent, thinking. After a moment, Kim Dong-sik suggests a name for the operation, Undercover. It seems fitting. Siwoo immediately approves. Perfect, like a spy movie, he's thrilled about the plan. The scene shifts to the mission site, Jumasan Mountain, Gumi City, North Gyeongsang Province. There, staff hustle to move supplies. A supervisor urges them to hurry because the operation will start at 8 a.m. Amid the bustle, Siwoo approaches in disguise. A man who appears to be a manager turns to look at him. Dressed in a new outfit, striped shirt, glasses, and a backpack, Siwoo seems shy and awkward, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Siwoo stammers that he's here to apply as a mover. The manager studies him suspiciously, thinking he looks like someone under interrogation. The manager asks if he's the new applicant and tells him to wait while he checks. Siwoo nods anxiously. After checking, the manager directs him to the assembly area and tells him to wait for the person in charge. He asks for Siwoo's name. To make his role believable, Siwoo nervously gives a false name, KK Kim In-wook. A brief flashback shows the necklace Siwoo is wearing. It's an enchanted item from the awakened Kang Kie, used to conceal his identity. Back in the office scene, Kim Dong-sik explained that this was the method their agents typically used for infiltration. Kim Dong-sik gave a thumbs up and praised perfect Siwoo. Siwoo confidently adjusted his glasses, ready for his role. Back in the present, disguised as Kim In-wook, Siwoo flashed a mysterious smile. The necklace glowed faintly. The undercover mission officially began. Setting Mount Jumasan in North Gyeongsang Province. In a shadowy forest, someone suddenly asks the young man who just arrived as a porter what his name is. The young man with black hair, glasses, and a backpack who was looking at his phone is startled. He stammers and introduces himself as Kim In-wook. In truth, this is Siwoo in disguise. He forces a knowing smile as the enchanted necklace at his throat flickers, concealing his real identity. The scene flashes back an hour earlier near Mount Jumasan. A black car moves through the night. Inside the car, Siwoo sits in the passenger seat while the driver is a middle-aged man who appears to be affiliated with the church. Siwoo looks out and asks if this is the place with the dungeon. The driver confirms that the information is correct. The plan this time is called Undercover. Siwoo's mission is to wear the illusion-enchanted necklace made by Kang Kie and take part in Guild Seolhwa's raid on the dungeon posing as a porter. Specifically, Siwoo will infiltrate the D-rank Mud Golem dungeon in Gumi City that Guild Seolhwa contracted, disguise himself as a porter, and carry out the assigned task. Back in the car conversation, Siwoo marvels that without team leader Kim, he wouldn't have thought of this undercover operation. He's also surprised that Kang Kie can use illusion magic, and the man beside him says he's glad to have help. Team leader Kim warns that while disguised, Siwoo should be careful of Guild Seolhwa's fake awakened, since they might detect a small amount of magic from the necklace. Siwoo replies that he understands. In a humorous cutscene, team leader Kim asks again whether Siwoo's new identity isn't an awakened impersonator, because if it were, he'd be registered. Siwoo answers no, it's his younger brother's identity. It turns out Siwoo borrowed his brother's identity, Kim In-wook. The younger brother seems perfectly willing to let his brother use his name. Siwoo silently apologizes to In-wook since stealing an identity is still a crime. Back in the car, team leader Kim adds that the treatment of temporary workers like porters is far worse than Siwoo imagines. The working conditions haven't changed before or after the dimensional gates open. Those doing this job are mostly players with weak combat ability or ordinary people desperately in need of money. They often suffer verbal abuse and harsh treatment, with employers exploiting legal loopholes. Team leader Kim also reveals that Guild Seolhwa previously had issues with temporary labor that were reported in the press. Siwoo smirks inwardly, thinking no wonder he was accepted as a porter without an interview. Siwoo steps out of the car and says goodbye to team leader Kim. In return, the team leader wishes Siwoo luck in achieving his goal without incident. Siwoo confidently tells himself that incidents won't happen to him but to those guys, referring to the people at Guild Seolhwa. A blank story panel marks a transition in the narrative timeline. The story returns to the present as Siwoo arrives at the gathering point for porters. A man from Guild Seolhwa approaches and asks if Siwoo is a newly arrived porter, requesting his name for verification. Siwoo, playing a shy persona, stammers and gives the name Kim In-wook while the necklace continues to emit a faint magical glow. The guild man scrolls through his phone to confirm Kim In-wook's name on the list. After confirming, he points to an area and tells the porters to wait there. Staff will come to supervise later. Siwoo obediently complies. In the designated area, another group of porters sits waiting. They look experienced and rough around the edges. Siwoo watches quietly, preparing to join them. As Siwoo approaches, he immediately feels dagger-like stares probing him. He thinks to himself that even those in the same situation are wary of one another just before a guild supervisor appears. A Guild Seolhwa supervisor arrives holding a detection device. He confirms that today's number of porters is 7, fewer than expected. The supervisor introduces himself and announces that he will measure each person's magical energy to weed out spies, asking everyone to cooperate. He begins the inspection procedure, pressing the detector against each member of the porter group. After scanning, the results show 3 ordinary people, 3 F-rank fake awakened, and 1 D-rank awakened, the supervisor himself. The supervisor announces the first area will be cleared in 10 minutes, and the porters will be deployed immediately afterward. He warns that if they don't meet the quota, their pay for the day will be docked. The threat makes the other porters flinch with worry. One of the porters angrily swears, since they had not been notified about any wage deductions. Siwoo observes the atmosphere growing increasingly hostile. He reminds himself that since he borrowed In-wook's identity, he should just pretend to be an innocent young porter. At that moment, another porter with bleached hair and a cocky attitude walks up and asks Siwoo if he's also a regular person. Siwoo replies yes so, and the blonde guy sneers back provocatively, huh, so what? Siwoo thinks to himself, oh no, I'm trying to act innocent, and forces an awkward laugh. Siwoo's attitude enrages the blonde, who curses and throws a punch at him. The thug's fist suddenly stops inches from Siwoo's face. Keeping a calm expression, Siwoo had secretly used his strength to halt the blow. To hide his identity, Siwoo pretends to tremble with fear. The blonde taunts him, saying he should be scared for mouthing off to him. In that instant, Siwoo's eyes behind his glasses flash a golden light, revealing his hidden power. The blonde freezes, sweat pouring down his face, unable to understand why he couldn't land a hit. To save face, the blonde scoffs and spits an insult that ordinary lowlifes are all the same. He points and tells Siwoo to go to Mr. Park for instruction. The blonde arrogantly adds that in the dungeon, the porters will have to carry all their baggage too. Siwoo stays silent, placing a hand on his forehead to feign fatigue. Siwoo's face turns cold as he contemplates what just happened. Siwoo muses that being weak doesn't automatically make someone good. That holds true in both Eden and Earth. He thinks humans can't be neatly labeled as strong equals evil and weak equals virtuous. But that doesn't mean we should view everything in life pessimistically. Siwoo thinks that if there are jerks like that bloodsucker just now, then there are also people who show kindness. An elderly, kind man comes over to ask if Siwoo is all right. He hands Siwoo a bottle of water and says climbing the mountain must have been hard on him. After Siwoo thanks him, the man advises not to take the blonde's words to heart since everyone is tense before entering a dungeon. He reassures him that a D-rank dungeon won't have much to carry. The man introduces himself as Park Young-soo. Siwoo, playing Kim In-wook, responds with a firm handshake. Through the handshake, Siwoo senses Mr. Park's faith in Lemon. He wonders if this might be fate. Siwoo smiles and says he's truly glad to meet him, Young-soo. Afterward, all the porters are led to the dungeon gate, where a purple spatial rift emits eerie magical energy. The moment Siwoo steps into the dungeon, a system window pops up notifying him he has met the mission condition. Enter the Mud Golem dungeon. Another notification appears, informing him that the next mission has been updated. The hidden mission board The door that won't close appears. Most details are concealed, but a new condition is added. Find and enter a mysterious. Siwoo looks at the mission window and finds it highly suspicious. He reasons that the system must have a specific purpose in bringing him here, especially after talking with Madame Emma. The fact that he senses nothing unusual makes it feel even more dangerous. Siwoo decides to keep pretending to be a porter and quietly slip in afterward. Infiltrating a guild dungeon belonging to the Jeonggak Alliance could be controversial, but he'll deal with that later. Just then, the supervisor claps his hands and urges everyone to gather quickly. He announces the first conquest round is over and orders the porters to collect mud golem cores and the lowest grade mana stones. He also warns them against any unnecessary actions, implying hiding mana stones. Siwoo picks up a golem core and notices how heavy it is. He estimates a fist-sized core weighs about 10 kilograms. Siwoo thinks to himself this work must be very hard for ordinary people. He also acts strained, saying it's unbearably heavy. Another porter pants heavily, drenched in sweat from carrying the heavy load. Siwoo glances with observant, contemplative eyes. Siwoo continues to feign trembling from the weight. The blonde guy eyes him with a probing, annoyed look. The blonde sneers, "Not so easy, Hut and Wook." At that moment, Park Young-soo arrives and advises Siwoo to watch his back, since the golem core is much heavier than it appears. He suggests splitting it into 2 trips with a manageable load. He continues, urging Siwoo not to be greedy and to stay as safe as possible. For people like them, their body is their most valuable asset. He promises to return to help after finishing his own task. Siwoo is moved by his kindness. He thinks Park Young-soo didn't need to be so careful with him. He's a good man and a follower of Lemon. Seeing him rekindles Siwoo's faith in humanity. Siwoo silently blesses Park Young-soo. A faint shimmering light appears around the man as he turns away. Suddenly, a loud thud rings out as someone stomps down hard right next to Siwoo. It's the blonde guy, he yells, asking where Siwoo thinks he's being lazy. The blonde calls Siwoo an insolent brat and says he'll teach him a lesson. He orders Siwoo to pick up his stuff and follow him. Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo, posing as a new porter, is carrying out a secret mission in a dungeon. He deliberately lets his bag fall, pretending to be a clumsy rookie. Immediately, a blonde man who looks like a strict senior notices him. Irritated, he loudly asks where the lazy new recruit is. He turns to scold Siwoo, calling him an arrogant brat and ordering him to pick up his things and follow him. This is Yun Tae-hyun, a man who specializes in bullying newcomers. A kind elderly man named Park rushes over to intervene. He explains to Yun Tae-hyun that Siwoo is new and doesn't know much yet and asks him to let it go. However, Yun Tae-hyun has no intention of stopping. He brushes off Mr. Park's words and declares he will personally teach this new recruit. Yun Tae-hyun sneers at Mr. Park, mocking that a civilian without power can't teach anything. He even recalls bullying newcomers in the guild before, showing it's a habitual behavior. Not content with words, Yun Tae-hyun grabs Mr. Park's collar to threaten him, causing the older man to cry out in fear. He warns Mr. Park that because they know each other he's been holding back, but don't get any ideas. Mr. Park can only stammer in fear. Just as tensions peak, a man in a suit, looking like a supervisor, approaches and asks what the commotion is about. Immediately, Yun Tae-hyun does a complete 180. He hurriedly releases Mr. Park, flashes a flattering smile at the supervisor, and explains that he was only giving the newcomer a few pointers. Siwoo quietly watches Yun Tae-hyun's charade. He thinks to himself that the man's sycophantic tone is nauseating, and someone that's shamelessly ingratiating will get what's coming sooner or later. The supervisor reminds Yun Tae-hyun that they're short-staffed today and tells him not to cause any more trouble before walking away. Yun Tae-hyun continues his act as a diligent worker, claiming this is his 7th time serving as a porter for Seolhwa Guild. Once the supervisor is out of sight, Yun Tae-hyun turns back with a smug expression and a smirk full of meaning. He arrogantly brags to Mr. Park and Siwoo about how close he is with the supervisor. He warns Mr. Park to do his job properly if he doesn't want his pay docked like last time, then calls Siwoo over. Mr. Park looks at Siwoo with concern while Siwoo remains silent, calculating. Mr. Park wonders whether the guy really is close with a guild member. Siwoo gently lays a hand on Mr. Park's shoulder, reassuring him that everything will be fine. He smiles and thanks Mr. Park for his concern, saying he'll take this chance to learn the job properly and continue playing the obedient new recruit. With that, Siwoo bends down and grabs the handle of the enormous luggage bag Yun Tae-hyun had forced him to carry. Yun Tae-hyun looks surprised. With a light motion, Siwoo hoists the bag up and slings it over his shoulder with ease. Yun Tae-hyun is stunned, wondering if that bag must weigh more than 100 kilos. He anxiously asks if Siwoo's back is okay. Siwoo cheerfully replies that he's very fit from regular exercise. He enthusiastically urges, "Come on, Senior Yun Tae-hyun, to get his training started." Yun Tae-hyun is flustered and doesn't know how to react. The two of them head deeper into the dungeon area, a desolate, rocky place. Once they're out of sight, Siwoo thinks to himself that they're far enough from the others. Yun Tae-hyun grows nervous and awkwardly suggests starting the training for the rookie here. Siwoo turns around, giving an inscrutable smile as he calls, "Senior." The gentle, innocent expression he had worn before seems to vanish, replaced by a knowing look. He steps closer, claps a friendly arm around Yun Tae-hyun's shoulders, and begins to praise the closeness of his relationship with the supervisor. Faced with this sudden shift, Yun Tae-hyun starts sweating profusely, sensing that something is wrong. Still not picking up on Siwoo's change in demeanor, Yun Tae-hyun continues to brag. He claims this is his 7th raid with Sialhua Guild and that he knows most of the hunters here, boasting he'll soon become an official porter. He puts on a superior air, saying it will take at least an hour to reach the next work area, plenty of time for training. He also acts all confident, saying Siwoo seems sharp and he'll show him the ropes. Siwoo just snorts and replies sarcastically, "Oh really, sounds impressive." Then he suddenly asks, "By the way, senior, you really are quick to flip sides, aren't you?" Yun Tihun still doesn't understand what's happening. He even smugly nods in agreement. "Yeah, I'm really good at flipping sides." Only when Siwoo spreads his arms wide with that knowing smile does Yun Tihun freeze, finally realizing something's off. He stammers, "What?" Siwoo slowly removes his glasses, the smile on his face growing more menacing. He says, "Phew, I thought I was about to die of rage just now, senior." Blue arcs of electricity begin to flicker around Siwoo. He declares, "Now shall we start the real training?" The guise of a weak rookie has been completely stripped away. A massive bolt of lightning shoots straight into Yun Tihun. His agonized scream echoes across the desolate area. The scene shifts to another part of the dungeon, where a purple spatial gate opens amid ancient ruins. Inside the gate is a different space, a street lined with buildings of classical architecture. A woman with blue hair stands alone in a vast hall, holding a staff, mysterious currents of energy swirling around her. This is Han Sialhua, the representative of Sialhua Guild. She checks her phone and senses that something strange is happening. She thinks to herself about why she came here. She bid for this D-rank dungeon to film content for her Medube channel to silence complaints that she only posts everyday vlogs. Besides, the Mud Golem dungeon seemed profitable. Yet an inexplicable unease suddenly washes over her. Sialhua cannot understand why an S-rank hunter like her feels out of place and uneasy in a lowly D-rank dungeon. At that moment, her subordinate Yujin rushes up, out of breath, reporting they have lost contact with the scout team ahead. Hearing this, Sialhua immediately judges this as not a routine communication failure, but that something has certainly happened to the scout team. She grows more certain of her judgment when she senses a surge of dark energy approaching. Sialhua's gaze sharpens, she prepares for battle. Without hesitation, she channels her power, summoning a freezing vortex and shouts, "Who's there?" A powerful blast of icy energy ripples outward, freezing everything in its path. Sharp pillars of ice surge from the ground. However, a mysterious shadow appears utterly unaffected by her attack. Sialhua is stunned to see the surroundings frozen, while that grotesque thing remains completely unharmed. She wonders whether it's some material that absorbs magic, something impossible in a D-rank dungeon. She concludes, something's wrong with this dungeon. Feeling the situation slipping out of control, Sialhua orders Yujin to contact the Bingmyeong Order, an organization that handles recent strange incidents. Yujin hesitates, but Sialhua snaps, commanding him to make the call immediately. Startled by their leader's shout, Yujin hurriedly obeys while Sialhua angrily swings her staff, baffled that her subordinate would hesitate in such an emergency. No sooner has she spoken than Sialhua senses something amiss. Her eyes grow wary. As Yujin runs off to carry out the order, Sialhua suddenly calls him back. Yujin turns back, puzzled, not understanding why she changed her mind. Suddenly, an immense surge of icy energy erupts from Sialhua. It seems she has lost control of her power. The system notifies that the skill Ice Prison level 19 has been activated. Yujin screams her name in terror as Sialhua becomes encased in a gigantic sphere of ice. Yujin pounds on the ice, calling Sialhua's name in desperation, but to no avail. Inside the ice sphere, Sialhua's eyes go vacant, indicating she is unconscious. Her eyes suddenly glow an eerie blue. She is being controlled by some force, stammering her own name, Sial. HWA. Then she lets out a heartrending scream as dark and icy energies burst forth from her body. A massive energy sphere with a hexagonal structure envelops the area, signaling that a terrifying event is about to occur. A system alert appears in blazing red. Warning, a fatal error has occurred in this dungeon. Danger Code 1, Invasion from Another World. The dungeon entrance has been forcibly sealed. The system continues, announcing that escape is impossible until the source of danger is eliminated, and an unspecified passage has opened somewhere in the dungeon. The final message confirms, you cannot leave this dungeon. Sialhua is stunned. She has never seen a warning message like this before. The situation has far exceeded any prediction. Suddenly, the dungeon ceiling begins to tremble and collapse. Sialhua startles and looks up, apparently snapping out of the state of being controlled. Seeing the devastation she caused, she murmurs, "I made a mistake. I only intended to destroy a little." At the same time, the collapse brings Siwoo and Yun Tihun right before Sialhua. Siwoo immediately slips back into character and loudly blames, "This is all your fault, senior." Yun Tihun, having been trained thoroughly, is now terrified and can only clasp his hands together, stammering apologies to Siwoo. Sialhua is completely bewildered. In the middle of an invasion from another world, where did these two porters come from and what the hell are they doing? Siwoo continues the act, kicking the cowering Yun Tihun and scolding him, "You can't even give proper guidance. What is this training, a joke? Keep your head down." Tihun only nods obediently. Siwoo turns to Xiaohua, who is still frozen, and says, "Oh." He flashes a bright smile, raises a finger, and says nonchalantly, "Oh, don't mind us, just keep doing what you're doing. We're just porters, we'll stay quiet and leave soon." Han Xiaohua, an S-rank hunter facing an invasion from another world and a sealed dungeon, can only stand dumbfounded, wondering what are these things. A sudden, severe error warning flashed in the dungeon. The gate had been forcibly sealed due to an intrusion from another world, leaving Han Xiaohua stunned. The system kept announcing that no one could exit until the source of the danger was eliminated. An unidentified passage had opened somewhere in the dungeon, and now no one could leave. Han Xiaohua was utterly shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a warning message. What on earth was happening in her dungeon? Right after that, a loud noise shook the entire dungeon as if something had just broken. Han Xiaohua jolted and looked toward the sound. A burst of blue light had just occurred there. Through the dust and smoke, a voice admitted it had made a mistake, saying it only intended to break a little but had not expected it to turn out like this. From the dust, Kim Siwoo emerged with an annoyed expression, blaming the senior who was with him. Then Siwoo began his act. He loudly scolded his senior for not guiding him properly and even threatened to stick his head in the ground like before. The senior could only cower and comply. Seeing Xiaohua watching, Siwoo immediately shifted his attitude 180 degrees. He smiled and said they were just porters, told her not to worry, and that they would leave quietly soon. Xiaohua looked puzzled and wary. Where had these people come from? Siwoo kept up his performance, criticizing the senior's stance and berating him harshly. The senior flusteredly apologized and promised to improve. Meanwhile, Siwoo thought to himself, he had only meant to break a bit of the wall where he sensed magic, but unexpectedly it collapsed completely. Team leader Kim had warned him to be careful with Xiaohua, yet he had run right into her. Xiaohua realized the situation. Her bad luck really wasn't a joke. Well then, deal with whatever comes. Siwoo glanced at Xiaohua with an insinuating look and praised the good relationship she had with her guild members. At those words, one of Xiaohua's guild members suddenly froze solid. Siwoo sneered, saying it looked like they were playing a game of frozen tag. He grew nostalgic, saying he used to play that game with his sister. Siwoo looked at Xiaohua, shattered the ice, and taunted, "Haha, you're fierce. Wanna play frozen tag with me too?" Angered, Xiaohua pointed her staff at him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you running around in our guild's dungeon?" Siwoo kept smiling and continued his role as a porter named Kim In-wook, introducing the trembling senior on the ground as a model of obedience for him to learn from. Fed up with the nonsense, Xiaohua raised her staff, ready to strike. Seeing that, Siwoo pretended to plead, "Hey, guild leader, instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about the friend frozen behind you." Siwoo finished, his gaze challenging as Xiaohua began to cast a spell. Suddenly, a scream rang out as a man in black smashed the ice that had trapped him. He was one of the search team members, but now he had been corrupted. Behind him, an entire squad of similarly transformed beings advanced. Another member screamed in terror upon realizing the whole search team had turned into monsters. Faced with the emergency, Xiaohua wasted no time. She took to the air and launched ice spears straight at her corrupted comrades. But the corrupted members were unharmed. They moved toward her, repeatedly calling her name, Xiaohua, and demanding that she become their prophet. Xiaohua froze. Her ice magic, the power she had always prided herself on, was completely useless against them. Meanwhile, Siwoo's senior fled in panic, screaming about demons and monsters and begging for his life. Behind him, Siwoo stood still, continuing his performance. Ignoring the screams, the corrupted crowd continued their grotesque calls, inviting Xiaohua to join their grand rhetoric. Xiaohua gritted her teeth and swore. The situation had slipped beyond her control. She shouted angrily, "You fools, wake up, what did you eat in this dungeon?" and unleashed a Wideria frost attack. In response came screams about the glory of serving an ancient being. Watching that, Siwoo sneered, saying Xiaohua wasn't holding back against her own members either. Xiaohua snapped back in anger, "Are you just going to stand there making snide comments? Want a piece of this?" Siwoo kept taunting, saying she was eloquent on YouTube, but her true face was completely different, far from the way a guildmaster would wholeheartedly protect her members. But his expression suddenly turned serious. Though he'd had one encounter before, this opponent was truly formidable. He analyzed that this was a kind of grim, nauseating divine power that forced fanatics into being by exploiting hollow desires drawn to magic. Siwoo thought to himself that he'd concealed his identity as much as possible to complete the mission. But as expected, dealing with otherworldly divine beings without holy power was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was worn out. Her ice staff began to crack, she had no strength left. In desperation, Xiaohua turned to Siwoo and offered, "You need my help, don't you? I'm Han Xiaohua, Guildmaster of Guild Xiaohua." She laid down a condition, later, publicly declare that you were the one who requested cooperation first. She wanted to preserve her guild's face. Sialwa cursed under her breath. That bastard, did he know about the weird things in this dungeon before coming in? Siwu denied it, saying he only came to complete the job and happened to infiltrate because Guild Sialwa won the dungeon contract. He brushed it off, saying it didn't matter now. Sialwa replied firmly, if I don't help you, you won't be leaving this dungeon anyway. She clenched her teeth, helplessness and anger clear on her face. Finally, Sialwa looked Siwu squarely in the eye and dropped the pretense. Help me, Kim Siwu, take off that pathetic mask. Siwu was a bit surprised, but Sialwa had exposed him. She knew he was the only anomaly in Korea and the only person in the world who could use holy power. Exposed, Siwu smiled and admitted it. He said he was nearly dying of irritation from having to act. Then a stream of energy began to radiate from Siwu's hands. In the blink of an eye, Siwu transformed. He donned the robes of a pontiff, radiant with holy light. He smiled and asked, shall we go hunt your followers seriously? Han Sialwa was completely stunned by Siwu's transformation. She couldn't believe her eyes, her face flushed with shock and perhaps admiration. This was the power that could turn the tide. But immediately, the shock turned into baffled anger. In the heat of battle, she yelled at Siwu, why didn't you put this transformation in your intro video on YouTube? Are you stupid? Siwu could only blush, answering that he was embarrassed so he didn't include it. Before Siwu could act, Sialwa was completely overrun. The monsters howled, stretching their deformed arms toward her. Surrounded, Sialwa screamed, get back, in desperation, but all she got in response were calls to join and praises for a mysterious entity. Evil blue-green strands of energy bound her tightly, forcing Sialwa to cry out in pain. But at that moment, Kim Siwu in his pontiff form appeared and stopped the energies that were trying to consume Sialwa. The monsters faltered, their vacant eyes staring at the one who had intervened. Siwu's appearance confused them. They wondered if this was another god. Siwu stood between them and Sialwa, shielding her from the attack. Siwu gripped the strands of energy and mocked them. Is some mediocre god blinding and deafening you? I'm not a god, I am the pontiff. With that, he unleashed his holy power, pure bolts of lightning coursing through the energy strands and striking the monsters. Determination lit Siwu's face as the holy power in his hands grew stronger. A burst of holy energy erupted, blue-white lightning enveloping the entire corrupted crowd. Immediately, all the corrupted members collapsed to the floor, motionless. Sialwa sank to the ground, exhausted but safe. Siwu said her members would wake soon and reminded her not to forget her promise. Seeing Siwu attempt to leave alone, Sialwa hurriedly called after him, saying she wanted to come along. She had to see for herself who had caused her subordinates to end up like this. On the way, Siwu blurted that he'd heard rumors she abused members and porters, but it didn't seem as bad as people said. Sialwa, surprised, asked, did I do that? She waved it off indifferently, saying anti-fans exist everywhere and telling him to think whatever he wants. Siwu thought to himself that was peak Meduber mentality, so cool. Siwu reflected that his will to eradicate evil system hadn't activated with Han Sialwa. That meant she wasn't classified as evil. He guessed that even within the Jeongak alliance there were many different kinds of people. Meanwhile, Sialwa smashed a remaining monster with her staff. Sialwa urged Siwu to hurry before it was too late. He thought again that this girl had a rather singular personality. The two stood amid the wreckage, surrounded by purified bodies, preparing to move deeper into the dungeon. They encountered another group which charged to attack. Sialwa swung her staff and shouted for them to stay back. Siwu was shocked to realize that Senior Yoon, the man from his act, had also been brainwashed into a fanatic instantly. Siwu said that since these oddities appeared from the direction her search team returned, they should follow that direction. The two ran up a staircase toward a large door that seemed to be the source of the corruption. Before them stood a gigantic door covered in dark slime and pulsing azure energy lines, clearly marking it as the origin of the corruption. Standing before the door, Siwu observed that it looked too obvious for a boss room, as if it were openly inviting them in. Sialwa tried her magic, but it had no effect. She realized this wasn't a door that could be opened by magic and wondered how they could get through. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Siwu. The quest "The Door That Cannot Be Closed" had been updated. The new quest required him to destroy this door that cannot be closed. It was a gateway to another world where a corrupted holy power was trying to invade. It was the work of a divine being from another world reaching out. The reward for the quest remained unknown. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwu ran while telling his teammate that the search team had encountered strange things in the direction they came from, so they should head that way. Siwu and a long-braided blue-haired girl, his new teammate, quickly advanced. Their target was a bizarre large door coated in black matter and streaked with blue energy lines. A close-up of the strange door showed blue energy lines spreading and convulsing as if trying to break something. When they reached the door, they stopped. While the blue-haired girl remained on guard, Siwu immediately recognized it, clearly a boss chamber. The blue-haired girl touched the door and found that magical energy here didn't work. It seemed the door couldn't be opened with magic, and she wondered how to open it now. Seeing that, Siwoo said if magic won't work, then there's only one other way. He channeled power into his fist, and a surge of blue energy began to gather. Siwoo hurled a punch at the door, the force of the blow generating a massive vortex of energy. Siwoo's punch smashed the door to pieces, causing a huge explosion that sent shards flying everywhere. After destroying the door, Siwoo wondered if the quest would really be solved that easily. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl was astonished. She hadn't expected them to just bash the door open like that. Immediately after, a system notification appeared, announcing they'd entered the final chamber, the dungeon's boss room, and that an unidentified source of energy enveloped the room. Stepping inside, Siwoo's attention was immediately drawn to something at the center of the room. He stepped closer to get a better look. When he could see the scene clearly, Siwoo couldn't hide his surprise. His face showed shock at what he was seeing. Before them was a chaotic sight. The dungeon boss, Golmide, had been shattered into fragments. Blue energy strands radiated from a crystal at the center. The blue-haired girl recognized that the boss Golmide had been torn apart, while Siwoo was fixated on the strange object in the middle. He wondered what it was. At the center was a bizarre spatial gate, like a warped cosmic mirror. The blue-haired girl said that of all the monsters they'd seen, nothing resembled this. She remarked that it looked horrifying and couldn't believe such trash could contain holy power. Hearing that, Siwoo suddenly realized, could this be the door that cannot be closed mentioned in the quest? A quest notification popped up, updating the objective for the door that cannot be closed. This door connected to another world, and a decaying holy power was trying to devour their world. The completion condition was to destroy the door. A dark aura enveloped them both. Words like emptiness, erosion, control, and domination began to surface, signaling a mental influence. The blue-haired girl suddenly clutched her head. She felt voices echoing inside her mind. Siwoo turned to ask if she was okay and told her not to follow, but she snapped that this wasn't the time for that. The blue-haired girl grimaced in pain, feeling as if someone were speaking directly into her brain. Siwoo explained that the thing claimed to be a god and seemed to be granting her a divine revelation. The girl was stunned, unable to believe it was a god. Siwoo elaborated that it was decaying holy power, a god from another spatial plane. He didn't understand why all these entities were targeting Earth. The presence of such an abnormal, repulsive god made Siwoo uncomfortable. He felt as if his revered goddess Lemon was being insulted. In Siwoo's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared. Unlike those decaying gods, Lemon always tried to make the world a little better, warmer, and happier. At that moment, the strange gate activated. Dark energy tendrils shot out from inside, preparing to strike. The gate widened, releasing an enormous surge of dark energy that formed a vortex tearing apart the surrounding space. The dark energy tendrils lunged straight at Siwoo and his companion, carrying a terrifying, destructive force. Seeing that, the blue-haired girl shouted for them not to come out. She quickly used her magic, forming an ice sphere. Instantly, a colossal ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the dark tendrils. Siwoo was quite impressed by the girl's power. She said those horrors couldn't be allowed to escape, and it was lucky she was here. The girl explained that her ice magic specialized in defense and that she seemed to have found her role. Now, dealing with that terrible gate would fall to Siwoo, an uncommon. Siwoo agreed. He realized the system had certainly summoned him to this dungeon for a reason. Siwoo stepped confidently toward the portal, ready to face the challenge. He showed no fear of the dark power. As Siwoo approached, the dark tendrils immediately reached out to strike, but were stopped by a ring of energy around his feet. Siwoo hovered in midair, wrapped in a pure blue energy flow, completely unaffected by the surrounding dark tendrils. With a determined expression, Siwoo prepared to unleash his full power to purify the gate. A massive web of blue energy erupted from Siwoo, spreading throughout the chamber and utterly overwhelming the dark aura. Witnessing this, the blue-haired girl was amazed. She sensed something strange, a warped energy source, not ordinary magical power. She realized she was struggling merely to maintain the ice wall and hold her ground, while Siwoo appeared entirely unaffected. She couldn't comprehend what limits an uncommon like Siwoo had surpassed to gain such terrifying power. Standing before the portal, Siwoo confirmed this was indeed the door that cannot be closed. It wasn't a suspicious mirror, but a gateway to another dimension. Siwoo realized this was the true final boss. At the same time, a system warning appeared. The causality of the current location has been severely distorted by erosion from another world. The system requires you to readjust the area's causality. Siwoo snorted. He sarcastically remarked that the system seemed more lenient when it came to other world issues. It summoned him only when needed. A detailed info panel on the door that cannot be closed appeared. It was classified as an uncertain grade holy relic with its source dimension listed as Earth. The description noted someone was watching them through this door. This information stunned Siwoo. He couldn't believe what he had just read. Siwoo was in shock. This gate originated from Earth? That couldn't be, since Earth had only just had its holy power restrictions lifted. He stared at the gruesome gate, unable to accept that it was a relic from Earth itself. The truth was too hard to swallow. The astonishment quickly turned to rage. Siwoo's gaze grew icier as he realized an entity was watching him, and he prepared to confront it. Suddenly, from within the gate, a colossal eye slowly opened. Siwoo couldn't help but wonder what it was. The eye stared at Siwoo, its gaze eerie and powerful, seeming to pierce through everything. Siwoo looked at the eye, and he understood everything. He knew what he had to do next. Siwoo declared that this gate would be returned to where it belonged. And that place was Earth, Siwoo's homeland, shown as a reflected image within the giant eye. Dark hands from the gate reached out once more, trying to seize Siwoo. Siwoo was surrounded by the dark hands and attacked fiercely. The giant eye continued to watch Siwoo as the dark forces assaulted him. The eye drew closer, as if wanting a better look at the one who dared challenge it. Siwoo yelled angrily, asking where it thought he had appeared. He called it a pervert, a voyeur who only stood and watched, then used his strength to fight back. However, the eye's power was too great, and Siwoo was wounded, coughing up blood. Despite his injuries, Siwoo sneered. A system notification appeared, stating the second function of the passive skill max-level divine inviolability had been activated. His body would reject other forms of holy power. Siwoo said the pontiff was the first apostle of the Lemon Order, and that he had to maintain his purity. He did this for his goddess. Lightning flashed in his eyes, showing his resolve and strength. Siwoo told the monster that, strange as it might seem, he was a romantic. Then he unleashed an immensely powerful bolt of holy lightning. Siwoo's holy lightning engulfed the eye and the dark tendrils, purifying them with overwhelming force. The eye let out a pained scream as Siwoo's power shattered it to pieces. The gate and the eye were completely destroyed, dissolving into nothingness. As the fragments fell, a voice rang out, "I will remember you." The words seemed to belong to someone else. Siwoo landed on the ground amid the shattered remains of the gate. He rose to his feet, wounded but victorious. A system notification appeared before him. The quest "The Door That Cannot Be Closed" was completed. The main quest requirement, "The Emergence," was updated. Siwoo received a writhed shard as a reward. The causality of this area had returned to normal. The system announced a special reward, a temporary manifestation of a deity. The designated deity was his patron, Lemon, with a time limit of 180 seconds. System notice, patron deity Lemon manifested. The mission completed. A system notification flared brilliantly. The supreme goddess Lemon officially manifested. Amid the blinding light, Lemon appeared with an otherworldly beauty, her deep blue eyes seeming to hold entire constellations. Han Xiaoluo was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes at this divine presence. "Pope, what's happening?" she cried out in amazement. Kim Siwoo felt a warmth envelop his body, a familiar tenderness he had longed for. In the dungeon space settling around them, two figures faced each other, one the young pope, the other the god he worshipped. Lemon smiled gently. "It's been a long time, Siwoo. I've missed you." Siwoo smiled back, relieved to finally see that face again. Her gaze held deep concern, shining straight into his soul. Lemon looked pained at the bloody wounds on Siwoo's hands. It had been a long time since she'd seen him so badly hurt. She touched him gently, and a pure divine power began healing all the scars of war. Siwoo stood quietly, savoring a rare moment of peace. Looking down at his hands, Siwoo recalled 10 years earlier when wounds were an everyday affair. He smiled, telling himself he could have healed on his own. "Did you rush here out of worry?" Lemon asked, her eyes never leaving him. "Of course, Siwoo," he replied. Her words made Siwoo pause. Genuine concern from a deity was always something special to him. The tension eased when Siwoo pouted and teased lightly. "If you were worried, why not show yourself at least once?" Lemon could only clasp her hands in an adorably apologetic gesture. Returning to seriousness, Siwoo demanded an explanation for her long silence. It was time he knew the truth. Lemon explained there were matters she had to handle personally, responsibilities only a supreme goddess could bear. She revealed that Siwoo had just sealed a dimensional gate where a divine entity from another world had been trying to cross. Spatial erosion was occurring in many places, giving beings not native to this world opportunities to invade. Worse, they may have slipped through the very path Lemon created to bring Siwoo here, an unforeseen consequence of their connection. Siwoo anxiously asked if the path could be sealed completely, but Lemon's answer weighed on him. Doing so would sever their connection as well. This spatial disturbance wouldn't only affect the present, it would occur more frequently in the future, threatening Earth's safety. Siwoo fell into thought. Could demons flooding Earth be a side effect of his link with Lemon? A sense of guilt began to rise in him. Lemon quickly reassured him, insisting this was the world's problem, not Siwoo's personal fault. He need not feel guilty. Her ability to manifest and Siwoo's use of divine power on Earth were permitted by the balance of cause and effect. However, the price was the stability of the dimensions. The appearance of monsters, hunters awakening, and countless dungeons opening. None of it was random, but signs of a looming catastrophe. As the spatial rifts widened, secrets about entities calling themselves the ancient gods began to surface, starting with their true origins. Lemon revealed a shocking truth: those otherworldly beings were actually creatures originating from Earth itself. They were trying every way to return to their old home. Long ago, when divine power flowed abundantly, they had once been gods ruling this land. But after a mysterious catastrophe, the presence of deities vanished from Earth entirely. Buried in the cruel oblivion of time, forgotten by all, they had never truly disappeared. Exiled in another dimension, they were quietly restoring their forms. They waited silently for countless centuries, searching for a single chance to return to the mortal world. A gigantic eye watched the world from the shadows, heralding an unfathomable threat. Those who knew of these entities gave them a terrifying name: the ancient gods, the long-forgotten deities. They were gods from an era before the ranks were formed, when even law and causality could not touch them. They existed as embodiments of primordial chaos itself. The grotesque mirror Siwu had just destroyed was likely a relic left behind by the ancient gods. Strange green filaments wrapped around it like tentacles trying to clutch onto reality. Even so, their rank remained at the level of gods. Lemon warned solemnly, "You probably haven't reached that level yet, Siwu." She worried about his current strength against such overwhelming foes. Siwu stood silent. At last he fully understood the identity of those behind it all. The ancient gods. The name carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Lemon bowed her head in regret. "Siwu, I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you." Her face was sad beneath the ethereal glow. "We meet like this, but the time is too short to even say a proper goodbye," she lamented as her manifestation began to fade. Siwu replied gently, "It's okay." The system allowing Lemon to appear even for a moment surely carried some deeper meaning. Her majestic, radiant presence filled the dark dungeon space. Lemon smiled softly one last time before vanishing, a smile that held absolute trust for her pope. "I will always watch over you, Siwu." Her promise echoed as the divine figure began to fade amid shimmering light. "Thank you, see you next time, Lemon." Siwu looked up after her, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude. Lemon's figure vanished completely, leaving Siwu alone among the ruined pillars of the dungeon. The space returned to its usual stillness and chill. Siwu reflected on the fact that Lemon was not the supreme goddess of Earth. Her power was limited to Eden. That made clear the barriers she had overcome to help him. He understood silently that Lemon had exerted tremendous effort just to let him use divine power in this world, and favor that surpassed ordinary cause and effect. For now, the information she provided about the ancient gods was more than enough. The remaining mysteries he would have to solve himself. Siwu's gaze showed the resolve of a leader. Siwu looked down at the wreckage of the creature he had just killed, where a strange beam of light was flickering and catching his attention. He bent down and picked up a small glass vial containing a writhing, bizarre entity. It was the mission reward from the system. The item was called Wriggling Fragment, with a current growth rate of 0%. It seemed useless now, but it harbored unpredictable power for the future. After tidying up, Siwu moved toward Han Xiaohua, who lay unconscious. "You did well, Han Xiaohua. You faced another high-ranked entity without knowing what's going on," he sighed sympathetically. "For now, let's just find a way out of this gloomy dungeon." Siwu rallied himself, preparing to carry Han Xiaohua out through the devastated scene, where the remnants of the fierce battle still lay everywhere. The sunset sky covered the forest outside the dungeon. Moans began to rise as the hunters gradually woke from their stupor. Park Yongsu's team was scrambling to their feet, each of them stunned and not understanding what had just happened. The recent spiritual shock had truly pushed them to their limits. From the cave entrance, Siwu slowly emerged, still carrying the fainted Han Xiaohua on his back. "Representative," Yongsu exclaimed at the sight of the familiar figure. Everyone rushed forward to catch Han Xiaohua. Siwu calmly explained that she was simply exhausted from using too much mana and that with rest and restorative medicine she would be fine. Yongsu still looked bewildered as he called the fake name, "Ain Wook, where have you been all this time?" Siwu smiled back and breathed a sigh of relief seeing the uncle was safe. With an excited expression, he boasted that he had gone all the way into the boss room and pulled off something big as a porter, even carrying the guild master out. A faint halo glowed behind him. However, Yongsu began to tremble when he noticed the solemn clerical robes Siwu was wearing. At that point, Siwu decided not to hide it any longer. "My name isn't Kim In-wook, it's Kim Siwu." "Oh my god, T the Pope," Yongsu panicked, dropping to his knees in worship. Siwu quickly stopped him, promising to invite him to the cathedral soon to apologize for hiding his identity all this time. Their reunion joy had barely lasted when unfamiliar footsteps sounded. "Do not enter," a sharp voice rang out, blocking the dungeon entrance. Siwu turned, his gaze hardening as he recognized the unwelcome presence of the newcomers. Yongsu looked equally anxious. They were a group wearing white cloaks that fully concealed their faces. The Bingmyeong cult, the name sent the atmosphere into severe tension. The scene shifted to a distant place where a blood-red sunset dyed the sky, signaling ominous tidings to come. On the balcony of a luxurious mansion, a young woman stood silently watching the sunset. In the darkness, a mysterious voice called her, "My good child." She turned with cold eyes, apparently plotting something grave. The dark entity asked what she was thinking. "Kim Si-woo, I'm thinking about him." The brief answer nevertheless carried a special concern for the Pope. The deity's voice sneered contemptuously. "That one is just a fraud. He isn't worth you worrying over so much." The sun continued to set behind her. Then the dark deity revealed the true plot. "When we return to where we belong, he will vanish like a mayfly. For now, he's merely a hunting dog we can use to eliminate traitors." "And after the hunt is over," the woman asked, her gaze never leaving the horizon, sinking into darkness. "We will devour the entire prey." Blood-chilling declaration rose amid the strong wind across the balcony. A huge trap was gradually closing around Siwoo. The woman gave a slight smile. The deity continued, noting that Siwoo had grown stronger and was inching closer to the horrific truth of this world. "The full moon will wax and wane, my child. We need only wait quietly." The night sea unfolded, mysterious and threatening. Surrounded by dark talons, the woman bowed respectfully. "Everything is unfolding according to your will. I will obey, my deity." The chapter closed with an atmosphere thick with conspiracy and mystery. The steady sound of footsteps echoed through the forest's silence. The strangers were closing in with decidedly unfriendly intent. They were members of the Bingmyeong cult. Dressed in pristine white robes and hooded, they radiated an oppressive mystery that made everyone wary. At the scene of the recently cleared dungeon entrance, Kim Si-woo stood facing the group. The air was thick with tension, like a bomb waiting for a fuse. Kim Si-woo spoke coldly, immediately identifying them as Bingmyeong members. He knew well that they never showed up without some dubious motive. The Bingmyeong side, however, acted completely nonchalant. They insisted they were here at the official request of Guild Seolhwa. The leader snapped back at Siwoo, questioning why the Pope of the Lemon Order was intervening when the rights to exploit this dungeon belonged to Guild Seolhwa. Their true objective became clear: the mysterious item Siwoo had just recovered. They demanded he hand it over, claiming the item held great significance for their cult. But Siwoo was not someone to be bullied. With a defiant smile, he gave a curt response: "I don't want to." At that moment, Han Seolhwa appeared and clarified everything. She affirmed that it was she who had requested help from Pope Kim Si-woo, not the Bingmyeong cult. Han Seolhwa's arrival completely shifted the dynamics. She didn't hesitate to criticize Bingmyeong's tardiness, pointing out that Siwoo was the one who had rescued everyone. The Bingmyeong cleric began to lose patience. He leveraged the alliance between the factions to apply pressure, threatening that Seolhwa's actions would fracture the trust they'd built. But Han Seolhwa went even further. She declared resolutely, "Guild Seolhwa is officially withdrawing from the Jeonggak alliance," a decision that stunned everyone present. Even Kim Si-woo was taken aback by her bold move. He hadn't expected her to sever ties with the old alliance just to stand by him. Shock rippled through the crowd. Both Siwoo and the Bingmyeong cleric were left speechless at the sharp reversal by the Guild Seolhwa heiress. Siwoo tried to counsel her to stay calm, warning that this decision would greatly affect the future, but Han Seolhwa was fed up with an alliance that only sought profit. Seeing the two argue, the Bingmyeong cleric sneered that they looked very well suited for each other. The sarcastic remark only heightened the tension. Then a remarkable figure stepped out of the crowd. A woman in pure white robes exuded an entirely different kind of pressure than the others. She slowly removed her hood, revealing her true face. Every small movement projected an authority that held everyone breathless. She was a girl with long gray hair and striking red eyes. Her arrival felt like a deity descending to the mortal plane. She smiled at Kim Si-woo. Though her words sounded polite, they carried an overwhelming force that could crush any weak soul. Kim Si-woo immediately sensed something amiss. His instincts as a pope told him a vast pure energy was surging within the small girl. Inwardly, Siwoo was stunned. This power matched the waves of energy he'd once felt from the ancient gods, an existence far beyond ordinary laws. There was no doubt now she was the supreme leader of the Bingmyeong cult. Her blazing red eyes seemed to peer deep into Siwoo's soul. She began to manifest her power, causing the surrounding reality to shatter and warp under the influence of an ancient, overwhelming energy. Amid swirling black mist, she called Siwoo an irregular, one who disrupts the universe's balance. The real world receded, giving way to a conceptual space where the darkest secrets were about to be revealed. The leader of the Bingmyeong order held a strange shard of black material in her hand. She explained that almost everything had been wiped out, and this was all that remained after the recent event. Standing in an ideational space vast as a galaxy, she stared straight at Kim Si-woo and asked if he knew anything about the gate, the doorway that an entity from another dimension had tried to cross. A giant eye materialized in the void, symbolizing powerful entities. She asserted that a gate like that could not be closed so easily unless whoever closed it possessed power far beyond the entity trying to pass through. Kim Siwoo looked at the system console displaying an image of Earth. She explained the system, the thing guiding the awakened and managing the world's balance through trials, costs, and rewards. In that surreal space, she emphasized that Siwoo's use of force to destroy that gate created an unexpected variable. Siwoo appeared resplendent among the stars. She called him an irregular and anomaly among anomalies, an entity that had surpassed ordinary limits even though he himself seemed unaware of it. Siwoo feigned indifference, cutting off that rambling and demanding she get to the point. He didn't want to waste time on lofty philosophy. Her red eyes gleamed with mystery. She made a surprising offer. "Will you cooperate with us?" A milky white eye appeared within the deep darkness, creating an eerie atmosphere. She proclaimed proudly, "Our God desires you." Faced with an invitation from a mysterious entity, Siwoo merely smirked with sarcasm. To him, the offer was ridiculous and meaningless. She looked at the shard in his hand and noted that Siwoo's holy power was clearly abnormal. She questioned the god's faith and choices. Kim Siwoo narrowed his eyes, his gaze razor-sharp as if piercing her core. He decided to cut straight to the heart of the matter. "So what exactly do your god and all of you truly want?" Siwoo's voice rang out, sharp and commanding through the ideational space. A close-up of the Bingmyeong leader's blazing red eyes. She replied that their will was to return entities to where they belonged, and she considered that the most natural course. Under trees strewn with crimson leaves, she continued her philosophy that lowly beings were simply swept away by the grand current, and that she herself merely followed the will of the gods. Kim Siwoo fell silent for a moment, his face cold and resolute. He declared the conversation over since the two sides had no common ground. His reason was simple and resolute, because our goddess loves and pities the lowly. A viewpoint completely opposed to Bingmyeong's coldness. Siwoo turned his back decisively, ordering the Bingmyeong order to disappear and to stay put, best not to cause any more trouble. Despite being refused, she remained nonchalant and said that if Siwoo wanted to learn about the purifiers, they would be glad to assist. Siwoo's stance didn't change. He realized they hungered for a new order, something he could not accept. She smiled, an enigmatic grin, as she asserted they could not coexist with those who sought endless chaos. The philosophical conflict had reached its peak. Kim Siwoo sighed in exasperation at the messy three-way conflict. To him, it seemed they were all equally troublesome. Beneath a crimson sunset mingled with withered branches, a question arose in Siwoo's mind. Why can't we just let people live in peace as they were? Leaving the ideational space full of philosophy, the scene abruptly shifted to the Lemon Order's grand office. There, Han Seolwa directly confronted Siwoo to force a pivotal decision, making the already tense atmosphere even more unpredictable. Kim Siwoo slammed his hand on the table in anger, barely able to believe the crazy proposal from her. He snapped, asking if she thought the Lemon Order was a bus stop, to casually switch her guild's allegiance to his like that. Kim Siwoo froze at Han Seolwa's decisiveness. He still couldn't believe she would suddenly propose joining his side so abruptly. A shocking truth was revealed. Han Seolwa admitted she had watched Lemon Order's lecture videos on Siwoo's MedUb channel. The confession left him blundering out incoherent "huh?s." In Seolwa's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared compassionate and warm. She believed the light she felt in the dungeon was the goddess's power, and she wanted to follow that guidance. Seolwa shot back at Siwoo, asking sharply what's wrong with that, or whether he had lied about something on MedUb. Her intensity left Siwoo completely on the back foot. At that moment, Seongha, Siwoo's close subordinate, appeared with a teasing expression. She seemed excited at the prospect of another beauty joining the order. Seongha agreed that Seolwa was both smart and beautiful. Siwoo sighed in exasperation and told her to go drink under the sacred tree to keep busy. Seongha jumped when Siwoo exposed the secret whiskey bottle buried beneath the sacred tree. While she panicked, Siwoo tried to steer the conversation back to Seolwa. Han Seolwa formally made the offer. Guild Seolwa had nowhere else to go and wanted to join the Lemon Order's faction. It was a decision that meant survival for her entire guild. Siwoo steepled his fingers in thought, asserting that the Lemon Order wasn't a faction. He wondered if she was acting out of indebtedness after he saved her life. Seolwa looked him straight in the eye and told Siwoo not to be naive. She knew exactly how great his power and influence had become. All the former allies came to mind in turn: Player K, the Dakibai Guild, even the Ability Management Bureau. A formidable force was unintentionally coalescing around Siwoo. Seolwa pointed out that all these groups gathering around Siwoo were the clearest evidence of a growing faction, whether he acknowledged it or not. As a guild representative, Seolwa wanted to leave the sinking ship Jeongak as soon as possible. She believed siding with Siwoo was the wisest choice since he had helped them. Siwoo watched her in silence. Xiaohua hastened to clarify that this was not his responsibility and begged him not to misunderstand her intentions. Although Xiaohua's words and actions seemed harsh toward her subordinates, Siwu recalled how she risked herself to prevent the dungeon's collapse and the genuine concern her people showed for her. He smiled, recognizing her good nature. Siwu teased that she might be shyer than he thought. Xianghua joined in praising Xiaohua's charm, which made Xiaohua furious and demand that he stop making that unpleasant face. Xiaohua blushed crimson at the teasing from Siwu and Xianghua. The office filled with laughter and humor, a complete contrast to the earlier tension. The scene shifted to a starry night. A luxury jet tore through the darkness, heading somewhere. Inside the well-appointed cabin, a mysterious man relaxed on a sofa, exuding the aura of someone who held real power. The assistant stepped in to report that the leader of the Bingmyeong order had approached the Pope of the Lemon order. The man appeared surprised. This had not been part of the original plan. Red wine was poured into a clear crystal glass. It seemed that the encounter had been an unexpected development even for Bingmyeong's side. The man raised his glass, narrowing his eyes in calculation. He believed that after that meeting, Siwu must have learned many more truths about this world. Smiling mysteriously, he announced that their work in Korea was finished. "We'll be meeting again soon," a declaration that foreshadowed storms to come for Siwu. Suddenly, a series of dazzling purple spatial cracks erupted, encircling the private jet against the night sky. Was this a new spatial catastrophe or the intervention of some mysterious forces? A dramatic cliffhanger closes the chapter here. One fine morning at the Lemon Church headquarters, a voice rang out, marking the start of an important event. Key members were present. A well-dressed man in a suit, CEO Choi Seojin, announced the meeting could commence now that everyone had arrived. Sitting in the presiding seat, Pope Kim Siwoo solemnly declared the first meeting of the Lemon Alliance officially open. Player K, a rugged-looking man wearing sunglasses, spoke up bluntly, asking why Siwoo had summoned everyone here. He answered his own question, guessing the purpose was to introduce a new ally. The remark startled Han Xiaohua, the girl with green hair. At Siwoo's invitation, Han Xiaohua stood and introduced herself. She represented Xiaohua Guild and said she had joined because she felt the warm light of the Lemon goddess. The atmosphere suddenly turned, humorously devout. Priest Leo and the red-haired woman beside him clasped their hands and began a faith-sharing bit, firmly believing the goddess would welcome them. With a proud expression and a strong voice, Han Xiaohua declared she had decisively left the Jeongak Alliance to come here. Her blunt statement left Leo and his companion dumbfounded. Their reaction didn't much resemble a faith-sharing session. Leo turned to remark tactfully that the comment sounded a bit odd. In response, Kim Siwoo merely smiled, clearly amused by the candor. Player K was clearly very intrigued. He said he had always wondered how long someone sharp like Han Xiaohua would stay with the old alliance. She replied that she had never intended to remain there. Han Xiaohua sighed, explaining that while her guild had influence as content creators, it lacked real combat power. CEO Choi Seojin nodded in agreement. He affirmed that the soft power Han Xiaohua possessed would be an enormous help, since she had been the public face of the former Jeongak Alliance. He emphasized that the biggest name from the opposing side joining the Lemon Church carried a symbolic significance no one could ignore. Praise was lavished on Pope Kim Siwoo. Clearly, this was an extremely smart strategic move on his part. And this was her trump card. Han Xiaohua gave a thumbs up and confidently declared, "I have 9 million subscribers." The screen displayed Xiaohua Guild's YouTube channel with an unbelievable number, 9.47 million followers. A massive media force. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned. He muttered the 9 million figure, unable to believe the influence they had just gained. Immediately, Han Xiaohua switched into work mode. With the experience of a top content creator, she pointed authoritatively and demanded a transformation scene be included in the Lemon Church's introductory video on Medu. She eagerly insisted on finding an editor right away to train personally. CEO Choi Seojin, standing behind her, was equally enthused, admitting he had wanted to propose that for a long time. Their media power was about to be unleashed. The new alliance's media strength was summarized. Han Xiaohua's Xiaohua Guild with 9 million subscribers and Choi Minsu's channel, also known as Player K, with 6 million. CEO Choi Seojin smiled, adding the Lemon Church's 4 million subscribers, bringing their combined influence to 19 million. A colossal number. Kim Siwoo winked slyly. He thought to himself that with this success, Inwook would surely be jealous to the point of drooling. On the table were the voting ballots, all in agreement. Kim Siwoo tapped lightly and announced the decision had been unanimously approved. He turned and officially welcomed Han Xiaohua into the alliance. She stood there, exuding a strong presence in her new outfit. Having completed the first agenda, Siwoo moved on to the meeting's second item. He held up 2 fingers and announced 2 hostile forces, the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. Priest Leo reaffirmed the information. Although the 2 groups appeared similar, they were clearly restraining each other. Siwoo asserted that their goals might be unclear, but their methods of operation were completely different. The Bingmyeong cult is said to be connected to ancient deities, entities called shape-shifting gods. The image of a dark, mysterious, and terrifying cult emerged. Meanwhile, the Purifiers are a group attempting to exploit the power of demons and the Demon King. Siwoo concluded that both were extremely troublesome enemies. The atmosphere grew tense. Siwoo reminded Choi Min-soo, Han Seolhwa, and CEO Choi Seojin that they had personally experienced danger when ordinary dungeons suddenly mutated due to the intervention of these two factions. He sat there with cold eyes, summarizing the two main threats they were about to face, the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. Strangely, both factions tried to persuade rather than confront the Lemon Church, yet were hostile to each other. The biggest question remained: what are their true objectives? The red-haired woman spoke up, asserting one thing plainly: whatever their aims, they would never bring peace to Earth. They are real threats. Siwoo proposed a plan. He suggested establishing a communication network so members could support each other in dungeons and collectively build strength to defeat the enemy. Choi Min-soo reassured the Pope, asserting that the alliance's infrastructure now matched that of the former Jeongak alliance. Hearing this, Siwoo nodded with relief. Kim Siwoo smiled and declared the meeting adjourned. He said today's gathering was mainly for introductions, and everyone was free to leave. Immediately after, the red-haired woman quickly bonded with the newcomer and cheerfully invited the pretty girl to tour the temple. Han Seolhwa seemed embarrassed and disliked being called that. As people began to disperse, Choi Min-soo suddenly called CEO Choi Seojin back. At that moment, Kim Siwoo produced a box containing holy bracelets. He told Seojin they needed to speak privately to finalize the discussion about distributing these items. Choi Seojin replied that he had been planning to discuss the bracelets as well. A more important piece of news was revealed. He had received feedback from the Usean Corporation. He confirmed they could commercialize and set up a supply chain for the holy water and holy stone bracelets. The response was so positive they even offered an exclusive distribution contract. He had to restrain his younger brother, who was so excited he wanted to meet the Pope immediately. It turned out the distributor company belonged to the Usean Corporation, and its representative was CEO Choi Seojin's younger brother. This power connection made Kim Siwoo smile with satisfaction. This business matter had even been reported up to the Usean Corporation's board meeting. Interestingly, Choi Seojin's father, the corporation's chairman, personally expressed interest. The conglomerate was considering infrastructure investment projects for the Lemon Church. The news stunned Choi Min-soo. He realized that Choi Seojin's father was none other than Chairman Choi Gil-young of the Usean Corporation, the fifth most powerful man in business. Siwoo was utterly shocked. Seojin laughed loudly, boasting that after being branded the unfilial son for years, he finally hooked a big fish, earning his father's praise and fulfilling filial duty at last. With direct orders from the chairman, Seojin confidently affirmed that an investment of an entirely different scale was about to be poured in. He believed the Pope would receive contact soon. Hearing the word investment, Kim Siwoo's eyes lit up with a sly smile. He thought to himself, the chairman's investment, wonderful. This expression was hardly fitting for a clergyman. Both realized the Lemon Church was growing so fast that Luna alone couldn't manage the business side. Siwoo was sure that if the Lemon Goddess were present, she would say the same. In his imagination, the Lemon Goddess appeared and said that Siwoo was busy hunting enemies and couldn't possibly shoulder the management of a rapidly expanding church. She even teased him, bluntly saying Siwoo had never been trained in management at Eden. The remark seemed to wake him up. Back in reality, Siwoo fell into thought. He realized that, after all, they still needed more personnel to handle the workload. Siwoo turned to Choi Min-soo and asked him for a favor. He wanted Min-soo to carry out a secret mission. Min-soo looked curious. Siwoo smiled enigmatically, saying it was something that would make even Min-soo drool with desire. He was sure Min-soo would love it. After the meeting, Siwoo went outside, holding a small glass vial containing a strange object. The system displayed information. It was a wriggling fragment, an unidentified item. The description stated it was a fragment from a door that could not close while emitting a strange holy wavelength. Current growth rate, 0%. When it reaches 100%, he will be able to continue the main quest. Siwoo muttered that he needed to nurture this fragment to unlock the main quest, and it was certainly related to the ancient deities. He realized there were no other quests to pursue at the moment. Perhaps the system needed time to update. This meant cultivating the fragment was far more important than he had thought. He stared at the wriggling object inside. The problem was how to grow it. The system panel coldly displayed a 0% growth rate, offering no hint about the required conditions. Siwoo tried another method. He concentrated holy power into his palm, forming a blazing blue flame, hopping to activate the fragment. But in return, there was only silence. The fragment in the vial showed no reaction. The experiment failed. Not giving up, Siwoo decided to go all out. The system panel popped up, activate him skill max level. a colossal surge of holy power shot into the sky. Leo, Han Xiaohua, and Luna, who were touring, looked up in horror. A massive pillar of holy lightning descended from the heavens, creating a scene both majestic and terrifying. The three of them screamed, utterly stunned by the unimaginable power their pope had just displayed. The column of light struck the ground. Siwu muttered, "This isn't working either." From afar, Luna shouted his real name, Xianghe, questioning whether he intended to destroy the entire temple. Siwu turned back and calmly replied that his holy power couldn't harm the temple. He teased Luna, saying her temper alone was enough to bring the temple down. He pretended nothing was wrong, saying he was just testing a few things. But inside he was furious. Damn it, what do I have to do to make it grow? Siwu began to reason. After all, this was a reward item tied to the system. A quest notification appeared, confirming the wriggling fragment was the reward to start a new quest. He concluded, if it's bound to the system, then its growth rate must be designed according to the system's intentions. At that moment, a system alert suddenly popped up. He had too many holy points and was required to spend them through the shop. Current amount, 45,000 points. Siwu laughed with pleasure. He realized he had plenty of time and decided to follow the directive, spend all those holy points. He opened the system shop and examined the Sanctification Workshop Level 1, a facility that allows crafting sacred items using holy stones. The scene shifted to a conversation with Luna and Han Xiaohua. Siwu said they were about to sell many items and suggested gathering priests specialized in sanctification. Luna immediately pointed out the problem: they had no suitable personnel to train the new recruits. She sighed, saying she missed that person a lot. Siwu just smiled confidently, asserting he had anticipated and prepared for it. Returning to the system interface, Siwu decided to start with the Sanctification Workshop. He pressed Accept, spending 5,000 points to upgrade the facility. The Sanctification Workshop was upgraded to Level 2. The efficiency of crafting sacred items and converting holy stones increased. But most importantly, from Level 2 onward, the workshop requires an appointed manager. Immediately, the Sanctification Workshop building radiated a brilliant light, signaling the upgrade's completion. Siwu and Luna stood and looked at the result. He wore a sly smile, imagining a future where they fully leveraged corporate capital. Luna only sighed and remarked, "Xianghe really is a villain." Siwu teased Luna, asking if she didn't also want more resources to run things. Luna grumbled, muttering that a pope acting like a game CEO encouraging microtransactions was absurd. But just as they were talking, at that moment, a system notification unexpectedly appeared. The growth rate of the wriggling fragment had increased by 3%. Inside the vial, the fragment began to writhe. The system announced that the ancient fragment quest was gradually meeting activation conditions. A new mystery had just begun. A peaceful morning, completely contrary to the earth-shaking battles they had just endured. After days of relentless work, Pope Kim Siwu finally had a day off, and all he wanted was to lie flat on the sofa. He thought to himself that he'd been working too hard lately, from subduing Yamada no Orochi, posing as a porter to sneak into a dungeon and deal with an invasion by a suspicious deity. Siwu had worked harder than anyone even back in Eden, so he figured Earth was where he could rest. Just then, his younger brother Inwook walked in, surprised not to have seen him home for a while. When Inwook asked if he wasn't going to work, Siwu put on a commanding older brother air, declared he had the day off, and demanded his brother bring snacks immediately. Inwook was left speechless by this unusual older brother. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out as their youngest sister Sion hurtled down the stairs. Unlike Inwook, Sion was overjoyed to see her brother. Siwu happily played with his sister, admitting he'd been very busy recently. He gently asked the little girl about her life and the new school she had just transferred to. Sion innocently replied that kids are the same everywhere, but maybe because they're wealthy, the children at her new school seemed a bit immature. The answer made Siwu immediately serious. He told Sion that if anyone bullied her, she must tell him right away. However, Sion showed an unexpectedly mature side. She said that because her brother was an irregular, she had to be careful not to become a burden to him and the Raimen Church. Siwu was astonished, not knowing where his sister had learned such grown-up terms. At that moment, a playful kitten's paw pressed the remote control. The TV turned on to the 8 o'clock news. Sion explained that since her brother often appeared on TV, she usually watched the news with the cat Bixial. The news began by saying it would review the hot issues currently heating up in Korea. The first topic was the National Awakening Alliance, a force once suspected of trying to absorb all awakened individuals in Korea, but recently rumored to be dissolving. The report updated viewers on the incident where the head of the Diho Guild attacked Pope Kim Siwu, and now rumors were rife that Sealhwa Guild was preparing to join the Raimen Church. The whole family watched together. The news also mentioned the Global Awakening Forum upcoming in the US and that President Seo had visited the Lost Lands. The two words Lost Lands on the broadcast made Siwoo pause. He muttered the phrase under his breath, eyes distant. The news continued with a map showing the area bordering China. Since the gates opened, it had remained a mysterious region that Korea at the time lacked the strength to enter and investigate. Inwook added that online forums were abuzz with talk that the president was pushing for a northern advance, because the area was believed to contain vast deposits of magic stones and underground resources. The news on TV also reflected political turmoil, with the opposition accusing the president of secretly funneling benefits to a particular religion. Siwoo lay sprawled on the floor, finding the whole thing rather amusing. Sunlight streamed into the room, heralding a peaceful afternoon. Siwoo sat back comfortably in his chair, enjoying a rare moment of free time. He told himself he'd soon be busy again, so he should rest now and stop thinking about work. He closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his lip. But the peace was quickly broken by a thought. Siwoo suddenly remembered the wriggling fragment and wondered what to do with it. He took out the vial containing the fragment and froze. A system window popped up, announcing the growth rate had reached 3%. Siwoo's exclamation startled In-wook and Seon. Both rushed over in alarm to ask what had happened, while Siwoo couldn't take his eyes off the vial. Siwoo hurriedly reassured his siblings that it was nothing. In-wook grumbled humorously, and Seon breathed a sigh of relief that her brother was okay. He went outside to collect his thoughts, trying to piece the events together. He recalled that the growth rate had been 0% until he fired the divine spear. The image of the cathedral flashed in Siwoo's mind. A terrifying hypothesis struck him. Could it be? It grows as the church's influence expands. If so, that would mean the system itself wants the church's power to grow. His expression hardened at the thought. And to what end? To prepare for some major upheaval or even an upcoming war. The more he probed, the more Siwoo realized he knew nothing about the system's true purpose. He sat back down, still holding the mysterious vial. He sighed, consoling himself that things had always been like this in Eden. Everything was a mystery. But he quickly regained his composure. At least now he had power and was no longer empty-handed. He decided to let things be and take them as they came. The scene shifted abruptly. In Gimpo City, a D-rank raid gate suddenly appeared in the playground of a residential area. The gate emitted a strange blue light, drawing the attention of authorities and a man who looked like a commander. A subordinate approached the man, Chairman Choi Seojin, and asked why their boss had to come personally to a D-rank gate. Seojin replied that Pope Kim himself had requested something at a gate owned by their guild. Choi Seojin smirked. He said the Pope had stressed the importance of this matter, and he guessed ordinary guild members wouldn't be strong enough. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A gate was forming in the area. Guild members immediately reported, "Boss, something's happening." A massive wave of energy poured out from the gate. Strangely, it didn't resemble ordinary mana. Choi Seojin only exclaimed, just as predicted. He clenched his teeth, his heart pounding. This was exactly the sort of thing Pope Kim had said he'd like. It had been a long time since he'd felt this excited. He immediately ordered everyone to fall back, saying they would stand no chance against what was about to appear. He declared he would be the first to welcome the guests. Despite being terrified by the pressure of the energy, the guild members obeyed. The gate burst into a blinding light. Then a sturdy foot stepped out of the light. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another system notification appeared. The interspace contract has been completed perfectly. Because a suitable price had been paid, karma permitted the Ryman overlord's intervention from the Eden dimension. At the same time, at the church's training ground, Siwoo received the notification. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering that Chairman Choi Seojin was doing very well. In the distance, a chant rose up. Luna was leading the training session. She shouted, demanding the priests shout louder. She bellowed the day's slogan, "The best healing method is smashing the enemy's skull first." The priests and holy knights had to hoist large stones while straining to shout along with that strange slogan. Luna explained her philosophy. Battlefield divine power isn't just for medical healing, it's a supportive recovery force achieved by killing enemies. Siwoo watched with an amused smile. He called out, "Understand?" and received a rousing, unified yes from the trainees. He teased Luna, asking if she was preparing for a holy war. Luna cheerfully replied that she learned it all from him and that physical training is the foundation of everything. Luna proudly added not to worry since Father Leo was right on time with everyone's recovery. But Siwoo watched Leo, exhausted from casting spells, and thought to himself, I think Leo is the one who needs recovering more. Siwoo and Luna exchanged sly grins. Luna said she loved the priest's never-back-down spirit. Below, Leo could only cry inwardly, please let me go home. Luna proudly reported that the first batch of trainees would soon be ready for real raids. Siwoo merely smiled, admitting the program was harsher than he had imagined. She said she would personally lead them into the gate soon. Seeing Siwoo surprised at how quickly they'd matured, Luna nodded in confirmation, then immediately asked about his promise. "So, what about that, Your Holiness?" Luna explained that if she started taking trainees into combat, church management would have a gap. As she was about to propose a solution, an excited voice called from afar, "Hey, Pope Kim." It was Choi Seo-jin. He came running in, covered in dirt and scratches, jubilantly reporting, "We finally managed to bring that person here." Siwoo was surprised, wondering, that person. Behind Seo-jin walked an elderly man with a dignified bearing. He stepped forward, praising Seo-jin for his efforts. Chairman Diho laughed heartily, saying it had been a long time since he'd had such a satisfying fight. The stranger remarked it was fortunate that the gate that opened fastest belonged to Guild Diho. Hearing this, Luna, standing next to Siwoo, was stunned and stammered, "It can't be." The shock was so great Luna dropped her hat. Father Leo behind her also gaped in astonishment. Finally, the man with silver-white hair and extraordinary presence emerged. He looked directly at Siwoo and respectfully addressed him as master. Siwoo recognized him immediately. He recalled that if Archbishop Bayer was the public face of the church in Eden, this man was the one behind the scenes, overseeing all internal affairs from administration to logistics. Outwardly, he appeared gentle and affable, but his nickname was entirely the opposite. After people witnessed him personally execute demons and heretics in his white vestments, they gave him a fearsome nickname, the White Terror. His real identity was Lafart Sant, the Vatican's chief minister and head of the Holy Council of the Ryman Church. And now Lafart Sant, the legendary White Terror of Eden, was slowly kneeling before Siwoo. He proclaimed himself the first apostle of Ryman, president of the Council of Archbishops, and had come to request an audience with the Pope, the leader of all the faithful under heaven. Because he often personally executed demons and heretics in his white vestments, people had given him the terrifying nickname, the White Terror. The man was Lafart Sant, the first apostle of Ryman and president of the Council of Archbishops. He knelt down, respectfully requesting an audience with His Holiness the Pope. Before him stood Kim Siwoo, the young Pope. He smiled, welcoming Archbishop Lafart to earth. In an elegant room, Lafart expressed his emotion at meeting the Pope again in the Pope's own homeland. Lafart sipped his tea, praising its excellent flavor. Siwoo thought to himself that Lafart truly was Leo's master, even his words sounded identical. Siwoo cheerfully replied that he was also glad to meet him, since the church desperately needed someone to handle administrative management. Behind them, the others could only tremble. The scene shifted to an explanation. The Ryman Church was expanding too quickly and was suffering a severe shortage of administrative talent. So after checking his remaining divine points, Siwoo opened the status window and sent a summons request for Archbishop Lafart Sant. Through the system window, Lafart was urgently transported to a D-rank gate in Gyeonggi province as a gift for Choi Gil-young, who had been craving a fierce battle. After the fight, Choi Gil-young panted but wore a satisfied look. He muttered that it had been a long time since he'd had such a proper bout, since Archbishop Leo had been too busy lately. As for Lafart, he acknowledged that Earth had a formidable warrior and considered it a very entertaining welcome. Choi Gil-young was bewildered that administrative work turned out to be a fight to the death. Siwoo just laughed, saying he only meant administrative work and never implied the man couldn't fight. Siwoo added that Archbishop Lafart was Leo's master, and rumor had it he was even stronger than Leo at his peak. Truly, like master like student. Hearing that, Choi Gil-young wondered why Archbishop Leo's face had gone pale. Contrary to everyone's excitement, Leo was trembling and sweating. Siwoo tersely said he had PTSD and warned Leo not to act that way in front of his master. Luna spoke up, insisting she was maintaining proper decorum as usual. Siwoo just smiled at them both. Lafart suddenly remembered and relayed greetings from Archbishop Bayer. Siwoo sighed, thinking that with Leo, Luna, and now Lafart on Earth, Bayer must be having a hard time leading the church alone. Siwoo inquired about the situation in Eden. Lafart reported that although there had been a few suspicious movements, overall there were no major problems. The nations on the continent were also rebuilding after the war, so there was some commotion, but that was all. Hearing this, Siwoo felt relieved. After the report, Lafart cast a glance, and a grave, unreadable expression crossed his face. Just when it seemed over, Siwoo abruptly changed the subject, saying that when he first arrived, he had taken a walk around the cathedral. His face turned sly, as if steering the conversation elsewhere. Immediately, a voice rang out, declaring there were several issues that needed to be discussed in detail with His Holiness. Upon hearing this, Leo, Luna, and Choi Gil-young all went pale, while Siwoo was left frozen. Without a second thought, the three hurriedly found excuses to slip away. Luna and Choi Gil-young waved farewell, saying they'd inspect the surroundings and wait outside, wishing the two a pleasant time. Siwoo frantically tried to call them back, but the door slammed shut, Left alone, he heard Laffert's voice inviting him to sit down. With no way out, Siwoo meekly sat in the chair opposite Laffert, a dark atmosphere enveloping him. Laffert slapped a thick stack of documents onto the table, declaring he'd discovered more than 1 or 2 issues on his way here and they must begin discussing the most urgent matters. With fiery eyes, Laffert announced it would be best if Siwoo had no plans to sleep tonight. Facing the paperwork nightmare, Siwoo could only scream in despair. A piercing scream echoed across the cathedral grounds, signaling a long night was about to begin. Night fell, crickets chirped, hours passed. Finally, Siwoo, exhausted, buried his face on the desk piled with papers. But Laffart, still brimming with energy, sternly reminded him, "Your Holiness, you are not to lie down yet." Laffart began his speech, criticizing Siwoo's sloppy management. Why gather documents only to leave the trainees to fend for themselves with Leo and Luna? Siwoo buried his face on the desk, tears brimming, silently lamenting that his ears would bleed after 6 hours of nagging. Laffert seemed amused by the Earth idiom, ears bleeding. Siwoo was astonished that he could learn to use a laptop so quickly and guessed it was thanks to the blessing of learning. Laffert explained that the most urgent task was to reorganize the church. Because the Pope could not oversee everything alone, a supporting system was needed. He noted that because the levels of civilization between Eden and Earth differed, they would need an organizational structure different from Eden's. At that, Siwoo gave a sly smile. He thought to himself that though he felt guilty summoning someone who should be resting, that was exactly why he had called Laffert. Laffert laughed, remarking that Siwoo had become much more candid since returning to his world. He cheerfully declared he would be glad to serve. Siwoo blushed, having spoken his thoughts aloud. Laffert said his mission before Siwoo arrived in Eden had been to continually learn to make the church prosper. That was probably why the Riemann goddess had granted him the blessing of learning. He was visibly excited, saying this place had extremely advanced technology. Learning new things made his old heart beat faster. Laffert closed his eyes and sincerely expressed gratitude to the Riemann goddess for sending him here. He felt truly fortunate. Seeing Laffert's contentment, Siwoo smiled with relief. His plan to find someone to shoulder the work had been a complete success. Laffert recounted that when he entered the cathedral, he had seen a massive wall erected behind the shrine. It made him think that Earth must have endured difficulties comparable to Eden when the space gates opened. Siwoo explained that it was the Ark, the mithril wall, the last remnant of Ground Zero. He revealed plans to dismantle it soon, since mithril is a valuable resource. Laffert agreed, suggesting they should tear down unnecessary walls to cultivate new strength. He asserted that Earth was fortunate like Eden because the Pope had returned. Laffert declared he would take this as his final mission and wholeheartedly support the Pope's wishes. Siwoo simply replied with a sincere thank you. A flash crossed Siwoo's eyes, as if he were calculating something profound. Back in his office, Siwoo took out a small vial. Inside was a mysterious fragment glowing faintly. He checked the system window. The fragment's growth rate had reached 8%. Siwoo muttered that his suspicion had been confirmed. The fragment's growth rate was clearly linked to the reorganization and strengthening of the church. He stared at the vial, wondering what would happen when the growth rate reached 100%. Siwoo decided that now, with Laffert on board, he must thoroughly reorganize the church. Just then, a notification appeared on the screen. A VIP invitation to attend the Third World Awakening Players Forum. The notice described him as the anomaly who ushered in Korea's Renaissance and the pinnacle of Holy System players. It seemed this invitation had arrived later than usual. The scene shifted to a month later. As the season's first snow began to fall, the Ark, the massive wall, started to collapse. Chunks of the wall crumbled. The Ark, the Riemann Church's final barrier, was completely dismantled. The event immediately became breaking news worldwide. Images of the majestic Riemann shrine under pure white snow were broadcast everywhere. A report quoted Pope Kim Siwoo saying, "Now is the time for us to leave the Ark and face a new world." The Riemann Church made history again. Their live broadcast hit a record 3 million global viewers. A flurry of headlines followed. Police ramped up security, corporate magnates showed up, and Usean Group announced a record investment in holy stone extraction. Amid that scene, Siwoo solemnly declared, "The merciful Riemann goddess will embrace everyone." And thus a new era officially began. Among falling petals and snowflakes, Siwoo quietly looked ahead, his gaze filled with hope for a brighter future. Reporters jostled, cameras flashing nonstop. They shouted for the Pope to speak. One reporter whispered, "Is it the goddess?" Siwoo looked up at the sky where petals and snow blended together. He said, "It seems the goddess has left us a gift." The event was hailed across the press as December's miracle, or spring in December, a symbol of rebirth. And then another month passed. Winter had truly taken hold of everything. At the cathedral, 2 people diligently swept the snow-covered path. A hand clenched, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Siwoo stood in the snowfall and smiled as he greeted a large man with long silver hair. "Long time no see, Aiden. It's winter already. You're looking well." Aiden replied confidently, "Of course," then asked, "My friend, have you prepared everything?" his questions signaled that a major plan was about to be set in motion. The ruined landscape of a fantasy world unfolded like a scene from a video game. A message appeared announcing the gift the goddess had left for humanity. In a modern control room, Michael stood watching a display showing the recent dimensional resonance. He smiled at Siwoo's image on the screen and murmured that they would meet soon. At the cathedral, Siwoo stood amid falling white snow, bewildered when he heard mention of the World Awakened Forum. Aiden asked in surprise whether he had received the earlier invitation. Siwoo casually admitted he thought it was spam and had deleted it. Aiden was at a loss for words, saying dozens of awakening groups email him every day, so some confusion was to be expected. Aiden pulled a sleek black envelope from his jacket. It was the official invitation to attend the third forum to be held in LA next month. Aiden explained that as the man who opened the Renaissance era for Korea, Siwoo could not be absent. Siwoo frowned, wondering why they were holding conferences when the world was full of portals. Siwoo crumpled the letter, annoyed at being used as a pretext to draw a crowd. Aiden smiled knowingly, revealing that in America, there was a madman desperate to meet this pope-like figure. Ignoring the enticement, Siwoo flatly refused, not wanting to waste time maintaining the cathedral. Aiden reminded him to consider the president's dignity and director Kim's hard work. Siwoo remained firm, even telling Aiden to just go home and be done with it. Aiden clicked his tongue, knowing full well that inviting this guy was never going to be that easy. Siwoo turned his back and decisively repeated that he was not going anywhere. Aiden pointed confidently, insisting that Siwoo would surely change his mind because America's intelligence network was no joke. Sitting at home, Siwoo was startled by a panicked cry. Seon rushed into the room, holding a notice from school. Siwoo spat out the water in his mouth when his sister asked about going to America. The girl excitedly recounted that their grandmother said LA was beautiful and full of fun places. Seon clasped her hands and begged to go to Disneyland and see the Grand Canyon at least once. Sensing trouble, Siwoo immediately called In-UK in to clarify the situation. In-UK explained that this time Seon had also been invited to the forum as the youngest non-awakened guest. Siwoo was dumbfounded, unable to understand why his sister was being dragged into this. In-UK added that participating would greatly help her college applications to American schools later on. The two kids' eyes lit up at the thought of their first family trip to Disneyland. Siwoo froze, sweat pouring down as he didn't know how to refuse. He was completely defeated by the psychological attack of his two siblings, silently admitting he'd lost. Siwoo sighed, saying that if she didn't want to go then the family wouldn't go at all. Seon put on an apologetic face, saying it would be childish to go just for fun and she didn't want to trouble her brother. Faced with his sister's excessive consideration, Siwoo shouted out his agreement immediately. The girl beamed, and all the earlier worries melted away. The flight began. Seon sat next to Leo on the plane, excited because this was the family's first trip abroad. In-UK vlogged everywhere with his camera, astonished by the luxury of the private jet. Siwoo's grandmother and mother relaxed in premium leather seats, praising their grandson's filial devotion. Siwoo sat with his arms crossed in a corner, scowling as he realized he'd been tricked by the whole council. He muttered curses, feeling thoroughly duped to be riding a luxury jet for unwanted work. On top of that, Aiden squeezed in beside him, making the seat cramped, prompting Siwoo to snap at the muscle pig right on the plane. Aboard the plane, Aiden feigned sulking at Siwoo's coldness, saying he only wanted to bring his friend home to visit. Siwoo looked at him with contempt, thinking to himself that the trip was complicated enough with as many as 3 irregulars present. Upon landing, the luxurious jet stopped on the runway beneath America's blazing sunset. Captain Peter and a formidable line of bodyguards in black suits stood ready to welcome the young pope. Peter reported that his family had been escorted to the hotel safely and pledged to protect him with all their might. The security motorcade sped down Century Boulevard as Peter began to outline the forum's packed 4-day schedule. The first day was a reception, followed by 2 days of formal conferences, ending with a meeting for non-awakened guests. Sitting in the car, Siwoo demanded that Aiden get straight to the point before they arrived. Siwoo challenged what the forum's true purpose was, asking why Aiden kept pretending not to know. Aiden laughed. He didn't want to beat around the bush any longer with someone as sharp as Siwoo. He explained that when the world's most powerful entities gathered, it was essentially an unofficial summit to balance power. Frankly, it was a high-level psychological game between nations to probe each other's strength. All eyes were on him. They wanted to assess whether he was a potential partner or a threat. Each country wanted to verify for itself which camp this pope belonged to and what his strategic tendencies were. Aiden admitted that the US viewed him as a strategic partner, but to other countries he was a risky variable. Siwoo sneered, remarking that Aiden looked sharp today, but it seemed they still hadn't fully grasped his character. Aiden fell silent, looking at Siwoo. Deep down, he knew the world would be stunned after this forum. Because Kim Siwoo was a true irregular, a variable outside all usual norms and limits. He reiterated the warning about the awakener in America, who was obsessively intent on approaching him. That was a mad scientist with a perverse hobby of self-modifying his body using spiritual energy. Aiden told Siwoo to be extremely careful because that man had fixated on him with a crazy obsession. Siwoo sighed in annoyance, wondering why he always attracted such shady types. As soon as they arrived at the luxurious hotel room, he heard lively laughter spilling from inside. Siwoo was surprised to find the door wide open and the bodyguards motionless outside. He stepped in to ask if everyone had finished tidying up, preparing for the Grand Canyon plan the next day. Seon immediately showed off the sparkling princess gift a stranger had just given her. His mother was also very pleased with the thought-controlled massage device, praising the young man as very capable for giving such a gift. In UK went crazy over the ultra-powerful tablet, exclaiming it was 10 times stronger than a typical iMac. Siwoo stood rooted to the spot, seeing a stranger casually handing out gifts to his entire family right in the VIP room. The blonde young man with red glasses smiled and greeted them as if they had known each other for years. He confidently introduced himself as Michael, an irregular from the US, the very man Aiden had warned about earlier. As soon as he entered the hotel room, Siwoo froze. A strange blonde man sat nonchalantly surrounded by his family as if they were old acquaintances. He introduced himself as Michael, an irregular from America. His mouth beamed a bright smile, but his eyes behind the red lenses looked extremely sly. Aiden rushed in, his face full of remorse for letting this madman burst into the room before him. Siwoo kept a cold expression, silently watching what this uninvited guest was up to. Little Seon was ecstatic, twirling to show off the sparkling dress like a fairy. The gift Michael said came from her brother. Siwoo shot Leo a scorching glare and demanded why he let this guy walk in like it was a market. Leo flustered, explaining that Michael had official clearance and generous gifts, and even the US security team had confirmed it. Michael winked suggestively and asked Siwoo if he was satisfied with this thoughtful arrangement. Siwoo gritted his teeth, realizing the man was using his family to pressure him. He turned to demand a gift directly from Michael out of spite. Michael startled, hastily waving his hand and claiming he would never forget the most important part for the Pope. He clumsily fished something from his pocket, saying it was a special item he had just procured. It was a high-grade magical stone, glowing with a brilliant blue aura that made Michael look very pleased with himself. Siwoo held the stone, nodding it was much larger than the tiny ones in his temple. The man seemed willing to spend. Michael complained that gifting like this would bankrupt him soon, but Siwoo saw through the act. To free his hands to deal with the situation, Siwoo ordered Leo to take his grandmother and the kids to swim, separating them from the upcoming conversation. Aiden was held back to serve as a buffer while everyone else cheerfully left. After the room emptied, Siwoo asked Michael to begin a proper introduction and get straight to the point. Michael sat down, claiming to be a returnee, someone returned from another world who had shed all former identities. Siwoo folded his arms, his eyes full of wariness at the man's assertion. Michael stopped beating around the bush and smiled, saying, "I'll be direct. You haven't been able to contact the god you serve recently, right?" Michael's question hit Siwoo like a bucket of cold water. Siwoo angrily grabbed Michael by the collar and demanded in a low voice how he knew that secret. Michael remained unruffled, telling Siwoo not to misunderstand. He had come to help resolve that problem. He proposed a collaborative study on the connection between the two dimensions together with the Ryman Church. Siwoo erupted with power, a blue flame roaring in his hand as he pressed it to Michael's face to threaten him. The man still hadn't explained how he knew. Michael hastily raised his mechanical arm to shield himself, yelping in fear of the flames. He admitted that based on calculations by his supporting AI, he had not a 1% chance of winning against Siwoo. He introduced the robotic arm David, an extremely advanced AI-based combat computation device. Michael laughed loudly, self-deprecating that he couldn't even beat Aiden, so Siwoo should stay calm. Indeed, a peculiar fellow. Siwoo withdrew the flame and ordered Michael to quickly disclose the process he used to investigate him. Michael began to tell of returning 2 years ago and how he had devoted his entire mind to studying the gates. According to Michael's theory, spatial gates are actually resonance phenomena when the frequencies of two dimensions match for a moment. Dungeons are similar, but they are a more fixed and long-lasting form of resonance, creating permanent passages. Michael emphasized that the cases of Leo and Luna were unprecedented in his database of people from other worlds crossing gates. To monitor this phenomenon, Michael admitted he had unilaterally launched an observation satellite directly over where Siwoo lived. Siwoo and Aiden both gaped in astonishment. Apparently they'd been under illegal surveillance all this time without knowing. Michael chuckled, boasting it was a personal project, so even the White House knew nothing. the man was truly reckless. He brazenly called it academic curiosity instead of admitting illegal monitoring, which made Siwoo furious. His system had recorded unusual repeating spatial resonance patterns at the Reincarnated Church temple. Michael pointed out that an extremely strong signal had been emitted on that very historic day. That was the day Seoul's ground zero was purified in an instant, and a towering temple rose from nothingness. The power of the Reincarnated goddess then was truly terrifying. Just watching the footage would overwhelm anyone. Michael nonchalantly continued, saying the signal from Siwoo's goddess had weakened lately, so he guessed there was a problem. It was a sharp psychological jab. He burst out laughing, calling Siwoo naive for believing so easily after a little threat. He'd only been probing to see if his assumption was correct. Michael went on rambling about Siwoo's lack of experience dealing with frauds like him. Siwoo was left speechless. Refusing to let the man gloat, Siwoo unleashed a blue blaze and growled that no one had ever been bold enough to deceive him. The Pope's anger was heating up. Michael went pale at the sight of the blue flame approaching, realizing he'd joked a bit too far with a powerful entity. A blast rang out with a blinding flash from the hotel. Michael screamed as Siwoo's power put him in his place with a light reprimand. After the fiery greeting, Michael lay flat on the floor, blackened as if he'd crawled out of a chimney. The security team moved to rush in, but Aiden hurriedly blocked them, calling it justified self-defense. Michael scrambled up, tearfully offering to give Siwoo the robotic arm David as an apology. Siwoo flatly refused, not wanting that troublesome tech. Siwoo folded his arms and ordered the mad scientist to clearly explain the so-called solution he intended to bring. Michael sprang up like a spring, excitedly claiming his brain was the key to solving all spatial resonance problems. He begged Siwoo to allow him comprehensive research at the Reincarnated temple, promising to help him craft incredibly powerful divine weapons. Michael tempted Siwoo with visions of rockets and cannons powered by divine force, things the Korean government would surely covet, talking nonstop like a multi-level marketer. Siwoo began to get a headache from the man. He thought such weighty matters should be discussed privately, not with Aiden, the brute Michael had brought listening in. Siwoo wondered why Michael chose his temple for research. Was there a deep conspiracy behind it? Michael explained that the goddess Lyman had already opened spatial conduits to Earth. If they mastered the method, they could use the gates at will like taking a stroll. It sounded appealing, but Siwoo remained suspicious. Would the US government and the global system allow them to run rampant like that? He looked to be considering it very carefully. Siwoo stepped closer, looked Michael straight in the eye, and asked what the real reason behind all this was. Someone who had struggled so hard to return to Earth like him, why would he want to get involved with such dangerous things again? Michael's gaze suddenly fell, the usual teasing expression vanished. He said that for him, returning to Earth had never really felt like a true return. Siwoo listened in silence. Michael revealed a painful truth. His wife and 3-year-old child were still trapped in the other world. The image of a happy family was now only a faded memory. Michael explained about Deus Ex Machina, the machine god ruling the world of Eden where he used to live. That entity had expelled him to Earth, separating him from those he loved most. In Michael's account, a gigantic mechanical arm of the machine god manifested, its absolute power casting him into separation. He was thrown into a spatial black hole, leaving everything behind. Michael's face hardened with determination. He swore he would find a way back to rescue his family, no matter the cost. To Michael, the Reincarnated goddess was not just a faith but hope, the only key to reunite him with his wife and child. The scientist's eyes now burned with fierce longing. Siwoo fell into thought, realizing that as many people as there are in the world, there are just as many hidden, tragic stories beneath their facades. He recalled the years he had to grit his teeth in Eden, all driven by the burning desire to see his loved ones' faces again. He knew that pain all too well. The contrast was ironic. For Siwoo, returning to Earth was a joyful reunion, but for the man before him, returning was a tearful separation. Two strangers' hands reaching toward each other in the surrounding darkness. Michael began boasting again about his experiments armoring weapons with divine power. Siwoo signaled him to stop for a moment, no need to list more. Siwoo looked at Michael with a different expression. He said, "From now on, don't try to convince me with logic." The scientist looked puzzled, not understanding why. "Instead, hit me in the feels like you just did," Siwoo concluded with a faint smile. After all, he considered himself a social man who followed the heart's call more than cold numbers. Their new journey officially began there. At the banquet table full of drinks, Siwoo finalized that Michael would join the Reincarnated Church right after this flight. Michael perked up at the news, saying it was a great honor and that he was looking forward to the forum's conclusion. Aiden sipped his drink and wondered aloud whether it was wise to let such an unusual American join the church. Siwoo thought to himself that since Aiden worked for the US government and didn't block it, it was probably fine. He officially congratulated Michael on becoming a researcher for the church in front of everyone. To reciprocate, Michael offered to upgrade Leo's phone with supercharged training support features. Michael began rambling about replacing body parts with machinery, leaving Leo with an awkward, forced smile. Aiden glanced over and thought to himself that only crazy people recognize each other so quickly. In Aiden's eyes, the table was full of special types, from tech-obsessed maniacs to savages from Wild World. Aiden added that Siwoo was the craziest and the leader here, leaving him momentarily stunned. Michael joked that Siwoo might soon win the Nobel Peace Prize, making him suspect he was being mocked. Siwoo realized Michael's madness stemmed from a burning desire to be reunited with his family. He vowed to himself that his duty was to keep watch, so that madness wouldn't turn into evil. Michael grew excited, saying that going with Siwoo would surely be much more interesting than going alone. Aiden suggested that the three of them attend the party together tomorrow morning, since Siwoo and Michael had probably long since thrown away their invitations. Night fell over the luxurious building. Everything seemed peaceful until the day of the event. The first day of the forum opened with an extravagant party reserved for the awakened. In the grand hall, guests in elegant attire began to gather and make small talk. Siwoo stood back and watched. He never liked noisy places full of awakened people. Seeing the fake smiles, Siwoo silently judged the crowd's ostentation. Aiden warned that behind the glittering surface lay ruthless schemes. Someone had even died at last year's party. Everyone here carried the pride of their faction, ready to fight to assert their status. Aiden insisted Siwoo was the real star of the party and wanted to show him a little trick. Aiden's trick was simple: beat an aggressor half to death like he did when he broke a troublemaker's leg last year. He told Siwoo to do whatever he wanted, since capturing villains alive would be more useful than killing them outright. Siwoo gave a knowing smile, recalling the Korean proverb that words can become seeds. Suddenly, a sinister black smoke appeared, making Siwoo frown as he sensed demonic energy in the hall. A man in a sharp white suit approached to greet them, introducing himself as if it were their first meeting. He called himself Bastien Jean from France and expressed his honor at meeting the Pope of the Riemann Church. Aiden immediately recognized him as the White Master of France, a national-level warrior with formidable power. Siwoo's eyes flashed gold as the system's passive skill began to activate. The system instantly labeled Bastien a great evildoer, causing the space around him to feel saturated with murderous intent. A list of crimes appeared, stretching to 150 charges, from kidnapping to massacres and torture to death. Siwoo stared coldly at him, realizing this man's aim was to carry out a large-scale killing right here. Bastien continued to speak calmly, expressing admiration that Siwoo had defeated Yamada no Orochi. Siwoo gave a slight smirk and remarked that Bastien was indeed brave to stand before him. He extended his hand to Bastien, pretending the meeting was an ordinary social greeting. Siwoo smiled brightly and said he was about to do a good deed as well. At the same time, the system warned of 7 other murderous signals present nearby. Siwoo asked Bastien if he liked cleanups, his eyes full of innuendo. Bastien admitted to enjoying cleaning things thoroughly, making Aiden instantly realize the imminent danger. Without hesitation, Aiden ordered more guards and sealed all exits to the banquet hall. Aiden immediately reported the situation to his superiors, asserting that Pope Siwoo could see through evildoers and that his anger was certainly justified. Siwoo smiled sharply at Bastien and asked if he believed in this so-called faith, making the atmosphere grow thick. Bastien froze in shock at the question and the strange energy emanating from the young pope. Siwoo gestured to 3 men standing by a planter and 4 sitting around a table, each radiating the same dark energy. Bastien hurriedly waved his hands, denying any acquaintance with the people Siwoo had just pointed out. Siwoo affirmed he clearly felt the filthy demonic energy from those 7, and including Bastien made exactly 8 S-class individuals. Bastien began loudly dismissing it, calling the accusation baseless and expressing disappointment at Siwoo's attitude. Ignoring the protests, Siwoo coldly activated the sacred ring of fire at maximum level, ready to purge them. Horrific crimes, kidnapping, torture, and mass slaughter began to appear beneath Siwoo like a death sentence. He mocked these criminals for being brazen enough to hide behind the guise of national representation to infiltrate such a high-profile event. Siwoo scolded Bastien to his face for being lazy enough to approach him with such blatant demonic energy. He asserted that this behavior was nothing but pleading for him to end their lives. Sacred light flared across the hall, preparing to burn away every seed of evil. Bastien and his cohorts crazily charged in, shouting as they used demonic energy to try to stop the Pope. Siwoo remained calm amidst the chaotic battle, his sharp gaze unmoved. Blood began to spill onto the floor as the corrupted awakened were punished, their agonized screams echoing through the room. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, blowing away all resistance from the criminals. Bastien's allies fell in droves, bound by chains of light that held them immobilized. The guests around began to panic, unable to believe the famed White Master was a villain and suspecting Siwoo of threatening them. Siwoo calmly reassured everyone that the sacred ring of fire only attacked those who were truly evil, so there was nothing to fear. He turned to Bastion and told him the ring was reserved for those worthy of descending into hell. Bastion lay flattened on the floor, stubbornly muttering that the strong had the right to survive regardless of good or evil. He looked at Siwoo with hatred, admitting that his power had far surpassed when they faced Yamada no Orochi. Siwoo coldly said the stench of the purifier cult emanated pungently from him and threatened to make him reveal the entire conspiracy. He declared that merely daring to plan this on American soil was enough to pay a terrible price. Brilliant beams of light drove into Bastion, leaving him unable to resist the might of an irregular. Aiden quietly appreciated Siwoo's ability to identify evildoers beyond any doubt or evidence. He thought to himself how fortunate they were to have brought the Pope here to eliminate potential threats. People began leaving the party in confusion, with a feeling that this forum was on the verge of collapse. Siwoo remained pensive, thinking about the alarming expansion of the purifier cult overseas. Although he had captured 7 corrupted awakened along with Bastion, Siwoo still felt he had missed something important. He suddenly remembered he sensed 8 earlier, so where was the last one now? Suddenly, the entire building shook violently from a series of loud explosions above. Fires burst fiercely from the upper floors. A terrorist attack using awakened energy had officially begun. Kim Siwoo received a report that 7 awakened had been captured, including Bastion. He frowned and asked Aiden about the 8th, where the remaining one was. Before he could finish, a horrific explosion tore the building apart in the night. The crowd inside panicked as the ceiling began to tremble and fall in chunks. Siwoo, Aiden, and Michael immediately rushed to the epicenter of the chaos. Flames erupted fiercely from beneath the building due to a magical bomb. Aiden pressed about security and then received word that Hans had gone missing earlier. Siwoo blamed himself for not sensing the demonic energy, while the system's murderous intent alert kept rising. Aiden wondered why the defense system hadn't detected this type of magical bomb. Siwoo suspected they used extremely advanced magic concealment technology to fool the system. Only one name came to his mind: the Purifiers. He suddenly recalled the metal sphere that hid energy, the one guild leader Diho had used before. Siwoo gritted his teeth. Those bastards had the nerve to come all the way to America to carry out this plot. The entire building was immersed in a sea of blazing red fire. A modern aerial device began spraying suppressant jets to curb the blaze. Michael announced they would deploy robots to extinguish the fire and keep the building from collapsing. Aiden ordered his subordinates to urgently rescue people and requested assistance from other hunters. He asked Siwoo to go to the explosion site to track down the final suspect. Siwoo walked on, thinking the Purifiers had exploited political laxity to slip in. Aiden reported that Siwoo's family was safe and apologized for the incident. Siwoo coldly told Aiden he should have known about this before calling him here. He bluntly declared that the US government now owed him a great debt after this. Aiden fell silent, his face tense at the Pope's warning. Siwoo growled that if his family were dragged into this, they would all be wiped out. The explosion scene was sealed off tightly by police and ambulances. Aerial devices continuously swept around the shattered window frames. Siwoo ran through the grand hall and saw victims lying scattered on the red carpet. He wondered whether exposing Bastion early had caused them to detonate the bomb later than planned. At a door, purple smoke and demonic energy began seeping out. Siwoo could strongly sense the dense malevolent aura hidden behind that door. The floor was soaked with blood and terrifying purple magic circles glowed. He froze when he realized he had arrived one step too late. A room full of corpses had been arranged into a massive sacrificial formation. Demonic energy clung to Siwoo's arm, indicating the scale of this exceeded previous incidents. Seeing the tragic sight, Siwoo knelt with a heavy expression. Suddenly, a weak cry for help rang out from among the piles of bodies. Siwoo hurried over and asked the survivor if he was all right. The man was overjoyed to see Siwoo come to his rescue. But immediately, a spear of light from Siwoo's hand pierced the man. The victim stared in terror as he was struck. He screamed miserably as divine electricity burned him from within. The skill Will to Eradicate Evil activated. Siwoo declared he would make the man's death far more painful. The system announced that Will to Eradicate Evil had classified Hans Schwarz as an evildoer with a long list of crimes. Siwoo flashed a mocking smile, deriding the villain's lack of creativity today with their 88 different charges. Hans laughed maniacally, daring that the altar had completed its work and it was already too late. Siwoo stood towering with authority, looking down at the man who gloated with insults about his religion. A burst of divine electricity exploded. The villain screamed in agony as he was punished. Siwoo coldly asked if he truly thought there were no monsters like him in Eden. He walked slowly, asserting that making him wish he were dead would be far too easy. Siwoo grabbed Hans by the collar, threatening that he had better answer honestly or die immediately. The Pope's golden eyes flared, declaring he was not merciful like the Ryman Church. Hans stared in horror, realizing the true cruelty of the young man before him. Hans silently wondered whether this man was really just an ordinary cult leader. Siwoo exposed the Purifier's plot of building an altar beneath the conference hall to perform a large-scale sacrificial ritual. A beam of holy light pierced his body, causing Hans to convulse in pain. The villain's eyes went white, his mouth could only emit meaningless groans. Siwoo smiled enigmatically, a cold smile that signaled the enemy's end. He explained that human blood and souls were the energy used to connect with demonic power across dimensions. Hans lay flat on the floor as Siwoo analyzed using hunters' souls as the ideal sacrifices for the Demon King. Siwoo pointed out the Purifier's three objectives: large-scale sacrifice, weakening the International Hunter Alliance, and increasing global influence. Hans tried to raise his head and look up with eyes full of hatred, but could do nothing. Siwoo signaled for silence, mocking the trash who were proud of the success of their terrorist attack. Hans admitted that Siwoo's presence had caused the plan to deviate from its original schedule. He conceded that the quality of sacrifices this time was better than expected, and they simply detonated the remaining bombs. Siwoo looked down at the unnamed man, firmly stating that he was the one responsible for this. A surge of energy exploded from their position, blasting everything around them. Hans was pinned to the floor by spears of light, blood pouring from his mouth. Siwoo hovered in midair, declaring he needed no further explanations from this nameless man. Hans flashed a demonic grin, pleased that the Pope had immediately seen through his true identity. He said that someone uninterested in international politics like Siwoo pushing this far was beyond their plans. Behind the villain, the bloody sacrificial scene Siwoo had just witnessed appeared. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with purple hair appeared behind Hans, reminding that everything is relative. The mysterious entity smiled and greeted the Pope with a cryptic expression. He tauntedly suggested, "Why not try heading north to see?" The red-eyed villain smirked, saying meeting Siwoo here was truly unexpected. Right at his feet lay piles of corpses strewn across the magic circle. He casually called the massacre a minor incident. Siwoo stood still and watched him, while the man suggested that if he wanted what he sought, he should go north. Siwoo repeated skeptically, "North." Seeing this man kill without remorse while acting innocent, Siwoo could only think he was a troublesome bastard. He chuckled, saying this time would be different because foot soldiers always rely on their commanders. Suddenly, the corpse he was using began to twitch and bleed. He decided to discard it since it no longer moved. Siwoo shouted, telling the coward to stop hiding behind subordinates and come out. The villain's face turned ashen like a corpse. He vowed to wait for the day they would meet again. Siwoo stood still, staring at the soulless body, his chest tight with tension. Siwoo's golden eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the spot where the man had vanished. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by Siwoo's curse. He reached out to do something, but the light was too intense and obscured everything. A massive explosion occurred, blasting everything around. From afar, the building shuddered after the blast, smoke and flames billowing from the upper floors. Siwoo stood amid the rubble, annoyed that the bastard had allowed a subordinate to detonate himself to escape. He looked at the bodies strewn across the floor with a heavy heart. Siwoo ground his teeth in anger. He wanted to wipe out the purifiers but could do nothing for now. A sense of helplessness washed over him, just like back in Eden before he became Pope. In the ruined room, Siwoo's lone silhouette stood under the dim lights. He closed his eyes and prayed for the victims to rest in peace. With his hands clasped, a pure holy light emanated from him. Outside, Michael discovered a holy barrier had enveloped the entire building at the moment of the explosion. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful the barrier had prevented the building from collapsing. Suddenly, giant angelic wings burst into light in the night sky, enveloping the building. The wings radiated a shimmering halo, looking immensely majestic. Soldiers and civilians below gaped in astonishment as they looked up. Aiden watched and thought silently that America now owed Kim Siwoo a rather large debt. Michael and Aiden spoke about the heavy price civilians had to pay after this incident. Michael smiled and thanked Aiden for bringing Siwoo to America. Without him, the consequences would have been far worse. Helicopters whirred across the city's lit-up sky to record the scene. Siwoo strolled across the bridge, white feathers drifting down all around. He turned and glanced back, his face showing deep contemplation. In the distance, the moon and floating feathers created a rather melancholic scene. Back in Korea, TV was broadcasting a special report on the terrorist attack in the US. Siwoo's whole family and director Kim sat gathered before the television with worried expressions. Seon sniffled and cried out of concern for her brother, and director Kim stood beside her to pat her shoulder comfortingly. Yoonyoung's mother told Grandma Emma she'd finish up here and return to Korea soon. Grandma Emma advised her daughter to take her time and just be careful. Seeing the image of Siwoo and the angelic wings on TV, Grandma smiled proudly that her grandson had done something great. She thought to herself that though her child left early, at least he had left her such a wonderful grandchild. The building still stood after the blast, but the first day of the World Forum ended in such a pathetic way. Siwoo was busy with the final video meeting before leaving the US. He apologized to partners for the horrific incident that prevented him from visiting in person as originally planned. His face still showed the fatigue from the battle. For Siwoo, a polite greeting at this moment really wouldn't change much. Traces of the massacre still littered the floor below. The US president was calling directly, and Siwoo had to provide an answer about the current situation. On the screen, the US president and an official were talking. She believed that from now on cooperation between the two sides would be closer and assured him she would not let him down. The official standing beside the president earnestly entrusted Michael to Siwoo, asking him to take good care of the boy on their behalf. Siwoo watched pensively. He realized the U.S. wanted to entrust Michael to the Reincarnated Church's care, which was why they agreed so easily to let him take the boy back to Korea. The president added that although Michael had many mysteries in his past, his nature was not evil. She believed that as Pope, Siwoo would guide Michael along the righteous path and hoped to be invited to visit the cathedral someday. Siwoo nodded slightly and on behalf of the Reincarnated Church thanked the U.S. for their cooperation. A papal aura of dignity radiated around him. The meeting ended and Siwoo's family settled into the luxurious plane to return home. Outside, the crimson sunset dyed the sky. Seeing his brother sitting silent and sullen, Inuke curiously asked what was troubling him to look so down. The younger brother began dancing and singing nonsense to liven the mood, but Siwoo could only think Inuk's singing was a real disaster. Inuke sat down beside him, intending to use his optimism to pull his brother out of his negative thoughts. Inuke noted that his brother was unusually irritable today. Siwoo snapped that he couldn't stomach rats who killed innocents and then hid without daring to show their faces. Siwoo regretted that the family's trip had been ruined by terrorists. Inuke grinned and comforted him, asking if they would never return to the US, why be upset. The thoughtful younger brother suggested that even if they missed Disneyland, the family could make up for it at another amusement park back in Korea. Inuke reminded Siwoo to regain his composure soon because if he stayed gloomy, Seon would also feel uneasy. To the little girl, he was a hero. Hearing her name, Seon popped her head out from behind the seat, her eyes shining as she affectionately called, Oppa. The girl beamed, cheering her brother on that he had worked hard to protect everyone. Seeing his sister smile, the iceberg around Siwoo's heart finally melted, and he gave a small, relieved smile. Sitting beside them, Yoonyoung's mother also smiled and promised the family would definitely go to an amusement park next time and have a great time. Seon excitedly declared she wanted to become someone useful to help others like her brother. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from her chest. A brilliant beam of destiny light suddenly erupted from Seon's body. Siwoo widened his eyes in astonishment. He couldn't believe his sister was awakening powers right at that moment. The private jet tore through the clouds, flying high above the deep blue sky to bring Siwoo's family home. Before long, the plane touched down safely on the runway at Korea's international airport. Siwoo stepped down the plane's stairs with composure, preparing himself to face new developments at home. Below, a delegation of officials was waiting to welcome him. Leading the group was none other than President Seo. President Seo warmly welcomed Siwoo back and, on behalf of the nation, offered sincere thanks for what he had accomplished in the U.S. Siwoo kept a calm expression and nodded to the country's supreme leader. The stormy trip had finally come to an official close. As soon as he set foot down, Kim Siwoo saw President Seo waiting to greet him. He even personally came out to the stairs. As the representative of Korean hunters in the U.S., the president, on behalf of everyone, expressed heartfelt thanks to the Pope for saving so many lives and stopping the terrorists. After the polite greetings, President Seo got straight to the point. He wanted a private and rather urgent conversation with Siwoo. They moved into a discreet traditional room. The president acknowledged that what Siwoo had done in the U.S. was truly an unexpected feat. He thanked him again for helping resolve a serious diplomatic crisis. Siwoo replied lightly that it was no big deal. Incidentally, Siwoo asked about Minister Yoo Seon-ho since he wasn't present. The president explained the minister was swamped with corruption investigation files at the awakened Federation and extremely busy. Siwoo teased that if the minister was that busy, the president must be even more overwhelmed. The president laughed it off, saying Minister Yoo had told him to be sure to speak kindly with Siwoo. President Seo looked at Siwoo and said his eyes seemed tired, probably from shouldering too many domestic and international responsibilities lately. Siwoo stared at the steaming cup of tea and admitted he had a few important matters he wanted to discuss with the president. Mr. Seo nodded in agreement, saying that in such a boiling, critical moment, dialogue between the two sides was most necessary. Sitting there, Siwoo suddenly found the setting oddly familiar, like the days he used to do diplomacy in Eden. It seemed he couldn't escape this fate no matter where he went. He decided not to use empty diplomatic phrases and went straight to the point. He asked directly about the northward advance policy the government was preparing. Siwoo's question caused the atmosphere in the room to drop. The north he referred to was the area occupied by monsters for years. It was the missing lands. Siwoo looked the president in the eye and wanted to know exactly what the situation there was like now. President Seo's gaze sharpened. He knew this pope was not simple, given how quickly he grasped information. He signaled team leader Kim, who had been standing behind, to present the detailed current situation to Siwoo. Team leader Kim opened the documents and began reporting that the northern area had been ravaged by monsters, and its ecosystem completely altered over the past 5 years. That area was now an information blackout zone. Even the US didn't know which monster species inhabited it. All prior reconnaissance efforts had failed. A map of the peninsula appeared, the north covered in a grim gray. Previously, that region lay outside South Korea's control, and most expeditions had been conducted by China because their border was adjacent. Siwoo read the report intently. Recently, the frequency of gates and dungeons appearing in the missing lands had been rising alarmingly. The root of the recent terrorist attack in the US was linked to a group called the Purifiers. Notably, awakened hunters from Germany and France were participating in that group. Global attention was focusing on China, believed to be the Purifiers' base. Inside China, there was turmoil and heated debate over the issue. Because it was busy dealing with domestic unrest, China had withdrawn some hunter forces concentrated in the north to stabilize the situation. This created a large defensive gap. President Seo asserted this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for South Korea to reclaim the northern territory while competitors were weakened. Siwoo's gaze hardened. He realized the wheel of history was turning faster than he thought. Everything was unfolding too rapidly. Meanwhile, in Korea, many hunters from the Daeho Association were shifting to enlist in the Agency for Ability Management, coupled with a string of corruption scandals being continuously exposed. Daily troubles made the year-end situation even more chaotic, but President Seo believed this was when the government needed to rally its strength. The government and the Agency for Ability Management reached an agreement. This was the golden moment to launch the campaign to reclaim the missing lands. A historic decision. Team leader Kim continued, announcing that the strategic meeting for the campaign had officially begun. The first objective was to send a vanguard team to secure a base within the next month. Siwoo reminded them that territorial recovery was the government's responsibility, and everything had to be done with systematic tactics, not fleeting sentiment. President Seo accepted the fact that sacrifices were unavoidable when crossing into unknown lands. His eyes revealed the determination of a leader. He regarded the northern area as an unhealed wound on the Korean peninsula, a scar that needed to be healed decisively now. The map displayed the painful past when spatial gates opened. The north had long become a latent threat to the south's security. Siwoo understood the situation. He realized President Seo had laid all his cards on the negotiating table. He was betting everything on this conversation. Siwoo spoke bluntly. Victories and calculations no longer mattered. If he didn't return, the agency and even South Korea wouldn't have the strength to dream of advancing north. President Seo did not deny it. He set aside his pride and formally requested Siwoo's assistance for the campaign. Siwoo smiled in satisfaction. Sometimes the honesty of a leader carries more weight than any flowery words. He saw the two sides' interests were highly aligned. The president asked what Siwoo's conditions were. Siwoo was not polite. He presented only a single demand for the cooperation. The condition was that the Reincarnated Church must have supreme authority over all gates and dungeons found in the north. In return, he pledged full support for the government's campaign. An agreement was established. The common goal was clear: we will advance north. The Pope had officially entered the national political game. The meeting ended as night fell outside the old Hanok. A new chapter for the nation's destiny was about to begin. President Seo sighed. He felt the desperate battles of the past seemed meaningless before Siwoo's power. Team leader Kim spoke up to comfort him and ease his dark thoughts. President Seo looked at team leader Kim with meaning, saying Kim probably already knew. 6 months ago, the situation wasn't as easy as it was now. Back then, because of a single gate, the government had to expend great effort reconciling opinions between the awakened Federation and dozens of guilds. Everything stagnated amid endless internal strife. As president, all he could do then was soothe the public and engage in exhausting tug-of-war negotiations with the hunter parties. He had no real authority. But since Kim Siwoo appeared, everything changed 180 degrees. The Hunter Federation that once gave the president headaches had dissolved, ceding absolute status and power to the government. And finally, the opportunity to advance north had arrived, a chance he wouldn't have dared dream of before. President Seo's eyes showed satisfaction. The cards in his hand were stronger than ever thanks to the Pope's presence. The president thought to himself how fortunate it was that the holder of such terrifying power was the head of a religious organization like the Reincarnated Church. If it had been the leader of a profit-hungry hunter guild. Just the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Seo turned to ask team leader Kim's opinion on the matter. The scene shifted to the Reincarnated Church resplendent under the morning sun. A hovering robot device uttered astonishment at the majestic beauty. The church's gate and the legendary tree god, usually seen only on video, now stood real and imposing before them. The atmosphere was truly sacred. On the church courtyard, researchers in white lab coats were busy with high-tech equipment. Michael admired silently. It seemed the goddess had recreated the temple exactly as it was in the original dimension. The perfect resonance of science and faith, this was the truth he had been seeking. Michael felt truly right about joining the Ryman church. Luna stood silently beside him, cradling the cat Bixial. Siwoo appeared and asked Luna if she had been taking good care of Bixial lately. Luna immediately complained that the Pope had brought back another odd thing, meaning Michael. Hearing that, Michael jumped up demanding fairness, telling them not to call him a weirdo anymore. Siwoo could only fall silent at the doctor's commotion. In a cheesy tone, Michael compared his attraction to the Pope to bees being lured by a fragrant flower, an analogy that gave everyone goosebumps. After hearing that, Siwoo sighed in exasperation and asked why Michael spoke like that. Michael replied casually that, since he studied the humanities, he was practicing metaphors to sound poetic. Siwoo thought this was surely his karma. Michael went on bragging about physics laws, like how the South Pole must attract the North Pole or the moon is pulled by the Earth. Luna looked at him with an unmistakably disdainful gaze. Putting jokes aside, Siwoo admitted that although Michael's appearance was a bit crazy, his knowledge of dimensions would greatly benefit the church in the future. Michael immediately regained his confidence. Michael promised that once he officially began his research, he would soon produce breakthrough results in connecting dimensions right here, provided the church fully supported him. If they dug deeper, the dimensional resonance detector would surely yield extremely promising results. Luna listened but remained skeptical about Michael's sanity. Luna stared at Michael, wondering whether he was truly serious about the work or just boasting for show. She decided to keep watching. Michael enthusiastically proposed the undead weapon he had mentioned earlier. Combining modern arms with holy power would be devastatingly effective. Luna concluded at once he was definitely not serious. Seeing them bickering, Siwoo intervened and told Luna to take charge of researching that weapon since she knew the subject well. With that settled, he dismissed everyone to rest because he wanted to go home. Michael watched Siwoo's retreating back and marveled inwardly that despite his appearance, the Pope was truly a remarkably capable person, a rare respect from the arrogant doctor. Luna and Siwoo strolled through the church grounds. Siwoo thought Michael was indeed a fitting piece for his plan to connect with the goddess, crazy but sharing the same research goals. Even the tree god in the church seemed to be thriving more thanks to interventions from other dimensions. For Michael, everything here was an enticing and promising research topic. Siwoo could only smile wryly. The man was truly a science fanatic. It was pitch dark when Siwoo returned home. He told NUK that he had come back. The cozy house was where he shed all the concerns of being the Pope. As soon as he saw his owner, Bixial, the cat leaped into Siwoo's lap. Siwoo exclaimed that the cat had gotten too heavy and told it to jump down before he broke his back. The cat only mewed Naya affectionately. NUK came out of the room to greet him. Siwoo still wondered why the cat was gaining weight, as if it were storing holy power in its fatty belly. With a serious expression, NUK said he wanted to speak with Siwoo privately for a moment. Something at school seemed to be worrying the boy. Siwoo asked blankly what was wrong, and NUK raised his phone, telling him to look. A notification from his sister Seon's school had just been sent. Siwoo's face turned pale as he read the line on the screen: Winter Break Activity Guidance Requiring Parental Participation. A completely new challenge, seemingly tougher than facing monsters, awaited this poor Pope. Siwoo had just arrived home when NUK was already waiting at the door to greet him. The boy held out his phone for him to see, his expression rather serious. It was a notice about a Parentan student field trip during the upcoming winter break. NUK explained that Seon had secretly hidden the paper because she didn't want to bother the two of them. This school is full of rich kids, so events like this are usually big productions. NUK planned to go in her place but still felt uneasy because his sister wouldn't say a word. Usually their mother or NUK handled school matters, since Siwoo was always busy with church duties. This time Seon even told NUK explicitly not to tell Siwoo anything. But NUK thought that if Siwoo found out later, it would definitely blow up into something bigger. The boy noticed Seon had been sullen lately, seeming to brood after watching news about hunter attacks on TV. Siwoo immediately asked where the event would be held, but the school hadn't announced a specific location yet. So he told his brother to give him the homeroom teacher's phone number right away. Siwoo declared boldly that the two of them would personally go and protect their little sister. That very night, he immediately ordered Luna, Leo, and Lafart to prepare for a major plan. On the other end of the line, team leader Kim Dongsik reported information about gates soon to appear north of Paju. Other major hunter guilds like Dakibai and Sealhua would also be notified to deal with those dungeons. Kim Dongsik asked if the church coach wanted to handle a C-rank dungeon for the trainees' field experience, and Siwoo agreed at once. Back at the office, Siwoo stroked Bixial while continuing to discuss affairs. He praised Lafart for handling the church's second round of admissions very well. Lafart confidently said he was used to internal affairs like this from his time in Eden. Luna also smiled with satisfaction seeing the Ryman Church on Earth starting to run smoothly. Seeing Siwoo carrying the cat, Luna asked about it. He explained that because his mother was away, there was no one at home to look after it. Then he turned to Luna and said today's mission was extremely important, and absolutely no mistakes were allowed. Luna muttered that his smile made him look like one of those villain bosses plotting schemes. The next morning, a large banner was hung welcoming Seoul Korea Elementary School for a visit. Parents and students were stunned to see the venue suddenly changed to the Ryman Church's magnificent headquarters. People whispered, hoping for a chance today to meet the legendary Pope Kim Siwoo. In UK brought Seon, and the girl looked very excited to return after so long. The crowd began to notice Hwang, the race guild chairman, and his son Younghyun. But the whispers focused on Seon. People wondered why she came with her brother but without her parents. In UK started to feel offended as he heard the unpleasant gossip reach his ears. The brat Younghyun sneered arrogantly, saying he knew Seon's parents wouldn't come. He even venomously asked how the girl could get into this school without her parents' backing. In UK immediately stepped in front of his sister and warned the boy to watch his mouth. Younghyun wasn't scared. He bragged that his father ran a major guild ranked in the nation's top 13. In UK looked at the boy and saw nothing more than a ridiculous circus act. He realized the real set of parents for his sister had arrived. The thud of black boots echoed across the stone hall. Saint Luna and Archbishop Leo appeared with solemn dignity, leaving everyone stunned. Younghyun froze when he saw the high-ranking church figures. The brat assumed they had come to greet his father. A gloved hand was offered politely in front of the girl. Leo smiled, bowed, and proclaimed loudly that they had come to escort Miss Seon. The surrounding parents began whispering in astonishment as the saint and the archbishop respectfully invited the girl to join them. Luna smiled gently, called Seon's name, and asked if anything had happened to her on the way here. At that moment, Kim Siwoo stepped out in majestic papal attire. Seon cried out, "Big brother," to the shock of her friends. The hall erupted, everyone clamored to welcome the Supreme Pope they had longed to see. Siwoo looked at Younghyun, who had gone from arrogant to trembling. He coldly remarked that kids nowadays rely on their parents' influence to bully others. He turned to Seon and said she must have transferred to the wrong school. A proper educational environment disciplines a child when they are wrong, not pamper them. Chairman Hwang rushed over, bowed, and apologized to the Pope, promising to discipline his son and make him apologize to Seon immediately. But Younghyun stubbornly shouted that he was not wrong, claiming he only told the truth that Seon had no parents. Seon calmly stepped forward, looked Younghyun in the eye, and said that sooner or later everyone's parents will leave this world, as hers had. She advised the boy to go home and treat his parents well while they are alive, instead of flaunting an empty status. Judging by his attitude now, his parents must be saddened. Younghyun, furious to the point of tears, screamed, "You dare say my father will die," then lost control and lunged to attack the girl. But Siwoo quickly stopped the boy's weak punch. He clicked his tongue in contempt. Younghyun was thrown backward and sat on the ground sobbing. Seon watched and coldly remarked, "Violence is wrong, Younghyun." Seon's gaze grew unusually deep, giving anyone who looked into it the creeps. Younghyun was so frightened he dared not utter another word, only hiccuping in sobs. His cries echoed through the church's grand hall, a testament to his humiliating defeat. Chairman Hwang stood beside him, dripping with sweat. He stammered that he had no idea Seon was the Pope's sister. He bowed deeply, apologizing and explaining he had come to see how he could assist the Ryman Church. Siwoo coldly told him not to blame the child entirely. He asked whether the man would have apologized like this if Seon had no ties to the church. He warned Chairman Hwang to reconsider his attitude and parenting. If the girl hadn't stood up for herself, he wouldn't let this matter pass so easily. After things settled, Seon stood before the statue of the goddess Ryman and realized something very important. She turned to her brother and asked, "Can I train at the Ryman Church?" Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Follower Kim Seon had officially awakened the Destiny Prophet. She wanted to become stronger to protect others, like when her brother saved the Americans. Siwoo was slightly surprised to hear his sister say she wanted to protect him someday. The girl stood silently before the statue, vowing she would never lose her brother or family again. The system continued announcing the fateful meeting with a new prophet. Siwoo looked at his sister, his mind a tangle of thoughts. He knew whether that destiny would fully awaken depended entirely on the girl's will. Seeing his little sister swear to protect him, Siwoo smiled faintly. How could he refuse such an endearing request? There were already children Seon's age training at the church. If the seed of awakening had been planted, letting his sister receive formal training now would be far better than her standing behind him her whole life. Siwoo wondered if this was the will of the goddess Ryman. he decided to discuss the matter thoroughly with Lafart, Leo, and Luna. He laughed when he realized that if Sion truly became a prophet, the weakest person in the household would now be in UK. Sure enough, Luna beside him couldn't resist teasing, "Isn't it in UK?" The boy froze at this painful truth. Sion smiled to reassure her brother, "Don't worry, I'll protect you too someday." In UK could only feel wistful, while Siwoo wondered quietly whether Sion's awakening as a prophet was a variable caused by his return to Earth. Meanwhile, in Paju City, the Ryman Church trainees' first solo exercise was about to begin. A massive C-rank gate had appeared in the wide fields of Mun San Yup. A large crowd of residents and hunters had gathered to witness it. Standing before the glowing purple gate, Luna loudly called, "Are you kids ready?" The trainees answered in unison with vigor, promising a spectacular future for the Ryman Church.